Chapter 60. The Little Lark Breaks Through. First stage of bronze. As the signs of the little lark's breakthrough became increasingly pronounced, the air currents in the glade of the forest grew tumultuous and chaotic, forming an ever-expanding vortex centered around the suspended azure cocoon. Fallen leaves, dust, and debris were swept high into the air, producing a haunting whistling sound. Within the cocoon, the anguished cries of the little lark had vanished, replaced by a deep, rhythmic humming, as if an ancient and powerful life force was gestating within. Jiang Yun held his breath, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the increasingly radiant cocoon. He could sense a colossal energy, far surpassing that of the black iron tier, compressing and undergoing transformation within, poised to erupt. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering resonated, distinctly audible amidst the chaotic winds. Suddenly, numerous fine fissures appeared on the surface of the azure cocoon, for which dazzling violet lightning surged forth. In the next moment, boom! The cocoon exploded with a thunderous crash, unleashing an indescribable aura of might that radiated like a shockwave. Cree! A clarion call, piercing through gold and stone, echoed through the skies, imbued with a nobility and majesty that seemed to emanate from the depths of its very bloodline. An invisible pressure spread like a tidal wave, enveloping an area of several hundred meters in an instant. Jiang Yun was pushed back half a step by this force, his eyes filled with astonishment. In the place where the little lark had once stood, an extraordinary avian beast now unfurled its magnificent wings. Its size had increased dramatically, with a wingspan nearing 2 meters, and its streamlined body exuded a palpable sense of power. The once grayish-blue feathers had undergone a complete metamorphosis, transforming into a more profound and noble shade of deep black, with subtle arcs of violet electricity shimmering along the edges. 3 slender plumes, akin to amethyst, sprouted from the crown of its head, gracefully extending backward, adding an air of regal authority. Its eyes were sharp as lightning, with minute whirlwinds and flashes of thunder dancing within its pupils. Most striking were its talons, which had changed from their previous flesh tone to a pure, dark gold that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, intertwined with flickering purple electric serpents that exuded a disquieting, destructive power. The bloodline of the ancient wind and thunder divine rock revealed a glimpse of its true royal potential at this moment. This sudden surge of overwhelming pressure plunged the surrounding ecosystem into an eerie silence. Rustling sounds emerged from the nearby thicket, where several black iron fifth-tier fangtooth rats, foraging for food, abruptly froze. They trembled uncontrollably and, with a thud, prostrated themselves on the ground, burying their heads deeply in the fallen leaves, too fearful to look up. Further away, upon a tree branch, a shadow claw cat of black iron 8th tier, previously languidly grooming its claws, had its fur bristle at the moment the pressure descended. Its amber eyes shrank to pinpoints, emitting a fearful whimper, before it plummeted from the tree and fled into the depths of the forest, not daring to glance back. Within a 100-meter radius, all ferocious beasts of the black iron level, without exception, sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the very essence of life, and they all knelt or fled in panic. First stage of bronze. What an incredible force! Jiang Yun felt an exhilarating thrill within. He immediately activated the talent of manifestation of all things. A cerulean transparent box materialized beside the wind and thunder lark. Race, wind and thunder lark, wind/thunder attribute. Realm, first stage of bronze. Qualification, top tier amethyst. Talent skills, gale charge rare. Harness the currents of air to achieve unparalleled speed. Thunder claw, rare. Infuse the power of thunder into its claws, inflicting penetrating damage and inducing paralysis. Wind and thunder protection, excellence. A passive skill that envelopes the user in the power of wind and thunder, slightly enhancing speed and inflicting minor wind and thunder retaliation upon close attackers. Thunder Strike, extraordinary, summons a concentrated bolt of purple thunder from the heavens, delivering substantial, single-target damage with the might of annihilation. Indeed, I have broken through to the first level of bronze. Moreover, I have awakened an extraordinary level attack skill. Jiang Yun was immensely thrilled. Eagerly, he commanded, "Little lark, aim at that small hill over there and test your new skill." Thunder Strike. He pointed towards a small hill approximately 200 meters away, standing about 7 to 8 meters tall, with a base diameter of around 4 to 5 meters. Yep, the wind and thunder lark responded with a proud cry, its 3 purple crystal feathers atop, its head suddenly igniting with dazzling lightning. It flapped its wings, soaring into the sky, as the power of wind and thunder surged around it, converging above. In an instant, the sky in that area seemed to dim slightly, and a chilling aura of destruction swiftly coalesced. Boom! A bolt of thunder, as thick as a child's arm, refined to perfection and radiating a destructive purple light, seemed to rend the void as it fell, with a velocity beyond visual perception. It struck precisely at the summit of the small hill. A deafening explosion erupted, earth and stone shattered, and dust soared into the heavens. As the dust began to settle, Jiang Yun inhaled sharply. He beheld that the upper half of the small hill, measuring at least half its size, had utterly vanished. It was as if an invisible giant hand had ruthlessly erased it, leaving only a ground strewn with charred debris and pits flickering with electric arcs. This power, Jiang Yun murmured to himself, although it may not match the wide-ranging devastation of the fire dragon fish's dragon flame explosion, in terms of single target penetration and instantaneous explosive force, Thunderstrike is undoubtedly terrifying. Among those of the same rank, it is likely that few beast tamers could withstand this strike head-on without suffering severe injury or even being obliterated. Excellent work, Jiang Yun lavishly praised. The wind and thunderlark chirped joyfully in response. Transforming into a streak of dark blue lightning, it accurately descended back on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. After the breakthrough, its speed seemed to have become even swifter. Jiang Yun felt a sense of tranquility and immense satisfaction. He stroked the smooth feathers of the wind and thunderlark, returning it to the beast taming space, and without hesitation, he invested all the remaining few hundred thunder attribute spirit stones to solidify its bronze first-level realm. Awaiting the commencement of the competition, he immersed his mind in the space. He also glanced at the condition of the fire dragon fish. This creature was still in slumber, its surrounding crimson energy growing increasingly dense and pure, emanating an aura that had evidently reached the pinnacle of bronze 6th level, just a step away from entering the 7th level. It was almost a certainty that it would awaken and ascend to the 7th level before the competition. With a bronze 7th level fire paired with a bronze 1st level wind lark, Jiang Yun stroked his chin, unable to suppress a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. This elimination round should be a sure victory. If others were to hear this thought, they would likely be left utterly astounded. This was not merely a sure victory. Participating in the city-level academy selection with such a configuration was akin to a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, simply a case of overwhelming dominance and bullying the weak. In high spirits, Jiang Yun began his journey back to the city. However, just as he was about to exit the inner region of the misty forest, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. He saw a short-haired woman accompanied by a squad of city defense forces patrolling ahead. Captain Lin, Jiang Yun greeted in surprise. The woman was none other than Lin Wei, the captain of the city defense team who had collaborated with him to slay the mutated ferocious beast in the misty forest. Upon seeing Jiang Yun emerge from the inner region, Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback. She then approached him. Jiang Yun, have you come to train in the forest again? It hasn't been very peaceful here lately. You must exercise caution. Thank you for your concern, Captain Lin. I will be careful. Jiang Yun nodded and inquired. Are you conducting a large-scale patrol? Yes. Lin Wei nodded, her expression slightly grave. With the beast tamer elimination competition approaching, the mayor has ordered an intensified inspection of the outskirts and even the inner edges of the misty forest to eliminate any unstable factors and suspicious beasts, ensuring that no accidents occur during the competition. She paused and lowered her voice. Moreover, since the last incident, we have discovered and dealt with several mutated ferocious beasts controlled by strange means. Those lunatics from a necromancer sect may not have completely departed or could have left behind some contingency plans. Since you frequent this area, you must remain particularly vigilant. At her words, Jiang Yun's heart tightened as he immediately recalled the horrifying purple wood rhinoceros. He solemnly nodded. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Captain Lin. After a brief exchange, he bid her farewell and swiftly vanished along the forest path. Lin Wei watched him leave, her gaze filled with a mix of admiration and curiosity. At such a young age, he can frequently traverse the inner and even core regions of the misty forest alone. Qingxue No. 1 High School has likely produced an extraordinary talent this time. The day before the competition, in the advanced classroom of Qingxue No. 1 High School, Coach Wang Lei stood at the podium, his expression serious as he looked down at the 6 students. Jiang Yun, Qingfeng, Zhao Taizhu, and the other three. Su Qingxue had still not arrived. Tomorrow, the city-level Beast Tamer elimination competition will officially commence. The rules are quite simple. It will be based on a points ranking system. Coach Wang's voice resonated throughout the classroom. The competition venue is set within the Misty Forest. Slaying ferocious beasts will yield points. For those of Black Iron rank and below, each tier corresponds to 1 point. For Bronze rank and above, each tier corresponds to 50 points. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the crowd, deliberately emphasizing his tone. Given your current collective strength, it is advisable to avoid encounters with bronze-ranked beasts and refrain from provoking them unless absolutely necessary. Should an opportunity arise, consider collaborating to bring one down. The final points will be awarded to the individual who delivers the decisive blow. At this juncture, his gaze lingered on Jiang Yun for a fleeting moment, almost imperceptibly. He continued, "Furthermore, the rules permit participants to challenge one another. By defeating an opponent and incapacitating them, you may seize all of their points. However, once a contender is defeated and rendered incapable of fighting, they will be eliminated. You are all the elite of Qingxue No. 1 High School, representing the honor of our institution." Coach Wang's tone softened somewhat. "I hope that on the battlefield, you will remember the camaraderie of our school and support one another whenever possible, uniting against external challenges to secure more opportunities for our school." The 6 individuals below nodded in agreement. However, standing at the forefront, Qingfeng slightly tilted his head, casting a cold and sinister glance at Jiang Yun, a smirk of unabashed malice curling at the corners of his lips. It was evident that this individual harbored no intentions of adhering to the spirit of school unity during the competition. Jiang Yun acutely sensed this hostility, but merely returned a blank stare before dismissing it entirely. To him, bronze rank had always been a mere jester, unworthy of concern. Should he dare to make a move against him in the arena, Jiang Yun would not hesitate to eliminate him without a second thought. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Yun made his way home directly. As soon as he crossed the threshold, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, prompting him to immerse his consciousness into the beast-taming space. Within this realm, the azure-black electric aura that had enveloped the wind thunderlark had entirely coalesced. Its presence firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of bronze rank 1. Its gaze had sharpened, and the luster of its feathers glimmered, reflecting its flawless state. Meanwhile, the slumbering fire dragon fish finally opened its eyes, emitting a deep, powerful roar. Its crimson scales appeared more vibrant and robust, its form seemingly enlarged, radiating an overwhelming heat. The horns atop its head had also noticeably lengthened, with its aura stabilizing at bronze rank 7, sensing the formidable power emanating from his beasts. Jiang Yun felt a surge of confidence within him, his eyes igniting with fervent battle spirit. Tomorrow marked the grand competition, a coveted spot at the Beast Tamer Academy that he was determined to secure. Chapter 61, The Elimination Round of Beast Tamers. The grand opening. The next day, as dawn broke, the entire city of Qingxue was already in a fervor. All educational institutions within the city declared a holiday, and countless citizens surged towards the outskirts of the misty forest, resembling a tide. Today was the commencement of the city-level Beast Tamer Elimination Tournament, a moment that would dictate the fate of the young generation of beast tamers in the city, and an event not to be missed. Jiang Yun rose early, pulling her mother along as they jostled through the bustling crowd, her small face alight with excitement and pride. Their objective was clear: to cheer for her elder brother. Jiang Yun, having arrived at school first, joined up with the other 5 members of the advanced class. Qingfeng maintained his characteristic haughty demeanor, while Zhao Taizhu sidled up to Jiang Yun, beaming with an innocent smile, seemingly attempting to alleviate the pre-match tension. After Coach Wang Lei briefly reiterated the essential guidelines, the group, led by Principal He Tiangang and 3 coaches, made their way towards the misty forest. Upon reaching their destination, the atmosphere was already electric. A vast clearing had been prepared at the periphery of the misty forest for the contestants to gather. Beyond this area, a throng of spectators surged, their cheers, discussions, and the roars of beasts intertwining to create a deafening cacophony that assaulted every individual's eardrums. Parents stood on tiptoe, striving to catch a glimpse of their children amidst the crowd. Young scholars gazed on with yearning, aspiring to one day stand in the same position. Additionally, numerous seasoned beast tamers and representatives of various factions scrutinized each contestant with sharp eyes, as if appraising merchandise, hoping to discover the most promising talents. Jiang Yun quickly spotted his sister, energetically waving her arms, alongside their mother, who looked on with a smile. Jiang Yun shouted with all her might, "Go, brother! You're the best!" Yet, Her crystal-clear voice was swallowed by the overwhelming din. After guiding Jiang Yun and his companions to their designated area, He Tiangang and the three coaches proceeded towards the makeshift stage at the center of the venue. Many distinguished individuals had already taken their seats upon the platform, their formidable auras unmistakable. As they ascended the stage, the other four were greeted by smiles from representatives of the city's other two beast taming schools, Principal Lei Lai of Thunder School and Principal Peng of Rock School, along with their respective faculty members. Principal He, it's been a while. You still exude the same charisma. Lei Lai boomed first, his tall frame clad in an impeccably tailored uniform. This year, Principal He seems exceptionally confident. Qingxue #1 is the pride of our city, and I imagine there are quite a few promising students emerging this year, yes? Peng chimed in with a smile, his tone smooth yet shrewd. Principal He wore a formulaic smile as he clasped his hands in response. You both flatter me, Principal Lei and Principal Shi. Your schools have always produced exceptional talents. I have heard that your Thunder School boasts a student named Lin Kuo, who has already reached bronze rank 1 at such a young age. Quite formidable indeed. And the student Xiao Yutian from Rock School is equally impressive. Upon hearing this, both Lei Lai and Peng could not suppress their smug expressions. Lei Lai feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. That child Lin Kuo is merely fortunate. His contracted beast qualifications are adequate at best, barely scratching the surface of bronze. Not worth mentioning, really. But how about your student Qin Feng? I've heard he is at the pinnacle of Black Iron rank 9, just a step away from bronze. Such a shame. Lei Lai chuckled, unable to conceal his boastfulness. Peng was even more direct. Indeed, that child Yutian has merely benefited from the family's resources. Speaking of which, our two schools might secure several more spots in this tournament. What do you think, Principal He? It sounds like Qingxue #1 is under considerable pressure this year, considering the advanced class assessment yielded a Black Iron rank 8 student, right? Peng's words were laced with barbs, feigning concern while veiling his ridicule. Inside, He Tiangang was secretly elated, his expression remaining impassive, even feigning a hint of gravity. Yes, indeed, a few students still require honing. As for the spots, let each rely on their own merits. Internally, however, he smirked, thinking, bronze rank 1 is hardly impressive. My student Jiang Yun reached bronze rank 2 half a month ago. Just wait until I unveil him. It will surely astonish you old fools. As he envisioned the astonished expressions of these two men, He Tiangang could hardly suppress his delight. At that moment, a middle-aged man of refined demeanor, bearing a slight frown yet maintaining an air of authority, approached. Principal He, I am deeply grateful for your assistance regarding my daughter's matter last time. It was Su Qingtian, the head of the Su family. He Tiangang straightened his expression. You are too kind, Su family head. Qingxue is a student of our school. As principal, it is my duty to fulfill my responsibilities. Upon witnessing this, Lei Lai and Peng immediately interjected with sarcastic remarks. If the Su family sends their daughter to our school, we can assure you that safety will be absolutely guaranteed, without any cause for concern. Indeed, our security standards for talented students are of the highest caliber. Su Qingtian's brow furrowed, and the atmosphere grew tense. The battle among the students had yet to commence, yet the animosity among the principals was already palpable. Ha ha ha, it seems our esteemed principals are engaged in a lively discussion. A calm voice broke the tension as a formally dressed, distinguished-looking middle-aged man approached with a smile. It was the mayor of City C. Following closely behind him was an elderly man in a plain robe, with a lean visage and gentle yet unfathomable eyes. Upon sighting the mayor, the principals immediately tempered their sharp exchanges, donning polite smiles to greet him. When their gazes landed upon the elderly man, their expressions shifted to one of solemnity. Several crystal-level powerhouses nodded respectfully, displaying none of the airs typical of formidable individuals. The mayor smiled as he introduced, ladies and gentlemen. This is Elder Li from the Beast Tamer Academy. He will serve as a special observer for this tournament, observing throughout. Elder Li. The principals bowed with respect, their attitudes reverent. The instructors sent by the Beast Tamer Academy were of an extraordinary caliber, both in identity and strength. Below the stage, in the contestant area, Jiang Yun's gaze swept across the platform, his pupils narrowing. Manifestation of all things, activated silently, granting him a glimpse of the general information of the prominent figures above. The presence of 6 amethyst-level and 1 gold-level contenders left him momentarily astonished. Such an assembly epitomized the pinnacle of martial prowess in City C. However, when his gaze fell upon the elder in the plain robe, his heart skipped a beat. A peak-level amethyst tier, merely a step away from that formidable diamond tier. The beast-controlling power contained within him resembled an unfathomable abyss, a silent force that exuded an immense, intangible pressure. Jiang Yun discerned that the prominent figures in this competition undoubtedly placed significant importance on the selection process. Retracting his gaze from the stage, he subsequently shifted his attention to the competitors from the other two schools. Thunderbolt High and Rock Solid Academy each had 10 participants. And with the 6 from Clear Spring number 1, the total swelled to 26. Information rapidly flickered before his eyes. Ironclad Tortoise, Black Iron level 8. Wind Fox, Black Iron level 9. Claw Monkey, Black Iron level 9 Peak. This quick glance revealed that the students from these two institutions predominantly ranged from Black Iron level 9 to the Peak of level 9, with only a handful at level 8, 2 of whom hailed from Clear Spring number 1. Jiang Yun promptly grasped the necessity of the rigorous assessments required to secure a place in the advanced classes. Without even reaching level 8, one would merely be a filler in a competition of such caliber, significantly increasing the risks involved. Soon, his gaze became fixated on 2 individuals. Shadow Water Python, Bronze level 1. Earth-Shaking Rock Elephant, Bronze level 1. They were Lin Kuo from Thunderbolt High and Xiao Yutian from Rock Solid Academy, standing at the forefront of their respective teams, exuding an air of arrogance and basking in the awe of those around them. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu clapped his large hand on Jiang Yun's shoulder, mistaking his moment of distraction for nervousness, and lowered his voice to offer words of comfort. Jiang Yun, don't worry. Although we are at the bottom with our Black Iron level 8, once we enter the forest, stick with me. We'll play it safe and pick on the easy targets. As long as we don't run into those 2 bronze-level bandits, Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian. We can split the points, and you might just secure a spot. At Zhao Tieju's words, Jiang Yun chuckled, choosing not to clarify his true strength. It appeared that his recent low profile had led this straightforward brother to mistakenly believe him weak. However, upon hearing Zhao Tieju's mention of the bronze-level individuals, he realized they referred to the very 2 he had just observed. Thus, he inquired, do you know anything about those 2? Zhao Taizhu immediately perked up, whispering, of course. One is named Lin Kuo, the sole heir of the Lin family, quite precious. The other is Xiao Yutian, the eldest son of the Xiao family. They are the top prodigies of Rock Solid Academy and Thunderbolt High, respectively, and are strong contenders for the championship. The Xiao family? At the mention of this name, Jiang Yun raised his eyebrows. Indeed, that Xiao family. He recalled a Xiao Ling from the newcomer class, who was his younger brother. This Xiao Yutian was their elder brother. Zhao Taizhu continued with a smile. Their patriarch, Xiao Zhan, is at the pinnacle of gold level 9, reputed to be the foremost individual beneath the amethyst tier in City C. The Xiao family's prominence as the second family is entirely supported by him. As Zhao Taizhu concluded, Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened. He had anticipated that his grievances with Xiao Ling would lay the groundwork for future conflicts here. A bronze level 1 adversary intent on targeting him would have posed a headache half a month ago, yet now it seemed unnecessary to fret excessively. As long as the other party did not seek him out, he had no desire to provoke the Xiao family. While Jiang Yun pondered this, Zhao Taizhu added, actually, our school originally had another genius, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingxue, who is also rumored to be at the bronze level. Unfortunately, she has never revealed her skills, remaining quite mysterious. Upon hearing the name Su Qingxue, Jiang Yun involuntarily shuddered, a bitter smile forming within. The true Su Qingxue had likely vanished long ago. The current Su Qingxue was someone he wished to avoid at all costs. While they were conversing, a sudden tumult of excitement and exclamations erupted in the arena. Look, it's Su Qingxue. The eldest daughter of the Su family has arrived. All eyes, both from the spectators and the competitors, were irresistibly drawn to the entrance. A young lady approached gracefully, clad in a flowing blue gown. Her figure slender and her beauty unparalleled, with an ethereal aura infused with a hint of languid nobility. She seemed more like a celestial being on an outing than a participant in a competition. The moment she appeared, she became the focal point of the entire venue, not solely due to her status as the sole daughter of the Su family, but also because of her stunning beauty and the rumored prodigious talent in beast mastery. As Su Qingxue made her entrance, gasps filled the stands. Many young men were left speechless, utterly captivated by her breathtaking visage. Even the typically aloof Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian could not help but cast sidelong glances, all flashing in their eyes. On the high platform, several school principals exchanged compliments with Su Qingtian, remarking, Patriarch Su, your daughter is truly becoming more exceptional by the day. With such poise at her age, I hear she is already a bronze-level beast master. She will undoubtedly shine in this competition. Too kind. Su Qingtian responded with a strained smile, though a subtle worry flickered beneath his gaze. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Su Qingxue strode directly toward the team of Clear Spring number 1. Upon seeing her approach, Jiang Yun's heart sank, and he instinctively sought to retreat, attempting to evade her gaze. Yet, contrary to his intentions, Su Qingxue seemed to pinpoint him with uncanny accuracy. disregarding the striking Qingfeng standing front and center and coming to a halt right before the deliberately inconspicuous Jiang Yun. In the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, a radiant smile, markedly different from her usual cool demeanor, blossomed on her exquisite face. Her voice, soft and melodious, flowed like water as she addressed Jiang Yun. Junior Jiang Yun, it's been half a month since we last met. Have you missed me? As her words fell, Su Qingxue maintained her gentle smile. And though her tone was soft, it struck like thunder, instantly rendering the area surrounding them into a hushed silence. All present, surrounding competitors and countless spectators alike, displayed expressions of shock and confusion. A wave of glances swiftly transitioned from Su Qingxue to Jiang Yun. What? Did I just witness that? The aloof flower Su Qingxue displaying such a warm, almost obsequious smile towards a boy. What does long time no see and have you missed me imply? Are they familiar with one another? There's definitely something going on between them. Who is this guy? Is there such a figure in Clear Spring number 1? I thought the strongest genius was Qingfeng. Never heard of him before. Where did he pop up from? Countless gazes converged on Jiang Yun like searchlights, filled with shock, confusion, jealousy, and scrutiny, as if they sought to peer into his very essence. Zhao Tieju's mouth hung agape, darting between Jiang Yun and the charmingly smiling Su Qingxue, his mind overwhelmed. What is happening? When did brother Jiang Yun become so familiar with the beautiful Miss Su? Has he managed to win over Sister Su? The smile on Qingfeng's face completely froze, revealing an unmistakable expression of jealousy. Even Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian turned their gazes towards Jiang Yun. At this moment, Jiang Yun's desire for discretion was rendered futile. The competition had yet to commence. But due to a mere word and glance from Su Qingxue, he instantly became the center of attention. Chapter 62, The Public Enemy. Eliminate Jiang Yun. Validate Su Qingxue's affection. If a common girl had uttered such words to Jiang Yun, it might have elicited a few good-natured jests or gone unnoticed. However, the speaker was none other than Su Qingxue, the stunning heiress of the Su family, whose lineage, beauty, and talent are unparalleled. The uproar her words caused was akin to a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Almost as soon as her words fell, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming number of gazes converge upon him like tangible searchlights. Shock, confusion, jealousy, and scrutiny melded into a penetrating stare that seemed to pierce through him. The spotlight that once shone on Su Qingxue had now shifted significantly toward Jiang Yun, though this newfound attention felt uncomfortably intense. Standing at the forefront of their respective teams, Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian simultaneously furrowed their brows, their sharp eyes scanning Jiang Yun. Their gazes bore unmistakable scrutiny and an inexplicable hostility. To them, Su Qingxue represented not merely beauty, but also a testament to familial power and personal allure. Now, this unknown boy appeared to have caught the goddess's eye. Lin Kuo slightly turned his head and quietly inquired of his companion behind him. Who is that kid? When did such a figure emerge from Qingxue number 1 high school? A well-informed follower quickly replied, Young Master Lin, I found out that this fellow is named Jiang Yun. He barely passed the advanced class assessment at Qingxue no. 1 high school half a month ago, apparently by the skin of his teeth with a black iron 8th stage strength. Black iron 8th stage? This news spread like wildfire among the 26 participants and the audience near the contestant area. An uproar erupted instantly. What? Just black iron 8th stage? Are you kidding me? How could a black iron 8th stage waste possibly garner Miss Su's favor? It's like a toad desiring to eat swan meat. He should take a good look in the mirror. Anger surged among the crowd. Once we enter the forest, I'll be the first to have a word with him. Yes, eliminate him first. Let him understand the gap between geniuses. This waste doesn't he deserve to lay a finger on our Su family's eldest daughter? The din of discussions, mockeries, and curses filled the air. Someone shouted, Eliminate Jiang Yun. Validate Su Qingxue's affection. This cry was quickly echoed by numerous impetuous contestants, creating a cacophony that turned Jiang Yun into the target of collective ire. Upon hearing these calls, Jiang Yun felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue wore a mocking expression, and Qingfeng displayed a look of schadenfreude. On Xiao Yutian's side, upon hearing the name Jiang Yun, he momentarily froze. Then his gaze turned icy, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yun? So you're the one who bullied my useless brother at Qingxue number 1 high school? Xiao Yutian sneered. New grudges combined with intense jealousy ignited a blazing fire within him. Whether for the sake of preserving the Xiao family's reputation, avenging his brother, or eliminating this annoying rival, he silently vowed to make Jiang Yun pay a heavy price in the misty forest. In the stands, Jiang Yun, hearing the uproar around her, puffed up her cheeks in anger and pointed at the crowd below, saying to her mother, Mom, I told you, this beautiful sister must be my sister-in-law. Look, she even took the initiative to greet my brother. Her innocent words drew unfriendly glances from those around, with Su Qingxue's admirers nearly shooting daggers with their eyes. Realizing the gravity of her statement, Jiang Yun shrank her neck and murmured softly, "Ah? Oh no, it seems my brother has become everyone's rival in love." Below, Jiang Yun's expression darkened to the color of a charred pot bottom. His mind was racing, filled with a torrent of thoughts. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "That damn nine-tailed fox is definitely doing this on purpose. Could it be that since she cannot directly kill him, she devised this wicked plan to use others as her instruments? Utilizing Su Qingxue's influence, she intended to make him the focus of hostility, allowing many to seek his elimination in the competition without her needing to lift a finger. How despicable." He glanced at the instigator, Su Qingxue, only to find her still standing there, her breathtaking face adorned with an inscrutable smile that seemed to hint at mischief and playfulness. In that moment, Jiang Yun acutely realized that his plan to remain low-key and develop in obscurity was utterly dashed. From the instant Su Qingxue spoke, he was destined to become the public enemy of this elimination round, making it difficult to avoid the spotlight. On the high platform, the commotion below naturally caught the attention of several dignitaries. The elderly Li from the Beastmaster Academy chuckled softly, a glimmer of intrigue in his expression. "How interesting." The mayor added with a chuckle, "Principal He, it seems your school truly produces outstanding talents." This student Jiang Yun, quite noteworthy. Lei Lai from Thunderbolt High School and Pang from Rock Solid High School openly mocked. Principal He, this genius is truly original. The competition hasn't even begun, yet he is already raising the stakes for himself? To flaunt himself at Black Iron 8th stage, should we commend his courage or deride his lack of self-awareness? I doubt he'll last an hour before being eliminated. Principal He Tiangang's mouth twitched slightly. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. His prized student had become the focus and target even before making his move, which felt rather peculiar. However, recalling Jiang Yun's bronze 2nd stage Fire Dragon Fish and the seemingly extraordinary Black Iron 8th stage Wind Thunder Skylark, he quickly regained his confidence. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he chose not to respond to the taunts, simply smiling faintly and saying, "We shall observe the matters among the young." Meanwhile, Su Qingtian, the head of the Su family, furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun, filled with scrutiny. He quietly asked Principal He, does this young man possess any particular talents? His daughter had never shown such interest in a male peer, and today's behavior was indeed unusual, prompting his contemplations. He even entertained the notion that perhaps his daughter had developed feelings for this young man. Principal He Tiangang chuckled awkwardly, choosing his words carefully. "Head Su. Jiang Yun is indeed a promising talent we recently discovered at our school, possessing several commendable traits. As for the specifics, you may continue to observe." This indeed piqued Su Qingtian's curiosity and anticipation. Lei Lai and Pang snickered from the sidelines. Exceptional qualities? Perhaps it's merely a knack for stirring trouble. They jeered. Just watch, this promising talent might perish within. As the atmosphere on stage grew increasingly delicate, the crowd became agitated, teetering on the brink of chaos. At that moment, the mayor rose, channeling a subtle force of beast mastery, his steady voice resonating throughout the venue. Silence. His commanding presence instantly quelled the clamor, and a hush fell over the assembly. The mayor scanned the room and began to elucidate the purpose, rules, and rewards of the upcoming competition. "Esteemed beast tamers, please lend me your undivided attention. The arena for this municipal elimination round is none other than the misty forest that lies behind you, a realm brimming with both opportunities and challenges. We have delineated a specific area spanning several dozen kilometers as the boundaries of the competition, where supervising instructors will patrol. However, the dangers within must be confronted by you alone. The competition will employ a point-based system. Over the next 24 hours, you must utilize your strength, courage, and intelligence to hunt the ferocious beasts within the forest. Ultimately, your scores will be determined by the quantity and rank of the beast cores you collect. The rankings will dictate everything. Those who finish in the top 10 will secure a preliminary admission to the Beastmaster Academy. This is not merely a matter of honor. It is a pivotal step on your journey towards becoming a formidable force." At this juncture, the mayor paused, then emphasized his next proclamation. "The victor of this competition will not only gain admission to the Beastmaster Academy, but will also receive an additional reward of 100 attribute crystals. Generously sponsored by the Academy." "What? 100 attribute crystals? My heavens! Attribute crystals!" The crowd erupted in astonishment. Each crystal holds the value of 1,000 spirit stones. And there are 100. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement. Even Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian's eyes sparkled with remarkable fervor. Attribute crystals are a rare resource, not merely because one crystal can equate to 1,000 spirit stones, but because they contain the essence of attributes, capable of enhancing beast attribute powers and evolving attribute skills. With the potential for qualitative transformations in abilities, Jiang Yun's heart raced. Attribute crystals are purer and more potent than spirit stones, an exceedingly rare resource formed under stringent conditions, often taking millennia to coalesce. Their benefits for the growth of beasts are immense. The Beastmaster Academy truly spared no expense. Initially, Jiang Yun had only aimed to secure a spot safely, but his gaze sharpened with newfound determination. I will claim that first place, he resolved internally. At this moment, he desperately needed such resources. Before long, fueled by the fervor of the participants, the mayor declared, "Let the competition commence. All contestants, enter." As the mayor made this announcement, the contestants, previously held back, surged forward like a released torrent, rushing toward the foreboding entrance of the misty forest. However, in a subtle turn of events, many cast hostile glances back at Jiang Yun before entering, clearly having set their sights on him. Just before stepping into the forest, Qingxue glanced back at Jiang Yun, her expression enigmatic, tinged with a hint of provocation and amusement, as if to say, "The game has begun. Let us see how you navigate this." With that, her silhouette vanished into the dense fog of the misty forest. Zhao Taizhu hurried to Jiang Yun's side, urgency evident in his voice. "Jiang Yun, Qingxue's gone in. We should hurry too." "Follow." "Absolutely not." Jiang Yun internally cursed, feeling exasperated. It was already unclear. If he entered alongside her, the complications would only multiply. He needed to evade her, not follow. He pushed Zhao Taizhu away gently. "You go ahead. I'm certain I've attracted considerable attention. It's not safe for you to accompany me." Zhao Taizhu thumped his chest confidently. "What is there to fear? I'm a Black Iron Ninth stage. As long as I don't encounter those few formidable fellows, I can protect you." Feeling a wave of warmth from Zhao Taizhu's unadulterated sincerity, Jiang Yun shook his head resolutely. "No, it's too risky for two of us to be targets. I can navigate more flexibly alone and devise ways to earn points and contend with them. You must enter quickly. Securing your spot is paramount. Do not waste time." Seeing Jiang Yun's firm resolve, Zhao Taizhu had no choice but to relent. "All right, just be careful. Wait for me at the exit when it's nearly over. I'll share some beast cores with you, and perhaps you can squeeze into the top 10. To reassure his friend, Jiang Yun nodded in agreement. "Understood." Zhao Taizhu then turned and strode into the forest with determination. As Qin Feng entered, he shot Jiang Yun a menacing glare, lowering his voice to hiss, "Jiang Yun, I better not encounter you in there. Otherwise, I will ensure that you and your two useless companions experience true despair." With that, he too disappeared into the entrance. Once most of the participants had entered, Jiang Yun took a deep breath and, under the scrutiny of countless mocking, pitying, and gloating gazes, stepped last into the perilous misty forest. On the stands, a cacophony of unrestrained laughter erupted. "Look, he is so timid. Last to enter, afraid of being blocked. Haha, at least he has some self-awareness, but it's too late. With such lackluster skills, how dare he aspire to the Su family's eldest daughter? What good fortune could he expect? I reckon only the likes of young Master Xiao Yutian from the Xiao family and young Master Lin Kuo from the Lin family are worthy of Miss Su. That is for certain. I believe the champion will undoubtedly emerge from among these two. I wonder who will ultimately claim the championship. How thrilling." The crowd continued to mock Jiang Yun while discussing the frontrunners for victory, with nearly everyone placing their bets on Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian. The heads of the Xiao and Lin families, seated in the designated area, wore satisfied smiles upon hearing these remarks. Jiang Yun's sister, Jiang Yun, flushed with indignation, tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mom, these people are too much. My brother is the strongest." Her mother gently stroked her daughter's hair, calming her emotions. But her gaze drifted toward the forest, imbued with an involuntary layer of deep concern. Chapter 63, The Emergence of Little Lark. Shock to the entire audience. As the last student vanished into the dense fog of the misty forest, the massive illusionary jellyfish, which had been silently hovering, finally stirred. The mayor cleared his throat, his voice infused with robust beast mastery resonating through the venue. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Allow me to introduce this rare dual-born beast, the illusionary jellyfish. Its offspring has already been sent to hover above the arena, while the mother here will project the events occurring within the forest in real time." Before his words had fully settled, the colossal illusionary jellyfish shimmered with a soft, dreamlike glow, its numerous luminous tentacles swaying gracefully. In an instant, a surge of vast energy coalesced, forming 4 to 5 enormous, crystal-clear holographic screens in the air above the plaza. The images on the screens were vivid and detailed, capturing every nuance. Even the intricate patterns of the leaves and the luster of the beast's fur were discernible, as if a miniaturized forest had been transported before the audience's eyes. "Wow, incredible. Look, that's my son." I can see my little one too. An eruption of thunderous cheers and chatter resonated through the crowd, all eyes captivated by this wondrous spectacle. In previous years, the competition was confined to the Beast Arena, where one could witness the battles directly. This year's format not only introduced novelty, but also presented a uniquely creative way of spectating. The visuals initially shifted among the various students entering the forest. Some advanced cautiously, step by step, while others leveraged their beast's advantages for rapid progression. When the footage paused, it fortuitously captured Jiang Yun, who had just entered the forest and was preparing to venture deeper. This scene drew the attention of many present. However, at that moment, Jiang Yun found himself in a predicament. He was being blocked by 3 students clad in uniforms from other schools, who formed a semicircle around him. Their faces adorned with mocking and malicious grins. Their summoned beasts, a snarling clawed monkey, a growling coyote, and a flapping venomous bee, were all unleashed, emanating formidable auras. The weakest among them was at the Black Iron 8th level, while the other 2 boasted beasts at the Black Iron 9th level. Haha, it's that Jiang Yun. He's finished. Cornered right after entering. He dared to covet Our Lady Su. He deserves this. The first to be eliminated must be him. Let us rid the world of him. Brothers, let's go. The audience erupted into a chorus of schadenfreude, laughter, and cheers, especially from the area where the Shao family was seated. Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling waved their fists excitedly, reveling in the misfortune, hurling insults like waste, and serves him right. Jiang Yun's sister, Jiang Yun, was visibly anxious, gripping their mother's hand tightly. Among the crowd, Zhang Chong and Li Na, familiar friends of Jiang Yun, displayed expressions of concern. On the platform, the principals of Thunderbolt and Rock Solid Academies, Lei Lai and Shi Pang, exchanged smug glances, unable to suppress their satisfaction. The mayor and elderly maintained calm demeanors, revealing no hint of emotion. Su Qingtian furrowed his brow, his gaze intensely fixed on Jiang Yun. He Tian gang, appearing unfazed, privately mused, a bunch of fools. Just what Jiang Yun needs to stretch his muscles. Allow you to witness the true prodigy from Qingxue Academy. At that moment, the attention and discourse of the entire venue converged on this initial explosive conflict, with everyone convinced that Jiang Yun's competitive journey was on the verge of an ignominious and swift conclusion. Within the misty forest, Jiang Yun regarded the trio, clearly intent on confronting him, letting out a resigned sigh. Just when I wish to keep a low profile, trouble finds me. Jiang Yun, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now, or else we'll make you suffer, shouted a lanky student with arrogance. Indeed, a toad wishing to eat swan meat? Do you think you can lay a hand on Miss Su? Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to dirty my hands. We brothers don't have much hope for a spot, but if we can be the first to eliminate this eyesore, it'll be worth it. Yes. Eliminate Jiang Yun and prove our worth to Su Qingxue. The group exchanged taunts, treating Jiang Yun as if he were already a fish on the chopping board. Jiang Yun frowned slightly, attempting a final explanation. I have nothing to do with Su Qingxue, it was her doing. Nonsense. Yet before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted. We all saw it. You and Miss Su were so intimate. Do you think we're fools? Stop wasting time. Since you refused to leave willingly, we'll make you leave. Seeing that explanations were futile, Jiang Yun resigned himself to the inevitable confrontation. A student at the Black Iron 9th level, eager to showcase his prowess, stepped forward. For this Black Iron 8th level waste, I can handle him alone. Just watch. He commanded his Black Iron 9th level clawed monkey. Go. Send him flying. The clawed monkey screeched, transforming into a shadow, its sharp claws aimed at Jiang Yun's face. If that strike landed, he would undoubtedly be sent flying out of the misty forest. The other 2 wore triumphant smiles, gloating in anticipation. However, in the face of this swift assault, Jiang Yun merely shook his head lightly and calmly uttered 5 words. Little lark, come forth. As Jiang Yun's words fell, a surge of bluish-black lightning flickered before him. The winged thunder lark, a majestic figure, abruptly appeared. It didn't even fully unfurl its wings, merely hovering there with an overwhelming pressure that surpassed the Black Iron level. Crashing down like a tangible mountain, the clawed monkey, lunging midair, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, screeching in agony as it was forcefully pinned to the ground. Limbs twitching, unable to lift its head. Furthermore, the other 2 beasts, a coyote and a venomous bee, simultaneously emitted cries of utter terror, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. What is happening? What is wrong with my beast? The smiles on the students' faces instantly froze, replaced by sheer horror and confusion. They attempted to command their beasts, only to find a link of endless fear emanating from them. Even their own spirits were affected. As they struggled to divert their gaze from their incapacitated beasts to the suddenly appearing, remarkably elegant bluish-black lark, their pupils shrank to pinpricks, the radiant light swirling around it, the faint aura of wind and thunder it exuded, and the overwhelming pressure that sent shivers through their very souls. It was clear this was not the aura of a black iron level. This was the aura of a bronze level. Bronze first stage. My heavens. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wasn't he the earlier information stating he was only at black iron 8th level? Who spread that false information? They've doomed us. Damn it. If I had known he was bronze level, even 100 of us wouldn't have dared to confront him. We're finished. We're doomed. The color drained from their faces, their speech becoming incoherent, filled with boundless regret and fear. The earlier bravado had vanished completely. At that moment, all they desired was to escape this terrifying place. In the presence of true bronze level strength, their so-called numbers meant nothing but a mere joke. Simultaneously, after Jiang Yun summoned the little lark, the audience outside had already erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 64. This kid. Has he activated some cheat? On the immense screen projected by the illusory light jellyfish, the scene within the misty forest was vividly reflected. As the majestic bluish-black lark emerged, the overwhelming pressure of the bronze level seemed to seep through the screen, crushing the summoned beasts of the provocation students to the ground. The entire central square descended into a peculiar, fleeting silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill at that moment. Every eye widened, every mouth agape. Faces frozen in expressions that transitioned from earlier mockery to sheer astonishment and disbelief. What just transpired? Was that the aura of a bronze-level beast? Surely. I must not have misperceived. After a brief pause, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony akin to a volcanic eruption. Good heavens. A bronze-level beast. Jiang Yun's beast is of bronze rank. The Wind Thunder Skylark. That is indeed the Wind Thunder Skylark of bronze tier. My word. That wretched creature claimed to be a mere black iron 8th rank. The discrepancy with the intelligence is staggering. Instant annihilation. It is an unequivocal display of dominance. The black iron rank holds no ground against the bronze. Those 3 individuals are doomed. What a revelation. The so-called jesters were none other than those who had been obstructing the entrance. This twist is utterly exhilarating. The audience was in a frenzy, gasping, exclaiming, and thumping their thighs in a chorus of excitement. Those who had previously mocked the loudest now bore crimson faces, a mix of shock and embarrassment. I told you, my brother's beast is the most formidable. Jiang Yun, overwhelmed with joy, leapt from her seat, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she vigorously shook her mother's arm. Her mother exhaled a long sigh of relief, a contented smile gracing her face, with tears glimmering in her eyes. Classmates such as Zhang Chong and Li Na exchanged congratulatory high-fives, reveling in a sense of vindication. Meanwhile, the expressions on the faces of the Xiao brothers had vanished, replaced by a ghostly pallor. Xiao Hong's lips quivered in disbelief at the scene before him. No, it cannot be. How could he possibly be bronze level? How long has it even been? Half a month? And already at bronze rank 1? This is absolutely impossible. Xiaoling clenched his fists tightly. Having anticipated witnessing Jiang Yun's humiliation, only to be met with a stunning display that left him feeling as if he might vomit blood. A suffocating pressure lodged in his chest rendered him profoundly uncomfortable. On the platform above, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The principal of Thunderbolt High, Lei Lai, and the principal of Rockstone Academy, Peng, wore expressions of shock and mockery that had become utterly frozen, as if they had been dealt a stinging slap. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual horror and an unsettling sensation. Lei Lai laughed awkwardly, attempting to salvage his dignity. I did not anticipate, Principal, he had such a hidden card up his sleeve, truly impressive. Yet, his laughter sounded more like a cry of despair. Peng's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed one could wring water from it. He had previously mocked the most, and now found himself utterly unable to save face, merely snorting coldly and fixing his gaze upon the light screen, rendered speechless. The mayor's face displayed surprise, which swiftly morphed into admiration as he nodded slightly. A bronze rank at such a young age, quite remarkable indeed. In the warm depths of Elder Li's eyes, a genuine glimmer of light flickered for the first time as he observed the magnificent Wind Thunder Skylark on the light screen, murmuring. With dual attributes of wind and thunder, its aura is refined and its foundation solid. This child is impressive. Upon hearing Elder Li's words, a tremor ran through the hearts of those present. This usually reticent luminary had offered such high praise. A revelation that instilled a sense of pressure in Peng and Lei Lai. The head of the Su family, Su Qingtian, also exhibited a flash of astonishment in his eyes. He turned to his companion, He Tiangang, keenly noting the momentary look of shock that crossed He Tiangang's face. Su Qingtian's lips curled into a playful smile as he teasingly remarked, Principal He, it seems your new prodigy possesses qualities that are quite unexpected. Yet, I can't help but notice that you appeared somewhat surprised just now, didn't you? He Tiangang, caught off guard, felt his face flush slightly. However, he quickly suppressed the tumult within, clearing his throat and stroking his chin, adopting an air of composure. Ahem, is that so? Chairman Su, you jest. Jiang Yun is a student of our Qingxue No. 1. I, as the principal, am naturally well aware of his progress. A mere bronze rank. What is there to be astonished about? Outwardly, he projected calmness, but internally, he was engulfed in a tempest of anxiety. Good heavens! What has this boy been feeding his beast? In just half a month, that little skylark was merely a black iron 8th rank during the assessment. And now, it has attained bronze rank 1. This rate of advancement is faster than a rocket beast. Wait, if the skylark has reached bronze rank 1, what of his first contracted fire dragonfish? It was bronze rank 2 half a month ago. What level could it possibly be now? Bronze rank 3? 4? Surely not 5. The more he Tiangang pondered, the more absurd it seemed, and he gazed at Jiang Yun's calm visage on the light screen, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. This boy must have some hidden advantage, surely, within the misty forest. Jiang Yun and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the uproar unfolding outside. Eldest brother, Jiang Yun. It's all a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. The tall, lanky student who had previously boasted the loudest now appeared utterly terrified, his voice trembling with a hint of weeping. We were blind. We were merely toads yearning for a swan. Please, show mercy and let us go. Yes, yes. Points. We will collect points and hand them all over to you. We beseech you, do not eliminate us. Another pleaded urgently. The thought of being eliminated at the outset was utterly mortifying. Jiang Yun regarded the crumpled forms of the students, their faces devoid of color, with a calm demeanor, devoid of any sympathy. Were it not for his own strength, he would be the one facing humiliation and elimination at this moment. Shaking his head, he spoke in a detached tone. No need. Since you wish to eliminate me, you must be prepared to face the consequences. As for points, I shall acquire them myself. You, however, must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the students' faces drained of all color. Jiang Yun wasted no time in issuing commands to the little skylark. Little skylark, expel these individuals. The wind thunder skylark, responding to the command, flapped its wings lightly, conjuring a whirlwind that was both ferocious and expertly controlled. It manifested like a set of invisible hands, lifting the frightened students and their incapacitated beasts, sending them soaring in a parabolic arc towards the entrance of the forest amidst their terrified screams. Back in the square, as the crowd remained immersed in the shock of Jiang Yun's bronze-level revelation, they suddenly witnessed the light screen erupt in a tempest. Moments later, several dark figures were expelled from the forest entrance like cannonballs, accompanied by a succession of terrified cries. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds echoed as the students tumbled unceremoniously onto the ground at the edge of the square, rolling into a heap, covered in dirt and dust, struggling to rise. They were none other than the students who had attempted to intercept Jiang Yun. Uffed. Ha! They were actually thrown out. How utterly tragic. They were eliminated in less than 3 minutes. They deserved it. Who told them to seek their own demise? Laughter erupted throughout the square, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. The instructors from the school of the expelled students wore ashen faces and hurriedly sent someone to assist them, muttering low reprimands. You disgraceful lot. You've embarrassed us all. And on the light screen, Jiang Yun's silhouette had already turned, dashing resolutely deeper into the misty forest. The wind thunder lark transformed into a streak of dark azure lightning, clearing a path ahead of him. His objective was now crystal clear, to hunt down more formidable ferocious beasts and amass greater points. Since he could not maintain a low profile, he would instead go all out. The first place in this elimination round, along with the 100 attribute crystals, would undoubtedly be his. Chapter 65, The Bronze Tier 2 Beast. The ironclad Earth Dragon. Above the square, the colossal screens projected by the illusory light jellyfish vividly displayed the happenings within the arena. Aside from Jiang Yun, who dominated the main screen, the other two split screens focused on the other two acknowledged prodigies of this competition, Xiao Yutian from Panshir High School and Lin Kuo from Thunder High School. The remaining screens rotated through various participants, occasionally showcasing standout competitors. In one of the split screens, Lin Kuo was engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious bronze tier 1 lightning leopard. His thunderlight leopard crackled with arcs of electricity, displaying astonishing speed as it matched the lightning leopard blow for blow, sparks flying amidst their clashes, accompanied by continuous roars. Ultimately, Lin Kuo seized an opportunity, unleashing a ferocious skill, Thunderbite, successfully severing the lightning leopard's neck and claiming a hard-fought victory. He approached, panting, to collect the beast core, watching his points steadily rise. In another split screen, Xiao Yutian appeared considerably more composed. His rock-armored rhinoceros faced a gigantic poison spider of peak black iron tier 9. standing firm against the venomous spray. With a powerful rock-armored charge, he crushed the poison spider effortlessly, swiftly harvesting points. The two principals observed their talented students with renewed smiles, engaging in a spirited exchange. Principal Stonepang of Panxue remarked, "Indeed, Lin Kuai's Thunderlight Leopard is remarkably fierce, winning decisively even in battles of the same tier." Principal Lei Lai of Thunder School interjected, "Yu Tian is commendable as well, steadily accumulating points and leading by a wide margin. Although Jiang Yun is also a bronze tier 1 and a bit of a surprise. He has fallen behind significantly due to the time wasted at the start. It seems the first place will ultimately emerge from our two schools." Hearing their banter, He Tiangang felt his composure waver, anxious due to Jiang Yun's temporarily lagging score, though he concealed it well. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "The competition has just begun. It is too early to declare the victor." After all, Jiang Yun still possesses an ominous fire dragon fish. He held great expectations for Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish, but now was not the time to voice them. In the stands, following Jiang Yun's initial display of prowess, most spectators remained fixated on the main screen, eager to see how this unexpected dark horse would proceed. In the footage, Jiang Yun showed no hesitation, charging directly towards the most perilous and chaotic area of the Misty Forest. This was the boundary zone between the inner and core regions, also included in the competition scope. What was he intending to do there? That area housed the strongest and most densely packed ferocious beasts. It appeared he aimed to rapidly catch up in points by hunting high-tier beasts. While the ambition was commendable, it was exceedingly risky. Bronze-tier beasts were not to be underestimated compared to Black Iron tier. The disparity in power between each tier was immense. Not to mention that there could be beasts even beyond Tier 1 bronze. The audience murmured in discussion, both admiring Jiang Yun's bravery and feeling a wave of anxiety for him. Everyone was acutely aware that high risks could indeed lead to high rewards, but they also often meant premature elimination. Not long after Jiang Yun ventured deeper, he encountered a patrol unit from the city defense forces. The squad leader, exuding a formidable aura, was revealed through Jiang Yun's entry manifestation talent to be a powerful bronze tier 3 warrior, evidently on par with Captain Lin Wei. "Student, you've reached the competition boundary ahead. Venturing further leads to uncharted dangerous territory, where you may encounter powerful mid to high-tier bronze beasts and will be considered to forfeit your qualification for the competition," the squad leader warned sternly upon seeing Jiang Yun approach. Jiang Yun responded courteously, "Thank you for the reminder. I will take heed." He then departed from the boundary. Having traversed that core area numerous times before, it was indeed fraught with peril. However, with the current capabilities of the fire dragon fish, he felt assured. He couldn't help but think of the parents of the little lark. The boundary here indicated that the cliffs where the little lark's parents resided were not included in the competition zone, which relieved him greatly. Recalling the previous warning, he assumed they had already taken precautions and avoided danger. Thus, Jiang Yun commenced his hunting in the perilous region near the boundary. The density of ferocious beasts here was exceedingly high, predominantly Black Iron Tier 9 creatures. The Wind Thunder Lark transformed into Dark Azure Lightning, alternating between Wind Charge and Thunder Claw with remarkable efficiency, taking down foes with nearly every strike. The accumulation of beast cores was visibly rapid, and Jiang Yun's points began to surge at an impressive pace. Within a mere half hour, he had hunted down 10 beasts. However, the external audience watched this spectacle with shaking heads. Although Jiang Yun's speed in hunting ferocious beasts was indeed swift, they noted that Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian were also in the same boundary region, having not only hunted numerous Tier 9 beasts, but also successfully taken down several Tier 1 bronze beasts. Indeed, a single Tier 1 bronze beast equated to 50 points, equivalent to Jiang Yun's arduous effort in hunting 5 Tier 9 beasts. The gap continued to widen, and it appeared that Jiang Yun's aspirations for victory were becoming increasingly difficult. Just as everyone believed Jiang Yun's chances of winning were bleak, and that he would merely strive for a respectable position, an unexpected turn of events transpired. On the main screen, the ground before Jiang Yun suddenly heaved, and a colossal creature burst forth from the earth, charging towards him from 100 meters away. It resembled a giant lizard, its body cloaked in thick, metallic-hued dark brown scales, with a tail as robust as a hammer, short yet powerful limbs, and vertically slit eyes radiating a fierce aura. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback by this sudden occurrence. The entry manifestation talent activated instantly, revealing the information of the ferocious beast before him. Beast, Ironclad Earth Dragon, Earth Attribute. Realm, Bronze Tier 2. Qualification, Gold Level. Skills, Earth Dragon Armor, Rare Passive Skill. Its scales are as tough as fine iron, providing extraordinary resistance to physical and low-tier elemental attacks. Barbaric Charge, exceptional explosive power propels it forward. using its weight and scales to obliterate obstacles ahead, delivering immense power. Earth Spike Assault. Exceptional manipulating earth energy, it can instantly thrust sharp stone pillars from the ground, offering a wide attack range that is nearly impossible to evade. Status: hungry, with strong territorial awareness, angered by intruders. Upon reading this information, Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned. It was evident that his intrusion into the creature's territory had provoked its aggression. Yet, this also exhilarated him. Bronze Tier 2. That was a staggering 100 points. In the external arena, some spectators had recognized this ferocious beast and began to shout in alarm. Oh no, it's the ironclad Earth Dragon. It's definitely at least Bronze Tier 2. We're doomed. Such a beast has an extraordinarily formidable defense. Even beasts of the same tier would struggle to penetrate it. Run, Jiang Yun. The second-tier ferocious beast is not something you can contend with. In a situation of equal tiers, the defensive capabilities of this ironclad Earth Dragon are virtually invincible. Now, weakened by a tier, it would undoubtedly be annihilated by the opponent. What is Jiang Yun doing? Is he dazed? Why isn't he fleeing? It is not worth sacrificing his life for a mere 100 points. The audience erupted in an uproar, gasping in shock. Most displayed anxious expressions, fearing that this dark horse would meet its demise. Naturally, there were also those who reveled in his misfortune. On the high platform, Kunpeng and Lei Lai were nearly laughing out loud, suppressing their glee and feigning concern. Oh dear, how unfortunate to encounter such a formidable foe. Principal He. Please instruct Jiang Yun to withdraw. Safety comes first. He Tiangong's heart raced, apprehensive. The strength of a bronze-tier ferocious beast far exceeds that of a first tier. Can Xiao Yun handle this? Yet, he soon regained his composure. He mused internally. Just because Xiao Yun cannot, it does not imply that Shui Longyu cannot. Moreover, seeing Jiang Yun's calm demeanor, he seemed entirely unperturbed, confident of victory. With this thought, He Tiangang calmly declared, "What is there to panic about? My student Jiang Yun knows what he is doing." This reaction truly startled Kunpeng and Lei Lai, stirring an ominous premonition within them. How could their genius student be on the brink of life and death? Why was this fellow so composed? Could it be that he has a hidden card up his sleeve? Su Qingtian, the mayor, and elderly remained silent, watching intently, their expressions grave, eager to witness how Jiang Yun would confront this sudden crisis. Just when everyone assumed Jiang Yun would turn and flee, he executed an astonishing maneuver that left all spectators dumbfounded. Not only did he not retreat a single step, but he also pointed towards the roaring ironclad Earth Dragon and commanded the Wind Thunder Skylark perched on his shoulder. "Xiao Yun, go." The Wind Thunder Skylark emitted a piercing cry, transforming into a streak of dark azure lightning, fearlessly charging towards the monstrous ferocious beast, which was several dozen times its size. This audacity genuinely startled the onlookers. What the hell? Is Jiang Yun out of his mind for points? A first-tier bronze against a second-tier? Especially one renowned for its defense, the ironclad Earth Dragon? Is he sending his own beast to its demise? This is sheer madness. The youth is far too impulsive. This is the end. Alas, such a formidable beast, doomed to perish under the guidance of a foolish master. The voices of mockery, skepticism, and regret quickly engulfed the square. Almost nobody believed Jiang Yun could perform a miracle. Chapter 66, Bronze Tier 2. One skill to annihilate. Haha, this is pure folly. Jiang Yun is simply courting death. Xiao Hong pointed at the light screen, laughing uncontrollably, his face alight with satisfaction. Xiao Ling coldly concurred. I thought he was a character. Turns out he's just a mindless fool. No need for my brother to intervene. The ironclad Earth Dragon will crush him to bits. Xiao Ling had already informed his brother, Xiao Yutian, about Jiang Yun's predicament, initially hoping to have his brother help him vent his frustrations on Jiang Yun. Now, however, it seemed entirely unnecessary, as Jiang Yun was on the path to self-destruction. On the other side of the stands, Jiang Yun clenched her fists, her palms slick with sweat. Her mother felt her heart tighten with anxiety. Other coaches and teachers from different schools shook their heads in dismay. What a pity. With such promising beast-taming talent, how could he be so unwise? Young people cannot withstand provocation. Their desire to prove themselves often leads to dire consequences. Facing a second-tier bronze beast, particularly one known for its defense, there is no chance of survival. But wait, why haven't any members of the city defense team come to provide assistance yet? This thought left them puzzled. In the area of Qingxue No. 1 High School, Coach Wang Lei was nearly leaping out of his seat, exclaiming, "What is this kid doing? Why isn't he running? Isn't he supposed to flee when encountering a bronze-level beast he cannot defeat? Has this kid become reckless now that he has reached the bronze level? Where are the city defense team? Why haven't they dared to intervene?" Wang Lei urged anxiously. For this was a rising star from Qingxue No. 1 High School. If he perished, it would be a tremendous loss. Meanwhile, Coach Lin Yong remained relatively calm. He was aware of Jiang Yun's hidden capabilities. He pulled Wang Lei aside and whispered, "Old Wang, don't panic, stay composed." Wang Lei's eyes widened. Composed? How can one be composed in the face of a second-tier ferocious beast? Lin Yong wore a mysterious smile. Look at Jiang Yun. He remains remarkably calm, indicating he must have a way to cope. Just watch. A way to cope? Wang Lei was skeptical, but seeing Principal He Tiangang, though serious, still composed. He suppressed his anxiety and fixed his gaze on the screen. Over the years, there had never been an incident of student fatalities during this competition. If a genius student from Qingxue No. 1 High School were to die during the competition, it would not merely be a matter of loss of face, but a monumental tragedy. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, with opinions divided, the battle on the light screen erupted. The ironclad Earth Dragon, infuriated that such a diminutive insect dared to provoke it, let out a deep roar. Its robust hind legs propelled it forcefully against the ground, unleashing its skill, barbaric charge. It charged towards the winged thunder skylark like a moving hill, exuding an aura that crushed everything in its path, causing the ground to tremble. Yet, the winged thunder skylark exhibited remarkable agility in the face of this terrifying assault. With a slight flutter of its wings, it traced a beautiful arc in the air, effortlessly evading the direct impact. The ironclad Earth Dragon smashed into a massive tree behind it, snapping the trunk as thick as a man's embrace. Failing to strike its target, the ironclad Earth Dragon grew even more enraged, raising its forelimbs to unleash Earthquake Stomp. However, Jiang Yun's gaze was as cold as ice, and through their soul link, he issued the command, "Now, unleash Thunderstrike." The winged thunder skylark emitted a piercing cry that soared into the heavens. Its dark azure feathers erupted with blinding purple lightning. Hovering in the air, the three crystalline purple feathers atop its head shone brilliantly, as if summoning the thunder from the skies above. In an instant, the area surrounding the winged thunder skylark darkened ominously. A destructive energy that sent shivers through the soul began to coalesce. A bolt of purple thunder, more concentrated and radiant than the previous strike against the hill, descended like a spear of judgment, tearing through the air at a velocity that defied comprehension. Ruthlessly aimed at the ironclad Earth Dragon's relatively small head, the ironclad Earth Dragon sensed the imminent threat and let out a terrified roar, attempting to retract its head in evasion, but its massive form and relatively sluggish reflexes became its greatest shackles. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted in the hearts of all present. The purple-white lightning accurately struck the ironclad Earth Dragon's crown. Its resilient scales, capable of withstanding ordinary blades and axes, disintegrated like paper before the exquisitely concentrated thunder, instantly charred, shattered, and obliterated. A powerful current coursed through the entire body of the iron-armored Earth Dragon, causing its massive form to convulse violently, emitting billowing clouds of black smoke, while the air became saturated with a pungent, charred odor. The inertia from its forward charge caused it to stagger a few more steps, ultimately leading to its ferocious vertical pupils losing all their luster. With a resounding crash, its colossal body fell to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. It was unable to emit even a complete wail, having been instantaneously obliterated by the thunderous strike of the storm thunder lark. This was a true, unequivocal instant kill. This scene unfolded in the span of merely 10 breaths. At the very moment the iron-armored Earth Dragon collapsed, the previously raucous square was plunged once more into an extreme silence. Every expression froze. Mouths agape as if witnessing an unfathomable spectacle. Following a brief stillness, an uproar erupted, more intense than any prior commotion. My heavens, what have I just witnessed? An instant kill. A Bronze Tier 2 iron-armored Earth Dragon felled by a single skill. Bronze Tier 1 defeating Tier 2. And this is the iron-armored Earth Dragon, renowned for its defense. How is this possible? How did this individual achieve such a feat? What extraordinary talent does this storm thunderlark possess? The power of this skill is simply monstrous. It turns out, the fool was actually us. Jiang Yun was not impulsive. He genuinely possesses this strength. A dark horse. This is the ultimate dark horse. No, this transcends mere dark horse status. This is nothing short of a prodigy. The atmosphere in the square was completely ignited. Jiang Yun, with absolute prowess, silenced all previous doubts. In the Xiao family area, Xiao Hong and Xiao Ling's manic laughter instantly froze. Their faces inexplicably throbbed with pain, shifting from red to white, then from white to green, resembling a vivid palette. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned, before erupting into earth-shattering cheers. We won. Brother has won. Brother is the best. Meanwhile, the coaches and instructors who had earlier expressed their regrets were rendered speechless, their faces burning as if they had been slapped by an invisible hand. This fellow Coach Wang Lei let out a long sigh of relief, plopping back onto his chair, only to realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at Lin Yong, who returned a knowing look he had previously shared. It dawned on him that his worries had been utterly unfounded. Jiang Yun was far from being as simple as he appeared. Upon the high platform, Principal Peng of Rock Academy and Principal Lei Lai of Thunder Academy had their muscles twitching, the earlier mocking words echoing in their ears. Now feeling akin to needles piercing their faces. They were fixated on the charred beast's corpse displayed on the screen, their eyes filled with incomprehensible horror. No, it's impossible, Peng murmured. A bronze tier 1 instantaneously killing a tier 2 iron-armored earth dragon? How could the power of this Storm Thunderlark's skill be so outrageous? Even at the same tier, how could one skill result in an instant kill? Could it be that the Storm Thunderlark has mutated? Lei Lai's expression mirrored disbelief. Jiang Yun was repeatedly slapping their faces, instilling a sense of unease in his heart. Could it be that Qingxue No. 1 High School has indeed birthed a dark horse? No, this is not merely a dark horse. This is a veritable prodigy. As they recalled the moment when the Storm Thunderlark had just delivered that instant kill on the iron-armored Earth Dragon, a wave of trepidation washed over them. This undoubtedly signified that Jiang Yun was now invincible on this battlefield, reflecting on the tournament's rules allowing for the seizure of beast core points. It was akin to an unfortunate encounter for any student who crossed paths with him. The two principals silently prayed that their students would not encounter this prodigy, especially since they had previously boasted about being the first to eliminate Jiang Yun. If they did, it would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den and unilaterally one-sided slaughter. While the two principals were engulfed in apprehension, He Tiangang was equally astonished. He had initially expected Jiang Yun to summon that mysterious fire dragon fish at the last moment to turn the tide. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Yun would achieve such an astonishing feat of transcending tiers solely with the recently promoted Storm Thunderlark. This boy has concealed his depth far too well. The power of the Storm Thunderlark skill has undoubtedly reached the level of Bronze Tier 3. Could it be that I misjudged him from the beginning? Does the Storm Thunderlark possess hidden talents beyond its purple crystal level aptitude? He Tiangang had thought he understood Jiang Yun well enough, only to discover that Jiang Yun had kept so many tricks up his sleeve. He Tiangang outwardly maintained a facade of calm, but the shock and confusion within him lingered long after. The usually silent elderly, who had been observing, could no longer contain himself. His voice bore a hint of undeniable admiration. Such a refined power of thunder, this single target attack skill, is exceedingly rare. The bloodline of this Storm Thunderlark must be extraordinary. This child is not only gifted, but his methods of nurturing beasts are also nothing short of genius. If he can grow successfully, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of our human race, effortlessly standing tall. The others were once again shaken by his words. Elderly's evaluation seemed to have risen even higher. It appeared that the championship of this tournament had already begun to tilt in Jiang Yun's favor. The mayor, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, his gaze towards the screen filled with admiration for Jiang Yun. Su Qingtian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and Jiang Yun's name rose further in his estimation. Reflecting on the close interaction between his daughter and Jiang Yun earlier, a satisfied smile crept across his lips. He mused, Jiang Yun's receiving such high praise from Elder Li of the Beastmaster Academy signifies that as long as he doesn't meet with an untimely end, he is destined for great achievements. Perhaps the relationship between him and Qingxue could blossom amidst rivalry. Amidst the external astonishment and the thoughts of the prominent figures, Jiang Yun, lost in the misty forest, remained oblivious. Within the luminous screen, Jiang Yun casually approached the corpse of the iron-armored Earth Dragon, deftly extracting the Bronze Tier 2 beast core valued at 20 points. His scores surged instantaneously, propelling his ranking skyward as if riding a rocket, likely nearing the top tier. However, Jiang Yun did not leave immediately. He glanced at the burrow from which the iron-armored Earth Dragon had emerged, then surveyed the surrounding environment. A glimmer of contemplation passing through his eyes. Beasts of such caliber typically have guardian spirits or valuable items near their habitats. With plenty of time at hand, he thought it prudent to investigate further. Recalling the treasures he had previously discovered within the lairs of the nether spider and the demon ape stirred his excitement. He resolved to explore the lair of the iron-armored Earth Dragon, pondering the possibility of unexpected rewards. Chapter 67, Earth Dragon's Essence Blood. A shock to the entire arena. The location where the iron-armored Earth Dragon had emerged from the earth left behind a deep, rough hole, measuring a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. With remnants of freshly turned soil and the distinct, pungent odor characteristic of earth dragons lingering in the air, it is evident that his lair must be connected to this subterranean cavern. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yun withdrew the considerably drained wind Thunder Lark into the Beast Master space for recuperation, and then, with a graceful leap, he plunged into the inky darkness of the cave. Above the plaza, the immense light screen clearly captured Jiang Yun's unusual action, immediately provoking a flurry of astonished discussions. What is he doing jumping into that hole? Instead of seizing the opportunity to hunt ferocious beasts for points, he dives into a cave? Could he be attempting to raid the lair of the iron-armored Earth Dragon? At such a level of ferocity, there may well be treasures within that cavern. Treasure. In a competition that demands every second, he chooses to seek out treasures? This is utterly unconventional. Most were unable to comprehend why, amidst such fierce competition for points, Jiang Yun would squander precious time on a venture whose rewards were uncertain. On the high platform, Principal He Tiangang couldn't help but twitch his lips as he observed Jiang Yun dive into the ground. This lad always acts unexpectedly. While others toil to accumulate points, he, on the other hand, directly goes to scavenge for equipment. However, based on the myriad surprises Jiang Yun had previously delivered, a flicker of anticipation arose within He Tiangang's heart. Seeing this, Principals Shipeng and Lei Lai exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they snorted in discontent. They had learned their lesson this time, refraining from mockery lest they be proven wrong once again. An increasing number of spectators began to register the situation, their curiosity thoroughly piqued. The iron-armored Earth Dragon. That is a formidable species of ferocious beasts. Its lair might indeed harbor valuable treasures. Precisely. There might be rare minerals it has collected or accompanying spiritual herbs. Jiang Yun could potentially uncover something extraordinary. The crowd's sentiments swiftly shifted from doubt to a fervent interest and anticipation. Unfortunately, the illusory light jellyfish, in its juvenile form, seemed incapable of penetrating the depths below, and the light screen could only linger at the entrance of the dim cave, unable to capture the unfolding events within. This only heightened the sense of mystery, leaving everyone eagerly awaiting what Jiang Yun might emerge with from the depths. The cave extended downward for several meters before suddenly widening, revealing a relatively spacious underground chamber before Jiang Yun's eyes. The cave was roughly the size of half a basketball court, filled with the earthy scent and unique aura of the Earth Dragon. The walls were rugged, the ground relatively flat, with some unidentifiable beast bones piled in the corners. Jiang Yun's gaze sharpened as he meticulously surveyed the surroundings. The lighting within the cave was exceedingly dim, illuminated only by sporadic peculiar plants that emitted a faint glow. After a thorough inspection, his eyes finally settled at the deepest point of the cave. There, a robust stalactite hung from the ceiling, and directly beneath it lay a naturally formed shallow pit. Though the pit was small, about the size of a palm, it contained a small pool of viscous liquid, exhibiting a dark red hue. Even from a distance, Jiang Yun could distinctly sense the pure and formidable energy emanating from that liquid. The substance in the shallow pit was undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, a treasure. Jiang Yun's heart leaped with joy as he swiftly approached. He crouched down, and a barely perceptible blue light flickered in his pupils as he activated his manifestation of all things, talent. The information regarding the liquid instantly materialized before him. Item: Earth Dragon Essence Blood. Grade: Bronze level. Effect: contains pure Earth Dragon Essence and Earth Attribute Primal Energy. Any beast master absorbing it can significantly enhance their strength. Effects are doubled for Earth Attribute beasts, and has a low probability of inheriting the Iron-Armored Earth Dragon's passive talent skill, Earth Dragon Armor. Description: formed by the prolonged habitation of a bronze level or higher Iron-Armored Earth Dragon, coalescing the dragon energy of the earth veins with its own essence. Utilized for nurturing offspring, it is exceedingly rare. Earth Dragon Essence Blood, and it can potentially grant a passive defensive skill. Jiang Yun was filled with elation. This was an unexpected boon. The Earth Dragon Essence Blood did not discriminate against beast attributes, meaning any beast could absorb it. Whether for the Fire Dragon Fish or the Wind Thunder Lark, it would enhance their capabilities, and there was even a chance they could inherit a defensive passive skill. If the skill were successfully inherited, it would undoubtedly bolster their defenses significantly. Beaming with delight, Jiang Yun wasted no time in retrieving a jade bottle specifically designed for storing spiritual liquids from his storage ring. With a thought, he established a connection with the Fire Dragon Fish in the Beastmaster space, instructing it to use the water manipulation technique to draw the Earth Dragon Essence Blood into the jade bottle. Upon receiving the command, the Fire Dragon Fish executed its task flawlessly. The pool of Earth Dragon Essence Blood, as if guided by an invisible hand, transformed into a slender stream, precisely flowing into the jade bottle without a single drop spilled. After carefully securing the jade bottle filled with essence blood, Jiang Yun felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he swiftly retraced his steps. As he walked, he mused that in the future, after slaying ferocious beasts, He should rummage through their lairs, for he might stumble upon some rare treasures. Before long, Jiang Yun's figure leaped out from the cave, reappearing on the light screen within the plaza. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to him, noticing the unmistakable joy radiating from his face, his eyes bright, and a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He's out. He's out. Look at his expression. He must have found something remarkable. Undoubtedly. That smile barely conceals his delight. He must have struck a significant bargain. Treasures from the bronze-level iron-armored Earth Dragon's lair. At the very least. It must be resources of bronze level, right? Not just that. There's even the possibility of encountering silver-level treasures. Worth a fortune. Indeed. I recall a bronze-level beast master who, upon slaying a bronze-level ferocious beast, discovered a purple crystal-level treasure in its lair. That incident caused quite a stir in City C. This fellow looks so pleased. He must have had quite the haul. Damn, I'm so envious. When will I have such luck? The plaza erupted into a cacophony of chatter and speculation, a tapestry of emotions interwoven with envy, jealousy, and curiosity. Many beast masters of bronze and silver levels, upon hearing of bronze and even silver-level treasures, exhibited an unmistakable glint of greed in their eyes. Just as some ill-intentioned glances scrutinized from the shadows, on the high platform, He Tiangang abruptly rose, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the crowd. The oppressive aura of a purple crystal-level powerhouse was unmistakably unleashed. Then, with a voice like thunder, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Yun is a prodigious student cultivated with utmost dedication at our Qingxue No. 1 high school. Any resources he acquires through his own efforts in this competition, at the risk of his life, rightfully belong to him. This is his well-deserved opportunity." His tone turned icy. "Should anyone dare to covet or seize them after the competition, they shall be declaring war against Qingxue No. 1 high school. Against me, He Tiangang. I will pursue this matter to the end and show no mercy." As he spoke, the terrifying pressure rendered those with nefarious thoughts pale, prompting them to quickly withdraw their ambitions, fearful of even the slightest ill intent. Following this, the mayor slowly rose and solemnly stated, "Principal, he is absolutely right. The talent and strength displayed by student Jiang Yun represent the hope and backbone of our City C. It is the unassailable duty of the municipal government to protect the nurturing environment for our local prodigies. Any attempts to undermine this environment shall be regarded as a challenge to the future of City C, and I, on behalf of the municipal hall, shall never acquiesce." The two prominent figures spoke in succession to safeguard it, effectively deterring all malevolent individuals. The crowd was left in awe, recognizing that Jiang Yun's performance today had genuinely captured the attention and protection of the upper echelons of City C. Naturally, no one would dare to scheme against Jiang Yun any longer. Within the misty forest, Jiang Yun remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside. Just as he emerged from the cave, still reveling in the joy of obtaining the blood essence of the Earth Dragon and contemplating his next hunting target to acquire more points, he was intercepted by two unexpected guests. These were two students clad in the uniforms of Panshur Middle School, one tall and one short, both exuding an air of arrogance. Their beasts, a snarling flame hound and a circling vulture, regarded Jiang Yun with malevolent intent. The taller student stepped forward, haughtily proclaiming, "Hey, kid, be smart and hand over your beast cores and whatever you found in the cave. Otherwise, we might just have to make things unpleasant for you." It was evident that they had been drawn here by the commotion, lying in wait outside the cave until Jiang Yun emerged, intending to rob him. However, when Jiang Yun turned to reveal his face, the two were momentarily taken aback, followed by exaggerated mockery and excitement. "Oh, I thought it was someone noteworthy. Turns out it's just you, you wretched toad." Jiang Yun, the shorter student, scoffed. The taller one sneered even more disdainfully. "What a stroke of luck. We were worried about finding you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to us. A mere black iron level 8 waste dares to covet Miss Sue? Hand over your beast cores and whatever treasures you obtained in the cave, and then scram from the arena, or else you'll taste the consequences." Jiang Yun furrowed his brows at their words, pondering the audacity of the Panshur Middle School and Thunder Academy students. He surveyed their beasts, and the information became instantly clear. One of their beasts had just recently advanced to black iron level 9, while the other was at its peak. Given their strength, to demand he surrender beast cores? To order him out of the arena? His previously buoyant mood, buoyed by the acquisition of the Earth Dragon's blood essence, was abruptly soured by these two. In the sky above the plaza, a massive screen vividly projected the scene of Jiang Yun being accosted by the two students from Panshur Middle School. The onlookers could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for the two. Aren't they from Panshur Middle School? One at black iron level 9, and the other at level 9 peak. Have they just arrived and not witnessed Jiang Yun's swift defeat of the iron-armored Earth Dragon? How daring! to attempt to rob Jiang Yun. Truly audacious. The crowd buzzed with a mix of schadenfreude and excitement, clearly convinced that these two provocateurs were courting disaster after witnessing Jiang Yun's bronze-level prowess. On the high platform, the principal of Panshir Middle School, Peng, rubbed his forehead slightly. These two fools, do they have eyes in the back of their heads? Did they not see that iron-armored earth dragon on the ground? Beside him, Principal He Tiangang felt a surge of satisfaction, leisurely stroking his non-existent beard as he remarked, Principal Shi, do remain calm. The youth are brimming with vigor, eager to defend their goddess. Their courage is commendable, indeed. However, their discernment and intelligence clearly leave much to be desired. The sarcasm in his words was almost unmasked. Peng's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet he found himself unable to retort. After all, it was their students who initiated the robbery. Whatever fate befell them at Jiang Yun's hands would be their own doing. Back within the misty forest, observing the two brash individuals before him, Jiang Yun let out a resigned sigh. He had initially wished to maintain a low profile. Yet some individuals persistently presented themselves for him to strike. It seemed that his aspirations for a quiet accumulation of points were futile. Very well, then, Jiang Yun murmured, his gaze sharpening. With a thought, a flash of dark blue lightning surged from his shoulder, and the magnificent thundercloud lark appeared in an instant. With a piercing cry, it unleashed an unreserved, formidable pressure befitting a bronze level 1 beast, crashing upon the two students like a tidal wave. The previously snarling flame hound and the swooping vulture, under the absolute suppression of this rank, instantly emitted cries of utter terror. The flame hound collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, while the vulture plummeted like a broken kite. The expressions of the two students, who had been so arrogant just moments prior, froze in shock as they realized the gravity of their miscalculation. Their faces rapidly drained of color, their pupils constricting in abject horror. What? This is bronze level. No way. Bronze level 1. How can this be? I thought this guy was merely black iron level 8, who spread such false information to set me up. I cursed their ancestors 1,000 times. Panic consumed them. They felt as if their world had crumbled, the earlier bravado evaporating, leaving only an overwhelming sense of regret and fear. With a thud, the two knelt before Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, it's a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. We were blind to your true worth. It's we who are the wretched toads. Please, show mercy and let us go. We promise to leave immediately. Jiang Yun surveyed the two groveling before him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Misunderstanding? Were you not just attempting to eliminate me, robbing me of my beast cores and treasures, and even demanding I eliminate myself? Now you wish to depart? Very well. Jiang Yun's tone was calm yet laden with undeniable authority. Hand over all your beast cores, spirit stones, and treasures, or I shall not hesitate to personally escort you out. Upon hearing this, the two turned pale. Surrendering all their beast cores meant their points would be reset to 0. All their efforts up to this point would have been in vain. They had intended to rob, only to find themselves robbed instead. Yet, contemplating the fact that surrendering their possessions would at least allow them to remain in the competition with a chance to hunt ferocious beasts and potentially turn the tide, they weighed the consequences. With sorrowful expressions, they begrudgingly emptied their storage bags, piling all their gains before Jiang Yun. Brother Jiang, it's all here. Can we leave now? Jiang Yun glanced at the items on the ground and nodded. Very well. You may depart, but remember this. Should I see you again, I shall rob you once more. Jiang Yun spoke with evident displeasure. Upon hearing his words, the two individuals felt as if they had been granted a reprieve from death, hastily retreating in a disheveled manner. As they fled, they mentally cursed the ancestors of the rumormonger once more. After their departure, Jiang Yun began to tally his spoils. Among the items they had procured were not only dozens of low-grade spirit stones and some scattered spiritual herbs, but more importantly, there were also over a dozen beast cores of the 8th and 9th tiers made of black iron. A rough calculation revealed that their combined points amounted to nearly 200. Jiang Yun couldn't help but exclaim, how laboriously I have hunted for some time, only to gain thrice as much. Yet, in just a brief moment, I have acquired nearly 200 points from the beast cores taken from these two. It seems that accumulating points by snatching from others is indeed a swifter method. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yun contemplated the beast cores in his hand. A flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. He murmured to himself, to hunt a ferocious beast requires time for searching and battling, not to mention the physical toll, yielding at most 90 points. However, persuading a well-meaning classmate merely necessitates releasing a hint of my aura, allowing for a steady acquisition of several points. The cost-benefit ratio appears exceedingly favorable. Why bother hunting ferocious beasts at all? Simply preying upon other students would suffice. After all, these individuals wish to eliminate me. I feel no guilt in robbing them. Thus, a bold and clear plan took shape in his mind. He glanced in the direction the two students had fled, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Little Lark," he called, "fly a little higher and scout the vicinity for any well-meaning classmates in need of assistance, particularly those adorned in the uniforms of other schools." The winged thunder lark, possessing remarkable intelligence, immediately comprehended Jiang Yun's intent, emitting an excited chirp as it transformed into a streak of dark azure lightning, soaring to the treetops to survey the entire forest. Before long, through their spiritual link, Jiang Yun received guidance from the little lark. He swiftly moved, soundlessly traversing the woods, and soon discovered 3 students from Thunder Academy resting by a small stream. Jiang Yun appeared before them like a specter, his winged thunder lark exuding a faint aura of bronze pressure. The trio was initially startled, but upon recognizing Jiang Yun, their faces morphed into expressions of jealousy and disdain, evidently unaware of his true strength. The leader of the group was about to utter a taunt, but Jiang Yun interrupted him, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Gentlemen, our encounter is fortuitous. Hand over your beast cores, and you may continue in the competition, or I can escort you out." "Jiang Yun, you are far too arrogant. We have not sought you out, yet you dare to confront us, a mere 8th-tier black iron? Are you implying you wish to rob us?" One of them retorted angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, the winged thunder lark flapped its wings slightly, unleashing a greater pressure that caused their beasts to immediately prostrate themselves on the ground. The trio turned pale, exclaiming, "What? Bronze level? Where did that come from?" Jiang Yun smiled nonchalantly. "Isn't it obvious? Surrender your beast cores, spirit stones, and treasures, or would you prefer to be eliminated by me?" he stated coldly. Realizing that Jiang Yun was indeed a bronze-level beast master, the 3 students were instantly terrified and begged for mercy, promptly handing over their possessions. "It was a misunderstanding. Jiang Yun, it's all a misunderstanding. We'll give it to you." After acquiring a bounty of points, Jiang Yun continued his patrol. Half an hour later, the little lark identified another target. 2 students from Rock Academy who had just collaborated to slay a black iron 8th-tier ferocious beast and were excitedly dividing the spoils. Jiang Yun repeated his previous approach and encountered numerous other students from various schools, all of whom fell victim to his relentless tactics. The atmosphere in the misty forest shifted dramatically, filled with trepidation. "Big brother, how is it you again? We just killed one." Jiang Yun encountered 2 more students, one of whom evidently recognized him from a previous robbery and trembled in fear. Observing the near-tearful expression on the studentess' face amused Jiang Yun, though his tone remained steady. "Oh, what a coincidence. You understand the rules, do you not?" The familiar face, voice tinged with desperation, replied, "We understand. We understand. Big brother. Take it all. Please spare us. We'll head to the most crowded area and ensure you don't encounter us again." Jiang Yun accepted the freshly acquired beast cores. Waving them off, the 2 students fled as if liberated from a death sentence, their speed surpassing that of the ferocious beast they had just slain. Internally, they felt a profound sense of frustration, as they had barely warmed the beast cores before they were snatched away. Such occurrences were repeated across various locations over the next hour. Initially, Jiang Yun sought out his targets, but as the number of students he had assisted grew, panic began to spread through the forest like a plague. "Have you heard? Jiang Yun from Qingxue number 1 is a bronze level. He robs anyone he sees. Not just anyone. He specifically targets our 2 schools. Wang Laowu has been robbed 3 times. Damn it. How can we continue like this? After toiling half the day, we can't even match what he steals in one go. I still have 0 points. Let us find Xiao and Lin. Jiang Yun is only a bronze 1st tier. If they act, they can surely eliminate him. He has already drawn the ire of both schools. We'll surround him and take him down together. And we'll rob any students from Qingxue number 1 we encounter. Don't just stand there. That bastard S-Wind Thunderlark is coming. Run." Nearby, other students hunting ferocious beasts heard the news and abandoned their quarry in fright. "Retreat. Quickly. Forget the beast cores." At another location, several students who had been at a standoff over the ownership of a ferocious beast suddenly heard someone shout, "Stop fighting. Jiang Yun is coming this way." The 2 opposing sides immediately dropped their hostilities, instinctively fleeing in opposite directions. In an instant, "Jiang Yun is here. The Wind Thunderlark is coming," became the most effective rallying cry in the misty forest. What was meant to be a competition among beast masters had swiftly devolved into a survival game of evading Jiang Yun. Chapter 69, Pursuing Others to Rob? What a demon. The spectators in the square watched this comical yet astounding spectacle unfold on the luminous screens, unsure whether to laugh or be astonished. This year's competition was simply extraordinary. While others hunted ferocious beasts, Jiang Yun had taken to hunting his fellow competitors. Just look at the faces of Principal Shi and Principal Lei. They were on the verge of turning a deep shade of amethyst. On the high platform, several dignitaries struggled to maintain their composure. their expressions betraying them as their lips twitched. How had this perfectly normal competition turned into such a farce? He Tiangang, standing to the side, endeavored to uphold a stern demeanor, yet the amusement in his eyes could not be concealed, revealing his inner delight. Jiang Yun had truly allowed Qingxue no one to bask in a moment of glory, in just a brief span of half a day. With the aerial advantage and remarkable efficiency provided by the wind and thunder lark, Jiang Yun had nearly swept up all the participants from the other two schools. Save for a select few like Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo. Many students from Panshi Middle School and Leitang Middle School found their efforts to be utterly futile, their scores stagnating at 0. Principal Peng, observing through the luminous screen the sight of his students being cornered by Jiang Yun, who proficiently surrendered beast cores before making a hasty retreat, could no longer restrain his indignation. He slammed his palm against the armrest of his chair, springing to his feet, and pointed an accusatory finger at He Tiangang, vociferously rebuking him. He Tiangang, look at this. Just look at the exemplary students your school has produced. Is there even a semblance of a beast master's demeanor in this? This is no different from a highwayman. Beside him, Principal Lei Lai wore a grim expression, coldly echoing his sentiments. Principal He, while competition is indeed permitted by the rules, it seems your student Jiang Yun's actions border on the despicable. He targets the weak, repeatedly pillaging. This is no longer competition, but a deliberate disruption of the balance of the contest. Faced with such direct accusations, He Tiangang felt his face flush slightly as he mentally scolded Jiang Yun, that cunning little fox. You rascal. You can't just fleece the same sheep until it's bald. Yet, he quickly donned a facade of reluctant apology and, rising to his feet, gestured to the two men. Oh dear, gentlemen, let us not be so heated. It is merely youthful exuberance. Perhaps my students were previously incensed by being blocked, resulting in somewhat excessive behavior. Peng's beard bristled with frustration. Excessive? He.S. clearly relishing this. Just look at how many times this has happened. My Panshi Middle School has been nearly cleaned out by him. He Tiangang cleared his throat, his gaze faltering momentarily as he sought to defend his student. Ahem. I must disagree with your assertion. The rules of the competition explicitly encourage rivalry among the contestants, permitting the seizing of points from defeated opponents. Jiang Yun has neither harmed anyone nor violated any rules. He simply employs the regulations to their fullest advantage. Is this not a demonstration of an exceptionally efficient strategy in the arena? Strategic innovation. Lei Lai nearly laughed in exasperation. He has turned the elimination round into his personal harvesting ground. What sort of strategy is this? Not only does he eliminate opponents, but he also fattens them up before striking. He treats our students with utter disdain. Upon hearing Lei Lai's remarks, He Tiangang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that merely trying to smooth things over was futile. Resolutely, he adopted a firmer tone, retracting his smile. Then, what do you propose I do? Should I send a message to instruct my students at Qingxue no one to avoid any encounters with your students? Or perhaps simply stand idle and allow your students to plunder them? Surely, that would be even less in accordance with the rules. Pausing, his gaze swept over Jiang Yun's figure on the screen, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. The path of a beast master is inherently competitive. If one lacks strength or is ill-informed, being robbed is simply the consequence. If one must blame, it can only be on those who fail to hone their skills or heed false rumors. His words were sharp and pointed, leaving Peng and Lei Lai momentarily speechless, their faces shifting from crimson to pale. They were indeed at fault. It was their students who instigated the confrontation and mismanaged their information. Now being robbed, they could only lament their misfortune. Ultimately, Peng could only let out a heavy huff, sitting down with a flare of his sleeves, gritting his teeth as he muttered. He Tiangang, just wait. I hope your prized student doesn't encounter Yutian and Lin Kuo, no matter how powerful his wind and thunder lark might be. If those two joined forces, they would undoubtedly eliminate this young upstart. He Tiangang dismissed the concern with a wave. Jiang Yun still had trump cards up his sleeve. Even if those two geniuses showed up, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Come on, bring it on, you two old-timers. Just don't cry when the time comes. In the heart of the misty forest, Jiang Yun effortlessly collected the beast cores left behind by the panicked students who had fled moments ago. A black iron level 9 core, yet again 9 points. He weighed the core in his hand, his consciousness sweeping through his storage ring, revealing a veritable mountain of various attribute beast cores, the quantity nearing 200. The vast majority being level 8 and 9. His points must have surpassed 1,000 by now. A faint smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth. It seemed the title of champion in this competition was all but assured. He couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, compared to laboriously hunting ferocious beasts, acquiring points from these eager classmates was far more expedient. At that moment, he was reminded of Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian. The two formidable aces from their respective schools. Their scores must be quite substantial. If he could seize their points as well, the first place would be a certainty, without a shadow of a doubt. With this thought, Jiang Yun felt invigorated, promptly setting off to search the area more meticulously. However, after a thorough exploration of the vicinity, he found no sign of Lin Kuo or Xiao Yutian. In fact, not even any other students from the two schools were present. It was as if the entire area had been vacated. It appeared they had learned their lesson and retreated to other regions. Jiang Yun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed his exploits had been exposed. However, they could run, but they could not hide. The competition was still ongoing, and they remained within the arena. He was not convinced they could evade him. With that, Jiang Yun resolved to venture deeper into unsearched territories. Meanwhile, on the plaza, through the luminous screen, the crowd gasped at Jiang Yun's relentless pursuit. My goodness, is he still chasing? While others are fleeing, he is actively seeking them out. Does he intend to devour every participant whole? A demon. He is nothing short of a demon. Many speculated that, after this competition, the students would bear a psychological scar. On the high platform, witnessing this spectacle, Pang and Lei Lai's expressions darkened further, their anger palpable. Yet, Jiang Yun had not violated any regulations. They could only watch helplessly, their eyes wide with disbelief. Principal He Tiangong's lips twitched slightly, wishing to defend Jiang Yun, yet found himself at a loss for words, even struggling to frame a strategic adjustment, for Jiang Yun had abandoned all pretense. He could only awkwardly rub his nose, pretending as if nothing were amiss. Beside him, Elder Li and the mayor exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, their faces displaying a rare mix of amusement and bewilderment. Clearly, they were witnessing an exceptionally efficient and relentless competitor for the first time. Back in the forest, as Jiang Yun prepared to explore other inner zones, he was suddenly drawn to the sounds of energy clashes and shouts emanating from a nearby direction. What's this commotion? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, a hint of a gentle smile creeping onto his face. It seemed there were still classmates in need of assistance. Well then, I shall not be polite, he mused, gradually making his way toward the source of the commotion. To avoid alarming the unsuspecting, he thoughtfully recalled the wind thunder lark into his beast space. While simultaneously suppressing his own aura, like a specter, he stealthily approached the source of the sound. This scene elicited exclamations from the onlookers, branding him as a cunning old fox. However, when he parted the dense underbrush and discerned the situation at hand, the amiable expression on his face evaporated in an instant, replaced by a chilling wrath. The confrontation was not with students from rival schools, but rather between Qin Feng of Qingxue No. 1 High School and his acquaintance, Zhao Taizhu. The two were locked in battle, their beasts engaged in a savage brawl. Zhao Taizhu was being relentlessly pressured, forced to retreat step by step. His beast, the wooden armored bull, bore several varying degrees of wounds, panting heavily and clearly at a disadvantage. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's beast, the saber-toothed flame tiger, stood proudly, its claws stained with blood. Qin Feng wore an unabashed sneer, pointing at Zhao Taizhu and berating. Zhao Taizhu, you muscle-bound fool. You dare oppose me at every turn in school, and even stand up for that useless Jiang Yun? Today, you shall learn the consequences of crossing me. Qin Feng. One of his lackeys, eager to curry favor, chimed in, Brother Feng, why waste breath on him? Let us first incapacitate his wooden armored bull, rendering him a mere figurehead. Then we can seize his beast core and send him packing from the competition. Qin Feng let out a sinister chuckle. Well said. We'll disable your beast and teach you a lesson. After dealing with you, I'll hunt down that coward Jiang Yun, who only knows how to hide. Though at a disadvantage, Zhao Tieju's temper flared. His eyes widened in fury as he spat. Qin Feng, this is the extent of your prowess? Sneaking around and bullying your own? If you have the guts, go steal from Lin Kuo or Xiao Yutian. What are you to take my beast core? Seeking death. Qin Feng, stung by the remark, narrowed his eyes coldly, ready to command his saber-toothed flame tiger to strike hard. Just at that precarious moment, a chilling voice erupted like thunder. Qin Feng, assaulting your own schoolmate and stealing a fellow student's beast core, have you no shame? Both men whirled around at the sound to find Jiang Yun emerging from the shadows of the forest, his demeanor icy and his gaze sharp as a blade. Chapter 70. Eliminate Qin Feng. Within the dense forest, the atmosphere turned lethal. Initially taken aback, Qin Feng and his lackey quickly donned expressions of mockery and cruelty. Jiang Yun, what a surprise. I hadn't come looking for you, and yet you've come to deliver yourself to your doom. Qin Feng responded first, his tone laced with surprise, but predominantly tinged with the amusement of a cat toying with a mouse. He had expected to face a formidable opponent from another school, not Jiang Yun, whom he had long wished to eliminate. The lackey, seeing the opportunity, pointed at Jiang Yun, taunting, Oh, isn't this our genius from Qingxue No. 1 High School? With your mere black iron grade 8 strength, instead of hiding to pick up scraps, you dare to play the hero? Jiang Yun seemed unfazed by their derision. His gaze traversed past them, landing on Zhao Taizhu, who sat on the ground, blood at his lips and his wooden armored bull battered. He rushed to Zhao Taiju's side, helping him up with concern. Are you all right? Zhao Taiju's face lit up at the sight of Jiang Yun, but quickly transformed into alarm as he urged, Jiang Yun, you need to leave. Don't worry about me. The tournament rules forbid serious harm. They can only eliminate me and take my beast core. Just run, I'll hold them off. He lowered his voice, his determination resolute. Damn it, even if I'm eliminated, I want to hand over my beast core to these two bastards. Go now? However, Qingxue and his lackey were already circling closer, blocking their escape. Run? Qingfeng's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes dark and menacing. Where do you think you can run? Neither of you will leave here unscathed today. Zhao Taizhu, do you think elimination is the end? I intend to completely ruin your wooden armored bull. And you, Jiang Yun, your wind thunder lark will not escape either. His hatred for Jiang Yun, stemming from the humiliation he had suffered before, fueled his desire for revenge. He believed Jiang Yun's hesitation to summon his beast was a sign of cowardice. Jiang Yun's gaze instantly turned as frigid as steel. Initially, he had merely wished to prevent Qingfeng from seizing the beast core and to rescue Zhao Taizhu. Yet, Qingfeng's malicious intent to cripple their beasts crossed a line. The beast was fundamental to a beastmaster's identity. Once harmed, it would spell disaster for their future. Such actions had undoubtedly breached his bottom line. He could not walk away. If he did, in Qingfeng's ruthless hands, Zhao Tieju's wooden armored bull would surely meet a grim fate. Without the nurturing properties of his beast space, the consequences of a severely injured beast were dire. Clearly, you have great confidence in your strength. Jiang Yun slowly lifted his head, his calm gaze sweeping over Qingfeng and his lackey, though deep within his eyes. A chilling resolve crystallized. Ha! The lackey erupted in laughter. Jiang Yun, have you lost your mind? Do you actually think you can contend with young Master Qin? With your black iron grade 8 little lark? What can you possibly achieve? Qingfeng sneered derisively, filled with scornful arrogance. He had always looked down upon Jiang Yun, having witnessed the latter's repeated reluctance to accept challenges in school. To him, Jiang Yun was merely a coward. Just as he prepared to command his saber-toothed flame tiger to attack, a sudden, heart-stopping pressure emanated from Jiang Yun, radiating outward like a shockwave. This terrifying aura was not from Jiang Yun himself, but accompanied by a clear, piercing chirp. A blue-white streak of light emerged from Jiang Yun, the little lark materializing beside him, its bronze grade 1 presence unreservedly unleashed. Buzz. In that instant, Qingfeng's saber-toothed flame tiger, once formidable and fearsome, trembled uncontrollably under the weight of the pure pressure, emitting whimpers of fear as it instinctively curled back, devoid of any fighting spirit. The lackey's black iron grade 8 clawed wolf fared no better, yelping in terror as it sought refuge behind its master, shaking like a leaf. Upon sensing that overwhelming pressure and witnessing Jiang Yun's wind thunder lark, the previously arrogant duo's expressions froze in shock. What? A bronze grade 1? How is this possible? The sneer on Qingfeng's face abruptly vanished, replaced by sheer disbelief and astonishment. His eyes nearly popping from their sockets as he stared at the little lark beside Jiang Yun, overwhelmed by the unmistakable aura of bronze grade. A bronze grade 1 wind thunder lark. Half a month ago, this thunderstorm lark was merely at the black iron 8th rank, wasn't it? How much time has passed? Bronze level. What nonsense. Qingfeng, relying on his family's resources, had only managed to elevate his saber-toothed flame tiger to the pinnacle of black iron 9th rank in the past 6 months. Still a daunting chasm away from the bronze level. How could Jiang Yun possibly achieve this? No. Impossible. It must be an illusion or some special skill. He is merely putting on a show. Qingfeng, consumed by fury, found it utterly inconceivable. He bellowed at the trembling saber-toothed flame tiger. Useless creature. What are you afraid of? It's just a bluff. Attack. Tear it apart. However, the creature's instinct far surpassed Qingfeng's commands. The absolute pressure stemming from a higher life form extinguished any thought of resistance within it. No matter how Qingfeng berated, it lay prostrate on the ground, whimpering and paralyzed with fear. His companion was so frightened that his face drained of color, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing. His gaze towards Jiang Yun was filled with dread as he stammered, "Bronze level Jiang Yun, you've concealed your strength?" At that moment, he regretted deeply. Had he known Jiang Yun possessed such a terrifying trump card, even 100 times more courage would not have compelled him to provoke him. Beside them, Zhao Taizhu gaped, his mouth agape, staring at Jiang Yun and the extraordinary little lark on his shoulder, his mind nearly overheating. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he gasped sharply, "I can't believe it. Jiang Yun, You've been so inconsiderate. Your little lark is already at bronze first rank. You've hidden it so well. Even I was worried for nothing just now. After the initial shock, elation followed. As Qingxue observed the utterly demoralized beast under his command and glanced at the composed and cold-eyed Jiang Yun, he finally emerged from his stupor of disbelief. A chilling dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. He realized he had undoubtedly kicked a formidable iron plate, one he could not hope to budge. Terror swiftly drowned his anger and arrogance. All notions of family honor and competition opportunities became trivial in the face of such overwhelming power. He now only wished to preserve his beast and avoid elimination. He did not want to forfeit that opportunity, a matter of family glory and his father's expectations. Jiang Yun. Qingfeng's voice trembled noticeably. His former arrogance vanished, replaced by a plea. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I was blind. The beast cores, yes. The cores, we will give them all to you. Mine and his. I beg you, spare us this time. I assure you. I will leave immediately and never appear before you again. In his frantic state, he hastily withdrew all the beast cores from his storage ring. He even kicked his dazed companion, who hurriedly, trembling, produced his own beast core, and together they presented them before Jiang Yun. However, Jiang Yun merely cast a cold glance at the cores, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. I have no interest in your beast cores. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Jiang Yun's gaze swept across Qingfeng's fear-stricken face before finally settling on the still trembling saber-toothed flame tiger. His voice as frigid as steel. For someone like you, elimination is too lenient. Did you not wish to cripple Taiju's beast? Then you shall personally experience the agony of having your beast grievously harmed. You do not deserve to remain in this arena, nor to obtain a spot at the Beastmaster Academy. No, Jiang Yun, you cannot. Qingfeng screamed in terror. Yet, Jiang Yun was resolute. The little lark on his shoulder received the command, its wings flaring, its form transforming into a streak of azure white as it lunged at the saber-toothed flame tiger. Thunderclaw. A claw shadow entwined with wind blades and electric arcs flashed by. A piercing howl erupted from the saber-toothed flame tiger as it suffered grievous wounds, gaping lacerations revealing bone. Blood gushing forth as its massive form crashed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The little lark had struck with precision, merely incapacitating it without inflicting permanent damage. However, recovery would come at a significant cost. With his beast severely injured, Qingfeng felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. His face turning ashen as he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes hollow and filled with despair. The grievous state of his beast meant he had lost all means of support in this perilous examination area, with death looming ever closer, and soon. The city defense team would arrive to escort him away from the arena, eliminating him from the competition. All his ambitions and schemes evaporated in an instant. Jiang Yun did not spare a glance at the despondent Qingfeng. Instead, he turned to the already terrified companion. Hand over your beast cores. Then take your master and leave. The companion felt as though a great mercy had been bestowed upon him. He quickly placed his beast core alongside Qingfeng's on the ground, then hastily helped the incapacitated Qingfeng to his feet, scrambling away from the scene. Not daring to utter another word. Outside, before the massive light screen, the audience erupted in cheers upon witnessing Jiang Yun grievously injure Qingfeng's beast. What a relief. That arrogant Qingfeng deserved it. He wanted to cripple others' beasts. He got what was coming to him. Though Jiang Yun was perceived as a brigand, at least he had principles, not robbing his own school and standing up for his classmates. This Qingfeng was utterly despicable. He Tiangang's facial muscles twitched, clearly taken aback by the emergence of such a disgrace from his school. Beside him, Shipeng seized the moment to chime in. Principal he. The atmosphere at your school is truly eye-opening, producing such a villain. The principal of Thunderstorm High, Lei Lai, scoffed. Indeed, such character reflects poorly on the Beastmaster profession. He Tiangang's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he found no rebuttal. He had already resolved within himself, this Qingfeng, with such deplorable conduct, he would be expelled upon return. Our Qingxue number 1 high cannot harbor such a disruptive element. Meanwhile, among the crowd, a middle-aged man seated in the Qin family section wore a grim expression that seemed to drip with malice. He stared intently at Jiang Yun's figure on the light screen, his gaze icy and piercing, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. Jiang Yun. In the examination area, Jiang Yun collected the beast cores scattered on the ground, approximately 20 in total. He approached Zhao Taiju, patting his still-shocked friend on the shoulder. It's over, let us go. Zhao Taiju finally snapped back to reality, throwing an arm around Jiang Yun's shoulders, excitedly babbling. Wow, Jiang Yun, you're incredible. Bronze level. You've hidden it too well. Even I was kept in the dark. How inconsiderate. Though he claimed it was inconsiderate, His face brimmed with pride and excitement. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he lowered his voice conspiratorially and asked, "Hey, I heard your thunderstorm lark is at bronze first rank now. I also heard you have a fire dragon fish. Surely it can't be." He raised his eyebrows suggestively, his meaning clear. Jiang Yun smiled, not providing a direct answer, merely responding with a light-hearted remark. A trump card, after all, must be kept close to the vest. As he spoke, he casually swept his hand through his storage ring. In the next moment, a collection of 40 to 50 beast cores, radiating a myriad of luminous hues, materialized in his embrace. The majority exhibited potent energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that they were of the 8th and 9th ranks of black iron. These, of course, were a portion of the fruits of his earlier labors in looting. "Old Zhao, take these," Jiang Yun said as he handed over the beast cores. "With what you already have, securing a spot in the top 10 should be well within reach." Zhao Taiju was taken aback by the gesture, hastily waving his hands in protest. No, this is far too much. "Jiang Yun, what about you? You need a spot in the competition too." Jiang Yun, undeterred, insisted, stuffing the beast cores into Zhao Tieju's arms with a grin. "Worry not, I know my limits. These are for you, and I still have over 100 left." "Over 100? Zhao Tieju's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice cracking as he grasped the beast cores with trembling hands. "Just how many points would that be? If they are all 8th and 9th rank cores, that must be nearly 1,000 points." He felt as though he were caught in a dream. What had Jiang Yun done? The speed at which he collected beast cores was nothing short of astonishing. This staggering number left Zhao Taiju in a state of profound shock. He gazed at Jiang Yun with eyes brimming with admiration and incredulity. His brother had, unbeknownst to him, grown to a stature where he now looked up to him. "Thus, take them with peace of mind," Jiang Yun reassured him, patting his shoulder. "This is merely the beginning." Still reeling from the revelation of over 100 cores, Zhao Taiju instinctively inquired, "Not enough? What are you planning to do?" Jiang Yun's lips curled into a knowing smile as he directed his gaze deeper into the forest, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. "Next, I intend to confront Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo. After acquiring their cores, I shall share some with you." Zhao Taiju nearly choked on his own saliva, his eyes bulging in disbelief. "Confront Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo? Are you out of your mind? They are both bronze level," he stammered, panic evident in his voice. "And they undoubtedly have numerous followers." Jiang Yun merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. However, the confidence radiating from his gaze inexplicably reassured Zhao Taiju, igniting a surge of indescribable excitement within him. His brother was determined to shatter the heavens. Outside the arena, although the sound was inaudible, the sight of Jiang Yun gifting so many beast cores to Zhao Taiju sparked an uproar among the spectators. "Good heavens! Jiang Yun is actually giving away beast cores. Damn it, I'm so envious. Zhao Taiju must have some extraordinary luck. This is practically a guaranteed victory. Who needs skill or talent when you can just cling to Jiang Yun's coattails?" Amidst the murmurs of envy, on the high platform, the expressions of principals Peng and Lei Lai were darkened by displeasure. The momentary restoration of their dignity had been utterly obliterated. Not only had they lost their students, but now Jiang Yun was distributing the very beast cores he had seized to other students of Qingxue No. 1 High School. This was not merely a gift of cores, it was an opportunity bestowed upon them. A chance at qualification. This was a blatant slap in the face, compressing the advancement opportunities for their students. "This is a violation," Peng exclaimed, rising abruptly, directing his ire towards the mayor and Li Lao on the podium. "He is maliciously disrupting the balance of the competition." "Indeed," Lei Lai echoed, seething with anger. "Mayor, Li Lao, such acts of gifting must be prohibited." The mayor, observing the scene on the light screen, felt his lips twitch in exasperation. Jiang Yun's methods were far too unpredictable. After a moment of contemplation, he resignedly raised his hands. "Principals Shi and Lei, please remain calm. The competition rules do not explicitly prohibit participants from gifting beast cores. While Jiang Yun's actions may be unconventional, they do not contravene any existing regulations." But Peng and Lei Lai attempted to argue further, yet witnessing the mayor and Li Lao's stance, they were forced to begrudgingly sit down, their frustration simmering to the point of eruption. The sight of He Tiangang grinning from ear to ear only fueled their ire. Inside, He Tiangang was overjoyed. Jiang Yun's maneuver was nothing short of brilliant. Although Qin Feng had been eliminated, Zhao Tieju's advancement seemed all but guaranteed. This was a profitable venture indeed. As for Jiang Yun, he remained blissfully unaware of the tumult his actions had incited. Had he known that every move he made was being broadcasted live, he might have tempered his exuberance. "Let us proceed, Taiju," Jiang Yun beckoned. "We shall follow the direction those two fled. Perhaps we can uncover Xiao Yutian or Lin Kuo's whereabouts." Zhao Taiju, now fully trusting Jiang Yun, nodded eagerly. All right, I'm sticking with you today. Let us aim for something grand. Together, they ventured deeper into the dense forest. However, they had not gone far when a cacophony of fierce combat and the cries of summoned beasts erupted ahead. Sharing a glance, they stealthily approached. In a clearing, they beheld Shang Xiao, the usually demure girl with glasses from Qingxue No. 1 High School, commanding her water spirit fox in a fierce battle against a massive, crimson-eyed black iron 9th rank ironback mountain pig. The battle, however, appeared rather peculiar. Shang Xiao's water spirit fox was also at the peak of the 9th rank. Adept in water-based skills, and logically, it should have been able to dominate an adversary of the same rank. Yet, the ironback mountain pig displayed an extraordinary ferocity, seemingly unfazed by the water spirit fox's assaults, charging and biting with reckless abandon. The water spirit fox was gradually forced to retreat, already bearing several wounds. Clearly at a disadvantage. Something felt amiss. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. The state of the beast evoked a sense of familiarity that unsettled him. Without hesitation, he summoned his small lark, which transformed into a streak of lightning, darting across the battlefield in an instant. With a swift slash of wind and thunder, the frenzied ironback mountain pig froze mid-charge, a charred gash appearing on its neck before it collapsed with a thunderous thud, devoid of life. A swift kill. Impressive, Zhao Taizhu exclaimed, accustomed to marveling at Jiang Yun's prowess as he stepped forward. Shang Xiao, startled by the sudden appearance of the two, especially by the small lark that had just dispatched the ironback mountain pig, looked on in astonishment. Jiang Yun, Zhao Taizhu, is that you? Noticing the unmistakable aura of bronze emanating from the small lark, she adjusted her glasses, unable to conceal her shock. Bronze-level Jiang Yun, your small lark has already, of course. Zhao Taizhu interjected proudly. My buddy is outstanding, right? Shang Xiao, are you all right? Shang Xiao shook her head, rushing to her water spirit fox's side to assess its injuries. I'm fine, but little Ling has sustained some wounds. She quickly produced a healing elixir and administered it to the water spirit fox before returning it to her beast space for rest. Rising, she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Yun and Zhao Taizhu once more, then pointed at the corpse of the ironback mountain pig, earnestly stating, "This beast was slain by Jiang Yun. The beast core rightfully belongs to you." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, his tone serene. "We are all classmates. It was but a small effort on my part. Besides, you fought valiantly against this beast. I merely delivered the final blow. Please, take the core." Shang Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback by his generosity, as I gazed at the small lark soaring in the sky, emanating the prowess of a bronze-tier beast. I couldn't help but feel that even without his arduous struggle, it could likely vanquish its opponent in a single strike. At this moment, Zhao Taizhu, in his usual boisterous manner, remarked, "Indeed, classmate Shang, there's no need for you to be polite with him. That rascal Jiang Yun is now rolling in wealth. He won't miss a single beast core." Shang smiled, sensing their sincerity. Realizing her pressing need for a beast core to secure her position, she decided against further refusals and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you both." With that, she approached the lifeless body of the ironback mountain pig, preparing to extract the beast core. However, as she meticulously sliced open the creature's skull and heart with her trusty dagger, an expression of profound confusion crossed her face. How peculiar. Why is there none? Jiang Yun and Zhao Taizhu, upon hearing her, stepped forward to investigate. Indeed, the beast's body was devoid of the expected energy core. A beast core? How could a formidable creature lack one? Zhao Taizhu scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Observing the scene, Jiang Yun's countenance grew increasingly grave as a terrifying thought flickered through his mind. He immediately crouched down, scrutinizing the corpse of the ironback mountain pig. Its muscles appeared withered and shriveled, the blood thick and dark, exhibiting an alarming state of depletion that closely resembled a scene from his memory. Previously, within the misty forest, the aberrant purple-wood phoenix, controlled by a sinister cult, bore an unsettling resemblance to this. A warning bell rang loudly in Jiang Yun's mind. He recalled the report from Captain Lin Wei's team. The beast's flesh was desiccated as if its life force had been siphoned away, and there was no trace of a beast core. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun discreetly activated his manifestation of terms ability, directing his gaze upon the ironback mountain pig's corpse. In an instant, several lines of clear information materialized before him. Species, ironback mountain pig, anomalous variant. No attribute, realm, black iron tier 9 status, deceased traits, no pain sensation, no fear, extremely destructive tendencies, significantly enhanced defense, life force forcefully overdrawn. Int, high concentration of rampant drug residue and faint mental control rune fluctuations detected, classified as a man-made aberration. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Jiang Yun's heart sank. He could ascertain that the beast before him was yet another aberration manipulated by a malevolent cult. Jiang Yun, what's wrong? Have you discovered something? Zhao Taizhu inquired. Noticing Jiang Yun's changed demeanor, Shang smiled, casting a puzzled look in his direction. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yun solemnly replied, "This beast is not a normal wild creature. It is an artificially altered aberration under control." He pointed to the abnormal condition of the corpse. "Look, its flesh is desiccated, and it lacks a beast core. This mirrors the accounts I've heard of beasts manipulated by the cult." Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Zhao Taizhu suddenly smacked his thigh, as if struck by a revelation. "Right. Your words remind me. I've encountered a creature in such a state before. The one that attacked me earlier was the same. Its realm was comparable to my wooden armored bull, yet it exhibited frenzied behavior, oblivious to pain or fear, attacking relentlessly. I thought I had merely encountered an untrained brute. He had expended considerable effort to defeat that beast, and it was during that time that Qin Feng had ambushed him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have feared that rascal." Shang nodded vigorously, recalling her own experience. "Indeed, I felt the same when battling this mountain pig. It seemed utterly devoid of reason, intent only on annihilating everything in its path." Their testimonies only reinforced Jiang Yun's conviction. The cult's insidious reach had already infiltrated the competitive arena of this city-level Beastmaster examination. What were they planning? To sow chaos? Or was it part of a grander scheme? Regardless of their intentions, the current situation had grown exceedingly perilous. These aberrant beasts, emboldened and unafraid of death, posed a grave threat to the participating students. They might have even set their sights on Jiang Yun and his companions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Yun decisively stated, "We must immediately evacuate to the perimeter safety zone or find a way to alert the city's defense team and higher authorities. This area may already be infested with numerous aberrant beasts." Zhao Taizhu and Shang both recognized the seriousness of the issue, their faces blanching as they nodded in agreement. However, just as they prepared to depart, a cacophony of footsteps and the sound of beasts racing echoed from all directions. Trees swayed, shadows danced. In an instant, over a dozen students, commanding a variety of beasts, surged from the surrounding woods, encircling Jiang Yun and his companions entirely. These students, clad in the uniforms of Shattering Stone Academy and Thunder Academy, wore expressions of indignation and schadenfreude. The crowd parted, revealing a tall, proud figure who approached atop an immense beast, a giant elephant, its size comparable to a small truck, with skin as rough as rock, a long trunk, and gleaming tusks. It was none other than the prodigious talent of Shattering Stone Academy, Xiao Yutian. Beneath him, his beast, the mountain-shaking rock elephant, radiated a formidable aura of Earth-type energy. Unmistakably a bronze-tier powerhouse. "Jiang Yun, where do you think you're going?" Xiao Yutian's voice boomed, laced with an air of superiority. "Having robbed so many students from my academy, do you truly believe you can depart unscathed? Today, I, Xiao Yutian, shall seek justice for them." As his words fell, another figure emerged from the crowd. Seated atop a massive python, its girth comparable to a water barrel, its scales shimmering with a dark luster, a chilling presence indeed. It was Lin Kuo, the prodigy from Thunder Academy. His beast, the shadow water python, crackled with arcs of electricity as it moved, emanating a similarly formidable bronze-tier aura. Lin Kuo's narrow eyes narrowed as he coldly regarded Jiang Yun, his voice hoarse and menacing. "And I, from Thunder Academy, declare that your thieving spree ends here. Surrender all beast cores and forfeit your beast's combat capabilities, and perhaps we may consider allowing you to exit with some semblance of dignity." Two prodigies, two powerful bronze-tier beasts, alongside several elite students from both academies, had completely encircled Jiang Yun, Zhao Taizhu, and Shang Xiaoxiao. The once robbed students now rallied behind their champions, their shouts echoing with fervor. "Down with Jiang Yun! Reclaim the beast cores! Down with Jiang Yun! Reclaim the beast cores! Senior Xiao! Senior Lin! How magnificent! Eliminate this thieving fiend!" The clamor crescendoed, filled with the exhilarating anticipation of revenge. In their eyes, the alliance of these two prodigies signaled an inevitable defeat for Jiang Yun, regardless of his own bronze-tier beast. Chapter 72, 1 against 2. Shocking the entire arena. "By heavens! Jiang Yun, what have you done?" Zhao Taizhu exclaimed, witnessing the spectacle before him. Even his thick skin couldn't help but be startled. Jiang Yun sheepishly scratched his nose, muttering, "I didn't do much. Well, just took everything from them." "Everything? You took everything?" Shang Xiaoxiao could hardly believe her ears, her astonishment etched across her features. Zhao Tieju's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Jiang Yun, then glanced at the surrounding crowd, which was brimming with indignation. It suddenly dawned on him why Jiang Yun had been able to gather over 200 beast cores in such a short span of time. Just moments ago, he had been perplexed. Even if Jiang Yun possessed the strength to annihilate ferocious beasts, surely it would take time to locate them and collect their cores. How could he possibly amass such a staggering quantity in merely half a day? The answer was clear. He had seized them. Simple, crude, yet effective. At that moment, the clamor for retribution intensified once more, bolstered by the presence of two stalwart leaders, two prodigies. The crowd's courage swelled, and they began to enumerate Jiang Yun's alleged transgressions. Jiang Yun, you fiend. Once was enough. I tried to avoid you, yet you pursued me to steal, lamented a lanky student, his voice trembling with emotion. Indeed, how uncouth. I finally collaborated with my teammates to slay a 9th-tier beast, and before I could even bask in the glory, it was snatched away, cried a portly student, his voice quavering with tears. What do you know? I was robbed 6 times. 6 times. I had just discovered a solitary 8th-tier beast when he descended from the heavens. I spent half a day working for him. At this outburst, some of those who had initially been filled with righteous indignation nearly burst into laughter, the scene taking on a somewhat farcical tone. Bring Jiang Yun to justice. Return our beast cores. We implore young Master Lin and young Master Xiao to intervene on our behalf. The crowd's cries rose in unison, thrusting Jiang Yun into the eye of the storm. In the square, the spectators observing through the light screen were equally ignited with emotion. It appeared that Jiang Yun had stirred the collective ire of the masses. Faced with a united front, he was surely doomed. With Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian joining forces, how could he possibly withstand their combined might? Surely he would falter. Even if his avian companion were formidable, could it truly contend against 2 adversaries? It seemed his fate was sealed. He would most likely be compelled to relinquish the points he had so brazenly seized. The ordinary spectators reveled in the drama, while the various families and academic institutions exhibited diverse reactions. In the territories of the Xiao and Lin families, smiles returned to the faces of the onlookers, eagerly anticipating the triumph of their prodigies against Jiang Yun, envisioning the glory it would bring. Conversely, the students of Qingxue No. 1 High School displayed expressions of concern. On the elevated platform, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Principals Peng and Lei Lai finally wore expressions of relief. Peng stroked his short beard, his tone laced with sarcasm. Principal He, it seems your institution's strategist has roused public outrage. Youthful exuberance often blinds one to the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw. Lei Lai added with a cold smirk, to pit oneself against 2, facing Yutian and Lin Kuo. I am keen to see how he extricates himself from this predicament. I fear he will find himself worse off than he began. In response to their derision, Principal He Tiangang exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, he leisurely lifted a teacup and took a sip, speaking languidly. Gentlemen, let us not jump to conclusions. Jiang Yun from our school has always acted with his own rationale. Moreover, who has informed you that he has expended his full strength? Upon hearing this, both Peng and Lei Lai's smiles faltered, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Could it be that Jiang Yun had a hidden card to play? Elder Li's gaze was penetrating as he scrutinized the composed Jiang Yun on the light screen, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He murmured to the mayor beside him, fascinating. How intriguing. This young man remains unflustered in the face of adversity. He is either a fool or possesses absolute confidence. The mayor nodded slightly, his own eyes brimming with anticipation. It seems this performance is only just beginning. Within the misty forest, Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo began to voice their accusations against Jiang Yun. You insidious wretch. To conceal your strength and prey upon the weak of our 2 schools is utterly despicable. Xiao Yutian scoffed disdainfully. Lin Kuo's gaze was icy as he remarked. Hiding your true abilities is not the conduct of a gentleman. Both, bearing the pride of prodigies, spoke almost in unison. Xiao Yutian, this individual is mine to deal with. I shall personally seek justice for Panshur Academy. Lin Kuo, this is a matter between my Thunder Academy and him. Kindly refrain from interference. Each sought to resolve the issue with their own hands, eager to prove their strength. Observing the 2 prodigies bicker over the right to strike Jiang Yun, Zhao Taizhu and Shang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anxiety. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Taizhu whispered, Jiang Yun, Xiao. I will have the wooden armored bull unleash, wild charge, to create chaos. You 2 should seize the opportunity to flee. Their target is Jiang Yun, so they shouldn't trouble me too much. Shang Xiaoxiao nodded nervously. Although Jiang Yun was also at the bronze 1st level, she did not believe he could contend with 2 other prodigies of the same tier simultaneously. Just then, Jiang Yun took a step forward, raising a hand to halt Zhao Taizhu, who was preparing to summon his beast for battle. His gaze, calm as ever, swept over Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo, his tone tinged with impatience. Enough of this squabbling. There's no need for you 2 to compete. He raised his hand, pointing at the duo, his voice flat yet thunderous. I am pressed for time. You 2, come at me together. What? The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo could scarcely believe their ears. As the foremost prodigies of their respective academies, they had never been so belittled. How could someone of the same rank dare to challenge them both at once? Jiang Yun, you are insufferably arrogant. Xiao Yutian seethed with fury. Lin Kuo, enraged yet amused, retorted, very well. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that even among those at the bronze first level, there exists an insurmountable chasm between beast tamers. Mountain-shaking rock elephant, trample, shadow water python, water arrow technique. The two unleashed their full might, no longer holding back. The mountain-shaking rock elephant raised its colossal foot, akin to a stone pillar, and brought it down with tremendous force, generating a powerful shockwave that scattered debris in all directions. The shadow water python opened its maw, and a finely condensed, swift water arrow shot forth like a viper striking its prey, aimed directly at the wind thunder sparrow hovering in the sky. Little sparrow, come out and play with them. With a thought, Jiang Yun summoned forth the wind thunder sparrow, its majestic form materializing before the onlookers. It did not intentionally exert its pressure, yet the trace of primal bloodline inherited from the ancient wind thunder divine rock emanated like invisible ripples. In an instant, the surrounding black iron-level beasts whimpered and cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. Astonishingly, even the mountain-shaking rock elephant and shadow water python, both bronze first-level beasts, momentarily hesitated in their assault. A flicker of trepidation and dread passed through their immense eyes, stemming from their very bloodlines. Though this fear was swiftly suppressed by their master's commands, Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo, linked through their souls, distinctly sensed the momentary retreat and fear emanating from their partners. What was happening? Both were struck by a wave of shock as they turned their gazes toward the wind thunder sparrow, their perception of this beast drastically transformed. This creature was anything but ordinary. Not only them, but the dignitaries on the elevated platform also keenly sensed the fleeting anomaly. Elder Li's eyes sparkled with insight. This appears to be a form of primal suppression. The extraordinary effects manifested among beings of the same rank suggest that the wind thunder lark harbors unfathomable power within its being. The mayor's face also reflected astonishment. No wonder this young man exudes such confidence. It turns out that this beast is far from simple as it appears. The smiles on Peng and Lei Li's faces faded, replaced by solemnity and a sense of foreboding. He Tiangang, however, felt a sense of calm wash over him, unable to suppress the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth. In the arena, battle had already erupted. Faced with the earthquake wave of the mountain-shaking rock elephant and the water arrow barrage of the shadow water python, the wind thunder lark executed its wind speed skill to perfection, transforming into a barely perceptible azure-black flash of lightning in the air, effortlessly evading all attacks. Its graceful and agile movements resembled not a battle, but a magnificent aerial performance. Jiang Yun, arms crossed, leisurely commented, the speed is too slow, and the trajectories of the attacks are overly predictable. This scene left Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo fuming to the point of nearly spitting blood, realizing that their proud assaults barely grazed the opponent's attire. Are we done playing? Jiang Yun remarked, observing the twisted faces of the two in their fury, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. If we're done playing, it's time for me to strike back. He lifted his head and issued a command to the wind thunder lark hovering above. Little lark, hold nothing back. Strike with thunder. With a piercing cry that could shatter stone. The wind thunder lark emitted a thunderous roar that reverberated across the landscape. It hovered in the air, its three violet crystalline feathers erupting in dazzling bolts of lightning. In the next moment, the sky transformed. Dark clouds gathered ominously, swirling and roiling around it. Thick purple serpents of lightning darted wildly through the clouds, crackling with a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. A devastating aura descended like a tangible mountain, enveloping the entire area, bathed in the radiance of the lightning. The wind thunder lark spread its wings, embodying a deity of thunder, majestic and inviolable. What skill is this? Such a terrifying pressure. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Is this truly the power that a bronze-level being can unleash? We must leave this place quickly. Everyone stared in shock at the thunderclouds above and the overwhelming aura it emanated. Even their beasts trembled, instinctively retreating. This is bad. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo's expressions shifted dramatically. From that terrifying thundercloud, they sensed a lethal threat. Talent skill. Defense enhancement. Xiao Yutian wasted no time activating his Beastmaster talent. Witnessing the rocky armor of the mountain-shaking rock elephant instantly become denser and more substantial, radiating a brilliant earthen glow. Talent skill. Triple acceleration. Lin Kuo roared simultaneously. The shadow water python enveloped in a cerulean glow, its speed surging as it sought to escape the clutches of the thundercloud. However, it was all too late. Boom. A bolt of purple divine lightning, as thick as a barrel and distilled to its essence, tore through the darkened sky, descending with a speed that defied comprehension. Its target was not the evading shadow water python, but rather the fortified mountain-shaking rock elephant. The speed of the thunder was despairingly swift. Roar! The mountain-shaking rock elephant could only emit a mournful cry before being completely engulfed by the annihilating lightning. The blinding white light rendered everyone temporarily sightless, and the deafening roar seemed to threaten to shatter the heavens. When the lightning finally dissipated and the spectators regained their vision, they gasped in horror. There lay the once mighty mountain-shaking rock elephant, now collapsed on the ground, its proud rocky armor shattered and charred, with plumes of black smoke rising from its massive form. Rendered unconscious, in a single strike, bolstered by Xiao Yutian's Beastmaster talent, the once imposing defense of the mountain-shaking rock elephant had been utterly obliterated. To evade the fearsome thunder, the shadow water python, forced to change direction, was also caught in the backlash, its body scorched halfway, writhing in agony on the ground, evidently stripped of most of its combat prowess. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the arena. Everyone stood as if frozen in time, mouths agape, staring at the defiant young man and the azure-black lark that resembled a thunder god descending from the heavens. With just one strike, he had simultaneously crippled the two prodigious bronze-level beasts. This is impossible, Xiao Yutian murmured, gazing at the fallen mountain-shaking rock elephant, in a daze. Lin Kuo, pale as a ghost, watched the tortured shadow water python, his fists clenched white, his eyes filled with disbelief. Both were of the same bronze-level rank. How could the power of the opponent's skills be so fearsome? The force of this attack could not only incapacitate a bronze-level beast, but could even overwhelm those of bronze-level 3. This was simply beyond the capability of a mere bronze-level beast to unleash. Yet the stark reality lay before them. Their two prodigious beasts had been annihilated in an instant by a single skill from their opponent. Compared to Jiang Yun, their titles as the foremost talents of the academy seemed laughable. The students from the surrounding schools were equally stunned, grappling with disbelief. Their strongest prodigies had been defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat at the hands of their opponent. In the square, an eerie silence fell, but it was soon shattered by an uproar that threatened to shake the very sky. By the heavens! What was that? I just witnessed something incredible. One strike. Just one strike. How powerful. The Wind Thunder Lark's offensive capability is monstrous. Jiang Yun is a monster. No, his beast is a monster. Is this truly the power of a bronze-level beast? This is far beyond the norm. If even Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian together fell to him, who in this competition can stop him? On the high platform, Peng and Lei Lai abruptly stood, their faces pale, their bodies trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the impact. Principal He Tiangang, though he had anticipated Jiang Yun would not lose, had not expected him to emerge victorious solely with the Wind Thunder Lark, without even summoning the Fire Dragon Fish. Witnessing this astonishing scene, he could not help but laugh heartily. Well done. You certainly did not disappoint me. He cast a triumphant glance at the despondent Peng and Lei Lai, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Elderly took a deep breath. This beast possesses exceptional qualities. The student is remarkable as well. Both are nothing short of perfection. Should he enter our Beastmaster Academy, he will undoubtedly stir up a tremendous upheaval. The mayor nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, truly formidable, truly formidable. It seems Sea City will soon witness the emergence of a remarkable figure capable of maintaining peace. In this moment, the reactions of the crowd were varied and vivid. Shock, elation, disbelief, and despair all converged like stars surrounding the moon, casting an immense shadow over the figure that stood tall in the arena. Within the misty forest, Jiang Yun paid no heed to the astonished, fearful, or reverent gazes of those around him. He had more pressing matters to attend to. The emergence of mutated beasts and the lurking presence of a sinister cult must be communicated immediately. This concerns the safety of everyone present. Taizhu, Xiao Xiao, let us depart, Jiang Yun called out, his tone imbued with an undeniable urgency. Zhao Taizhu and Monk Xiao Xiao were still reeling from the shock of Jiang Yun's decisive victory over two prominent geniuses when they heard his voice, snapping them back to reality. The two exchanged glances, noting the gravity etched on Jiang Yun's face, and instinctively nodded in agreement to follow him. However, just as they turned away and had taken only a few steps, a chilling, hoarse, mocking laughter suddenly reverberated through the forest. It came from all directions, leaving them unable to discern its precise origin. Leave? Ha ha ha. None of you shall leave today. You will all perish here. The voice dripped with a malevolence that penetrated to the marrow, sending a shiver of dread coursing through every student present, jolting them from their astonishment at Jiang Yun's earlier triumph. Who dares to play tricks? A student bravely shouted, though his voice quivered with fear. Play tricks? A scoffing voice came from another direction. Soon, you shall discover what true despair is. As the words faded, the ground violently trembled, as if some colossal entity was awakening from beneath. In the eyes of the shocked onlookers, twisted, grotesque figures emerged from behind the dense underbrush and ancient trees, encircling them. These figures were none other than variously shaped ferocious beasts, but they were unlike any ordinary beasts. Some had bony spikes protruding from their bodies, glistening with a cold metallic sheen. Others were covered in bizarre tumors, oozing pus, and others still had blood-red eyes, dripping corrosive saliva. Each exuded a chaotic, ferocious, and formidable aura. Moreover, they were all mutated beasts. A jolt of alarm surged through Jiang Yun's heart. This is bad. Chapter 73. The Cult S Surrounding Assault. The crisis unfolds. Silence. An oppressive silence. When the 7 or 8 twisted figures, exuding an ominous aura, completely surrounded the clearing. 3 figures clad in hooded black robes, as if they had crawled out of graves, slowly emerged from behind the beasts. All noise, shouting, shock, weeping, came to a sudden halt. Fear washed over every student like a cold, viscous tide, drowning them in an instant. Who are they? These beasts are terrifying. I have never seen anything like this. What did he mean when he said we would all die here? Whispers filled with trepidation echoed through the crowd. The students had never encountered such a scene. Their faces turned pale with fear. They instinctively huddled closer together, as if seeking a sliver of safety. Their summoned beasts sensed their master's overwhelming dread and emitted anxious whimpers, retreating slowly. Suddenly, a student standing at the edge completely broke down. He screamed and recklessly turned to flee the encirclement. Roar! Before he could cover 5 meters, the largest of the beasts, exuding the oppressive presence of a 5th-tier bronze wolf, casually lifted a front paw, swatting at him as if he were a mere fly. A solid wave of dark energy surged forth, striking the student squarely in the back. PFF. Blood gushed forth as the student flew away like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a large tree, lifeless. Almost simultaneously, a mutated beast covered in slippery tentacles darted forward, extending a tentacle to ensnare the student's beast before it could react. Ugh! The beast let out a pained cry as it struggled, its movements rapidly weakening under the tentacle's grip. At this moment, the figure clad in the black robe took a deliberate step forward, lifting his hood slightly to reveal a middle-aged man's face, twisted into a cruel smile. Dear students, it would be wise to remain compliant. His voice was raspy. Running about recklessly could lead to an unfortunate fate, much like that of our recently departed classmate. They are killing. They are truly killing. We will die for real. I don't want to die. The harrowing scene left a momentary silence in its wake. But soon many began to scream in terror. Others collapsed, their legs buckling beneath them, while some even retched in fear. The threat of death loomed so palpably before them that an overwhelming sense of despair gripped every heart. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted, his heart plummeted. This was the first time he had witnessed a living person being murdered before his eyes, and an indescribable panic surged within him. Yet, rationality compelled him to regain his composure. A barely perceptible blue light flickered in his eyes. Manifestation of all things, the innate ability instantaneously relayed the information of the most threatening mutated beasts surrounding him. Mutated skeletal demon wolf, status, deceased, controlled, realm, 5th-tier bronze. Corrupted tentacle monster, status, deceased, controlled, realm, 2nd-tier bronze. Devouring soul queen bee, status, deceased, controlled, realm, 1st-tier bronze. All were in a state of death, mere puppets under control. Jiang Yun swiftly analyzed in his mind. However, the strongest among them was that wolf, possessing only 5th-tier bronze strength, for his own 7th-tier bronze fire. It should be a simple task to dispatch these beasts, provided no other stronger foes lurked in the shadows. Jiang Yun mused inwardly, contemplating his strategy. At that moment, Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian, who had a broader understanding, simultaneously trembled and spoke. The black-robed figures manipulating these bizarre, mutated beasts, you are members of the Bone Manipulation Cult. The Bone Manipulation Cult. Upon hearing this name, panic spread among the surrounding students. It is indeed that cult, known for attacking beast tamers, killing and seizing their beasts. It's over. We are doomed. These individuals are merciless killers. Those 4 words detonated like thunder among the already anxious students. For these young scholars, the name represented the most gruesome and terrifying legends found in textbooks and news reports. What? They are members of the Bone Manipulation Cult? We are finished. Most of them hailed from prominent families and had heard of this nefarious organization to varying extents. Yet this revelation plunged them into even deeper despair. In their panic, many students instinctively recalled their summoned beasts into their beast space, as if that might afford them some semblance of safety. Xiao Yutian, suppressing his fear, stepped forward. Attempting to leverage his family's background, esteemed seniors. I am the direct descendant of the Xiao family from City C. My grandfather is Xiao Zhan. Please, for my grandfather's sake, allow me to leave. My family will surely reward you handsomely. The Xiao family? The middle-aged man scoffed derisively. As if he had heard the greatest joke. Just a local tycoon from City C. What does he amount to in the eyes of our holy cult? He cast a sweeping glance over the entire scene, his voice suddenly turning cold, imbued with an undeniable murderous intent. Enough with the pleasantries. Everyone, immediately surrender your beasts. Otherwise, the fate of the person from earlier shall be yours. Upon hearing these words, a chill ran through the hearts of all present. Their objective was indeed the beasts. A wave of shock surged through the crowd, their faces turning even paler. Yet, no one dared to move. They harbored a ridiculous notion that, as long as they did not relinquish their beasts, perhaps their assailants would spare their lives. Seeing this, the middle-aged man let out a cold laugh. If you hand them over willingly, you might buy yourself some time. Hiding them away? That will only hasten your demise. No sooner had he spoken than the soul-eater queen, resembling a massive hornet, suddenly dove from the low sky. A glint of cold light flashed from her tail as an almost imperceptible needle shot through the air, with a sound akin to a knife piercing flesh. A small hole appeared in the forehead of another student standing slightly outside the crowd. The terror etched on his face froze, his eyes rapidly dimmed, and he fell straight backward. In that instant, a crackling sound akin to shattering glass resonated. At the moment of the student's death, the air beside him split open, revealing an irregular, pitch-black rift. A trembling, bewildered canine beast was expelled from the fissure. With its master deceased, the beast's space shattered, and the forced severance of the bond elicited a sorrowful wail, blood spilling from its mouth and nose as it collapsed to the ground, clearly gravely injured. In the next moment, the tentacles of a corrupted monstrosity surged forth once more, effortlessly capturing the now masterless and severely wounded beast, dragging it into the eerie shadows behind. Now, the voice of the middle-aged man, akin to a devil's whisper, shattered the chilling silence. Is there anyone else willing to test their luck? Upon witnessing another classmate's death, the oppressive shadow of mortality loomed over them. Finally, a student, succumbing to psychological breakdown, cried out as he summoned his beast, trembling as he pushed it towards the cultists. The beast, ensnared by the tentacles, emitted a helpless cry, glancing back at its former master with eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo, observing this scene, felt their hearts plummet. Their familial names offered no protection. Surrendering their beasts might not guarantee survival. They were truly trapped, with no way out. Damn it! Zhao Tieju's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound as he growled. They can abandon their own comrades. Jiang Yun, what should we do? Zhao Taiju instinctively looked to Jiang Yun, seemingly regarding him as their pillar of hope. Jiang Yun's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, rapidly scanning the encirclement while his mind raced with unprecedented speed. The cult dared to brazenly invade the arena and slaughter them. The inner-city defense must have already been compromised. They were unaware if the principal was informed. Relying on external rescue was far too perilous. While they could handle the cult members here, were there other formidable forces lurking in the shadows? That remained uncertain. Yet, they must save themselves. They had two potential courses of action. Either create a significant disturbance to attract the attention of powerful outsiders, or devise an opportunity for their fellow students to escape and send word for help. These were perhaps their only two viable strategies. In an instant, Jiang Yun reached a resolution. He slightly turned his head, speaking in a hurried tone that only Zhao Taiju and Shang Xiaoxiao could hear. Come to me. I will confront them and create chaos. If the chance arises, you must escape immediately to inform the principal and the city defense team. Zhao Taiju and Shang Xiaoxiao were momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Jiang Yun. Confront them? These were terrifying beings of the bronze tier, especially that skeletal giant wolf, whose aura was unfathomable. What was Jiang Yun saying? Jiang Yun, you. Zhao Taiju was about to voice his thoughts, but before he could finish, Jiang Yun had already stepped forward, breaking away from the shelter of the crowd. Drawing the attention of the cultists, he raised his head, locking eyes with the middle-aged man. His voice clear, yet resonating like thunder across the desolate ground shrouded in despair. Do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? If you wish to touch my comrades and take my beast, you must prove you have the capability to seize them. As Jiang Yun took this step, his provocative words echoed across the silent expanse, instantly capturing every gaze. The crowd was momentarily stunned, staring at him as if he were mad. Jiang Yun, are you insane? Come back. Zhao Tieju's face turned ashen. Shang Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and fear. To her, Jiang Yun's actions seemed tantamount to suicide. What was he doing? Seeking death? Did he not realize what had just transpired? It was over. He was doomed. And would he incite their wrath to the point of endangering them as well? Whispers filled the air among the students, their eyes reflecting confusion and pity. Even a hint of reproach, fearing that his actions would provoke the cult to unleash even more brutal slaughter. Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo were equally shocked. Lin Kuo's pupils contracted in horror. He actually dares to step out now to court death. Does he think he can contend against a 5th-tier bronze beast with that thunderstorm lark? No matter how strong the thunderstorm lark is, the absolute disparity in levels is not easily bridged. What is he trying to accomplish? Xiao Yutian's expression darkened, fists clenched. This fool. Does he think he can play the hero at such a moment? This is sheer foolishness. In the face of such dire circumstances, he is courting his own demise. The leading middle-aged man from the cult was visibly taken aback for a moment, before bursting into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. A cruel and mocking smile twisted his face beneath the hood. Ha! How interesting. I never expected among these sheltered flowers there would be such a fearless fool. Eager to meet your end? Very well, I shall grant you that. Before his words had fully faded, and without needing to issue a specific command, the mutated skeletal wolf, exuding a terrifying pressure of 5th-tier bronze, let out a deep growl. Its darkened eye sockets locked onto Jiang Yun as its hind legs propelled it forward, transforming into a black whirlwind of death, reeking of decay and destruction, hurtling toward Jiang Yun with astonishing speed. Its gaping maw, lined with teeth capable of rending steel, flashed with a cold glint, aimed directly at Jiang Yun's head. Jiang Yun, Zhao Tieju's eyes widened in horror, nearly rushing forward. Zhang Xiaoxiao could only close her eyes in despair. Many students gasped in fright, envisioning the gruesome spectacle of Jiang Yun being torn apart in an instant. However, standing against this overwhelming onslaught, Jiang Yun remained rooted in place, as steadfast as a mountain. Not even the corners of his garments stirred in the fierce wind. His gaze was chillingly calm. A cold arc curled at the corners of his mouth. Little fire, come forth, he uttered softly. The next moment, boom! A wave of terrifying energy, far more frenzied, more searing, and more soul-chilling than that of the bone demon wolf, erupted. Like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening. It swept outwards from Jiang Yun, mercilessly engulfing everything in its vicinity. The air warped. Leaves on the ground ignited spontaneously, turning to ash. An overwhelming pressure. A manifestation of a higher being descended upon the scene, causing all beasts to tremble in fear. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar that carried a hint of draconic resonance, a streak of crimson light materialized before Jiang Yun, expanding instantaneously as the brilliance faded. A creature of extraordinary might floated before him. Its elongated and sleek form was adorned with scales of a deep, jewel-like red, glinting with a metallic sheen. Its head bore distinct draconic features, exuding an air of majesty and authority. Surrounding it was a visible surge of searing heat, as if it could ignite everything nearby at any moment. Most astonishing was the unabashed, tempestuous aura radiating from it. Bronze rank 7. Bronze rank 7. Silence. An absolute silence. The earlier gasps of astonishment, fear, and whispered conversations were abruptly severed, as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats. Every expression froze on their faces. Eyes widened like saucers. Mouths agape, as if they could accommodate an egg. The cruel smile on the middle-aged man's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer shock and disbelief. He screamed in a pitch that betrayed his horror. No, impossible. How can it be bronze rank 7? The intel was wrong. Damn it. The report stated that the strongest among these students was merely bronze rank 1. Which cursed fool disseminated this false information? This is bronze rank 7. 7 ranks. His black-robed subordinates behind him were equally petrified, trembling uncontrollably, their earlier bravado and indifference evaporating. Their eyes, filled with terror, were fixed upon the fire dragon fish. Bronze rank 7. This was far beyond their capacity to confront. The students, having initially been petrified, erupted into a tumultuous clamor. Oh my heavens! Bronze rank 7. I must be dreaming. That S Jiang Yun's beast? That fish? No, that S a dragon. But it doesn't he look quite like a dragon, does it? It was hidden too well. He is the strongest among us. This guy has been concealing his true power all along. There is hope. We're saved. Jiang Yun. Eliminate these cultist scum. Jiang Yun. Kill them. The atmosphere of despair ignited in an instant. The flame of hope blazed fiercely in everyone's eyes as they gazed at Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish, akin to seeing a savior. In that moment, they understood that Jiang Yun had seemingly shown them great mercy during the competition. Had he unleashed this bronze rank 7 beast, they would hardly have dared to breathe. Among the crowd, Lin Kuo's complexion turned ashen, his body swaying as if he could barely maintain his balance. He stared fixedly at the magnificent fire dragon fish, his lips trembling, his heart tumultuous with waves of despair. Bronze rank 7. The wind and thunder skylark was merely a facade of his true strength. I, Lin Kuo, who thought myself a genius, am nothing but a complete joke in comparison. An unprecedented sense of defeat and insignificance engulfed him. He had believed that his loss to Xiao Yutian was merely a slight disparity. However, it turned out that the latter hadn't even been serious. Xiao Yutian, too, was struck as though by lightning, rendered utterly dazed. His mind blanked, echoing only with the terrifying realm of bronze rank 7 he had just witnessed. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head as he recalled his brother, Xiaoling. That fool who had repeatedly provoked a prodigy possessing a bronze rank 7 beast. That he hadn't been killed was a stroke of fortune. This was no mere misstep. It was akin to offering his head to the guillotine. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back, dread washing over him. If Jiang Yun chose to settle scores with his brother, it would spell his doom. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Zhao Taizhu initially wore a blank expression, then suddenly erupted into euphoric excitement. His face flushed as he waved his fists and shouted incoherently, "Damn, Jiang Yun. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I mean, how could you have maintained such a nonchalant demeanor while hiding such depth?" At this moment, his gaze towards Jiang Yun was filled with boundless admiration and fervor. Shang Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes. Upon witnessing the floating, imposing fire dragon fish, she was utterly stunned, her lips slightly parted. In her beautiful eyes, myriad emotions sparkled as she gazed at Jiang Yun's towering figure, her heart racing uncontrollably with shock, admiration, and the joy of survival. A whirlwind of emotions overwhelmed her, rendering her speechless. "Retreat. Quickly disperse. Inform the guardians. There is a formidable foe here." The cult leader, the middle-aged man, reacted swiftly. Snapping back to reality from his shock, he bellowed hoarsely and, without hesitation, turned to flee deeper into the forest, abandoning his earlier arrogance. The other black-robed figures, similarly awakened from their stupor, bolted in different directions like frightened rabbits. Want to escape? Too late. Jiang Yun's gaze turned as frigid as ice, his murderous intent palpable. "Little fire, leave none behind. Wind and thunder, seal the skies. Do not let that queen bee escape." Roar. The fire dragon fish, responding to its orders, seemed exhilarated by the prospect of battle after a long hiatus. It emitted an excited cry, its enormous eye locking onto the bone demon wolf, which, despite its forward momentum, was already deflated. No elaborate skills were necessary. It simply opened its mouth. Boom. A breath of dragon flame, distilled to its utmost potency and exuding a sense of annihilation, surged forth like a crimson torrent, instantly engulfing the bone demon wolf. How? In an instant, the bone demon wolf, emanating the pressure of bronze rank 5, was reduced to ashes under the extreme heat, not a remnant left behind, obliterated in a split second. Simultaneously, a silver flash tore through the sky. Caw! The wind and thunder skylark had, unbeknownst to anyone, appeared high above, its wings fluttering as the power of wind and thunder intertwined. With a thunderous strike, it transformed into true lightning, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Accompanied by the violet thunderclap, it instantaneously pierced through the fleeing, soul-eating queen bee. Crack! The soul-eating queen bee didn't even have time to struggle, exploding into a cloud of charred fragments mid-air. The fire dragon fish did not pause, its draconic head pivoting to unleash another 2 breaths of dragon flame. Boom, boom. 2 other mutated beasts, attempting to flee, along with a nearby figure clad in a black robe, were unable to emit even a scream before they met the same fate as the skeletal magic wolf, completely evaporating in the crimson torrent. In an instant, the once menacing and invincible cultist group was reduced to mere remnants, with only the desperate leader and another black-robed figure left fleeing. "No, Guardian, save me, Guardian." The last black-robed individual, sensing the imminent approach of death from behind, let out a desperate wail. The fiery breath of the dragon fish descended once more, erasing him and his cries from this world entirely. Silence. It returned. From the moment Jiang Yun summoned the dragon fish to the complete annihilation of all cultists and mutated beasts, the entire process took no more than a few fleeting moments. Too fast, too powerful. Everyone stood stunned by this overwhelming, aesthetically violent battle, their minds blank, left only with a profound shock and reverence for absolute strength. What manner of monster is Jiang Yun? So powerful. How could we have even thought to compete with him? This is true genius. Yet, Jiang Yun did not relent for a moment. His brow furrowed. The cult leader's final cry for help sent an ominous signal through him. Since that middle-aged man had called for aid, this guardian must possess strength far greater than his own, and likely lurked nearby. Their power undoubtedly exceeded imagination. It was unwise to linger. "Everyone, follow me immediately. Quickly." Jiang Yun retracted the wind and thunder lark, leaping onto the back of the dragon fish. and bellowed to the still stunned crowd below. His voice conveyed an undeniable urgency. Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, realizing that the crisis had not yet fully passed. However, just as they prepared to move, boom! A sound as thunderous as a giant drum echoed from the depths of the forest, causing the earth to tremble. Immediately afterward, a terrifying pressure, far denser and more violent than that of the skeletal magic wolf, or even the dragon fish, surged forth like an invisible tsunami. Roar! Accompanied by a violent roar that pierced the eardrums and sent blood surging, a colossal shadow leaped from the dense forest, crashing down upon the ground before them like a small mountain. Instantly, the earth cracked, and dust erupted into the sky. As the dust settled, the true form of that terrifying figure was revealed. It was a gigantic ape, towering over 5 meters, with muscles twisted like rock, its fur an unhealthy gray-black, and eyes as red as blood. It was enveloped in a whirlwind of earthy energy, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted. The innate talent of manifesting all things activated instantly. Information materialized before him. Race: Earth Demon Ape, Earth Attribute. Status: Deceased. Realm: Peak of Bronze 9th Stage. Skills: Earthquake Wave, a control and damage skill with a wide range, exceedingly difficult to evade, capable of causing most opponents to lose their balance and fall prey to it. Berserk Throw, a terrifying long-range physical attack that, combined with its strength, boasts incredible destructive power. Rock Armor, a formidable defensive skill that significantly reduces the effectiveness of any attacks. Chapter 75, Cult Guardian, Peak of Bronze 9th Stage. Upon comprehending the feedback from the manifestation of all things, Jiang Yun's heart sank heavily. The peak of the Bronze 9th Stage. Indeed, there were even stronger enemies lurking nearby, perhaps more than one. It was not beyond possibility. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun made a decisive choice. He could not flee. If this earth demon ape charged into the fleeing crowd, pursuing Zhao Taizhu and the others, it would be a one-sided massacre. At this moment, only he, with the Bronze 7th Stage Dragon Fish, still held a slim chance of buying time for Zhao Taizhu to escape. This might attract reinforcements. He signaled the dragon fish to come to a sudden halt. The dragon fish let out a deep roar, its massive body blocking the path leading out of the forest, its searing breath locking onto the front, adopting a clear stance of interception. Witnessing Jiang Yun's resolute and almost self-sacrificing action, the students, who had been panic-stricken at the sight of this terrifying beast, fell silent in an instant. A complex wave of emotions surged within each of them: gratitude, shock, and an overwhelming sense of guilt. Remembering their previous doubts, taunts, and even jealousy stemming from Qingxue, these feelings now seemed utterly ridiculous and despicable. Here stood a youth who bravely stepped forward in the face of despair to protect them. His heart and sense of responsibility had long surpassed theirs. Jiang Yun, I am sorry. We were wrong before. You must be careful. Jiang Yun, please come back alive. Choked voices and sincere blessings echoed in the hearts of everyone. Someone quietly murmured, now, who can say Jiang Yun is unworthy of Miss Su? Perhaps it is Miss Su who is unworthy of such a Jiang Yun. This remark rippled like a stone cast into a still pond, evoking silent resonance. Lin Kuo and Xiao Yutian trembled at the words, yet unusually refrained from retorting. They exhibited no signs of jealousy or displeasure. After witnessing the current events, they had been thoroughly convinced by Jiang Yun. The two exchanged glances, their expressions complex as they regarded the tall and solitary figure, their former pride and defiance utterly crushed, leaving only a deep sense of helplessness and a hint of admiration they themselves were reluctant to acknowledge. Between them and Jiang Yun now lay an insurmountable chasm. Comparisons? That had become a complete joke. They finally understood how fragile their so-called genius status was in the presence of a true prodigy. Jiang Yun, hold on. I will quickly bring Coach Wang and the principal to rescue you. Zhao Tieju's eyes reddened as he shouted with all his might. He knew staying here would only be a burden. Suddenly, he yanked the still-dazed Shang Xiao and, along with a group of students, fled towards the forest's edge without looking back. At this moment, quickly relaying the news was the greatest assistance he could offer Jiang Yun. Just as the crowd disappeared into the dense forest, the mountain-like figure, carrying an oppressive aura that was suffocating, had already closed in. Boom. The earth demon ape's massive foot struck the ground, causing the earth to shudder. Its crimson eyes first swept across the ashes and remains left by its underlings on the ground, then fixed intently on Jiang Yun and the dragon fish blocking its path. A gloomy and menacing voice seemed to resonate directly from the void, chilling to the bone. A bunch of utterly useless fools. You can't even handle a mere dozen students. And I must personally intervene. What a waste of the holy cult's resources. As the words fell, a figure dressed similarly to the other black-robed ones, but with dark red twisted patterns embroidered on the cuffs and collar, appeared like a specter upon the broad shoulder of the earth demon ape. He was equally shrouded in a voluminous hood, obscuring his features, leaving only the chilling sensation of two icy gazes piercing through the shadows, fixated upon Jiang Yun. Oh! The voice of the guardian bore a hint of surprise, momentarily glancing past Jiang Yun to concentrate on the divine martial fire dragon fish. A bronze tier 7 fire dragon fish. No, this aptitude, its essence, amethyst level, it appears to have undergone some form of mutation. How intriguing, truly intriguing. In such a small place as City C, to encounter a beast with such exceptional qualities, and yet it resides in the hands of a mere child. He hardly regarded Jiang Yun, his full attention captivated by the fire dragon fish. It seemed those few incompetents were not entirely useless after all. At least they had assisted this guardian in discovering a remarkable sacrificial offering. The guardian emitted a raspy chuckle, dripping with condescension. Such a unique and potent essence, if sacrificed to the magic core, would likely yield effects far superior to gathering hundreds of ordinary beasts. Perhaps this singular fish alone could suffice to fulfill the remaining essence power required for the magic core. Ha! The words of this sinister guardian sent a tremor through Jiang Yun's heart. He had directly discerned the fish's aptitude. How had he seen through it? Did he possess a talent skill that allowed him to glimpse such truths? Jiang Yun pondered, contemplating the guardian's earlier remarks. Sacrificial offerings? Magic core? Essence power? Was this their motive for seizing beasts? To extract the essence power of the beasts? To sacrifice it to the magic core he spoke of? Perhaps the fire dragon fish, due to its exceptional aptitude and mutated lineage, was viewed by them as a prime sacrificial offering. You wish to take my beast? Jiang Yun's gaze turned frigid. Despite the tumult within, his voice remained calm. Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Arrogant. The sinister guardian snorted disdainfully at Jiang Yun's words. A mere student, emboldened by a mutated fish, dared to speak so boldly before him? Very well, I shall subdue you first. Using your beast to seek favor from the cult leader, he ceased his idle chatter, lightly pressing his foot down. Demon ape. Rampaging throw. The earth demon ape let out a roar, its massive paw once again plunging into the ground, uprooting a colossal boulder. With muscles tensed and a shriek that rent the air, it hurled the stone towards Jiang Yun and the fire dragon fish. The force of this strike was more ferocious than before. Little fire, flame breath. Jiang Yun dared not delay, issuing his command without hesitation. The fire dragon fish opened its jaws wide, unleashing a concentrated crimson fire pillar that struck the incoming boulder with precision. Boom. The boulder was ignited midair by the searing dragon flames, exploding into countless burning fragments that scattered like a rain of fire. The sinister guardian let out a soft exclamation, his brow furrowing beneath the hood. He was taken aback by the fire dragon fish's formidable flames, which had so decisively neutralized the earth demon ape's projectile attack. Indeed, there was something remarkable about it. The purity of its flames far exceeded that of ordinary fire-type beasts. The guardian's tone grew increasingly intrigued, tinged with a hint of greed. Excellent. The more unique it is, the greater the benefit to the magic core. This guardian shall claim you today. He swiftly formed an arcane hand sign, a wave of obscure, chilling energy radiating outward. Roar. The earth demon ape received its command, its eyes ablaze with crimson light, as earthy energy surged around it. It abruptly lifted its massive feet. Seismic shockwave. Full force explosion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This time, it was not mere ripples, but a cataclysmic upheaval. Centered around the earth demon ape, the ground within a 100-meter radius was violently shattered. Tremors accompanied by numerous fissures spreading wildly. A terrifying shockwave, mingled with flying dust and debris, surged towards the airborne fire dragon fish, nearly sealing off all avenues for evasion. Jiang Yun's expression shifted. Little fire. Water manipulation. Ascend. The fire dragon fish let out a long cry, employing water manipulation to control the currents, striving to ascend and escape the core of the shockwave. However, the overwhelming force of the tremors still affected it, causing its flames to flicker erratically. Its ascent was momentarily stymied, and in that fleeting instant, as the old power waned and the new power had yet to emerge, the sinister guardian's eyes glimmered with cold light. Now, rock armor, harden, charge. The rock armor enveloping the earth demon ape instantly radiated a heavy, dark sheen. Its massive form, moving with an agility unfitting of its size, propelled itself with the force of the ground's recoil, like a cannonball, lowering its head and charging its hefty armored skull towards the precariously descending fire dragon fish. Should the collision connect, even a bronze tier 7 fire dragon fish would surely be broken and battered. The crisis descended in an instant, marking Jiang Yun's first encounter with such dire straits. Meanwhile, beyond the forest, in the plaza, the immense illusionary jellyfish projected a luminous screen, which had been distinctly displaying Jiang Yun's triumphant stance after defeating Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo. This scene elicited gasps and discussions from the audience, with Principal He Tiangang wearing an unmistakable smile. However, in the next moment, ziz. The screen flickered violently, the image warping and fracturing, ultimately freezing on Jiang Yun's stern visage before plunging into complete darkness. What happened? Why has the image vanished? What is going on? The plaza erupted into chaos, every spectator rising to their feet, gazing in bewilderment at the pitch-black screen, filled with uncertainty. On the high platform, the mayor of City C furrowed his brow sharply, glancing at the beast master responsible for maintaining the projection. In a low, serious tone, he inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue with the illusionary jellyfish?" The beast master's face turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he fought against the piercing pain at the soul level, trembling as he reported, "Mr. Mayor, it's not a problem with the illusionary jellyfish itself, but all the sub-jellyfish distributed throughout the arena were simultaneously destroyed just moments ago." What? At these words, every dignitary on the high platform, including He Tiangang, Elderly, Su Qingtian, Shi Pang, and Lei Lai, turned ashen. All sub-jellyfish destroyed simultaneously? This was no accident. A powerful external force had forcibly invaded and wreaked havoc upon the city-level Beast Master competition arena. An ominous premonition enveloped the hearts of all present. Something monumental must have transpired within the arena. Chapter 76. Amethyst-level experts unite. Save Jiang Yun. The sudden extinguishing of the illusionary jellyfish's screen served as a harbinger of dread, tightening the hearts of all. Anxiety and panic spread through the crowd like a contagion. "Mayor, we must ascertain the situation within the arena immediately." The principal of Qingxue No. 1 High School, He Tiangang, was the first to rise, his tone urgent. The mayor of C City wore a grave expression, immediately summoning the captain of the first division of the city defense team, a seasoned, golden-tier beast master, exuding an air of calm. "Establish contact with the inner patrol teams and report the situation," the mayor commanded. The captain, not daring to delay, promptly attempted to reach out via the specially crafted communication crystal of the city defense team. Yet, once, twice, 7 inner patrol teams, and not a single one responded. The silence on the other end was chilling. The captain's countenance darkened, and he looked to the mayor and the assembled dignitaries, his voice hoarse. "Mayor, we are unable to reach any of the 7 inner patrol teams." "What? Unable to reach them?" The moment those words were uttered, several prominent figures on the platform changed color. A great uproar erupted among the audience. 7 city defense teams lost contact simultaneously. Each of those teams boasted at least 1 bronze-tier warrior. Something catastrophic must have transpired within the misty forest. "Gather. All members of the first division of the city defense team assemble. Immediately enter the misty forest, rescue the students, and ascertain the situation," the mayor decisively proclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the square. The captain of the defense team obeyed, issuing a sharp assembly call. The atmosphere in the square instantly tightened, a palpable aura of menace pervading the air. The mayor paced back and forth, worry etched across his brow. That was our city's most exceptional cohort this year. If something were to happen, he dared not think further. It would be a devastating blow to the future of C City. The new generation of prodigies would face a significant gap. Just as the city defense team was swiftly assembling and preparing to depart, a voice cried out, "They're coming out." Instantly, all eyes turned to the periphery of the misty forest. A group of disheveled students, their clothes tattered and faces marked by lingering terror, stumbled out, supporting each other as they emerged from the woods. "Son, daughter, young master." The anxious parents of various families rushed forward. In an instant, cries and wails filled the air. Many students, their mental fortitude shattered, could no longer suppress their emotions upon seeing their families, bursting into tears. "They're dead. So many classmates are dead. It's terrifying. Those hooded figures, they killed and stole our beasts. We nearly didn't make it back." The catharsis of survival and the release of fear enveloped the square in an atmosphere of sorrow and chaos. Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family, an elder whose vigor belied his age, commanding respect without raising his voice, along with Lin Kuo's father, a refined middle-aged man, quickly located Xiao Yutian and Lin Kuo among their kin. "Yutian, what on earth happened?" Xiao Zhan asked in a low voice, his gaze piercing. Xiao Yutian's complexion was pale. After taking a deep breath, he struggled to utter 4 words. "It was the necromancer sect." Lin Kuo nodded gravely, adding, "They invaded the competition venue and seized the beasts, killing several classmates." The necromancer sect? Those 4 words struck like thunder among the dignitaries and the keen-eared spectators. Ordinary citizens might have only heard whispers of their infamy, but these higher-ups were acutely aware of the cruelty and tenacity of this cult. So it was this insidious, treacherous band of lunatics. Principal Lei Lai of Thunderstorm High School gasped in shock. Principal Pang of Panshir High School wore an equally grave expression. How could they appear here and strike the competition venue with such precision? How did you manage to escape? The mayor quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Faced with an organized cult attack, the fact that these young students had managed to escape in such numbers was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu, gasping for breath, suddenly raised his head and shouted with all his might, "Principal, Mayor, hurry and save Jiang Yun. He stayed behind to cover our retreat." Holding off one of the necromancer sect's enforcers. "Please, go save him." His shout ignited a fuse. Instantly, those students saved by Jiang Yun seemed to find their rallying point, their suppressed emotions erupting in fervent cries. "Yes, quickly save Jiang Yun. He saved us. Without Jiang Yun, we would all be dead. Save Jiang Yun." The clamor rose in waves, Jiang Yun's name resonating throughout the square, filled with urgency, pleading, and immense recognition. This scene left all the bewildered spectators and some parents in a state of shock. Jiang Yun, the one who was ridiculed at the start of the competition, the one everyone said would be eliminated. How had he suddenly transformed into the savior in the eyes of all the brilliant students? Xiao Yutian observed the excitement around him, then turned to his grandfather and father. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Jiang Yun has concealed his true strength. His Wind Thunder Skylark possesses not just the power of a Bronze Tier 1, but he also has a Fire Dragon Fish with the strength of a Bronze Tier 7. Lin Kuo chimed in, his tone laden with complexity. "It was he who stood up when the cult surrounded us and slaughtered our classmates, decisively eliminating several cultists and their mutated beasts, paving the way for our escape. In the end, he faced the cult enforcer alone, providing cover for us. Bronze Tier 7. Facing the cult enforcer alone." These two pieces of information detonated like heavy bombs among the crowd. Bronze Tier 7. My heavens. He has two beasts. How is that even possible? Jiang Yun has been hiding his abilities. The audacity to sacrifice himself for everyone's survival was a testament to his incredible resolve. A hero. Jiang Yun is truly the hero of Sea City. Gasps of astonishment, admiration, and incredulous discussions surged through the crowd like a tsunami, leaving every face etched with profound shock and reverence. On the platform, several dignitaries were equally shaken. Principal He Tiangong's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Bronze Tier 7. His expression a mix of shock and delight. Yet when he learned of Jiang Yun standing alone against the cult enforcer, his heart leapt to his throat. This young man had been hiding his strength. Bronze Tier 7. Hadn't he only been Bronze Tier 2 a fortnight ago? This is bad. Facing the cult enforcer alone, he was certainly in danger. He Tiangang felt a tremor of urgency and could no longer remain seated. The mayor's eyes sparkled with determination as he slammed his hand on the armrest. Well done, Jiang Yun. Fearless in the face of danger, selfless, and exceptionally gifted. Truly a prodigy of our city's younger generation. We must spare no effort to bring him back. Su Qingtian, upon not finding his daughter Su Qingxue among the crowd, was already anxious, and at this moment, he resolved to enter the forest. My daughter Su Qingxue doesn't seem to be among them. I shall go as well. The head of the Su family declared solemnly. Only then did the crowd realize that since entering the misty forest, they had not encountered Su Qingxue. Could it be that she had already met with misfortune? Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family, renowned as the foremost under the amethyst skies of City C, stepped forth, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Young friend Jiang Yun has saved my grandson Yutian. This kindness shall not go unreturned. I, Xiao, shall accompany you to rescue Jiang Yun. Time is of the essence. He Tiangang was already consumed by urgency. He strode forward, his formidable spiritual power erupting like a tempest, casting a terrifying pressure that exceeded even that of the golden tier, enveloping the entire area. Old comrade, come forth. He raised his hands, and the space before him was abruptly rent asunder, a colossal rift tearing open, from which roared an ancient, primal sound. In the next moment, a massive creature emerged, its body cloaked in dark golden scales, resembling a lion yet adorned with a pair of curved dragon horns. Its limbs were as stout as pillars, treading upon the void. Enveloped in flickering golden flames, its regal gaze sweeping over all, commanding submission from all existence. Amethyst Tier 7. Dragon Flame, Golden Lion. A roar erupted. A cacophony of dragons roar and lions bellow that shook the heavens, the spectacle reaching its zenith. The mayor, witnessing the scene, no longer hesitated and proclaimed, such a hero must not fall prey to the evil cult. A radiant white light surged around him, and a massive portal of light opened above. A clarion cry sounded as a colossal divine bird, its wings spanning over 20 meters, carved from what appeared to be white jade, with tail feathers trailing like clouds, gracefully soared forth. It was enveloped in auspicious clouds and a gentle, yet formidable power of light. Amethyst Tier 5. Cloud Mist Sacred Phoenix. Su Qingtian, though silent, acted swiftly. With a flourish of his sleeve, a flash of azure light appeared, revealing a magnificent divine eagle, encircled by blades of wind. Its speed so swift it seemed to meld into the very air itself. Amethyst Tier 3. Wind Spirit Divine Eagle. Xiaozhan laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the expanse. How could I be absent? He grounded himself, the power of the earth surging forth, in a colossal tortoise. Its size akin to a small mountain, its shell inscribed with ancient runes, the visage of a dragon's head with a serpent's tail, manifested before him. Radiating an impenetrable defense that was as weighty as a mountain, yet beneath its 4 legs, earthy clouds coalesced, gently lifting it into the air. Golden Tier 9 Peak. Xuanwu Sacred Tortoise. 4 beasts emerged, each distinct in form, yet collectively exuding an aura of cataclysmic might. The overwhelming pressure converged, solidifying the air within the entire plaza. All present felt their breaths constricted, yet their hearts surged with excitement, their eyes transfixed upon this rare and magnificent display. The amethyst beasts gathered, all for the sake of rescuing one. Jiang Yun, oldly slowly rose, though he summoned no beast. The depth of his presence, profound and inscrutable, seemed to instill more confidence than the combined might of the 4 amethyst champions. He spoke with gravitas. The cult of the undead is a malignant tumor upon humanity. You all may proceed with confidence. Ensure you uncover the clues to their strongholds and eradicate them entirely. This place shall be secured by me. I shall not allow the evil cult to set foot in City C. The mayor nodded. With Old Li's presence, he felt assured. He announced loudly to the crowd, everyone, the evil cult has invaded, and the competition is suspended. All citizens may evacuate back to the city with the defense team. Those willing to combat the cult may join the defense team into the forest to cleanse the evil. Eradicate the evil cult. Rescue Jiang Yun. Let us fight. The crowd erupted with fervor. Numerous beastmasters, their blood ignited with passion, responded vocally. Under the organization of the defense team, they began to enter the forest in an orderly fashion. He Tiangang could no longer contain himself. He leapt upon the broad back of the dragon flame golden lion, which let out a mighty roar, its hooves igniting, transforming into a streak of golden light, hurtling toward the misty forest with terrifying speed. The mayor, Su Qingtian, and Xiaozhan immediately summoned their beasts, following closely behind. For formidable presences shot forth like arrows into the depths of the forest. However, just as the 4 amethyst champions flew less than a kilometer into the outskirts of the misty forest, an unexpected change occurred. Buzz. A terrifying pressure, indescribable and seemingly emanating from the depths of the abyss, erupted from the core of the forest, as if an ancient beast had awakened from slumber. This pressure was so formidable it surpassed the combined might of the 4 amethyst champions, causing even Old Li to change color. Roar. Accompanied by a soul-shattering roar that sent tremors through all life within dozens of miles, a chilling, raspy voice echoed clearly into the depths of each person's ears, as if proclaiming, esteemed ones, the holy cult commands you to halt. Before the words faded, a surge of energy, infused with darkness and death, swept forth from the depths of the forest like a black tsunami, crashing violently against He Tiangang and the others. The faces of the 4 amethyst champions changed dramatically as they hastily urged their beasts to defend with all their might. Boom! The violent collision of energies made the very edge of the misty forest tremble. The power of the newcomer was terrifying indeed. Chapter 77. The Pinnacle Battle of the Amethyst Tier. A clash imminent. He Tiangang, the mayor, and Su Qingtian, the 3 amethyst tier powerhouses, should have been capable of overwhelming all. However, when the terrifying aura from the depths of the forest erupted in its entirety, they truly understood the vast chasm that lay before them. Well, the Xuanwu dragon tortoise beneath Xiaozhan, renowned for its astounding defense, emitted a near mournful low growl, its limbs quaking, its massive form uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. Despite Xiaozhan's commands, it could not rise an inch. This was the crushing weight of absolute power. The strength of the opponent was fearsome beyond measure, far beyond what a single golden tier beast could withstand. He Tiangang's dragon flame golden lion flickered with unstable golden flames. The mayor's sacred phoenix's wings trembled, and Su Qingtian's wind spirit divine eagle emitted a threatening growl, yet could not conceal its instinctual fear. The hearts of the 4 sank to the depths of despair. The aura was not merely at the pinnacle of Amethyst Tier 9. It was half a foot into the Diamond Tier. He Tiangang's face was grave, his voice dry. As at Amethyst Tier 7, he could perceive the terrifying power that far exceeded that of an ordinary amethyst peak. Just as the 4 were daunted by the fearsome aura erupting from the depths of the forest, the space before them seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand. Crack. Boom. This was no mere metaphor. It was the genuine sound of space fracturing. Accompanied by the sickening sounds of bone dislocation and flesh contorting, the ground before the force suddenly heaved upward, then exploded. Earth rocked, and remnants of ancient trees erupted into the sky like a fountain. Amidst the flying debris and swirling dust, a colossal, twisted shadow rose, emanating the weight of annihilation. The first thing visible was a grotesque head akin to a massive siege hammer, covered in a grim mixture of pale and dark red bone armor, with dark purple, still writhing flesh visible through the gaps in the armor. Above the head, there were no eyes, only two fiery orbs burning fiercely, resembling the entrance to an abyss, glowing with an ominous green flame. Following that was its gigantic, despair-inducing body, seemingly stitched together from the remains of countless powerful beasts, catalyzed into existence. The robust limbs, cloaked in somber scales, were grotesquely connected by stark, pale bone spikes and undulating tentacles. Along its spine, a terrifying array of bony protrusions sprouted, resembling a desolate forest of death. A long tail, composed of countless vertebrae and culminating in a massive bone mallet, swept through the earth with reckless abandon, causing the ground to shatter and stones to fly. It was ensnared in a visible shroud of dark red malevolence and lifeless gray energy, these forces writhing as if they possessed life, withering vegetation into ash in their wake. The air was heavy with the pungent stench of blood and decaying flesh. Most disquieting was its unabashed aura of brutality, akin to a primordial beast, at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of amethyst. This terrifying aberration exuded an erratic and violent energy, as though it were perpetually assaulting an invisible barrier, the tendrils of its released power already hinting at a diamond-level significance. Merely standing there, the oppressive force it radiated dimmed the golden flames of He Tiangong's dragon flame golden lion, unsettled the mayor's cloud feather holy phoenix, and forced Su Qingtian's wind spirit eagle to cower, emitting a low growl that mingled threat and fear. Meanwhile, Xiaozhan's Xuanwu dragon tortoise emitted a mournful cry. Its limbs rendered utterly limp, its massive body pinned to the ground by that will intertwined with death and destruction, unable even to raise its head. At that moment, a gaunt figure, resembling a specter, silently appeared above the terrifying aberration. Clad in a black robe adorned with dark red patterns, the old man stood with a frail form. Yet, atop the head of this creature exuding a scent of annihilation, he remained as steadfast as a mountain, seemingly the very core and sovereign of the beast. The two orbs of ghostly green soul fire atop the creature's head seemed to resonate with the flickering gaze beneath his hood. He gently raised his skeletal hand and pressed it against the cold bone armor of the beast, as if soothing a weapon of his own. Then, lifting his head, his ghostly green gaze pierced through the void, falling upon He Tiangang and his companions, who braced themselves for confrontation. His hoarse and frigid voice swept across the battlefield. The Holy Church acts with purpose. Do not meddle in matters of Sea City. His voice, though not loud, carried an icy and lifeless chill that clearly overshadowed the terrifying low growl of the beast. Otherwise, he paused, his ghostly green gaze suddenly sharp. As if the soul-eating aberration beneath him responded, its dark red malevolence surging violently, the overwhelming pressure intensifying like a tsunami, striking at the minds and summoned beasts of the four powerful figures. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Arrogant, disdainful, treating Amethyst as nothing. Seated upon the extraordinary beast beneath him, surrounded by a tempest of malevolence, he alone seemed capable of withstanding 1,000 armies, hurling an abyss of despair and oppression upon all present. The moment his words fell, alarms blared in the hearts of He Tiangang and his cohorts, rife with suspicion. Why had such formidable forces been dispatched to intercept them? This was undoubtedly more than a mere attempt to thwart their rescue of Jiang Yun. Within the miasma forest, the cult must be orchestrating some earth-shattering scheme, impervious to interruption. Suppressing his own trepidation, the mayor stepped forward, raising his voice with the might of his summoned beast. Echoing across the expanse, Cult of the Undead, why have you attacked our Sea City Beastmaster competition and slaughtered our future talents? Do you truly believe Sea City is without defenders? A chilling, sinister cackle escaped the gaunt elder, his ghostly green gaze sweeping over the mayor with palpable contempt. Talents? Merely a few robust ants. It is a tremendous grace that the Holy Church has not yet annihilated this city. To take a handful of your students and beasts is insignificant. His tone shifted, brimming with an almost deranged arrogance. Do not think your combined might can deter us. Even if the strongest of the Beastmaster Academy were to arrive today, the Holy Church would not flinch. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a voice, aged yet imbued with supreme authority and righteous indignation, thundered forth like celestial lightning from the direction of the square, swiftly dispersing a portion of the suffocating malevolent pressure. Hiding in the shadows, acting with treachery. A mere band of cowardly rats dares to flaunt their audacity here? You, cult of the undead, who sacrifice lives, defy humanity, and poison the world, are the sworn enemies of our race. We, the Beastmasters, will slay you on sight. As the voice approached, the final word slay resonated with finality. A dazzling azure light, akin to a sword of dawn cleaving through darkness, shot forth from the square. As the light dissipated, it revealed its bearer. It was Elder Li of the Beastmaster Academy, accompanied by his extraordinary beast, the pinnacle of the 9th tier of Amethyst, the Eternal Ice Beast. Elder Li stood atop his beast, his hair and beard billowing. His usual demeanor of warmth and kindness evaporated, replaced by an unmatched sharpness, as if he could sever all forms of evil in existence. The aura emanating from him was pure, majestic, and authoritative, starkly contrasting with the eerie stillness of the cult elder, akin to the clash of light and darkness. The terrifying energies of their respective 9th tier beasts collided in the air. Buzz! An invisible force field twisted and exploded between the two, emitting a disconcerting hum that sent shivers through the teeth. The clouds above were forcibly torn asunder, and the ground beneath began to crack in a web-like pattern around the two figures, the mere clash of their auras heralding a change in the heavens. A short distance behind Elder Li, Principal Lei Lai of Thunderbolt Academy also commanded his beast, a purple tier 6th level beast, the Thunderwing Griffin, entwined with raging lightning, following closely. Its radiance formidable. Interesting, the cult elder mused, recognizing the newcomer, the gatekeeper of the Beastmaster Academy, a keen nose indeed. Elder Li's gaze sharpened, piercing through the void. Locking onto his adversary, you cultists, who reverse life and death, conjuring disasters, are beyond the tolerance of heaven. The Beastmaster Alliance has decreed that there is no room for mercy towards you. To be seen is to be slain. Hypocritical, scoffed the cult elder. A cold smile gracing his lips. Survival of the fittest is the ultimate truth of the universe. The Holy Church seeks the highest truth. How could mere mortals like you comprehend it? Truth? Elder Li laughed derisively, his tone laden with scorn and murderous intent. To pave a path with the bones of countless lives and dare to call it truth? Today, let me see if your so-called truth can withstand the light of our righteous path. With that, there was no room for negotiation. It was evident that a battle was inevitable. The cult elder fell silent for a moment, his murderous intent palpable, as the shadows beneath him seemed to come alive, writhing and expanding. If that is the case, then let us fight. The final word escaped his lips. The beast beneath him unleashed a terrifying roar. Roar! The overwhelming might was undeniable. This individual's strength was formidable, undoubtedly an elder from the upper echelons of the cult, willing to fight to obstruct them. There must be a hidden agenda within this miasma forest. A spark of clarity flashed in Elder Li's eyes as he instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Without hesitation, he swiftly issued his command. Principal He, Master Su, Principal Lei Lai, join me in confronting this individual and his accomplice. This mutated entity's aura is nearing that of diamond level, and its combat prowess likely surpasses my beast's. I will take the lead in the assault, while you provide support. We must avoid direct confrontation. Master Shao, quickly rendezvous with the city defense team, delve into the forest, locate the cult's stronghold, and dismantle the core of their ritual. Rescuing the trapped students is our priority. Move swiftly. Yes, understood. The orders were clear, and the group complied with solemn resolve. He Tiangang and his companions swiftly commanded their beasts to disperse, forming a semi-encirclement. They directed their beasts to unleash their formidable techniques. Xiaozhan, without hesitation, urged his dragon turtle to emit a deep, resonant roar, breaking free from some constraints and transforming into a streak of yellow light. Racing toward the opposite side of the forest. At the forest's edge, the ancient ice beast beneath Elder Li radiated a brilliant glow, with countless icy vines shooting skyward, forming chains of ice that spanned the heavens. The elder in black robes from the cult swelled with dark energy, and the terrifying skeletal giant behind him raised its twisted claw, capable of crushing mountains. The heavens and earth dimmed, and storms began to swirl. The battle atop the Amethyst summit was imminent. Chapter 78, The Nine-Tailed Fox's Deal, an opportunity for beast evolution? Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Jiang Yun fought, the earth demon ape, clad in heavy rocky armor, bore down on the fire dragon fish with a colossal fist, exuding an aura of death that threatened to obliterate everything. The force of its punch caused the air to erupt with a deafening roar. The searing dragon flames were compelled to yield to this sheer force. Just at this critical juncture, a silver flash of lightning, moving faster than the eye could perceive, arrived ahead of time. It was the wind thunder lark. It maximized its speed, claws enveloped in blinding lightning, not aiming to strike the earth demon ape's sturdy body, but rather targeting its relatively vulnerable crimson eyes with pinpoint accuracy. Thunderclaw, with a piercing sound. Although the earth demon ape instinctively shut its eyes, its resilient eyelids shielded it from much of the damage, yet the violent force of the thunder still surged through the gaps, inducing a wave of intense paralysis. Roar. The earth demon ape emitted a howl of pain and rage, its previously certain punch momentarily faltering and veering off course. Little fire. Inferno cage. Jiang Yun's thoughts raced. He shouted. Seizing this precious moment of respite, the fire dragon fish unleashed a mighty roar, its body adorned with crimson runes glowing fiercely. As torrents of fiery energy erupted forth, coiling around the earth demon ape's arms and torso like ethereal serpents, attempting to bind it in place. Boom. The fire chain successfully ensnared it, searing the rocky armor and producing a hissing sound. However, the earth demon ape's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. It exerted its power with a ferocious force, its muscles bulging, and the flames that could restrain an ordinary bronze-tiered beast shattered inch by inch, sending sparks flying. Indeed, it could not be contained. Jiang Yun's pupils constricted. This was within his expectations, yet he was still astonished by the sheer magnitude of its power. Little Lark. Thunderstrike. Target the joint that was just scorched. Jiang Yun's voice remained eerily calm, maintaining the rhythm of battle without a hitch. The Wind Thunder Lark, receiving the command, hesitated not for a moment. It let out a sharp cry, compressing all its wind and thunder energy into a singular point, its form transforming into a true bolt of lightning that pierced the heavens. This time, the target was not the eyes, but the earth demon ape's right elbow, where the continuous dragon flames had left it dark red, with the rocky armor displaying fine cracks. Thunderstrike. Crack. Boom. The radiant lightning struck true. The peak of penetrative force and explosive paralysis manifested in all its glory at that moment. Arc. While the earth demon ape felt no pain, its body still froze for an instant, as the rocky armor at its elbow shattered, allowing dark purple lightning to surge into its bones. Its entire right arm lost control, drooping helplessly, and in that fleeting moment of excruciating pain and paralysis, little fire, dragon flame explosion, obliterate it. A fierce glint flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes as he issued the final lethal command. The fire dragon fish had long been poised for action. It opened its maw, the vast dragon's spirit energy and primal fire compressing at unprecedented speed, forming a dark red fireball reminiscent of a miniature sun, the surrounding space warping under the intense heat. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, the dark red annihilative fireball, trailing a long tail of flames, struck the earth demon ape's chest, which was exposed due to its paralyzed right arm, right in the area that had just been scorched by the fire chains. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion echoed through the skies. The dark red annihilative energy completely engulfed the massive form of the earth demon ape. Scorching light and heat swept outward, instantly carbonizing and vaporizing the surrounding trees. As the brilliance and smoke gradually dissipated, all that remained was a vast charred crater and scattered fragments of rock, now melted into a glass-like state. The once mighty earth demon ape, at the pinnacle of bronze tier, had become nothing but dust. A one-hit kill. A true reversal achieved through tactics and teamwork in the face of dire circumstances. In the distance, the expression of the cult enforcer froze in a sinister grin, replaced by utter shock and disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. No, this is impossible, he shrieked, his voice piercingly shrill. That rocky armor was capable of withstanding silver tier attacks. How could it be shattered by a mere bronze tier skill in a single blow? He could not comprehend, could not accept. Had that fish's fire-based skill reached such terrifying levels as to slay silver tier foes? This utterly shattered his understanding. The momentary explosion of annihilative energy even sent a shiver down the spine of this onlooker. However, Jiang Yun provided him no opportunity to ponder or flee. Little fire. Send him on his way. The cold command was issued. A concentrated breath of dragon flame, akin to a death knell, instantly engulfed the cult enforcer, still caught in shock and terror, leaving only a pile of ashes in its wake. With formidable foes vanquished, Jiang Yun's taut nerves finally relaxed. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him, and he stumbled, nearly losing his balance, gasping for breath. The Wind Thunder Lark wearily perched on his shoulder, while Little Fire retracted its aura, a hint of exhaustion evident in its dragon-like eyes. He promptly instructed the Wind Thunder Lark to maintain vigilance, soaring above to ensure no further threats remained before finally allowing himself to relax, collapsing onto the ground and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. That was close. Had I not elevated Little Fire to the 7th tier before the competition, enhancing its control and the potency of Dragon Flame Explosion, today might have ended differently. A wave of trepidation coursed through him. Yet, Just as his mind began to settle and he prepared to rest momentarily, a familiar voice, cool and languid, yet imbued with supreme authority and a hint of amusement, unexpectedly resonated behind him. Hee. No wonder that day. I sensed a subtle aura within you that even I had to take note of. The source turns out to be this seemingly inconspicuous fire dragon fish. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Yun's hairs stood on end. Without a moment's thought, he sprang to his feet and whirled around, instinctively channeling the power of his beasts. The fire dragon fish and the wind thunder lark instantly entered a state of combat. However, it was too late. A terrifying pressure, vast as the starry sea and heavy as the primordial mountains, descended with the force of a collapsing firmament. Thud! Jiang Yun barely caught a glimpse of his opponent's shadow before being forcefully pressed to the ground by this irresistible power, his cheek pressed against the frigid earth. Unable to move a single finger, a mournful cry escaped from the wind thunder lark perched on his shoulder as it was directly crushed into the soil. The fire dragon fish beside him let out a furious roar of discontent, its dragon form trembling violently, flames forcefully suppressed within, its scales creaking under the immense pressure. Also pinned to the ground, unable to lift its head. The strength was overwhelming. It was so formidable that it instilled a sense of despair, extinguishing any thought of resistance. This was an entirely different realm from any enemy he had faced before, including the bronze 9th tier Earth Demon Ape. Jiang Yun struggled to lift his head. Finally, he discerned the visage of the newcomer. With an icy complexion and ethereal beauty, it was none other than Qingxue, or rather, the entity that had taken possession of her form, the spirit demon royal family, the nine-tailed fox. Seeing that the fire and thunder lark and the fire dragon fish were also being subdued, Jiang Yun did not hesitate. With a thought, he forcibly recalled the powerless fire dragon fish and wind thunder lark back into the beastmaster space, taking upon himself the burden of this terrifying pressure. His bones creaking under the strain. Oh, the nine-tailed fox's lips curled into a faint, captivating smile, one that bore an air of condescension, as if regarding mere ants. Quite affectionate, I see. She glided closer, her gaze falling upon Jiang Yun, as if capable of piercing through all facades. I have heard that upon your awakening, your aptitude was deemed null, and this fire dragon fish, contracted for less than a month, has ascended from nothingness to the bronze 7th tier in just a month. Is it truly this little fish's extraordinary talent, or do you harbor secrets even I cannot discern? Jiang Yun clenched his teeth, enduring the tremendous pressure without responding to her inquiry regarding talent. Instead, he managed to squeeze out a question through gritted teeth. Are you here to kill me? Kill you? The nine-tailed fox straightened, as if she had heard an amusing joke, and chuckled lightly. With her laughter, the terrifying pressure enveloping Jiang Yun receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Her tone was laced with lazy disdain. If I wish to take your life, why go through such trouble? A mere thought would suffice. As the pressure dissipated, Jiang Yun coughed violently several times, breathing in the fresh air as he slowly rose from the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to alleviate the stiffness in his body. He regarded her warily. What was that all about? The nine-tailed fox did not directly answer his question. Instead, she gently raised her hand to smooth the wind-tousled strands of hair at her temples, her movements exquisitely graceful, presenting a stark contrast to the terrifying power she had just displayed. She changed the subject, her tone plain yet authoritative. Jiang Yun, shall we make a deal? A deal? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow at her words, filled with suspicion. A creature possessing the pinnacle strength of the purple crystal level sought to negotiate with a bronze-level beastmaster? This was undeniably peculiar. Yet he understood that in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, his options were severely limited. Forcing himself to calm down, he asked in a low voice, what kind of deal? Qingxue smiled sweetly, a beauty that could topple nations, yet it made Jiang Yun's heart race. Her red lips parted, uttering words that sent shockwaves through him. I will grant you an opportunity for both of your beasts to undergo evolution. Do you desire it? The opportunity for evolution? For both beasts? Jiang Yun's pupils constricted. Qingxue's words fell upon his heart like a heavy stone, stirring up tumultuous waves. To enable his beasts to evolve? Such a chance sounded like a fairy tale, enough to drive any beast master mad with desire. Yet, Jiang Yun was not dazed by this sudden boon. Instead, he became even more vigilant. He had no ties to Qingxue, and she was a being of immense power. Why would she offer him such a benefit? Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous thoughts, he fixed his gaze upon her seemingly all-seeing eyes and asked gravely, what reason do I have to trust you? Moreover, why would you grant me such a significant advantage? His skepticism was unmasked. There were no free lunches in this world, especially not from an entity with unknown motives and terrifying strength. Such gifts often concealed a greater cost. Qingxue appeared unfazed by Jiang Yun's doubts. Her lips curled slightly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Whether you choose to believe is entirely up to you. I merely propose a trade. The choice lies in your hands. As for why I would offer this to you, she paused, sweeping her gaze over the chaotic battlefield. Her tone remained calm, yet there was an underlying significance. Perhaps I simply find the prospect of making you more interesting appealing. However, should you miss this opportunity, you may find yourself expending far more time and energy in search of the elusive materials needed for evolution. Whether that is worth it, you shall assess for yourself. Jiang Yun felt a stir within. Su Qingxue's words struck a chord within him. The evolution of the fire thunder lark and the fire dragon fish was indeed one of his most pressing needs. If he could bypass the tedious and uncertain process of gathering materials, it would undoubtedly save him a great deal of time. Moreover, given her strength, if she truly wished to harm him, there would be no need for such elaborate deception to concoct a lie. But was it truly that simple? What were the conditions? Jiang Yun did not immediately acquiesce, but instead pressed for the core of the matter. He needed to know the price. Su Qingxue smiled gently. As if she had anticipated his question, she extended her delicate finger and casually stated, "It's quite simple. I require 20 beast cores from you. Ensure that I secure a position within the top 10 of this competition, granting me a place in the provincial academy." What? Jiang Yun was taken aback, almost convinced he had misheard her. 20 beast cores? A guarantee for the top 10? The simplicity of the condition left him incredulous. Having amassed over 100 beast cores through repeated efforts, parting with 20 would hardly affect his solid foundation for claiming first place. To exchange 20 beast cores for an opportunity that could allow both of his beasts to evolve simultaneously was an imbalance of monumental proportions. Was it really that straightforward? Jiang Yun's brow furrowed deeper, his suspicions only growing. Was it merely for a spot in the provincial academy? With your strength, why resort to such measures? There must be something amiss. Su Qingxue covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes shimmering. Believe it or not, that is my only condition. If you wish for a reason, she glanced toward the direction where the heretical faction's protector had turned to ashes. Her tone chilling. Perhaps it is because I too detest the style of the necromancer sect. It is quite bothersome. Furthermore, beast cores hold no more value to me than pebbles by the roadside. The necromancer sect? Beast cores? Jiang Yun's mind raced as he seized upon these two keywords. Could it be that this so-called opportunity was somehow entangled with this heretical cult? It seems you are still quite uninformed. Su Qingxue appeared to be in high spirits. Or perhaps she intended to lead the conversation. Are you not curious why the cult of the undead has manifested within this misty forest? They slaughter the students and seize the beast tamers. What could their purpose be? Jiang Yun shook his head. Previously, he had only encountered attacks and was unaware of the deeper reasons. Their presence here is to gather sufficient and potent beast essences for a source container known as the demon core. Su Qingxue's voice carried a hint of mockery. And this demon core, which has accumulated an unfathomable amount of essence, is your opportunity for evolution. As she spoke, Su Qingxue observed the sudden tightening of Jiang Yun's pupils. She continued to elaborate. As long as you can obtain the demon core and allow your two beast tamers to absorb the pure essence energy contained within, its effects will be comparable to, if not surpassing, the source power provided by the materials normally required for their evolution. The sole drawback is that this source power lacks specific attribute enhancements, but its quantity and purity are sufficient to significantly elevate their strength levels while promoting evolution. The demon core, the essence of ferocious beasts, the chance for evolution. Jiang Yun's mind raced. He recalled that the cult's enforcer had also mentioned the demon core. It seemed that the matter was beyond doubt. He abruptly turned to Su Qingxue, pondering the absence of the nine-tailed fox for such a long time. Could it be that she was investigating the cult of the undead? As Jiang Yun was engulfed in confusion and astonishment, Su Qingxue continued, "Now, provide me with 20 beast cores, and I shall reveal to you the precise location of the cult of the undead's stronghold. Whether or not you can retrieve the demon core from that den of dragons and tigers depends solely on your prowess." Jiang Yun fell into silence, his heart in turmoil. The opportunity was undeniably tempting, yet the risks were exceedingly great. The cult's stronghold would undoubtedly be heavily guarded, potentially housing entities even more formidable than that enforcer. Was Su Qingxue genuinely offering him a path forward, or was she plotting against him? After much contemplation, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. The evolution of his beast tamers and the enhancement of his strength were of utmost importance. The competition at the provincial stage would undoubtedly be more fierce. He needed greater power. Moreover, he sensed that, despite her enigmatic nature, Su Qingxue's actions seemed to follow a certain logic, and she might not necessarily intend to harm him. Very well, I accept your terms, Jiang Yun declared, no longer hesitating as he retrieved 20 black iron, 9th-tier beast cores from his storage ring and handed them over. With a graceful flick of her hand, Su Qingxue made the beast cores vanish from sight. She nodded in satisfaction and, without further delay, revealed. In the southwestern direction of the core area, approximately 10 miles deep, lies an altar. The demon core and the cult of the undead stronghold are located there. After speaking, she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yun, her figure gradually becoming ethereal as if merging with the air, leaving behind a lingering voice resonating through the forest. Good luck, Jiang Yun. I hope that when we meet again, you can bring me even more surprises. Before her words had fully faded, she had disappeared without a trace. As though she had never been there, Jiang Yun remained alone, his brow furrowed, his heart tumultuous. This transaction appeared to grant him a tremendous advantage. Yet his instincts warned him that Su Qingxue harbored ulterior motives. What was her true purpose? Was she seeking to use him to thwart the cult's plans? Or was this merely a trap set for him? The intent behind it was elusive. In the face of overwhelming power, he had no choice but to grow stronger swiftly. The evolutionary opportunity offered by the demon core was indeed a tangible temptation. To go or not to go? Just as Jiang Yun grappled with this arduous decision, a familiar and urgent female voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Jiang Yun. It was Lin Wei, the captain of the city defense team. Jiang Yun turned to see Lin Wei, clad in the city defense uniform, swiftly approaching with a squad of personnel. Beside her were several composed middle-aged men, as well as more than a dozen fully armed city defense team members. Their beast tamers followed closely behind, each exhibiting a formidable presence. Jiang Yun's gaze swept over them, and in an instant, his innate ability manifested. The leader, a middle-aged man with a resolute face and sharp eyes, was accompanied by a majestic winged tiger, whose level had evidently reached the 3rd tier of gold. The 2 other middle-aged men, presumably his aides, had beast tamers at the 7th and 8th tiers of silver, respectively. Coupled with Lin Wei and the remaining team members' bronze beast tamers, this constituted a remarkably formidable force. Clearly, the anomalies within the misty forest and the reports from the escaped students had garnered significant attention from the outside world, leading to the dispatch of elite forces to eradicate the cult and rescue survivors. Jiang Yun, I'm so relieved to see you safe. Lin Wei was the first to rush forward. Noticing Jiang Yun's somewhat disheveled appearance, yet recognizing he seemed unharmed, she visibly relaxed, a look of joy spreading across her face. The mayor and principal, he were quite worried about your situation. With the cult's incursion, the situation is dire. We immediately organized a team to come in for rescue and extermination. Chapter 80, Eradicating the Cult. The operation begins. What about those cult members? Lin Wei inquired, hastily stepping closer with concern. Jiang Yun steadied himself, calming the tumult within him, and pointed toward the pile of ashes and the distant scorched pit. Speaking with a tranquil tone, thank you for your concern, Sister Lin. I am fine. That cult enforcer and his ferocious beast have been dealt with. Dealt with? A middle-aged man clad in the city defense team captain's attire, exuding a steady aura, expressed surprise upon hearing this. He carefully sensed the residual energy fluctuations in the area. The brutal essence of a pinnacle bronze 9th tier beast was dissipating, yet it still sent shivers down his spine. This young man had single-handedly overcome such a formidable foe. It appeared that the reports from the outside, claiming Jiang Yun possessed a bronze 7th tier beast tamer and had turned the tide, were indeed accurate. Seeing this, Lin Wei approached the leading middle-aged man. With great enthusiasm, she introduced Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun, these gentlemen are our city defense team's captains. This is Captain Lin Hai of the 1st squad, Captain Zhang Meng of the 2nd squad, Captain Wang Hai of the 3rd squad, and Captain Zhao Qian of the 4th squad. Jiang Yun's gaze passed over the 4 men, ultimately resting on Lin Hai, the leader. This man had a square face, sharp eyes akin to an eagle's, and stood tall, exuding an aura of hardened resolve forged by the trials of battle. Noticing that his features bore some resemblance to Lin Wei's, Jiang Yun felt a stir of curiosity. Lin Hai, Lin Wei, they both share the surname Lin. Could they be related? Lin Hai seemed to catch the fleeting look of confusion in Jiang Yun's eyes, breaking into a hearty smile as he spoke. Jiang Yun, you displayed remarkable courage in the face of danger, saving numerous classmates single-handedly, and even vanquishing a cult enforcer. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, and I am in great admiration. His tone was sincere, radiating unreserved appreciation. I am Lin Hai, Lin Wei's elder brother. I am aware of the incident where you rescued my sister, and I wish to express my gratitude here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun suddenly understood. They were siblings. He smiled back, saying, Captain Lin, you are too kind. It was a mere act of assistance. Lin Hai chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. However, the conversation took a swift turn. Classmate Jiang Yun, the situation is urgent, so I shall refrain from pleasantries. Our primary mission is to rescue you, and our secondary task is to eradicate the cult members and trace back to their stronghold. Here, only you have engaged with that guardian. Have you discovered any clues regarding the cult's hideout? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun pondered for a moment. deciding to disclose the information provided by the nine-tailed fox while concealing its source. He pointed towards the southwestern direction of the core area and spoke solemnly. Captain Lin. From the words of those cult members and their guardian, it seems their hideout is located near an altar approximately 10 miles southwest of the core area. He refrained from mentioning the magic core or Su Qingxue, attributing the information solely to what he had gleaned from the enemy's words. The eradication of the cult was the foremost objective, and this information was crucial. Lin Hai and the others perked up at once. With a clear direction, their actions could now progress with purpose and resolve. Excellent. Relay my orders to everyone. Target the ancient altar in the southwestern core area. We must locate the cult's stronghold and annihilate it at once. Lin Hai commanded with decisive urgency. I wish to accompany you, Jiang Yun promptly requested. Lin Hai furrowed his brow as he regarded Jiang Yun. Although he admired his strength, the peril of this mission was uncertain, causing him to hesitate. Lin Wei also expressed her concern. Jiang Yun, your safety. Without further ado, Jiang Yun summoned forth the magnificent fire dragon fish once more. The robust aura of the bronze 7th tier, accompanied by a subtle draconic majesty, enveloped the area and the palpable force of the flames. Coupled with an oppressive aura that far exceeded its rank, astonished even the seasoned captains. This fire dragon fish is truly extraordinary, far from being an ordinary breed. Captain Zhang Meng of the 2nd Squad couldn't help but murmur. Lin Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart stirred. She had witnessed Jiang Yun's fire dragon fish merely half a month ago, then a mere bronze 1st tier. How could it have soared to bronze 7th tier in such a short span? This pace of cultivation was simply unheard of, even with prior mental preparation. Witnessing it firsthand brought an overwhelming shock. Seeing the might displayed by the fire dragon fish, Lin Hai's hesitation vanished, replaced by a glimmer of resolve. All right, classmate Jiang Yun. Stay close to the team, prioritize your safety, and look out for one another. Your strength will indeed serve as a significant asset. Jiang Yun felt a surge of joy within, nodding in agreement. With Lin Hai, a 3rd-tier golden rank, along with several silver-tier captains, the safety quotient had undoubtedly increased, as had the likelihood of seizing the magic core. However, just as the team prepared to depart, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A wave of indescribable, terrifying energy, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the world, crashed upon them like a tempest of a million thunders, resonating from the depths of the misty forest. The group looked up in horror, witnessing a dramatic transformation in the distant sky. Half of the heavens were painted in a profound, icy starlit hue, where countless ice crystals and starlight coalesced into the colossal phantom of a ferocious beast. The other half was shrouded in a dark crimson, blood-like malevolence, enveloped in the silent, decaying energy of death. A figure, pieced together from innumerable bones, flickered in and out of sight, exuding a soul-freezing aura of annihilation. These two starkly contrasting forces clashed violently in the air, eroding and obliterating. Space warped. Visible ripples of energy expanded like tsunamis, and even from afar, Jiang Yun and the others could feel the cataclysmic might, their internal spiritual energy growing sluggish. This is the battle of a purple crystal-level powerhouse. Captain Wang Hai of the 3rd Squad spoke hoarsely, filled with shock. Could it be the mayor and others? Zhao Qian's complexion turned pale. At that moment, a powerful presence surged closer, a golden light descending behind them, revealing the figure of Xiao Zhan, riding the Xuanwu dragon tortoise. Xiao Zhan's expression was grave as he gazed toward the distant sky's anomaly, stating in a low voice, "A peak 9th-tier elder of the cult has made his move, commanding a mutated soul-corroding demon beast, intending to impede the mayor, Principal He, and others from entering the forest's core. Elder Li from the Beastmaster Academy is currently joining forces with the mayor, Principal He, Master Su, and Principal Lei, 5 of them battling fiercely against it. What? 5 purple crystal-level powerhouses against 1 person and 1 beast." Lin Hai exclaimed in disbelief, the others gasping in astonishment, their faces etched with incredulity. The strength of that cult elder was indeed terrifying. As they shook off their shock, they quickly saluted Xiao Zhan, addressing him as Elder Xiao. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, his gaze sharp. "The cult's chaos is a menace to humanity. How could I stand by idly? I have come to lend you a hand in eradicating the cult's stronghold." Lin Hai rejoiced. With Elder Xiao on our side, victory is assured. Xiao Zhan nodded, his gaze then falling upon Jiang Yun, his eyes deep and scrutinizing. Laced with complexity. "You are Jiang Yun, correct?" Jiang Yun felt a chill run down his spine. From Lin Hai and the others' reactions, he surmised the elder's identity, most likely the head of the Xiao family, the foremost individual beneath the purple crystal. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun maintained his composure. Bowing respectfully, "I am Jiang Yun, greetings Elder Xiao." He was mentally prepared. Should Xiao Zhan seek to advocate for the Xiao family's younger generation, he would have to respond accordingly. However, contrary to his expectations, Xiao Zhan studied him for a moment before a hint of appreciation graced his features. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth, and you possess an extraordinary demeanor. You saved that young lad Tian. This favor shall be remembered by the Xiao family. I have come today, likewise to aid you, thus repaying your kindness. Henceforth, the Xiao family and you shall be free of grievances. How does that sound? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. This Xiao Zhan, being referred to as the foremost individual beneath the purple crystal, indeed possessed a remarkable demeanor, not one to be narrow-minded or stubborn. He promptly nodded. Elder Xiao, you flatter me. A satisfied expression appeared on Xiao Zhan's face, and without further ado, he turned to Lin Hai, his demeanor abruptly sharpening. Captain Lin, since you have learned the location of the cult's hideout from young friend Jiang Yun, we must act without delay. Hesitation may lead to unforeseen changes. Let the eradication commence. Understood. Very well. Lin Hai responded solemnly, turning to command. All personnel, heed my orders. Target the southwestern altar. Advance at full speed. Instantly, led by Lin Hai and Xiao Zhan, along with 4 other captains, Lin Wei, Jiang Yun, and dozens of elite city defense team members. A formidable force was formed, akin to a drawn sword, racing towards the southwestern core area. After traversing approximately 7 to 8 miles through the dense primordial forest, the terrain ahead gradually opened up, emerging from a thick area of miasma, the outline of an ancient, dilapidated circular altar constructed of massive green stones starkly appeared at the end of their sight. Surrounding the altar, distorted shadows and ominous energy fluctuations could be faintly sensed. The group turned their gaze toward the altar, only to find numerous members of the bone manipulation cult encircling it, guarding the altar. Jiang Yun's eyes locked onto the ancient altar, radiating an ominous aura. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, a barely perceptible blue light shimmering within his pupils. The manifestation of the All Things talent was activated. His gaze instantly pierced through the thin veil of swirling black mist surrounding the altar, transcending the patrols of hollow-eyed cultists clad in dark robes and several grotesque beasts exuding a foul stench. It settled squarely upon the very heart of the altar. There, it was far from empty. A complex stand, approximately half a person's height and crafted from some dark, lustrous metal, was quietly suspending a dark red crystal, roughly the size of a fist. Almost the moment his eyes met the dark purple gem, a torrent of crystal-clear information surged forth, imprinted directly into Jiang Yun's vision. Name: Core of the origin of all beasts, immature. Status: 87 of the origin plundering completed, with highly compressed origin energy. Description: a core of origin crystal, forged from the latent qualities and life energies of thousands of ferocious beasts and beast tamers. It harbors an extraordinarily vast and chaotic reservoir of attribute-less life origin energy, yet is simultaneously suffused with countless remnants of resentment and chaotic consciousness from obliterated beings. Enhancement: this creation exists in a state of extreme instability. The plundering process is nearing its conclusion. Forcibly interrupting the ritual or improper contact may easily trigger a violent energy backlash or mental contamination. Special note: upon assessment, the total amount of pure origin energy contained is sufficient to meet the current evolutionary needs of Fire Dragon Fish and Wind Thunderlark, with the potential to yield additional level enhancements. Upon reading this information, Jiang Yun felt a sudden surge of joy. His eyes blazed with an intense fervor, yet a sense of gravity weighed upon him. The entries corroborated the words of the nine-tailed fox. This magic core was indeed an immense fortune, capable of enabling Little Fire and the Wind Thunderlark to undergo their first evolution. It could even bring about significant enhancements. Chapter 81. One man piercing through the bronze level. In the dense forest, Xiao Zhan and Lin Hai exchanged a quick glance. The altar before them appeared to be guarded loosely. However, the faint chill in the air and the subtle energy fluctuations hinted at the complexity within. They could not possibly be unaware of the impending attack. It was likely that treachery lurked in the shadows. They could not recklessly commit their entire force. Lin Hai lowered his voice, making a decisive call. Zhang Meng, Wang Hai, Zhao Qian, you three lead the first, third, and fourth teams to advance first, testing the waters. If possible, draw out any hidden strong adversaries. I will remain with Xiao Lao as a surprise attack, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Understood. The 3 silver-ranked captains wasted no time, rallying their elite 10-plus team members. Action. With the command given, the 3 captains shot forth like arrows loosed from their bows, charging towards the altar. Enemy attack. We have an enemy attack. Around the altar, several patrolling cultists emitted piercing alarms. In an instant, the black mist surrounding the altar surged, as dozens of dark-robed cultists and a similar number of grotesque, mutated beasts swarmed forth from every corner, clashing with the city defense team that had rushed in. The roars of beasts, the sounds of skills colliding, the clashing of weapons, and the shouts and screams of humans melded into a cacophony. Light flashed, energy surged. The battle entered a fever pitch from the very beginning. The 3 silver-ranked captains were formidable, and their beasts were unyielding, akin to 3 sharp blades that effortlessly tore through the cult's outer defenses. Several bronze-level cultists and their beasts were swiftly dispatched. Is that all? Captain Jiang Yun commanded his rock-armored giant rhinoceros to knock aside a corrupted hunting dog, surveying the battlefield with confidence. However, before his smile could fully unfurl, calamity struck. Buzz. The ground surrounding the altar suddenly ignited with several eerie dark red runes. Immediately, more shadows surged forth like a tide from the rear of the altar and the flanking forests. Their numbers far exceeded those before. Among them were several particularly powerful presences. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. There's an ambush. Captain Wang Hai's face paled, and he shouted sharply. In the distance, Xiao Zhan and Lin Hai, closely monitoring the situation, felt their pupils constrict. Indeed, there was an ambush. Lin Hai clenched his fists. Xiao Zhan's gaze sharpened. From this aura, there are not only bronze-level foes, but at least 3 silver-level and even some golden-level adversaries. Jiang Yun, having heard this, had already absorbed the battlefield information through his innate ability to manifest item entries. The cult faction possessed 3 silver-ranked members at the 3rd, 5th, and 7th tiers, alongside 3 golden-ranked members at the 7th, 8th, and 1 at the 9th tier. A grave expression crossed his face. In terms of strength, the overall might of this cult seemed to surpass theirs. After all, they had 3 golden-level powerhouses. This would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. At this moment, in the center of the altar, a golden 9th tier cultist, clad in a dark robe with gold trim and exuding a chilling aura, slowly ascended into the air. He gazed down at the 3 city defense captains, ensnared and struggling against their encirclement, and let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. He, the elder, truly possesses foresight, anticipating that some blind mice would scurry in today. Yet, with mere little mice like you, do you dare to shake the sacred cult? Truly a death wish. His words dripped with contempt, as if he already wielded complete control over the situation. Mice that hide and reveal themselves do not deserve to be called a sacred cult. Today, I shall uproot your nest. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Zhan and Lin Hai no longer concealed themselves, leading Jiang Yun and the remaining city defense members, descending upon the battlefield's edge like divine soldiers. Their powerful presence combined instantaneously shattered part of the cult's chilling aura. The golden cultist's expression shifted slightly, but he soon sneered. More fools have come to die? Very well, we shall eliminate them all. All disciples of the sacred cult, protect the altar and annihilate every intruder. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's gaze became electric, instantly locking onto the altar. He understood the crux of the matter. It was evidently the hidden scheme spoken of by Elderly. Everyone listen up. The cult's conspiracy lies within this altar. We shall launch a full-scale attack to destroy it. Kill. The battle erupted in earnest. The high-tier forces on both sides clashed fiercely. Xiao Zhan, commanding the black tortoise dragon turtle, though not adept in offensive maneuvers, boasted astonishing defensive capabilities. The thick, earthen yellow barrier unfurled, staunchly resisting the combined assaults of the golden 9th tier and golden 8th tier adversaries. The runes on the turtle shell flickered, deflecting lethal attacks and creating precious opportunities for others. Lin Hai let out a long roar, charging alongside his winged tiger toward the remaining golden 7th tier cultist. The clash of gold and black energies erupted in a frenzy, sending shockwaves that gouged the surrounding ground. The two were evenly matched, promising a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng, Wang Hai, and Zhao Qian, the 3 silver-ranked captains, each squared off against the cult's 3 silver-ranked experts, the battle raging fiercely and evenly matched. In the most populated bronze-level battlefield, however, it had become a veritable meat grinder. The cult held a clear numerical advantage in both bronze-level combatants and mutated beasts, the cries of battle and beast roars ringing deafeningly. Though the city defense team was well-trained and coordinated, they began to suffer casualties under the relentless suicidal assaults and the beast's onslaught, their lines continuously being compressed. The remnants of the city defense squad shall remain here today. Let us slay them and use their flesh and blood to nourish our sacred beast. The bronze-tier members of the cult, upon witnessing this, contorted their faces into grotesque visages, their arrogance manifesting in raucous shouts. However, their maniacal laughter was short-lived. For a crimson figure and a silver streak, akin to 2 searing blades, plunged fiercely into the battlefield of bronze-tier combatants. It was Jiang Yun. He had made his move. Little fire, dragon flame breath, engulfed the left flank of the beast horde. Little Lark, Thunderstrike, take out that commanding cultist. Jiang Yun's voice was calm and clear, directing his two summoned beasts as they weaved through the chaotic fray. Roar! The fire dragon fish opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that swept across the battlefield like the scythe of death. The three mutated beasts of mid-bronze rank barely had time to emit a cry before being reduced to charred remains. Crackle! The winged thunder lark, swift as lightning, struck with such precision that a charred hole appeared instantaneously in the forehead of the bronze 8th-tier cultist directing the assault. His malicious grin frozen in place as he toppled over. Instant kill. Another instant kill. And this was merely the beginning. Jiang Yun operated like a precise and efficient killing machine. His mental acuity was razor-sharp, and the manifestation of his abilities allowed him to effortlessly discern the weaknesses and skill information of both enemies and beasts. The explosive dragon flame of the fire dragon fish erupted amidst the horde, clearing a small area with each strike. The wind thunder lark's thunderclaw and gale skills worked in perfect harmony, targeting key adversaries and those attempting sneak attacks with ghostly swiftness, rendering them defenseless. My heavens! Jiang Yun is formidable. A city defense member, engaged in desperate combat, was left utterly astounded by this display. Follow Jiang Yun. Break through! Someone shouted. The previously suppressed morale of the city defense squad surged, rallying behind Jiang Yun as they charged forward. Wherever Jiang Yun passed, it was as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. Bronze 7th tier, one strike, instant kill. Bronze 8th tier. They could not withstand a single enhanced breath from the fire dragon fish. Bronze 9th tier mutated beasts. The thunder strike from the wind thunder lark would paralyze them, followed by a devastating dragon flame explosion from the fire dragon fish that shattered them completely. He was like an unstoppable war deity, carving a bloody path through the bronze tier battlefield, leaving behind a carpet of charred corpses and lifeless bodies. The once arrogant members of the cult were now engulfed in boundless terror and panic. A monster! He is a monster! Run! We cannot withstand him. The bronze tier front of the cult had completely collapsed. Damn it! Stop that brat! The golden 9th tier cult powerhouse engaged in combat, with Xiao Zhan noticed the turmoil on this battlefield, especially as Jiang Yun advanced like a force of nature. Nearing the core of the altar, anger and alarm surged within him as he attempted to disengage and intercept. You dare to distract yourself while battling me? Seeking death. Xiao Zhan snorted coldly. The Xuanwu dragon turtle emitted a deep roar, unleashing a solid earthen beam that crashed into the foe, forcing him to mount a full defensive effort. Damn it! The cult powerhouse spat blood in frustration, yet found himself powerless. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun, treading upon the corpses of countless cultists and beasts, surged upward to the stone steps of the altar like a tempest. His gaze, fervent and unwavering, locked onto the alluring yet perilous magic core suspended at the center of the altar. The bronze-tier enemies blocking his path had nearly been slaughtered, with only a few remaining to be harvested by the city defense squad. At this moment, nothing stood in his way. He was about to command the fire dragon fish to attack the altar and seize the magic core when, at the very instant the core seemed within reach, calamity struck. A pressure, terrifyingly greater than that of the bronze tier, descended like the collapse of the heavens. This aura was imbued with brutality, silence, and an absolute sense of annihilation, enveloping the entire altar in an instant. All combatants, whether city defenders or cultists, found their movements stilled involuntarily. Then, a cold voice, laced with disdain and murderous intent, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone, especially Jiang Yun. Ants, you dare to thwart my sacred cult's grand design. Die! Before the chilling voice had fully faded, a thick darkness, as dense as ink and seemingly alive, coalesced over the altar, swirling ominously. Suddenly, a pair of enormous skeletal wings, ablaze with ghostly blue soul fire, pierced through the darkness. A terrifying creature, elongated in form and composed entirely of ebony bones, reminiscent of a western bone dragon, descended slowly. Shadows of devouring energy swirled around it, its bony claws sharp, its tail a whip, and the soul fire flickering within its hollow eye sockets locked onto Jiang Yun below. It radiated a formidable pressure of silver tier. Simultaneously, a young man appeared atop the altar, confronting Jiang Yun. It was the young master. The young master has arrived. Long live the young master. Slay these invaders. Young master, how magnificent. The arrival of this youth alongside the terrifying beast became a beacon of hope for the remaining cult members, igniting fervent cheers. The morale that had been on the brink of collapse began to surge once more. The golden 4th tier cultist, locked in combat, with Xiao Zhan, let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha, our cult's branch young master has come. You city defense squad scum 1T survived this day. Just wait to collect the corpses of that brat. On the city defense side, despair washed over everyone's hearts. Silver tier, This was an existence beyond what they, mere bronze-tier warriors, could contend with. A single strike from the opponent could cause catastrophic casualties. Despair spread like a plague. Jiang Yun, run now, Lin Wei cried out, her face pale with fear. He is silver tier. We will hold him off. You need to retreat. Lin Hai, also caught in fierce combat, roared with urgency. Jiang Yun, withdraw immediately. He understood all too well the potential devastation of Jiang Yun's talent. He could not allow such a genius to perish here. Even Xiao Zhan's expression grew grave as he attempted to drive back his opponents to provide aid, yet the entanglement with two golden-tier foes left him unable to disengage. The emergence of the cult's young master seemed to tilt the scales of the battle back toward overwhelming odds. However, in the face of this dire situation, Jiang Yun appeared impervious to the cries of alarm surrounding him. His eyes, sharp as blades, remained fixated on the spectral bone dragon and the sinister, arrogant grin of the cult's young master upon its back. The manifestation of his ability unveiled the information of the beast before him. Species, spectral bone dragon. Status, dead. Realm, silver tier. Attribute, shadow. Tip, the dragon's soul crystal core within the skull serves as the energy conduit, with relative defenses being weak, particularly at the chest where the inverse scale-like skeletal structure presents a vulnerability. Warning, its shadow breath possesses corrosive properties and soul-ensnaring effects, capable of binding and siphoning life force. As Jiang Yun meticulously examined the details, his mind raced with thoughts. Retreat? No. I fear that the only path to survival lies in defeating the opponent. Jiang Yun murmured within his heart. After all, the members of the city defense team could not withstand the monstrous entity before them. It was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yet perhaps the only viable plan swiftly took shape in Jiang Yun's mind. Through the assessment of the fire dragon fish's skill damage and the weakness hints revealed by the attribute manifestation, Jiang Yun estimated that the dragon flame explosion kill would undoubtedly possess the power to severely injure or even slay the skeletal dragon, but it must strike the core weakness. Moreover, there was only one opportunity. Should he fail this time, the opponent would certainly be on guard. There was no choice but to engage in battle. A fervor for combat ignited within Jiang Yun's heart. The fire dragon fish and the little lark seemed to sense Jiang Yun's fighting spirit and assumed battle stances as well. Seeking death. A mere bronze-level insect dares to challenge me? A fool's errand. Taming. Eliminate him and his beast. The cult's young master revealed a disdainful sneer as he observed Jiang Yun not fleeing, but rather preparing for combat with his beasts. With that, the skeletal dragon beneath him immediately opened its bony maw, unleashing a breath of shadow infused with death and decay, erupting towards Jiang Yun like a torrent of destruction. In that critical moment, the wind thunder lark maximized its speed, grasping Jiang Yun's shoulder with its claws, executing the wind rush skill and transforming him into a fleeting shadow as they retreated swiftly. The fire dragon fish also maneuvered to the side. The shadow breath grazed past them, eroding the ground behind into a massive pit, hissing and enveloped in black smoke. Oh, quite the quick reaction. The cult's young master raised an eyebrow, yet his contempt deepened. However, the struggles of an insect merely prolong the agony of death. Jiang Yun, have you lost your mind? Run, Lin Wei exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. The other city defense members believed Jiang Yun had been intoxicated by his previous victory, foolishly attempting to challenge a silver-level foe. This was nothing short of a path to demise. Jiang Yun remained oblivious to it all, his mental focus sharpened. He then transmitted precisely articulated commands to his two beasts through their contract link. Little fire, charge the dragon flame explosion kill, heed my command, target the cranial crystal core. Wind thunder, execute harassment attacks to draw its attention, seek opportunities to strike at the connection point of its reverse scales at the chest, create openings for little fire. Be wary of the shadow breath. The battle erupted instantaneously. Under the young master's command, the Yinming skeletal dragon let out a silent roar, its bony wings flapping as it descended with terrifying pressure, claws rending the air. The wind thunder lark transformed into a silver flash, continuously circling the skeletal dragon, its thunder claws and wind blades raining down upon the massive form of the dragon like a tempest, producing a series of crisp clangs. Although it could not breach its defenses, it successfully diverted part of the skeletal dragon's attention, inciting its agitation. It retaliated against the wind thunder lark. However, the wind thunder lark was incredibly swift, evading each attack with hair's breadth precision. Meanwhile, the fire dragon fish swam in the periphery, its dark red fireball coalescing at its maw, compressing destructive energy, yet it held its position, seemingly searching for the optimal moment to strike. Futile. A mere bronze-level attack cannot even tickle Yinming. The cult's young master cackled, utterly dismissing the fire dragon fish's charge. This would ultimately lead to his downfall. He commanded the skeletal dragon to prioritize eliminating that bothersome little sparrow. The soul fire in the skeletal dragon's eye flared intensely, its surrounding shadow energy boiling. Its bony tail snapping towards the winged thunder lark like a venomous whip, while simultaneously predicting its evasion route. The second shadow breath was already brewing. Yet, this presented Jiang Yun with an opportunity. A spark of brilliance ignited in Jiang Yun's eyes. Through the attribute manifestation, he clearly observed that when the Yinming skeletal dragon fully mobilized its energy to prepare for its breath attack, the dragon's soul crystal core within its skull would momentarily radiate with brilliance, creating an exceedingly brief moment where its defense against external attacks would plummet to minimal levels. The weakness indicated in the hints had appeared. Simultaneously, to maintain the breath posture, a subtle flaw would emerge at the connection point of its reverse scales on its chest. Little Lark, seize this moment. With utmost speed, unleash a thunderous strike combined with your thunder claws. Target the reverse scale bone. Little Fire, now is the time. Dragon Flame Explosion Kill. Target the core. The commands echoed like thunder in the souls of the two beasts. The winged thunder lark let out a long cry, abandoning all evasion, pouring all its strength and speed into a single point, transforming into a true, unyielding thunderbolt. Piercing directly towards the slightly ajar skeletal connection point on the Yinming skeletal dragon's chest in a near-suicidal manner. Crack! A faint sound of shattering echoed, although it did not inflict severe damage. The concentrated burst of thunderous power and sheer impact successfully caused the colossal body of the Yinming skeletal dragon to momentarily lose its balance. The brewing breath faltered, and in that instant when the breath was interrupted, the crystal core's defenses dropped to a bare minimum for a fraction of a second. Roar! The fire dragon fish's fully charged dragon flame explosion kill finally erupted. That dark red, seemingly flowing with molten lava, destructive fireball did not strike directly. Instead, it traced a bizarre arc, precisely circumventing the skeletal claws that the dragon instinctively raised to block. Like a living entity, it crashed down onto the center of the skeletal dragon's head, where the dragon's soul crystal core resided. Boom! An unprecedented, thunderous explosion resonated through the heavens. The dark red destructive energy erupted like fireworks upon the skeletal dragon's head. The searing light and heat instantaneously engulfed the flickering soul fire. Ayo! The Yinming skeletal dragon emitted a wail, its enormous bony form quaking violently, the bones at its head fracturing and melting under extreme heat and impact. In the next moment, that massive skeletal dragon, exuding silver-level pressure, seemed to have all support stripped away, the soul fire in its eyes extinguished. Its skeletal body collapsing from the sky and crashing onto the altar, bones scattering in every direction. This entire sequence transpired within mere breaths. As the skeletal dragon was slain, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. A deathly stillness. Everyone appeared to be grasped by the throat, eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed upon the smoldering remains of the dragon bones upon the altar, and the fire dragon fish still radiating intense heat in the air. A bronze-level creature defeating a silver-level foe. How could this be possible? They had thought Jiang Yun was delusional. Little did they know he was assured of victory. Lin Wei covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled. He already possesses the potential of a formidable warrior. Lin Hai, witnessing the scene, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "A bronze tier has slain a silver tier ferocious beast? This is utterly extraordinary. No wonder principal he is so moved by this individual." On the side of the cult, all cheers and fervor were extinguished as if doused with cold water. The expressions of the remaining cultists froze, transitioning from ecstatic joy to bewilderment, and finally to an overwhelming terror. Several silver and gold tier cult strongmen were nearly driven to madness, their eyes wide with disbelief. The minor lord's netherbone dragon has been slain? This is impossible. It was a silver tier beast. A silver tier indeed. Almost every face revealed sheer shock, fear, and incredulity. Two bronze tier beastmasters, under the command of a single individual, managed to vanquish a silver tier ferocious beast. Such a notion is simply unfathomable. The minor lord's sinister grin and arrogance had long vanished, replaced by sheer astonishment, confusion, and boundless dread. He gazed at the remnants of his shattered bone dragon, then turned to the stern-faced youth below, as if trapped in an inescapable nightmare. No, it can't be. My nether dragon is a silver tier. How could it possibly be defeated by two bronze tier insects? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable, he murmured, lost in despair. Jiang Yun did not pause for a moment. His icy killing intent locked onto him. Little Lark, Thunderclaw, eliminate him. As Jiang Yun's command echoed, a wave of dread surged through the cultists. They shouted in unison. Stop! Insect! How dare you! Their faces contorted with terror and rage, as if something truly horrific had transpired. desperately attempting to rush to the rescue. However, Lin Hai and Xiao Zhan offered no opportunity for reprieve. "No, don't kill me." The minor lord, awakened from his shock, screamed in abject terror, tears streaming down his face. "My father is the sub-church leader, a moon-devouring tier strongman. You cannot kill me. If you do, he will never let you go. He will annihilate the entire city sea. He will kill you and bury me alongside you. You cannot kill me. You mustn't." Yet, it was far too late. A silver flash streaked across the air. The talons of the wind thunder lark, imbued with resolute killing intent, effortlessly sliced through the minor lord's fragile neck. His pleas for mercy were abruptly silenced, his expression of terror forever frozen in time. A head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The headless body swaying before plummeting from the edge of the altar. The arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 83. The magic core secured. The minor lord's corpse thudded heavily to the ground, the sound echoing like a hammer striking the hearts of all cult members. After a brief, oppressive silence, an explosive cheer erupted from the city defense team. "Well done, Jiang Yun. Splendid work. Such satisfaction. Let these cult scoundrels be humbled. Ha ha, what a pretentious minor lord." Nothing more. In the face of adversity, the bronze had triumphed over the silver. At this moment, Jiang Yun appeared to the city defense team as a veritable god of war. Morale soared to unprecedented heights. The remaining cultists no longer seemed a threat in their eyes. In stark contrast to the jubilant city defense team, the cultists descended into a chilling abyss of despair and madness. "Minor lord. Insect. How dare you? You dare slay the minor lord. Avenge him." The three gold-tier cult guardians, witnessing the minor lord's tragic demise, were instantly driven to the brink of insanity. Especially the most powerful gold-tier 8th-level guardian, along with the other two guardians, disregarded the fierce assaults from Xiao Zhan and Lin Hai, forcibly commanding their ferocious beasts, even at the cost of their own injuries, to redirect their focus, determined to unleash the most devastating attack to obliterate Jiang Yun, the architect of their misfortune. With the minor lord now deceased, their own survival was forfeit. "You seek death." A cold glint flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. Such an opportunity would not slip by. The Xuanwu dragon turtle emitted a deep roar, unleashing a potent seismic wave infused with heavy earth-based spiritual energy, crashing violently into the injured guardian and his beast, who had reduced their defenses by splitting their focus. With a sickening sound, the guardian was struck hard, blood spurting forth as he and his beast were sent flying, their vitality instantly waning. Lin Hai too seized the opportunity. The winged tiger's wings crackled with lightning, and a razor-sharp wind blade, honed to perfection, swept across the neck of the gold-tier 7th-level guardian. The madness and resentment etched on the guardian's face solidified in an instant. His head soared into the air. Simultaneously, another silver-tier captain coordinated with his beast to finally bring an end to the severely injured gold-tier guardian that Xiao Zhan had ravaged. Guardian 1, Guardian 2, Guardian 3. The remaining cultists, witnessing the rapid demise of two guardians and the injury of one, uttered desperate wails, their last vestiges of resistance utterly shattered. The gravely injured guardian, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, gazed at the advancing city defense team, then at the bodies of his minor lord and companions. A twisted, maniacal grin crept across his face. "You killed the minor lord. Very well. The leader will never spare you. The entire city sea shall pay for the minor lord's demise. None of you shall escape." Ha ha. His frenzied laughter abruptly ceased as his head tilted, his breath finally extinguished. The cult stronghold fell, its upper echelon annihilated. The remaining cultists scattered in disarray, all met with swift retribution from the other team members. The cult's power had been irrevocably diminished. Yet, Jiang Yun remained oblivious to all of this. His gaze was steadfastly fixed on the center of the altar, upon the suspended magic core. Amidst the chaos, he recognized the opportune moment to seize the magic core. His thoughts raced as he promptly issued a command to the fire dragon fish through their contract. "Little fire, target the altar, unleash dragon flame explosion. Create chaos." Roaring without hesitation, the fire dragon fish gathered a dark red fireball before its maw. Though its might was not as concentrated as when it had slain the netherbone dragon, its presence remained formidable. Accompanied by a thunderous chant, the fireball streaked forth, crashing violently into the base of the ancient altar. Boom! A violent explosion resounded once more. Chunks of stone and shattered ritual materials erupted in all directions. Thick clouds of dust and lingering energy engulfing the entire center of the altar. Now, Jiang Yun darted forth like lightning, propelled by the slight wind from the wind thunder lark, diving into the swirling smoke like a specter. His innate talent for manifesting essence allowed him to see the magic core's location with precision, even in the low visibility. He extended his hand, and the moment his fingertips grazed the dark purple crystal, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Simultaneously, he could sense the tumultuous yet chaotic energy waves contained within. Without hesitation, he concentrated, instantaneously stowing it away in his storage ring. It was in his grasp. Jiang Yun's heart swelled with uncontainable joy, which he quickly suppressed. Swiftly retreating from the cloud of dust, he wore a facade of relief, as if he had just demolished the altar. The altar is destroyed. The nefarious plot of the cult has been shattered by us. We have triumphed. The members of the city defense team erupted into even more fervent cheers upon witnessing the altar collapse in the explosion, celebrating this hard-won victory. They remained oblivious to the fact that the true, most coveted spoils had already been quietly secured by Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, far above, several miles away, Li Lao, riding the ancient ice dragon, was engaged in a fierce battle alongside He Tiangang, Su Qingtian, and Lei Lai against the cult elder and his soul-corrupting undead beast. The clash of attributes and the transformation of the heavens ensued, with the aftermath of the battle sweeping across the surroundings. Suddenly, the cult elder's expression shifted dramatically, as if sensing something, causing his offensive momentum to abruptly wane. He lowered his head sharply, gazing toward the direction of the stronghold. Though the distance was great, the chaotic energy disturbance caused by the destruction of the altar, coupled with the shattered soul jade in his possession, conveyed a terrifying truth to him. Young master. A shrill, wrathful roar, imbued with boundless murderous intent, erupted like thunder. He disregarded the incoming attacks from Li Lao and the others, relying solely on the formidable defense of the soul-corrupting undead beast to withstand the onslaught. A black-red malevolence raged around him, transforming into a streak of light that tore through the sky at an incomprehensible speed, rushing madly towards the stronghold. What is he planning? Li Lao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Pursue. The mayor, concerned for the safety of the city defense team, barked an order. The five immediately commanded their beasts and gave chase. Above the ruins of the altar, the very fabric of space appeared to be rent asunder by an invisible hand. The gaunt figure in a black robe descended with the terrifying pressure of annihilation, as if a demonic god had suddenly arrived. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the pinnacle of the purple crystal realm was unleashed without reservation, bearing down on every soul present like an immovable mountain. The members of the city defense team, who had been jubilantly cheering moments ago, fell silent. Their faces turned ashen, as if their throats had been constricted, rendering even breathing an arduous task. Those with lesser strength collapsed to the ground, while their beasts emitted fearful cries, trembling uncontrollably. The cult elder's cold gaze swept over the ruins of the altar, lingering only briefly. But when it fell upon the remains of the soul dragon and the dismembered body of the young master, an overwhelming fury and murderous intent erupted like a volcano, causing the very air around him to freeze. His eyes, akin to two poisoned blades, instantly locked onto Jiang Yun, who stood at the edge of the altar, closest to the young master's remains. You little beast. It was you who killed my cult's young master. Die. Without uttering another word. His extreme rage propelled him into action, underscoring the young master's significant status within the cult. Immediately, the soul-corrupting undead beast beneath him let out a roar of destruction, manifesting a colossal ghostly claw, woven from countless bones and resentful thoughts, shrouded in corrosive dark red malevolence, descending upon Jiang Yun like a judgment from the netherworld. This strike, imbued with the lethal intent of a peak purple crystal powerhouse, was executed with unparalleled speed and power, capable of flattening a small mountain. Jiang Yun's body was enveloped in a cold sweat, his pupils constricting to the utmost. Under the weight of that terrifying pressure and murderous intent, he felt his insignificance and powerlessness. Even his thoughts seemed to stagnate. The shadow of death loomed clearer than ever before. He wished to move, to evade, but his body felt as though it were nailed to the ground, compelled to watch helplessly as the claw of destruction loomed larger before him. The adversary was too powerful. He possessed neither the capacity to resist nor the ability to flee. Jiang Yun, Lin Wei cried out in a heart-wrenching scream, recklessly attempting to rush forward, only to be firmly held in place by that terrifying pressure, rendered immobile. Xiao Zhan, Lin Hai, and the others also changed countenance drastically, wishing to assist but finding the time too short. Their hearts plummeted to the depths. It is over. This was the singular thought resonating in everyone's mind. Should this strike land, most of them would undoubtedly perish. Yet, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Jiang Yun could even sense the aura of death emanating from the ghostly claw, as he was about to be torn to shreds. Suddenly, a crystalline, translucent, and chillingly heavy ice wall emerged before him without warning, serving as the most loyal bastion. Ancient star patterns swirled upon the ice wall, radiating an indomitable aura. Boom. The skeletal ghost claw crashed violently against the ice wall, producing a deafening roar. Ice shards flew in all directions, and an energy storm ensued. Nevertheless, the ice wall quaked violently, forming numerous cracks, yet it did not shatter immediately. Shortly thereafter, powerful presences descended before Jiang Yun like towering pillars, shielding him from the rampant energy backlash. Li Lao, with his hair and beard flying, stood at the forefront of the ancient ice dragon, his gaze icy as he directed it at the cult elder. He Tiangang, Su Changtian, Lei Lai, along with their own purple crystal beasts, simultaneously unleashed a tremendous might, standing firm against the soul-corrupting undead beast. You old bastard, to kill someone of my academy's choosing before my very eyes. Do you truly believe I am made of clay? Li Lao's voice resonated like ancient ice, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 84, undoubtedly the first. The cult elder, commanding the terrifying pressure of the soul-corrupting undead beast, hovered in midair, facing off against Li Lao and the 5 purple crystal powerhouses. The atmosphere was tense and charged, as if the very air had solidified into ice. His emaciated hand tightened into a fist, his body trembling slightly with overwhelming rage. His gaze swept over the ruins of the altar below, littered with the corpses of cultists and mutated beasts, especially fixating on the headless body of the young master and the salvaged remains of the soul dragon, causing his heart to bleed. 3 golden tier guardians, dozens of silver and bronze tier elites, alongside hundreds of mutated beasts. Such a formidable assembly had failed to defend even a temporary stronghold, resulting in the loss of the young master as well. Now, the tide had turned against him. He knew that today, no matter what, he could not kill the one who had slain the young master. With the Academy's old-timers and the other 3 peak purple crystal powerhouses present, he could gain no advantage. Prolonged fighting might even leave him trapped here. He let out a breath that sounded like a windbag, a manifestation of his extreme fury. Under his command, the soul-corrupting undead beast cautiously enveloped the young master's corpse and the vital remains in a shadowy energy. He raised his head, his ghostly green soul fire locking onto Li Lao, before finally, that intensely vengeful gaze traversed past Li Lao and landed squarely on Jiang Yun. The murderous intent, hatred, and curse contained within that gaze became almost tangible, causing Jiang Yun to feel as though he had plunged into an ice cavern. He had no doubt that if looks could kill, he would have been dismembered 1,000 times over by now. Very well, you 4 have done excellently. The cult elder's voice was hoarse and twisted, rife with profound resentment. To kill the young master of the holy cult, to destroy my altar, to thwart my grand scheme. This grudge shall be remembered by my holy cult. He paused deliberately. The gaze swept over Jiang Yun once more, each word meticulously etched into the void. Especially you. Young scoundrel, I shall remember you. This solitary and venomous threat sent a chill through the hearts of all present. Having spoken, he lingered no longer, abruptly flicking his robe. We depart. The soul-eating magic corpse beast let out a reluctant roar, enveloped in a tide of dark energy, before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly retreating towards the distant horizon, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The suffocating terror that had loomed over them began to recede like a receding tide. Phew. It was only when that dark figure had entirely faded from sight that everyone collectively exhaled a long sigh of relief, many collapsing to the ground in sheer exhaustion, gasping for breath, their faces alight with the gratitude of having survived a calamity. The pressure of confronting a peak expert was indeed overwhelming. Almost immediately, a tremendous cheer erupted once more, even more fervent than before. We have triumphed. We have won. The cult has been expelled from City C. Ha! We have survived. Joyful emotions infected everyone present as the city defense team members embraced one another, celebrating this hard-won victory. Several prominent figures also subdued their auras, their gazes converging on Jiang Yun, who was surrounded by the crowd. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment, admiration, and unmistakable joy. He Tiangang was the first to rush to Jiang Yun's side, energetically patting his shoulder, his face radiating excitement and concern. Well done, my boy. You truly are the exceptional student I believed in. Splendid work. You weren't injured, were you? There was a hint of apprehension in his words, coupled with immense pride. Jiang Yun felt the principal's genuine care warm his heart. He slightly bowed, humbly responding. Thank you for your concern, principal. I am fine. It was merely luck. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the esteemed seniors, I fear. Ha! The mayor of City C boomed with laughter, interrupting Jiang Yun's words as he stepped forward, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Jiang Yun. What luck indeed. Jiang Yun. Oh, Jiang Yun, no need for modesty. I had wondered why that old monster suddenly charged this way, and it turns out it was because you, my boy, had slain their young master. You even dismantled their stronghold. Well done. Magnificent. You have greatly elevated the prestige of City C. In this battle, the credit belongs to you. At this moment, Lin Hai also strode forward, respectfully bowing to the mayor and the elders, then reporting in a resonant voice, filled with affirmation for Jiang Yun. Report to the mayor. In this extermination operation, Jiang Yun's contributions are monumental. Had he not remained unflinching, breaking through the bronze-level battlefield single-handedly, turning the tide, and at a critical moment, countering the silver-level young master of the cult and ultimately destroying the altar, we could never have secured this victory so smoothly. We might have suffered heavy losses. This statement instantly rendered the several prominent figures who had just arrived and were not fully aware of the details, visibly astonished. Breaking through the bronze battlefield? Countering a silver-level young master? Destroying the altar? Each of these feats, when considered individually, was enough to leave one speechless. And all of it was accomplished by a mere youth who had only recently become a beastmaster? He Tiangong's expression was one of exuberance, his chest swelling with pride as he declared loudly, "Excellent. Truly worthy of being the pride of Qingxue number 1. The mayor gazed at Jiang Yun, increasingly satisfied, showering him with unreserved praise. Wonderful, wonderful, calm under pressure, both wise and courageous, with exceptional strength. Jiang Yun, you are truly the future pillar of City C. Beside them, Su Qingtian scrutinized Jiang Yun with deep-set eyes, his thoughts racing. This young man possesses unparalleled talent, character, and strength, with boundless potential. His daughter, Qingxue, seems to share a close bond with him. If this is the case, bringing such a genius into the Su family would undoubtedly provide immense support for their future development. He nodded slightly, his tone gentle yet weighty. Young friend Jiang Yun, your accomplishments today are truly commendable. Even the highest-ranking elderly, slowly spoke at this moment. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, his gaze filled with admiration for the younger generation. You have risen to the occasion, turning the tide of chaos. You have fought beyond your rank, showcasing the might of our beastmasters. Jiang Yun, your performance this time requires no further assessment. As a special envoy of the Beastmaster Academy, I hereby declare you an officially designated student. The doors of the Provincial Academy will always be open to you. In this grand competition, you shall be recognized as the first. The declaration of Jiang Yun as an officially designated student by elderly was not merely a mark of supreme honor. It signified a grand path leading to a realm of greater strength. A wave of fervent cheers and applause erupted from all the city defense team members and captains who heard this proclamation. Well-deserved. Jiang Yun, the foremost individual. Undoubtedly so. Everyone sincerely rejoiced and admired Jiang Yun. His achievements, his strength, and everything about him merited this honor. All prior skepticism and doubts transformed into boundless recognition and admiration in that moment. Faced with the tidal wave of praise and monumental promises, Jiang Yun, though exhilarated, maintained composure and humility. He bowed deeply to Elder Li and the other dignitaries, his voice clear and resolute. Thank you for your kind regard, esteemed seniors. I am unworthy of such praise. I merely did what was necessary. The road ahead is long, and I shall remain diligent and unwavering, neither arrogant nor impetuous, maintaining steadiness and moderation. This response only deepened the admiration visible in the eyes of the dignitaries. The mayor, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. He then surveyed the surroundings and issued a resounding order. The cult's stronghold has been primarily cleared. Lin Hai, arrange for the third squad to remain and eliminate any residual cult members, ensuring no future threats. The rest shall return with me to the city, maintain stability, and immediately begin calculating the final results of this city-level Beastmaster competition. Yes, everyone responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. Naturally, Jiang Yun followed alongside Principal He Tiangang and the others. Before departing, Lin Wei hastily approached Jiang Yun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with genuine admiration and a hint of subtle concern. Jiang Yun, we truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time. Make sure to rest well. Thank you, Senior Lin Wei. Please take care as well. Jiang Yun smiled in response. After bidding farewell to Lin Wei, he mounted Principal He Tiangong's majestic dragon flame golden lion. The colossal beast let out a roar, its hooves igniting flames as it soared into the sky, heading towards the square of City C. Clearly, this time, the title of champion was rightfully his, along with 100 attribute spirit crystals now secured in his possession. Chapter 85. Jiang Yun's Moment of Glory. The competition concludes, as the crowd in the square anxiously awaited and discussed among themselves. A powerful wave of energy emanated from the distant horizon. Several streaks of light pierced through the air, led by the mayor, Elder Li, He Tiangang, Su Qingtian, and Principal Lei Lai. They rode extraordinary purple crystal beastmasters, descending like triumphant heroes onto the high platform in the center of the square. The mayor and the others have returned, along with the two principals and the head of the Su family. Given their expressions, could it be that the cult? After a brief moment of silence, a deafening cheer erupted, sweeping across the entire square like a tsunami. We have won. Surely, we have triumphed. Splendid. The cult has been exterminated. Long live the mayor. Long live the dignitaries. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the populace, there resided an overwhelming sense of joy and reverence for the formidable. Having witnessed the cataclysmic battle firsthand, the sight of their champions returning unscathed filled everyone with profound relief. It was clear to all that City C had successfully weathered an immense crisis. Several influential figures retracted their beasts and took their seats upon the elevated platform. The mayor rose, gesturing with his hands to command silence, his voice imbued with the power of beast mastery resonating throughout the assembly, swiftly calming the fervent crowd. Esteemed citizens and scholars, the mayor's voice rang out, rich with victorious exuberance. Upon thorough investigation, it has been confirmed that the nefarious organization, the Bone Manipulators, infiltrated our Misty Forest competition with malicious intent. We owe our gratitude to Elder Li, Principal He, Lord Su, and Principal Lei for their unwavering support, as well as to our city defense forces for their valiant efforts, and to the participating students who, in the face of peril, exhibited remarkable bravery and collaboration in the counteroffensive. The invading cult has been effectively eradicated, their leaders routed, and the threat has been extinguished. A resounding cheer erupted once more, applause echoing like thunder. As the tumult subsided, the mayor continued, though this competition encountered unforeseen challenges, the valor displayed by all participants, particularly in moments of life and death, shall remain a cherished experience in your lives. The results will be determined according to established rules, with rankings based on the final Beast Core points earned. The top 10 will earn the privilege of attending the Provincial Beastmaster Academy. The crowd held its breath, awaiting the final declaration. However, the mayor abruptly shifted his tone, elevating his voice with a solemnity that commanded attention. Moreover, during this campaign against the cult, one student exhibited extraordinary courage, wisdom, and strength. In dire circumstances, he rescued numerous classmates, stepping forth at a critical moment to turn the tide, thereby securing an indelible legacy of triumph. Curiosity rippled through the crowd, eyes darting to one another. The mayor's gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on the front of the student ranks as he proclaimed, "In accord with Elder Li and the esteemed principals, we have established a special distinction in this competition. This distinction does not detract from the predetermined 10 slots, but grants the recipient all honors and privileges of the first place. And the esteemed recipient of this honor is none other than Jiang Yun from the First School of Clear Springs." As the mayor's words resounded, Jiang Yun appeared at his side. The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a more fervent and prolonged cheer than before. "Jiang Yun. It's Jiang Yun. He is alive. Wonderful. I knew he would be all right. How could such a hero fall so easily? The special distinction is truly well-deserved. Who else could possibly merit this honor?" The audience, along with the participants, wore expressions of genuine admiration and respect. The tales of Jiang Yun's heroic deeds had spread among the surviving students, and at this moment, his receiving such an accolade was met with unanimous acclaim. In the crowd, Jiang Yun's sister, Jiang Yun, leaped up in excitement, her cheeks flushed, tugging at their mother's hand. "Mom, look, it's brother. He is a hero. He is number one." She rubbed her reddened eyes, clearly having wept during her brother's earlier absence. Now witnessing his safe return and his ascendance to the center of attention, her heart brimmed with unprecedented exhilaration. Jiang's mother's eyes shimmered with tears of pride and joy as she nodded vigorously. Zhao Taizhu, exuberantly pumping his fist, shouted, "Jiang Yun. Amazing. I knew you could do it." Beside him, Shang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the radiant figure on stage, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebration, Xiao Ling and Xiao Hong wore expressions twisted in disdain, as if they had just tasted something foul. Xiao Ling gritted his teeth, seething, "How does this bastard keep surviving?" Xiao Hong's eyes darkened, muttering, "Humph, it's merely blind luck." In a corner of the crowd, the already eliminated Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh as resentment and bitterness filled his gaze. "Jiang Yun, why is it that all the glory is yours? I refuse to accept this. I refuse." On the elevated platform, Principals Lei Lai and Shi Pang exchanged glances, sighing softly before allowing smiles of acceptance and relief to surface. Jiang Yun's achievements and strength were undeniable. They wholeheartedly acknowledged this special distinction without further protest. Jiang Yun had undeniably become the focal point of the gathering, the center of every gaze. Under the scrutiny of the multitude, Jiang Yun took a deep breath and steadily ascended the platform, first bowing respectfully to the mayor, Elder Li, and the others, before turning to face the assembly. His demeanor was calm, devoid of arrogance, and this composure endeared him further to the crowd. The mayor nodded in satisfaction before exclaiming, "Next. Our staff will calculate your beast cores, tally the points, and proceed with the auction." As his words faded, the mayor gestured for the staff to commence the accounting of the points for all students who had not been eliminated. Jiang Yun returned to the ranks of the students. Retrieving his beast cores, the staff began to count and announce the scores. Linqua from Thunder School, 360 points. Xiao Yutian from Rock School, 355 points. Su Qingxue from Clear Springs First School, 180 points. Zhao Taiju from Clear Springs First School, 220 points. Shang Xiaoxiao from Clear Springs First School, 110 points. Zhao Xiang from Rock School, 8 points. XX from Rock School, 6 points. XX from Thunder School, 0 points. As names and scores were called out, the atmosphere grew subtly awkward. Aside from the few with respectable scores, the remaining participants' points were dismal. Wang Hao 8 points. Li Chong 5 points. Zhang Wei 3 points. A significant portion of the students had not secured even a single beast core, their scores standing at 0. Everyone was acutely aware of the reason behind this. The vast majority of their beast cores had been repeatedly claimed by one individual during the later stages of the competition. The students exchanged glances, struggling to stifle laughter. Their expressions a delightful mix of incredulity and amusement. Even the dignitaries on the platform could not suppress slight twitches of their lips as they recalled Jiang Yun's hunting exploits. Jiang Yun touched his nose, feeling a hint of embarrassment himself. Just then, the staff member responsible for counting Jiang Yun's beast cores spoke with a tremor in his voice. Nearly shouting, "Jiang Yun, 860 points." A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. All eyes turned to Jiang Yun once more. 860 points. This figure was nearly double that of the second-place contender. One individual surpassed the combined total of many others. And possessing such staggering points, he had already been designated as the first without occupying a slot. The spectacle was extraordinary. An exquisite blend of embarrassment and overwhelming charisma filled the air, with a hint of absurdity woven through the mayor's demeanor. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, the mayor cleared his throat twice, promptly shattering the awkward silence. Ahem, enough of that. The points have been tallied. I hereby announce the final rankings of this municipal Beastmaster competition. First place, Jiang Yun. He receives a special quota along with the corresponding rewards. Second place, Lin Kuo. Third place, Xiao Yutian. He swiftly unveiled the list of the top 10 competitors. All 6 members from Qingxue No. 1 High School remaining uneliminated. Following this, the most significant award ceremony commenced. Elderly personally rose and approached the stage. With a flourish of his sleeve, a dazzling crimson light erupted, revealing 100 crystalline fire attribute spirit gems, each seemingly aflame and suspended in midair, emanating an immense and pure fire energy. Jiang Yun, elderly, smiled, his voice gentle yet resonating throughout the venue. I have observed that your destined beast is of the fire attribute. These 100 fire attribute spirit gems are your reward for this victory. I hope you will utilize them wisely and advance further. 100 attribute spirit gems, particularly well suited for fire. This reward was undeniably substantial. Jiang Yun felt a surge of excitement as he stepped forward, respectfully accepting the gems with both hands. With a flicker of thought, he stored the radiant gems in his spatial ring. Suppressing his immediate urge to study the magic core and spirit gems, he bowed deeply to Elderly, expressing, "I am grateful for your generous gift, Elderly. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Indeed, Elderly nodded in satisfaction, encouraging him, "This is well-deserved. The provincial stage is filled with talent. I hope you remain humble and strive for even greater achievements at the Beastmaster Academy." "Yes," Jiang Yun replied earnestly. As the final proceedings concluded, the mayor smiled and announced with a booming voice, "I declare the Municipal Beastmaster Elimination Competition in City C to be a resounding success." Cheers and applause erupted, resonating through the skies. All eyes were drawn to Jiang Yun, undoubtedly the brightest and most legendary dark horse of this competition. From initial skepticism to a formidable rise in the arena, and ultimately a selfless act during a critical moment, he secured first place with absolute strength and merit, earning a special quota and generous rewards. His remarkable journey would surely be etched into the annals of the City C Beastmaster competition, becoming a legend. Yet, amidst the accolades and spotlight, Jiang Yun's heart had already soared far away. The magic core, 100 fire attribute spirit gems. In his mind, only one urgent thought remained: to hasten home and allow Little Fire and Little Lark to complete their evolution. He was filled with anticipation, wondering how his 2 beasts would transform into formidable forms after absorbing the concentrated essence of the magic core and the abundant spirit gems. Perhaps the combat prowess of the fire dragon fish would become even more terrifying, and the Wind Thunderlark would undoubtedly experience an extraordinary enhancement. Chapter 86. Glory Bestowed. The path ahead is clear. As the competition concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. The bustling square was imbued with a sense of both farewell and anticipation. Students, either exhilarated or disheartened, departed with their families, each face reflecting the profound imprint left by this extraordinary day. Before leaving, Zhao Taizhu and Shang Xiaoxiao specifically approached Jiang Yun to bid farewell. Jiang Yun, let us meet at the Provincial Academy. You'd better look out for me. Zhao Taizhu playfully punched Jiang Yun's chest, grinning widely, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. Shang Xiaoxiao added with a soft yet firm tone, Jiang Yun, congratulations. I look forward to seeing your dazzling performance on a larger stage. Their parents stood nearby, gazing at Jiang Yun with warmth and undisguised admiration, even tinged with a subtle respect. The tales of Jiang Yun's exploits in the Misty Forest had spread far and wide, and befriending such a promising future powerhouse was a boon for any family. Jiang Yun courteously responded, watching them depart with their families. Soon, his sister Jiang Yunyu fluttered over like a joyous little bird, tightly hugging Jiang Yun's waist. Her small head nestled in his embrace, her voice trembling with anxiety. Brother, you scared me to death. I thought. She couldn't finish her sentence, holding him even tighter. Jiang Yun's heart softened as he gently stroked his sister's hair, soothingly saying, It's all right, Yunyu, I'm fine. Look, I even came in first. Jiang Yunyu lifted her head, her tears turning to smiles as she vigorously nodded. Yes, brother is the best. At that moment, their mother approached, gazing at her son, who stood tall and unharmed, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. 1,000 words condensed into a tender reminder. As long as you're safe. Mother, I'm sorry for worrying you. Jiang Yun offered her a reassuring smile. Just then, Principal He Tiangang, head of the Su family, and the mayor approached together. The mayor greeted Jiang's mother warmly before turning to Jiang Yun, his tone unmistakably filled with admiration and support. Jiang Yun, you are the pride of our city C. Should you face any difficulties in your cultivation or life, feel free to seek me or the city defense team. Do not hesitate. City C is your most steadfast support. Principal He Tiangang, glowing with happiness, added. Thanks to Jiang Yun, our Qingxue No. 1 high school has advanced 5 students. You truly brought honor to our school. Remember, Qingxue No. 1 will always be your home. The doors will always be open for you. Overwhelmed by the public support and promises from these two prominent figures, Jiang Yun felt warmth surging within him as he respectfully bowed. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Principal. I will strive to meet your expectations. As the two esteemed figures departed, Coach Lin and Coach Wang approached, offering no words but a firm pat on Jiang Yun's shoulder, their eyes brimming with pride, recognition, and silent commendations of well done, kid. Just as this exchange concluded, Su Qingtian arrived, accompanied by the ethereal and exquisite Su Qingxue. Su Qingtian engaged in light conversation with Jiang's mother, his demeanor gentle, devoid of any airs of a top-tier family patriarch. His gaze then turned to Jiang Yun, his tone carrying a weighty acknowledgement. Young friend Jiang Yun, you are remarkably talented, and your future is boundless. Should you have the leisure, you are welcome to visit the Su family. As for the matter between you and Qingxue, he paused, glancing at his calm daughter, and smiled. You youngsters have your own way of interacting. We, as elders, will not interfere. Though the words were not explicitly stated, they almost tacitly acknowledged and permitted the rumors surrounding Jiang Yun and Su Qingxue. Jiang Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He did not wish to become too entangled with this dangerous nine-tailed fox. Just as he was about to clarify the misunderstanding, Su Qingxue suddenly stepped closer, leaning toward his ear. To outsiders, this gesture appeared intimately close, like lovers whispering sweet nothings. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted into Jiang Yun's nostrils. Then, her cool voice, laced with a hint of playful teasing, floated to his ears. You've got the magic core, Haven Tiu? I truly look forward to seeing you grow stronger. Upon finishing her words, she gracefully withdrew, leaving behind a gaze laden with significance and a captivating smile. To anyone else, this smile would appear enchanting. However, to Jiang Yun, who was privy to the underlying truths, it came off as exceedingly sinister. A chill ran through Jiang Yun's heart. This nine-tailed fox seemed to be perpetually observing him, its intentions growing ever more elusive. Behind this opportunity undoubtedly lay a deeper scheme. As for what the other party sought, he could not fathom. At that moment, Su Qingtian cleared his throat, interrupting the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, and subsequently took his leave with Su Qingxue. As Su Qingxue turned, her glance back still stirred an inexplicable unease within Jiang Yun. Before he could ponder further, another group arrived, led by Xiao Zhan, accompanied by the 3 younger members of the Xiao family, Xiao Ling, Xiao Hong, and Xiao Yutian. Xiao Zhan's expression was grave as he surveyed the anxious faces of Xiao Ling and Xiao Hong, and spoke in a deep tone, "Young friend Jiang Yun, I have been informed of the conflicts between Xiao Ling, Xiao Hong, and yourself. It is clear they acted without understanding their own limitations. I have ascertained the reasons behind this, and have brought them here today to apologize to you." He then admonished sternly, "You two miscreants. Kneel and apologize to young friend Jiang Yun, and pledge that you shall never trouble him again." Under the formidable presence of their elder, Xiao Ling and Xiao Hong dared not resist, and despite their inner turmoil, they fell to their knees before Jiang Yun, murmuring their apologies and assurances. Xiao Zhan continued, "To demonstrate sincerity, Xiao Hong shall be expelled from our family henceforth, returning to the external clan. Xiao Ling, upon returning home, you will be confined to the ancestral hall for a month to reflect deeply." Hearing this, Xiao Hong's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from standing up for Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, likewise pale, did not dare to retort. Only then did Xiao Zhan turn his gaze to Jiang Yun, softening his tone. "Young friend Jiang Yun, are you satisfied with this resolution? Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to voice them." This esteemed individual, regarded as the foremost under the amethyst, had notably lowered his stance in a bid to mend their feud and foster goodwill. Jiang Yun, understanding the importance of seizing the opportunity, smiled slightly and cupped his hands in gratitude. "You honor me, Elder Xiao. Since they have acknowledged their mistakes, I shall consider our grievances settled." A look of satisfaction spread across Xiao Zhan's face as he gestured to Xiao Ling and Xiao Hong. "Do not hesitate to express your gratitude for young friend Jiang Yun's magnanimity." The two could only bow once more in thanks, suppressing any hint of dissent. Finally, Xiao Zhan addressed Jiang Yun with warmth. "Young friend Jiang Yun, should you find leisure in the future, you are most welcome to visit the Xiao family. You may also engage in discussions with Yu Tian regarding beast mastery. As for other matters, we shall take our leave." Jiang Yun inclined his body in acknowledgement, and with that, Xiao Zhan led his companions away. In the distance, Qingxue, having witnessed the entire exchange, clenched his fists until they turned white, his nails digging into his palms, filled with jealousy and resentment. "Jiang Yun, just wait. I will not allow you to bask in glory forever. I will see to your demise," he muttered bitterly before angrily turning away, disappearing into the crowd. "Brother, you are so impressive now. Even the ancestor of the Xiao family treats you with such respect." Jiang Yun exclaimed, her little face aglow with admiration. Jiang Yun ruffled his sister's hair and replied, "It is because I must become even stronger to better protect you and mother." At his words, their mother looked at her son, pride and affection evident in her eyes, softly stating, "Yunner, you have truly grown up. Mother, let us go home," she urged. Their mother nodded in agreement, and the three of them made their way back home. Once they were settled, Jiang Yun retreated to his room, his thoughts already soaring towards the magic core he had obtained from the altar. Upon entering his room, he took it out to study. As he sensed the tumultuous yet powerful energy contained within the dark purple crystal, his curiosity and anticipation heightened. For tonight, he would allow Little Lark and Little Fire to rest in the beast mastery space. Tomorrow, he planned to venture outside the city to seek a secluded spot where Little Fire and the Wind Thunderlark could absorb the magic core and spirit crystal. Completing their evolution, Jiang Yun envisioned the transformation that awaited them with eager anticipation. He could sense that this evolution would usher in monumental changes. The commotion caused by the two beasts during their evolution remained uncertain. Thus, distancing himself from the city was the wisest choice to avert unnecessary disturbances. His excitement burgeoned like wild grass in his heart. If the two beasts underwent evolution, it would not merely alter their forms. Their innate qualities would also undergo a metamorphosis, potentially acquiring even more formidable skills. Subtle changes to their physiques were also expected, all of which filled Jiang Yun with immense expectation. Chapter 87. Evolution and Transformation, a Spectacular Phenomenon. The following morning, Jiang Yun ventured alone deeper into the misty forest. He deliberately chose not to conduct the evolution near the city, as the potential energy turbulence from the magic core or the extraordinary phenomena accompanying the beast's evolution would surely not go unnoticed. He wished to avoid causing any significant upheaval. Completing the evolution within the misty forest was indeed a prudent decision. He arrived at the area where the Wind Thunderlark once nested, situated in the heart of the misty forest. Here, human presence was scarce, and the aura of powerful, ferocious beasts could, to some extent, mask any commotion. Through his connection with Little Lark, he had already informed the parents of the Wind Thunderlark, allowing them to evade the recent cult disturbances unscathed. Choosing this location was relatively safe. Finding a spacious and level area, Jiang Yun took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. With a focused mind, he solemnly retrieved the magic core acquired from the cult's altar. The dark purple crystal hovered in midair, slowly rotating, with countless glimmers struggling and roaring within, emanating a massive yet chaotic essence of life. Little fire, wind, thunder, it is time to begin, Jiang Yun declared gravely, releasing the fire dragon fish and wind thunder lark. Through their soul contract, he conveyed a firm message. Both the fire dragon fish and wind thunder lark sensed the vast energy within the magic core, responding with excited yet instinctively wary low growls. Following Jiang Yun's guidance, they positioned themselves on either side, encircling the magic core at the center. Jiang Yun harnessed the power of beast mastery, cautiously channeling the energy from the magic core. Initially, only wisps of dark purple light seeped from the core, drawn towards the fire dragon fish and wind thunder lark. As the energy entered their bodies, subtle changes began to manifest. The edges of the fire dragon fish's crimson scales started to glimmer with a barely perceptible dark golden sheen. Its already elongated dragon form seemed to stretch slowly under the nurturing essence, becoming more fluid and powerful. The four bulges beneath its abdomen warmed and pulsed, as though something was about to break free from its confines. Its flames surged uncontrollably, transitioning from a bright red to a deeper, more intense hue, ultimately forming a dark red vortex of flames several meters in diameter, engulfing its massive body. The terrifying heat caused the rocks beneath to begin melting. The transformation of the wind and thunder lark was equally astonishing. Its silvery gray feathers began to manifest intricate and enigmatic patterns of azure and silver, while the air along the edges of its wings spontaneously twisted and accelerated, forming miniature vortices of wind blades. Delicate silver lightning serpents leaped and danced around its body, emitting crisp crackling sounds. Soon, a cocoon of dual-colored light, woven from pure wind elements and the power of thunder, enveloped it entirely. The surface of the cocoon pulsated with the forces of wind and thunder, stirring the surrounding air currents into a frenzied tempest. The two energy cocoons, embodying vastly different attributes, suspended in midair, pulsed vigorously like two mighty hearts, voraciously drawing from the immense source of formless essence within the magic core. The power emanating from the magic core visibly diminished, its color gradually fading into obscurity. Yet, as the pure essence was absorbed, an even more intense surge of energy erupted within the two cocoons, as if they were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. This process persisted for approximately an hour. When the last vestige of energy from the magic core was completely consumed, dissipating into dust, a thunderous roar erupted from the two energy cocoons. Simultaneously, the heavens dimmed. Centered around the two cocoons, two earth-shattering phenomena descended with a cataclysmic force. The crimson fire vortex housing the fire dragon fish surged skyward, transforming into a colossal pillar of flame with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, piercing the heavens. Within the fire pillar, the shadow of a golden dragon coiled and sang. The clouds above were instantaneously transformed into a sea of burning flames, as if the evening glow had arrived prematurely, yet far more fierce than any sunset imaginable. An aura of nobility, dominance, and a consuming heat that scorched the very earth swept forth in all directions. Concurrently, the azure-silver cocoon encasing the wind and thunder lark erupted with an explosive force, unleashing a tempest of unrestrained winds and thunderous power that surged outward like untamed stallions. A colossal tornado connecting heaven and earth materialized from thin air. Inside the tornado, countless frenzied silver lightning bolts danced wildly, with the winds amplifying the might of the thunder. As dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder, as if the apocalypse had arrived. A commanding, swift, an imposing aura of storms and divine retribution permeated the atmosphere. The fiery pillars scorched the heavens, while the winds and thunder rent the sky. These two starkly contrasting manifestations of nature clashed and harmonized in a bewildering spectacle, illuminating the entire core region with an otherworldly brilliance, resembling a divine miracle unfolding before the eyes of the world. Deep within the forest, countless formidable beasts, overwhelmed by this terrifying celestial power, emitted fearful cries, prostrating themselves in submission towards the phenomena. Some even fled in sheer panic, desperate to escape this ominous area. Such a cataclysmic event could not escape the notice of the powerful in City C. At the mayor's residence, the mayor abruptly lifted his gaze from his work, staring toward the direction of the misty forest, his expression a mixture of shock and gravity. What is happening? Why has there been such a terrifying eruption of celestial energy? Could remnants of a cult be causing trouble again? What horror have they unleashed? Without hesitation, he resolved to investigate personally, vanishing from sight in an instant and reappearing in the courtyard. The sacred phoenix, Jiang Yun, let out a clear cry and bore him away in a flash of white light. At the Su family estate, Su Chengtian stood atop the loft, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. This direction leads to the misty forest? This aura is as scorching as a dragon and as violent as thunder, certainly not ordinary. Could it be that some ancient beast of bloodline has emerged? Or perhaps a significant opportunity has arisen? The air below him gathered, manifesting the sky wolf, which carried him swiftly into the skies. Meanwhile, at Clear Spring Academy, He Tiangang also sensed this terrifying, otherworldly presence from his office. Rising, he approached the window, gazing toward the source with a look of bewilderment. What could this terrifying phenomenon be? This direction, the misty forest? Could remnants of the cult still be lurking? With that principle, he leaped through his office window, the golden dragon flame carrying him at an accelerated pace. Even Li Lao, who had just prepared to leave City C, halted abruptly, turning back to behold the sky shrouded in wind, fire, and thunder. A newfound brilliance ignited in his eyes. Attribute resonance, celestial anomalies? Could this be the manifestation of a perfect evolution? Who could it be? Could it be? His thoughts drifted to the tournament and the prodigious figure that had shaken the heavens, Jiang Yun. A sense of realization dawned upon him as he felt a surge of anticipation. As the two summoned beasts completed their final transformations, unleashing a resounding howl that echoed through the heavens. The fiery pillar and the thunderous tornado seemed to respond to their call, transforming into the purest torrents of energy that surged into their forms. The celestial phenomena gradually dissipated, and the sky cleared, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Yet, the two transformed beasts left behind, with their newfound aura and form, bore testament to the reality of what had just occurred. Jiang Yun suppressed the excitement and shock swelling within him, eager to step forward as a glimmer of blue light flickered in his eyes. The manifestation of the innate ability of all things was set into motion. He was fervently eager to uncover the profound transformations that his companions had undergone following such a momentous evolution. Chapter 88, Silver Tier 9, Silver Tier 6, Diamond Level Aptitude. As the extraordinary phenomena dissipated, the world returned to tranquility. Jiang Yun, suppressing the exhilaration and astonishment within, gazed intently at the two companions who had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Impatiently, he activated the manifestation of all things, ability, and a cascade of azure light flowed through his pupils, inundating his mind with a torrent of new information. The first to capture his perception was the wind thunderlark. No, it should now be referred to as the storm thunderlark. Species, storm thunderlark, wind thunder attribute. Realm, Silver Tier 6. Aptitude, Diamond Level. Innate skills, Gale Rush Rare, effect significantly enhanced. Thunderclaw Rare, effect significantly enhanced, paralysis effect increased. Wind Thunder Guardian Extraordinary, effect significantly enhanced, reflective damage notably improved. Thunderstrike Superlative, power surges dramatically with realm advancement. Wings of the Storm Extraordinary, passive active passively, increases flight speed and agility. When activated, its wings transform instantaneously into pure storm and thunder wings, drastically enhancing speed and cutting power. Summon Thunderstorm Epic, harnesses the forces of wind and thunder, summoning a persistent tempest within a designated area, unleashing countless bolts of lightning for indiscriminate area strikes, accompanied by fierce winds that disrupt the battlefield. Evolution Route, capable of 3 evolutions. First evolution, completed evolved into Storm Thunderlark with Diamond Level Aptitude. Second evolution, evolved into Wind Thunder Celestial Lark with Radiant Sun Level Aptitude. Required core materials, 7 colored celestial feathers. Thunder Soul Crystals, Void Plumes. Awaken the domain skill, Wind Thunder Cataclysm. Third evolution, evolve into 9 Heavens Wind Thunder Sovereign with Legendary Level Aptitude. Mastering the laws of wind and thunder, becoming the sovereign of the skies. Hint, this beast contains a trace of an exceedingly rare, ancient wind thunder divine rock bloodline. If it achieves legendary aptitude and is subjected to divine level baptism with primordial wind source and chaotic thunder seed, it may revert its bloodline to ancestral traits, breaking through its limits to evolve into a mythical beast, the chaotic wind thunder divine rock, capable of rending the starry river with its wings and invoking cosmic wind and thunder tribulations. Upon perceiving this newly added information, Jiang Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. Silver Tier 6. It had directly transcended a major realm, with an elevation of 5 tiers. The energy of this magic core was truly terrifying. Jiang Yun gasped in awe, a surge of euphoric joy bubbling within him. He instantly comprehended that this was indeed due to the immense energy of the magic core. Given the prior foundational strength of the little lark was somewhat inferior to that of the fire dragon fish, the energy required for its evolution was qualitatively lower, allowing for a more radical enhancement in levels. Moreover, its aptitude had successfully ascended to diamond level. Gazing upon the impressive information panel of the little lark, his curiosity about the current status of the little fire was piqued. He then turned his attention to the now even more profound and formidable little fire. The current golden-scaled fire dragon fish was as follows. Species: golden-scaled fire dragon fish with pseudo-dragon bloodline, firewater attribute. Realm: silver tier 9. Aptitude: diamond level. Innate skills: flame breath rare, evolved into dragon flame breath, with significantly enhanced power, range, and temperature. Bloodline might rare, effect significantly amplified, dragon's might and intimidation increased. Fire domain prison extraordinary, effect significantly enhanced, stronger ability to entrap and scorch foes. Water mastery rare, effect significantly enhanced. Dragon flame explosion kill extraordinary, power surges dramatically with realm and bloodline enhancement. Golden scale guardian epic, passive: the golden scales bestow robust elemental resistance and physical defense. Upon being attacked, a layer of dragon power shield automatically activates, greatly enhancing survival capability. Dragon's fury epic, active: briefly activates the true dragon bloodline within, significantly amplifying all attributes. The next attack, typically dragon flame explosion kill, will inflict dragon's fury effects, dealing devastating damage and greatly increasing the chance of instilling fear in enemies. Evolution route, capable of 3 evolutions. First evolution, completed: evolved into golden-scaled fire dragon fish with diamond level aptitude. Second evolution, evolve into fire flood dragon with eclipse moon level aptitude. Required core materials: golden scale remains, dragon blood body, heart of molten fire, dragon's reverse scale. Third evolution, evolve into heavenly fire flood dragon with legendary level aptitude. Evolution skill supplement: upon evolving into fire flood dragon, will awaken the powerful skill dragon breath scorching heaven. Upon evolving into heavenly fire flood dragon, will awaken the domain skill heavenly fire purgatory. Silver tier 9, only a step away from the golden level. Jiang Yun's heart raced wildly. The energy of this magic core was simply awe-inspiring. Although Little Fire had fewer levels of elevation compared to the Wind Thunder Lark, this was predicated upon its inherently richer foundation and higher awakening requirements, likely resulting in an even more astonishing enhancement in actual combat capability. Its aptitude had also ascended to diamond level. What thrilled him even more was that both beasts had acquired formidable new skills, all of which were extraordinary and epic in nature. The Storm Thunder Larks, Wings of the Storm, greatly enhanced mobility, while Summon Thunderstorm was a terrifying area-clearing technique. The golden-scaled fire dragon fishes, Golden Scale Guardian, compensated for its defensive shortcomings, and Dragon's Fury served as an exceptional burst amplification skill. He could almost envision the potency of these skills in actual combat. Simultaneously, he noted the materials required for the next evolution: 7-colored celestial feathers, golden scale remains, dragon blood body. Jiang Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He already possessed or had leads on these materials. He had previously worried about how to manage them if they were unnecessary after the first evolution. Now, seeing that the second evolution still required them, along with the newly added void plumes and dragon's reverse scale, he exhaled in relief. These items were incredibly precious, and it would have pained him to sell them if they were of no use. Now, he could continue to prepare for his companion's next stages of growth. Feeling the profound silver-level aura emanating from his two beasts, akin to an abyss, and the shimmering, more dynamic and powerful light in their eyes, Jiang Yun was filled with lofty ambitions. His companions had undergone a fundamental transformation. He was now eager to find a suitable place to thoroughly test their current combat prowess and the might of their new skills. However, just as his thoughts began to take shape, a series of powerful, unmatched auras, like meteors racing across the moon, surged from the direction of City C, instantly shattering the tranquility of the forest. The terrifying pressure rendered the recently calmed mountains and woods utterly silent once more. Jiang Yun shuddered, raising his gaze. Above, he beheld the mayor riding the celestial rainbow phoenix. Principal, he standing upon the dragon flame golden lion. Master Su atop the wind spirit divine eagle, and Elder Li upon the head of the ancient ice dragon. Even Lei Lai and Principal Shipeng had arrived together. The gazes of several top-tier powerhouses in City C instantly converged upon the two transformed beasts and the figure of Jiang Yun standing between them. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiang Yun's face. It seemed that the awe-inspiring phenomenon of burning skies and boiling seas had indeed been too astonishing, rousing the attention of these esteemed individuals. Just as his mind raced to formulate an explanation, Principal He Tiangong's signature booming voice resonated through the mountains and forests like a bell, imbued with incredulity and boundless delight. I thought there was some sinister plot afoot. But unexpectedly, That celestial spectacle was conjured by you, young lad? Chapter 89. An appointment in a month. The secret realm of the molten fire abyss. Realizing that the source of the magnificent phenomenon was none other than Jiang Yun, the hurriedly arrived dignitaries initially breathed a sigh of relief. However, their gazes soon fixated in unison on the two extraordinary beasts beside Jiang Yun, whose demeanor and form had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Upon this revelation, even the most seasoned of the amethyst-grade powerhouses could not help but gasp in astonishment. Silver grade, how could this be possible? The mayor was the first to exclaim in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Jiang Yun, I recall your two beasts were merely bronze grade just yesterday. How have they suddenly ascended to silver grade within a single day? As an amethyst-grade powerhouse, the mayor possessed a keen sensitivity to the aura of beasts. He could distinctly sense that the emanations from these two creatures were undeniably silver grade. He Tiangong's eyes widened in shock upon meeting the gaze of Jiang Yun's beasts. His face erupting with uncontainable excitement and joy. He smacked his thigh with fervor. You rascal. You truly are remarkable. Ha! In just one day, you've leaped across an entire realm. A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. You seem determined to keep surprising me with these unbelievable feats. His gaze toward Jiang Yun brimmed with admiration, nearly overflowing. Achieving silver grade was tantamount to establishing a faction in City C. Countless individuals had languished for decades at the bronze level without making the leap, and this lad had done so as effortlessly as quenching his thirst. Reflecting upon Jiang Yun's repeated breakthroughs in strength, all occurring within mere days, He Tiangong's lips began to twitch. The continuous surprises and shocks brought by Jiang Yun were rendering him somewhat numb. Beside him, Su Qingtian's pupils also constricted, his gaze flitting over the dragon claws of the golden-scaled fire dragon fish and the majestic form of the storm thunder sparrow, a profound sense of astonishment overwhelming him. Initially, he had only valued Jiang Yun's potential, but now he truly realized that the pace of this young man's growth exceeded all expectations. His eyes, when looking at Jiang Yun, deepened with respect and significance. This was indeed a prodigy. Undoubtedly a prodigy. Principal Lei Lai of Thunderstorm High School and Principal Peng of Rock Solid High School exchanged glances, both perceiving the astonishment and a hint of bittersweet envy in each other's eyes. Why was such an exceptional student not from their own institutions? Lei Lai murmured, a silver grade, and with such a dense aura, it is likely not a low-tier silver. Especially considering this fire dragon fish seems to stabilize at the high silver tier. Peng shook his head with a wry smile. This terrifying rate of advancement is something I have never encountered in my lifetime. Our students falling short against him is truly no injustice. Faced with the unabashed astonishment of the dignitaries, Jiang Yun understood that concealing the truth in front of these amethyst-grade powerhouses was utterly futile and would merely bespeak of pettiness. Maintaining his composure, he slightly bowed. Speaking candidly, esteemed seniors, please do not jest. I merely stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity while eradicating a cult yesterday, which allowed my two companions to break through their limits and hasten their growth. His vague explanation was sufficiently informative for the dignitaries to fill in the gaps with their own interpretations, grasping the extraordinary nature of his ascent. At their level, they understood the significance of opportunity and would not pry further. The group nodded in understanding, exchanging knowing smiles as they suppressed their astonishment, transforming it into commendation for the younger generation. Since it is not a cult causing trouble, we shall take our leave. Lei Lai and Peng were the first to speak, finding an excuse to depart. Yet, their gazes upon Jiang Yun remained complex and multifaceted. Noticing the stir was instigated by Jiang Yun, the mayor reined in his excitement, smiling encouragingly at Jiang Yun. Excellent. Opportunity is indeed a facet of strength. It seems City C is truly about to give birth to a true dragon. When you go to the provincial capital, make sure to shine and do not tarnish the prestige of City C. Should you require assistance, the municipal government will always stand as your backing. With that, he rode off on his ethereal phoenix. At this moment, Su Qingtian's smile grew ever warmer as he stepped forward, enthusiastically addressing Jiang Yun. Young friend Jiang Yun, you are indeed extraordinary. 3 days hence, I will be hosting a birthday banquet at my home. Might you honor us with your presence? A birthday banquet? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was evidently an invitation from an amethyst-grade powerhouse, a gesture of goodwill from the head of City C's foremost family. A courtesy he could not refuse. Without much hesitation, Jiang Yun clasped his hands in response. To be invited by Senior Su is an honor for me. I shall certainly attend to celebrate. Pleased, Su Qingtian nodded. Very well. With that, he left in high spirits. Finally, only Elder Li and He Tiangang remained in place. Elder Li continued to scrutinize Jiang Yun's little fire and little sparrow. His gaze was profound as he carefully observed the nascent form of the golden-scaled fire dragon fish and the storm thunder sparrow for a moment before speaking. His voice carrying a barely perceptible note of awe. "Little fellow, your two beasts are remarkable. One shows the initial signs of a dragon, while the other, accompanied by thunder and wind, harbors the potential of the Kunpeng's swiftness. Their true capabilities likely far surpass ordinary expectations." Jiang Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Elderly, a peak amethyst-grade powerhouse, indeed possessed a discerning eye, though he may not have directly perceived their diamond-tier potential. He had already discerned the extraordinary nature of their bloodlines. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Jiang Yun merely smiled humbly, continuing the conversation. "Senior Elderly, your insight is commendable. Their potential is indeed considerable, but their resource demands are quite substantial. Perhaps this is why their ascension has been so rapid. The resources required for their future growth will likely amount to astronomical figures, which I currently find rather concerning." Upon hearing this, Elder Li's gaze of appreciation intensified. Not arrogant nor impatient, and with a meticulous mind, this young man possessed an admirable character. He then shifted the conversation back to business. According to the Academy's regulations, newly admitted students must undergo a qualification and strength assessment within 1 month and be registered. Now that you have reached silver grade, the journey to the provincial capital is not short, so 1 month should suffice. He paused, looking at Jiang Yun before continuing. "When you arrive at the academy, you will be just in time for the selection of candidates for the Molten Fire Abyss Secret Realm. This ancient site is rich in fire energy, not only abundant in various fire attribute resources, but also teeming with rare beast materials, which could present a significant opportunity for you. The Molten Fire Abyss. The selection of candidates." Upon hearing the words of Elderly, a brilliant light ignited in Jiang Yun's eyes. He faintly recalled that the secret realm harboring the clues to the dragon blood bodhi was none other than this molten fire cavern. He had been mulling over how to secure entry, only to find the opportunity presented to him so directly. "Thank you, Elderly, for your guidance. I, as your junior, will certainly arrive on time, striving to secure a place in the secret realm." Jiang Yun spoke earnestly, suppressing his excitement. This was a matter of great significance concerning the evolution materials for Xiaohua. He had to take it seriously. Elderly nodded in satisfaction and finally advised. "Once you arrive at the academy, should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out at the Ding Pavilion." With that, the ancient ice dragon beneath him let out a melodious dragon roar. He transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the horizon. After bidding farewell to Elderly, Principal He Tiangang clapped Jiang Yun on the shoulder with a mix of nostalgia and pride on his face. "You young lad, time and again, you astonish me." However, his expression soon turned grave as he earnestly cautioned. "But remember, Jiang Yun, the provincial city is not like our sea city. The waters run deep there, teeming with powerful, established families and sections. Take the Su family, for example. While they are the foremost in Sea City, before the main branch of the Su family in the provincial city, they are but a mere offshoot. Once you arrive, you must act with utmost caution, avoiding unnecessary conflict with the descendants of those influential families or sections. More importantly, safeguard your secrets and treasures. Wealth should not be flaunted, lest it attract the attention of those with ill intentions and bring about disaster." Principal He's sudden admonitions bore the weight of a concerned elder sending their child off on a journey, filled with genuine care. Jiang Yun felt warmth in his heart upon hearing those words and deeply bowed to He Tiangang, saying, "I shall forever remember the principal's teachings and will not dare to forget." He Tiangang smiled with satisfaction and offered a few more encouraging words before taking his leave upon the dragon flame golden lion. In the vast forest, Jiang Yun found himself alone once more. He surveyed his surroundings, feeling the immense power emanating from his two companions, a surge of ambition and plans intertwining within him. This month must be utilized wisely to enhance the strengths of Xiaohua and Xiaoyang. He contemplated extracting the 100 fire attribute spirit crystals acquired from the competition, along with the remaining hundreds of various attribute spirit stones, and that vial of earth dragon essence. The provincial stage would be rife with talent, and with the competition for entry into the molten fire cavern, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. His gaze sharpened with determination, yet soon, it softened into a knowing smile. Before proceeding, he decided to assess the epic new skills of his two little companions. Chapter 90. Terrifying Combat Power. The crisis of scarcity re-emerges. The open ground in the forest became the perfect arena for Jiang Yun to test the newfound powers of his companions. He took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, first turning his gaze to the extraordinary storm thunder sparrow. "Xiaoyang, let us first test your new abilities. Wings of the Storm and Summon Thunderstorm." With a clarion call that echoed through the skies, the storm thunder sparrow unleashed a powerful screech. It flapped its wings vigorously, no longer merely stirring the air, but seemingly manipulating the very laws of wind and thunder. Turquoise winds and silver lightning erupted from every feather, transforming its colossal wings into pure energy. Skill. Wings of the storm, extraordinary. In that moment, it appeared no longer as a mere bird, but as the embodiment of storm and thunder. The air along the edges of its wings was compressed and sliced, emitting a piercing howl. Jiang Yun could even see the minute, distorted, transparent ripples left in the air as its wing tips sliced through. What astonishing speed! Jiang Yun's pupils constricted. In his perception, the speed of the storm thunder sparrow now surpassed that of its previous wind chase by several folds. With a simple flap of its wings, its form seemed to teleport, leaving multiple afterimages within a 100-meter radius, too fast for the naked eye to capture. Next, summon thunderstorm. With a thought, Jiang Yun issued the command. In the sky, the recently calm clouds were stirred once more. The storm thunder sparrow hovered in the air, radiating blue and silver light, like the core of a tempest and thunder. It connected with the elements of wind and thunder in the heavens. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened ominously around it, thick clouds converging from nowhere. Within those clouds, countless silver serpents danced wildly, and the sound of thunder echoed. A palpable aura of celestial might descended. In the next moment, without any warning, numerous bolts of silver lightning, as thick as a child's arm, surged down from the storm clouds like a torrential rain. They were not chaotic, but instead struck the area Jiang Yun had locked onto with an invisible precision. Skill. Summon thunderstorm, epic. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars of thunder resonated continuously. The ground engulfed by the storm was instantly scorched, ancient trees reduced to mere powder beneath the lightning's fury, and hard rocks shattered into fragments, scattering everywhere. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone and charred earth. As blinding white lightning illuminated the dim landscape, as if it were day, this was no longer mere pinpoint strikes. It was truly a calamity descending. A sweeping cleansing of the area. The magnitude of its power and the extent of its destruction far exceeded that of the previous thunderclap. Jiang Yun felt his heart swell with excitement. Excellent. What a magnificent summoned thunderstorm. With this skill, what fear do we have of mass attacks? If we encounter a horde of ferocious beasts like during that exam, a single skill would clear the field. Jiang Yun was thoroughly satisfied with Xiao Yung's performance. After concluding the tests for the Storm Thunder Sparrow, Jiang Yun turned his eager gaze towards the more profound and powerful Golden Scale Fire Dragon Fish. Xiaohua, it is your turn. Showcase your Golden Scale Guardian and True Dragon's Fury. Roar. The Golden Scale Fire Dragon Fish emitted a deep and majestic dragon's roar, seemingly responding to Jiang Yun. It did not take to the skies but coiled upon the ground. As it concentrated, a faint yet solid golden aura emerged from its crimson golden scales, swirling rapidly and ultimately forming a tangible golden dragon force shield around its body. Golden Scale Guardian, epic. Passive trigger. This shield, while appearing light, radiated an indomitable essence, impervious to all. Jiang Yun could distinctly feel that this shield possessed remarkable defensive capabilities against both physical and elemental attacks. Let us test its strength. Jiang Yun commanded the Storm Thunder Sparrow to unleash a full-powered thunder claw at the shield's edge. Sizzle. The lightning struck the shield, merely causing the golden aura to ripple slightly, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, leaving no trace, not even a single crack. What formidable defense! Jiang Yun marveled once more. This was merely the base state triggered passively, should it endure a powerful attack in battle. The shield's defensive capabilities would likely be even more astonishing. Finally, True Dragon's Fury. Jiang Yun's voice trembled with a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing his words, the golden-scaled fire dragon fish ignited with a blaze of crimson gold flames in its dragon-like eyes, an aura far more primal, more ferocious, and more noble than before. Akin to a ferocious beast that had slumbered for eons, roared back to life. Skill. The epic wrath of the true dragon. The radiance enveloping its form became blinding. As if it had swelled in size, the ground beneath its 4 dragon claws cracked under the sudden surge of power. A terrifying dragon's might, so potent that it instinctively made even the Storm Thunder Sparrow retreat, swept through like a tempest. In this state, Jiang Yun could distinctly feel the full attributes of the little fire creature. Strength, speed, defense, and energy intensity were all skyrocketing at an alarming rate. It seemed to have transformed into a true Dragon Clan member, intent on tearing apart everything in its path. Its target, the sheer cliff ahead. Dragon Fire Explosion Kill. Jiang Yun pointed towards the steep rock face hundreds of meters away. In its true Dragon Wrath state, the golden-scaled fire dragon fish no longer conjured a dark red fireball, but instead formed a crimson-gold fireball that seemed to pulse with golden magma within. The air around the fireball was distorted by the extreme heat, creating a vacuum. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that echoed from the depths of ancient times, the crimson-gold fireball shot forth like a meteor, moving with unparalleled speed. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated as if it would shatter eardrums. The towering rock face, upon contact with the fireball, was not merely blasted apart. It appeared to be erased from existence by an invisible giant hand. All that remained was a vast, charred pit with edges resembling glazed glass, from which a small mushroom cloud ascended. There were no fragments flying about, for everything had been vaporized and obliterated by that overwhelming heat and destructive energy. Silence. An oppressive silence. The storm thunder sparrow folded its wings. The radiance surrounding the golden-scaled fire dragon fish gradually receded. Yet the lingering aura of devastation in the air and the immense pit bore testament to the sheer terror of that strike. Jiang Yun stood rooted in place, his chest heaving violently, his heart brimming with ecstasy and astonishment. The power was utterly terrifying. He recalled the beastmasters of the city defense team, those silver-ranked captains of the 7th and 8th tiers, and realized that the skills they wielded paled in comparison to the new abilities of these two little creatures. Their formidable potential, hidden bloodlines, and the exceptionally high level of their skills rendered their combat prowess far superior to others of the same rank. Jiang Yun was unequivocally confident of this. He mused that when the little fire creature was at the 7th tier of bronze, it could annihilate silver-ranked foes. Now that it had ascended to the 9th tier of silver, did that strike imply it possessed the potential to challenge golden-ranked adversaries? At this moment, he yearned for a golden-ranked opponent to validate this conjecture. True combat power could only be perfectly manifested in the crucible of life and death struggles. Suppressing the immediate impulse to seek out a golden-ranked challenger, Jiang Yun began to strategize his next steps regarding resource allocation. Now that the fire dragon fish had acquired the formidable defensive skill of Golden Scale Guardian, its survivability had greatly increased. Meanwhile, although the storm thunder sparrow was unparalleled in speed, it still had a vulnerability in terms of defense. Without hesitation, he retrieved a precious vial of earth dragon essence blood. Little sparrow, this essence blood brims with vigorous life energy and will be immensely beneficial in refining your physique and bolstering your defenses. Absorb it. You might even awaken a defensive skill from the earth dragon lineage if luck is on your side. The storm thunder sparrow chirped joyfully, carefully grasping the jade vial with its beak, flying aside to commence the slow absorption of the pure energy within. Subsequently, Jiang Yun gathered the remaining 1,000 or so water and fire attribute spirit stones into a pile. The fire dragon fish opened its mouth wide, akin to a whale swallowing the sea, and within moments, devoured the small hill of stones, glancing eagerly at the fire attribute spirit crystal in Jiang Yun's hand. Observing the little creature's eager gaze and the frantic movements of its claws, Jiang Yun smiled and began to feed it the precious spirit crystal, equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones, one by one. 1, 2, 10, 30. The fire dragon fish welcomed each offering, its aura gradually intensifying with the infusion of the spirit crystals, and the golden sheen on its scales appeared even more resplendent. When Jiang Yun reached the 86th crystal, the fire dragon fish finally let out a satisfied burp, shaking its head to indicate it could consume no more. 86 crystals. Jiang Yun looked at the 14 remaining fire attribute spirit crystals in his hand. Although he had anticipated this, the corners of his mouth still twitched at the realization. 86 crystals were equivalent to 86,000 low-grade spirit stones. This was merely one meal. Moreover, it occurred right after it had completed its evolution, with its strength surging and an urgent need of consolidation and enhancement. One could foresee that as its power further escalated, this number would only grow more alarming. It was easy to imagine that the storm thunder sparrow, upon refining the earth dragon essence blood, would also have an insatiable demand for high-tier resources of the wind and thunder attributes. What he had initially thought to be a substantial reward of 100 spirit crystals from the competition now felt like a drop in the bucket. Jiang Yun sighed. A familiar sense of crisis, born from resource scarcity, once again loomed over him like a dark cloud. The path to resource freedom was fraught with challenges. This only strengthened his resolve to venture into the molten fire abyss for opportunities. To achieve rapid advancement, one could not do without a wealth of resources, and secret realms often provided the quickest means to acquire them. The prospect of seeking opportunities and resources within the secret realm still felt distant. Jiang Yun sighed once more, returning his two beast companions to their respective spaces, allowing them to digest and absorb their gains. He then bid farewell to the parents of the little sparrow and set off towards the city, heading for the Beastmaster Market in City C. The Beastmaster Market was also a prime location to procure resources. He had to explore whether there were any means to swiftly obtain resources, for the enhancement of his strength could not be delayed. Chapter 91. Betting on Beast Eggs. Upon departing the Misty Forest, Jiang Yun made his way directly to the Beastmaster Association in City C. The familiar architecture and bustling crowds greeted him. Yet his mindset was now vastly different from his first visit. He did not linger before the array of dazzling products, but instead sought out the familiar manager, Lu Mei. "Mr. Jiang, what a rare visitor you are," Lu Mei exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Yun, her face instantly brightening with a professional smile, though a flicker of surprise danced in her eyes. The current Jiang Yun, with his reined-in aura, exuded a calm and steady demeanor that was quite captivating. She had heard about the events from the competition. Now, Jiang Yun was a prominent figure in City C. Thus, she no longer dared to treat him as casually as before, addressing him as Mr. Jiang instead of little brother. "Apologies for the disturbance." Jiang Yun got straight to the point, forgoing pleasantries. "I would like to inquire if there are any methods to acquire beast resources in bulk within City C. Ideally, attribute spirit crystals or a substantial quantity of water, fire, and thunder attribute spirit stones." "Attribute spirit crystals?" Lu Mei's expression shifted to a wry smile at his query. "Mr. Jiang, you have truly stumped me. The essence crystal is a rare resource, particularly in our remote City C, where the predominant currency remains the federal coin and ordinary spirit stones. Only the foremost families such as the Su and Shao clans, or perhaps our Chamber of Commerce headquarters, may possess substantial reserves. A few influential figures might hold some stock as well, but it is exceedingly rare for anyone to part with it, as it is vital for nurturing formidable beast companions." Jiang Yun felt a heaviness in his heart. While he had anticipated this, hearing the definitive answer still brought a tinge of disappointment. It appears that acquiring a significant quantity of essence crystals through conventional means in City C is indeed unrealistic. What about attribute spirit stones? Water, fire, and lightning. How might one procure them in abundance? Jiang Yun sought an alternative. "How many does Mr. Jiang require?" Lu Mei inquired cautiously. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun assessed the alarming consumption rate of his two beast companions and tentatively proposed a figure. "Let us prepare 1 million low-grade spirit stones of each type." 1 million? Of each. Lu Mei's smile abruptly faltered, her voice rising in disbelief. "Mr. Jiang, you cannot be jesting. 1 million of specific attribute spirit stones. Even if we were to deplete the inventory of all our enterprises beneath the market, we might not gather enough. If they were mixed attribute spirit stones, perhaps we could manage to scrape together a portion." In utter bewilderment, she could not resist asking, "Pardon my curiosity, Mr. Jiang, but what could you possibly need such a vast quantity of attribute spirit stones for? Even for wholesale, this volume is staggering. It nearly rivals what those families require from our chamber over several years. Moreover, I recall your beast companion is still at the bronze level, even with exceptional talent. Wouldn't these million spirit stones suffice for 5 or 6 years of sustenance?" She instinctively assumed Jiang Yun's beast companion remained at the bronze level. Given that the tournament had concluded not long ago, she could hardly fathom that Jiang Yun's beast had already ascended to silver. Had she known of this elevation, she would not have presumed that a silver-tier beast would possess an insatiable appetite. Jiang Yun, upon hearing her words, furrowed his brow, opting not to clarify that his beast had evolved, and instead pressed on with his inquiry. "What quantity can the chamber currently mobilize?" Lu Mei steadied herself, swiftly calculating before responding. "To be candid, our chamber's current inventory comprises approximately 400,000 spirit stones of both water and fire attributes combined. The lightning attribute is even scarcer, with only around 140,000. Jiang Yun contemplated the 54,000 attribute spirit stones, while it fell short of his target. It would suffice to sustain his two beast companions for a while and alleviate his immediate concerns. "Very well, I shall take them all," he declared decisively. "All of them." Lu Mei was once again taken aback, her voice trembling slightly. To purchase such a monumental quantity of attribute spirit stones in one fell swoop was akin to the annual procurement of the esteemed families. She felt compelled to double-check. "Mr. Jiang, this is no trifling sum. At market value, ordinary low-grade water and fire attribute spirit stones are priced at 1,000 federal coins each, while lightning attributes stand at 3,000. Altogether, for 54,000 spirit stones, the total would amount to 820 million federal coins. 820 million. This astronomical figure left Jiang Yun momentarily stunned. He reflected on the mere hundreds of thousands of federal coins remaining in his account, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In his focus on resources, he had neglected the most crucial issue, money. Observing Jiang Yun's reaction, Lu Mei, ever astute, quickly surmised his potential financial constraints. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her features, Yet her professionalism prevented any hint of disdain from surfacing. Instead, she proactively offered suggestions. Mr. Jiang, if you find yourself short on funds and wish to earn federal coins swiftly, you might consider a few avenues. You could sell rare materials or high-tier treasures you possess. Our chamber has an auction house that facilitates transactions exceeding 1 billion daily, which is a splendid option. Alternatively, you could try your luck at betting on beast eggs. Betting on beast eggs? Jiang Yun exclaimed, intrigued. This term was entirely new to him. Noticing his interest, Liu Mei elaborated. Indeed, betting on beast eggs. Our chamber, along with certain black markets, acquires or captures numerous unknown beast or spirit eggs. These eggs have unique shells that obscure most perceptions, making it challenging to accurately determine the species, quality, or even any special skills or hidden bloodlines of the beasts within. Thus, these eggs are sold at a uniform or categorized price, leaving the buyers to rely solely on their discernment and luck. One might spend hundreds of thousands on an egg, only to hatch the most mundane black iron tier beast, losing their investment. Yet, it is equally possible to hatch a bronze tier creature of exceptional quality or one possessing rare skills and unique bloodlines, instantly elevating its worth to several times its original value, fetching even 1 million federal coins without surprise. If one is extraordinarily fortunate, they might even procure a silver potential egg, starting at a value of 5 million. Golden tier eggs soar into the tens of millions. As for purple crystal tier, they are the pinnacle of quality in City C. Should they appear, they could fetch astronomical prices at auction. In essence, the higher the quality, the greater the value, and there are countless tales of overnight wealth, as well as those who have lost everything. Liu Mei's words carried both a lure and a clear warning. This gamble with beast eggs was undoubtedly a pathway to rapid riches, yet it was equally fraught with peril. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. His innate ability to perceive the essence of all things would allow him to discern the true nature of any beast egg at a glance. If he were to engage in betting on beast eggs, his success would be virtually guaranteed. This presented a splendid opportunity for profit. Chapter 92, The Beast Egg Betting Arena. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Having learned of the beast egg betting, Jiang Yun's mind began to formulate a plan. Liu Mei, noticing his contemplation, kindly added, Mr. Jiang, if this is your first attempt, it may be prudent to select those beast eggs that have undergone preliminary evaluations by our chamber's appraisers. While these may be priced higher, they at least guarantee the species and minimum quality. Even if you do not hatch a premium specimen, your losses will likely be minimal, making for a sounder strategy. Appraisers? Jiang Yun, intrigued, recalled the foundational courses he had studied at Qingxue No. 1, which indeed included a dedicated section on this esteemed profession. Beast appraisers. He recalled the descriptions from his textbook. Appraisers are indispensable pillars in the realm of beast companions, armed with vast knowledge, years of experience, and a few fortunate individuals endowed with innate talents for insight and analysis. They can discern the value of all things, be it unknown beast eggs, rare minerals, or ancient relics. The text mentioned that those with innate appraising talents, such as microscopic insight, energy flow perception, and historical resonance, while remarkable, were often limited to specific domains, enhancing the precision and efficiency of their evaluations. In contrast, his own capability to directly perceive the essence of all things and grasp their core information, termed the manifestation of all essence, was likely unparalleled in its level of sophistication compared to typical appraisal talents. This realization fortified his resolve. Thank you for your guidance. Manager Liu, Jiang Yun expressed his gratitude, his mind set on his course of action. I have my own plans. I kindly request that you prepare those attribute spirit stones in advance, Liu. I shall return shortly, and at that time, I will settle the payment in full. Liu Mei nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will reserve the spirit stones for you. However, she paused, lowering her voice to caution. The venue for the gambling beast eggs, while situated within the commercial complex, operates independently under the name of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Inside, it is a veritable melange of individuals, and the rules differ significantly from those of the commercial association. You must exercise utmost caution. Nevertheless, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, revealing your esteemed guest status with our association will ensure we do not stand idly by. Jiang Yun took note of this favor, nodding in understanding before turning to exit the VIP room. Following the directions, Jiang Yun soon arrived at the front of an independent hall on the periphery of the commercial complex. Above the entrance, a grand plaque hung, emblazoned with the 3 bold characters, 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. The area before the door was bustling with people. Some appeared dejected while others radiated enthusiasm, animatedly conversing with companions. A vivid tapestry of human emotion on full display. Jiang Yun paused, his thoughts racing. He understood that if he were to select a beast egg of immense value based on his innate talent, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. As he had yet to fully spread his wings, it would be prudent to maintain a low profile before venturing to the provincial city, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. After some contemplation, he resolved to conceal his identity. His gaze swept the surroundings, and, fortuitously, he spotted several stalls selling sundries, including a variety of masks and cloaks. An idea struck him. He approached and chose a deep, gray hooded cloak that enveloped him entirely, along with a mask of pure black adorned merely with subtle silver lines tracing the eyelids, lending an air of mystery and sternness. Finding a secluded corner, he donned the cloak and adjusted the mask, lowering the hood. Jiang Yun inhaled deeply before stepping into the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of mingled scents, faint traces of beastly musk, earthy aromas, and the essence of various energy-laden ores. The interior space was vast, brightly lit, and teeming with voices. Scanning the surroundings, he beheld numerous expansive sections, each displaying countless beast eggs of varying sizes and shapes, resembling an extravagant, eclectic museum of eggs. As Jiang Yun stood observing, a youthful attendant, clad in the pavilion's uniform and exuding a keen demeanor, took notice of him. Though his mysterious attire was not entirely unique in this place, it often signified a guest reluctant to reveal their identity, typically either of significant background or immense wealth. The young attendant's face immediately brightened with a welcoming smile as he approached with quickened steps, slightly bowing as he said, "Esteemed guest, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion? This area is quite complex with many regulations. Allow me to guide you through the process. From selecting beast eggs to the subsequent transactions, including animal training consignment or buyer contact, I can assist you in navigating the intricacies, saving you considerable trouble." Jiang Yun, feeling somewhat uncertain of the local rules, nodded and deliberately lowered his voice. That would be most helpful. The attendant, upon hearing the noticeably youthful tone, momentarily faltered. His smile faltering as a flicker of surprise and disappointment crossed his eyes. He had anticipated that beneath the enigmatic cloak would be a composed middle-aged individual or a figure of commanding presence, only to find a mere youth. A boy engaging in egg gambling? It was likely a scion of some affluent family sneaking out to experience the thrill, armed with pocket money to indulge in the excitement. These individuals typically brought limited profit. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps this youth was a surprisingly wealthy heir. Forcing a smile, he replied, "No need for formality, esteemed guest. May I inquire which information you wish to explore? I can start by introducing you to the various types and prices of our beast eggs." "Thank you," Jiang Yun succinctly responded. "Excellent." The young attendant brightened, leading Jiang Yun toward the designated areas, and began his enthusiastic exposition. "Our beast eggs at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion are primarily divided into 5 categories. Look over there." He pointed to a serene area in the back, protected by an independent light shield. That is the appraisal zone, where each beast egg has been personally examined by renowned appraisers from our pavilion and the Commercial Association, confirming the species and providing a minimum qualification assessment, with clearly marked prices. Observe that entirely crimson egg, veined with clouds, and that icy blue one, exuding a chilling aura. These are all of exceptional quality. Naturally, the prices reflect this, starting at 5 million federal coins, with many exceeding 10 million. The value fluctuates based on the potency of the summoned beast, whether its qualifications meet or surpass the appraisal, or if there are hidden special attributes or rare bloodlines. Numerous seasoned appraisers, reliant on this profession, frequently linger in this area, utilizing their discerning eyes to seek out eggs worthy of premium pricing. He then gestured towards several expansive sections adjacent to the appraisal zone. This area is the premium zone, where the beast eggs, though lacking official certification from appraisers, exhibit superior quality and energy fluctuations, increasing the likelihood of yielding high-quality beasts. Each egg is uniformly priced at 5 million federal coins, with success hinging on personal discernment and luck. Over there are the intermediate and low zones, priced at 2 to 3 million and just over 1 million, respectively. Lastly, he pointed to the vast section nearest the entrance, where the eggs were piled haphazardly. That area is known as the common zone, or the miscellaneous egg zone. Most of these eggs are of average quality, with weak energy fluctuations or sourced from commonly found low-potential species, delivered in bulk by various hunters. They are affordably priced at 2 to 300,000 federal coins per egg, carrying the highest risk. It is said that 9 out of 10 bets result in losses. However, there are occasional tales of extraordinary luck where someone has unearthed a gem, achieving overnight wealth, though the odds are slimmer than being struck by lightning. The young attendant concluded with a playful tone, "To be candid, esteemed guest, I have worked here for many years and have witnessed countless patrons hatching eggs. I've compiled a wealth of experience. If you trust my judgment, following my advice during your selection could significantly improve your chances of profit. As Jiang Yun listened, his gaze drifted over the high-priced areas, indeed spotting several eggs with promising qualifications. Alas, his purse was lacking, and he could only mentally note their details. He devised a plan to first unearth treasures from the so-called garbage heap of the common zone to secure his initial fortune, which he would then use to explore other areas, a prudent strategy. At that moment, the young attendant noticed Jiang Yun seemed somewhat distracted and tentatively inquired, "So, esteemed guest, which area do you intend to explore first?" He internally hoped Jiang Yun would mention the appraisal zone or premium zone, as that would yield him a substantial commission. Jiang Yun pondered briefly, then raised his hand to indicate the chaotic section, calmly stating, "Let us start with the common zone." The attendant's smile vanished upon hearing this, replaced by an unmistakable expression of disappointment and disdain. He scrutinized Jiang Yun's deliberately mysterious attire from head to toe, letting out a disdainful scoff as he muttered under his breath, "Humph, truly a penniless little brat, pretending to be enigmatic and wasting my time." With a palpable lack of interest in maintaining his facade, he turned away, addressing a timid young waitress at the front desk. "Hey, you, the newcomer. You haven't had your first customer yet, have you? Out of benevolence, I'll pass this big client on to you. Treat him well. Perhaps he might unearth a treasure amidst that heap of junk." His tone was laced with unmistakable sarcasm. After uttering his remarks, he paid no further attention to Jiang Yun and instantly donned a sycophantic smile, hastening towards an elderly gentleman who had just entered, dressed in opulent attire and wielding a jade-inlaid cane. The waitress, caught off guard by his words, hesitated momentarily. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with a delicate countenance, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety and uncertainty typical of someone new to the workforce. Quickly, she approached Jiang Yun, bowing slightly and stammering, "Good day, esteemed guest. My name is Xiaoyun, and I shall be at your service, if that is all right." Her voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Jiang Yun was taken aback by the sudden shift in the young man's demeanor. Although he felt a tinge of displeasure towards the snobbish youth, he couldn't be bothered to engage in a dispute. Observing the nervous newcomer before him, a subtle smile curved the corners of his mouth behind the mask. In a more soothing tone, he replied, "No need to be tense. Just take me to the ordinary area for a look." Sensing the calmness in Jiang Yun's voice, Xiaoyun seemed to exhale a breath of relief, eagerly nodding. "Of course, right this way, please." She led him toward the overlooked ordinary section. Chapter 93, the top-tier silver quality beast egg. Following Xiaoyun, Jiang Yun stepped into the expansive yet chaotically arranged ordinary area of the beast pavilion. In contrast to the orderly and pristine ambience of the appraisal and premium zones, this space resembled a vast warehouse. Numerous beast eggs, varying in shape and size, were haphazardly piled in enormous metal baskets, each merely adorned with a simple price tag, 300,000 federal coins. The air was thick with dust, yet, despite this, many individuals roamed the area, most clad in ordinary attire, their eyes glinting with a mix of hope and greed. Armed with specialized magnifying glasses and energy sensors, they meticulously examined each egg, attempting to sift through the discarded remnants in search of overlooked treasures. Though it was her first time attending to a customer, Xiaoyun exhibited commendable professionalism, maintaining her enthusiasm as she introduced, "Esteemed guest, while the quality of the beast eggs here may generally be lacking, there are still opportunities to be found. See that one with a relatively smooth surface and even color, or that one showing a faint energy response. Typically, the chances of finding something worthwhile are slightly higher with these." She pointed out several eggs that indeed appeared more appealing than their companions, offering her kind advice. "You might want to focus on these. Even if you don't unearth a high-quality beast, you could at least break even or perhaps make a small profit." Upon hearing her words, a gentle smile crossed Jiang Yun's face behind his mask, and he nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the reminder. I shall keep an eye out." However, his reliance was never on experience or probability. Coming to a halt in front of a massive basket, Jiang Yun's thoughts shifted, and the subtle blue glow deep within his pupils flickered to life. His innate ability to manifest item entries activated, and his gaze swept across the beast eggs like the most precise scanner. In an instant, a plethora of entry information unveiled itself, revealing that nearly 99% of it was disappointing. Species, dagger-toothed mouse. Realm, none. Quality, low black iron. Talent skills, nah, common. Status, low embryonic activity. Species, grass vine snake. Realm, none. Quality, intermediate black iron. Talent skills, constrict, common. Status, healthy. Species, stone-shelled turtle. Realm, none. Quality, low bronze. Talent skills, thick shell, rare. Status, healthy. Species, wind rabbit. Realm, none. Quality, high black iron. Talent skills, swift, rare. Status, deceased. Scanning the area, he found that nearly all the beast eggs were of black iron or bronze quality, with only a few slightly better bronze low, high, and top-tier specimens. Their value hardly piqued Jiang Yun's interest. Not to mention, many were like the wind rabbit egg, whose internal embryo had already lost vitality. Jiang Yun sighed inwardly, realizing why countless individuals had gone bankrupt. Spending 300,000 on a dead egg or a beast of inherently low potential, no wonder they ended up broke. He felt increasingly grateful for his extraordinary talent, which allowed him to precisely salvage submerged treasures from this sea of risks. Unhurried and composed, he patiently navigated through the baskets, akin to the most steadfast hunter. Xiaoyun quietly followed behind him, showing no signs of impatience. As fortune favors the diligent, when his gaze fell upon the bottom of a dust-laden basket in the corner, a beast egg, entirely gray-brown with an irregularly protruding surface, caught his attention. It appeared unremarkable, even somewhat unsightly. The entry information instantly materialized. Species, wood-armored earth dragon, wood attribute. Realm, none. Quality, top silver. Talent skills, earth barrier, exquisite. Earth spike ambush, exquisite. Dragon's might intimidation, rare. Status, healthy, energy contained. Top silver. Wood-armored earth dragon. Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned and nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, he had discovered a commendable beast egg among these ordinary ones. This seemingly unremarkable egg, with its top silver quality, could easily fetch around 5 million federal coins. This first windfall exceeded his expectations. He retrieved the egg from the pile of discarded ones. It felt slightly heavy, and he could sense the immense vitality contained within its thick shell. This one will do, Jiang Yun decided, handing the egg to Xiaoyun beside him. Xiaoyun received it with both hands, glancing at the egg, which had a rather poor appearance, her eyes flickering with a hint of concern. Yet, she obediently nodded. All right. Esteemed guest, please follow me to the hatching area. The two departed from the ordinary section and arrived at the hatching zone in the central part of the beast pavilion. The atmosphere here was even more vibrant and tense than in the purchasing area. A dozen workstations, crafted from a transparent crystal resistant to energy shocks, were arranged in a circular formation, each equipped with specialized hatching tools and a focused hatching master. Behind the workstations, there was a simple quality testing array capable of integrating egg hatching and initial appraisal. A throng of guests congregated around various workstations, their eyes fixed with palpable tension on the hatching process, occasionally emitting gasps of astonishment or murmurs of sympathy. Among them were sharp-eyed merchants and collectors, eagerly mingling. And as soon as they spotted a promising beast egg being unveiled, they would hasten to inquire about the price, striving to secure it at the earliest opportunity. Fate conspired amusingly, as Jiang Yun and Xiao Yun had just arrived, only to collide with the obsequious young attendant who was bowing and scraping as he guided a richly attired elder towards an available workstation. The attendant's gaze immediately fell upon the unremarkable grayish beast egg in Xiao Yun's hand, and with a fleeting glance at the mysteriously dressed Jiang Yun beside her, a scornful smile unfurled across his face. Oh, it seems you've actually unearthed a treasure from the refuse, he remarked with a sardonic tone, seemingly intent on either elevating his own status or embarrassing Jiang Yun, as he deliberately raised his voice to capture the attention of those nearby. I must say, Xiao Yun, when accompanying guests, one ought to possess a discerning eye. Such clearly inferior goods are hardly worthy of being hatched, wouldn't you agree? I doubt you'll even recoup the cost of hatching. He boastfully lifted a beast egg emanating a gentle white glow, adorned with swirling cloud patterns, its quality evidently superior. Behold, this is what we call a beast egg. I meticulously selected this one from the high-end district for our esteemed patron. It's brimming with energy and of impeccable quality. While I cannot guarantee a golden grade, a silver qualification is all but assured. Even if it doesn't yield profit, you can be certain there will be no loss. Unlike some, who naively await a pie to fall from the sky, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow at the words. He had not instigated any significant conflict with this individual. His poverty alone seemed to be the root of the disdain directed at him, which irked Jiang Yun deeply. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the beast egg in his hand, instantly comprehending the details. Species, water cloud leopard, water attribute. Realm, none. Qualification, low silver. Talents and skills, swift shadow, common, water splitting claw, rare. Status, healthy. Indeed, it was merely of low silver quality. Its qualifications and skills considerably inferior to his own rock-armored earth dragon egg. A cold smile emerged within Jiang Yun as he refrained from retorting. When the time came for their respective beast eggs to hatch, the superiority of each would be unmistakable. Nonetheless, The gaze concealed beneath his mask grew increasingly profound and frigid. At that moment, a workstation in front of them became available. Seeing this, Xiao Yun intended to guide Jiang Yun over. Wait. The young attendant, however, swiftly stepped forward, brusquely pushing Xiao Yun aside, nearly causing her to stumble, but Jiang Yun managed to steady her. The attendant cast a disdainful glance at them, speaking haughtily. Do you not understand the rules? Such trash eggs ought to remain at the back of the line. Can't you see I'm attending to this esteemed client first? If you waste the boss's time, can you afford the consequences? He then turned to the richly dressed elder, donning a sycophantic expression. My apologies, esteemed patron. It will be ready shortly. The egg I selected for you is guaranteed to yield profit. Just await the good news. The elder cast a brief, indifferent glance at Jiang Yun and Xiao Yun, his gaze lingering momentarily on Jiang Yun's mysterious mask, yet he uttered no further words, merely nodding slightly. Observing this, the young attendant swelled with pride, promptly handing the cloud-patterned leopard egg to the hatching master, proclaiming loudly, Master, if you would be so kind, please hatch it well. Let those who lack vision see what true potential looks like. The hatching master received the beast egg with an impassive expression and commenced the familiar process. The onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, gathered closer, their curiosity piqued to witness the extraordinary beast egg that had been so extravagantly praised by the attendant. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense and expectant. Chapter 94. Did I just pick up a top silver from the trash? Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the hatching master began to incubate the distinguished water cloud leopard egg. With professional tools, he carefully cracked open the shell, infusing it with gentle catalytic energy. Before long, the shell shattered, revealing a timid little leopard with grayish-white fur and faint cloud patterns, its sharp eyes peering out. Emitting a soft hiss. It's out. Look at its form. It's a water cloud leopard. Quite a fine specimen, its eyes gleaming. It should be remarkable. Whispers of admiration rippled through the crowd. Subsequently, the staff placed it into the qualification assessment array. As the light scanned, the results were clearly displayed on the nearby crystal screen. Species, water cloud leopard. Qualification, low silver. Talents and skills, swift shadow, exquisite. Wind-splitting claw, rare. Estimated value, approximately 4 million Federation coins. Low silver, not bad at all. Having spent 3 million, turning a profit of 1 million is quite the astute move. This attendant possesses some merit. Indeed, he is a veteran of the Beast Pavilion. A chorus of admiration arose from the crowd. Although it did not boast the astonishing qualifications of a golden grade, the assurance of profit was a rarity. A satisfied smile graced the elder's face, and he nodded slightly, clearly pleased with the outcome. The young attendant felt a swell of pride, unconsciously puffing out his chest. Triumphantly, he accepted the little water cloud leopard from the staff, presenting it to the elder as if showcasing a treasure, all while casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yun and Xiao Yun. His voice dripping with unabashed mockery and provocation. Boss, you see, I told you, such professional matters must be entrusted to the experts. Some people just refuse to heed advice, digging through the trash as if they were destined for greatness. And what do they achieve? Humph, I doubt they'll even hear a sound. He emphasized the term trash with exaggerated weight, eliciting a ripple of low laughter from the onlookers. Xiao Yun's cheeks flushed with indignation, ready to retort. But Jiang Yun gently raised his hand to stop her. Beneath his mask, Jiang Yun's expression remained calm and unperturbed, as if the taunts were not directed at him at all. He merely nodded slightly at Xiao Yun, encouraging her to proceed. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yun suppressed her grievances, cradling the unremarkable gray beast egg carefully as she approached the now vacant workstation, cautiously handing it over to another hatching master. Due to the earlier commotion caused by the young attendant and his deliberate ridicule, nearly half the hatching area's attention was now focused on the seemingly worthless egg in Xiao Yun's hands. Yet among those gazes, curiosity was scarce, while mockery was abundant. What could possibly emerge from something hailing from the ordinary district? A 30,000 bet might yield a mere bronze grade, if one were fortunate. I doubt it. With that appearance, even if gifted to me, I would consider it a burden. Some impoverished souls simply love to dream. They await a return that will never come. Amidst the murmurs, the young attendant stood with his arms crossed, an expression of disdain plastered on his face, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Everyone, do pay close attention and witness how our mysterious guest intends to transform 30,000 into a monumental treasure. Ha! Even the richly dressed elder did not hasten to depart. With an air of curiosity, the crowd turned their gazes towards the masked figure, eager to discern whether this enigmatic individual possessed genuine confidence or was merely orchestrating a farce. Under the scrutiny of countless skeptical and derisive eyes, the egg breaker commenced his operation. As his tools made contact with the dull, grayish-brown eggshell, The sound produced was a muted thud, starkly contrasting the crisp sound associated with the water cloud leopard egg earlier. This further solidified the audience's preconceived notion of the egg's inferior quality. However, at the moment the shell was breached, a small opening allowing the infusion of catalytic energy. A resounding hum erupted. A robust, earthy yellow light, far more potent than that of the water cloud leopard egg, suddenly emanated from the fissure. Concurrently, a faint yet palpable aura, imbued with a subtle pressure, began to spread. Astonishingly, the radiance signaled a noteworthy energy reaction. It appeared that something remarkable lay within. The previously boisterous crowd of onlookers fell into a hush, their expressions shifting from amusement to astonishment. The young attendant's smile faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Dismissing it as mere trickery, the egg breaker, too, displayed a flicker of surprise, proceeding with increased caution. As the eggshell was fully removed, a stout creature emerged. Its body adorned with tightly packed, rock-like scales, its head somewhat square, and its limbs short yet powerful. It emitted a low, thunderous roar, seemingly unaccustomed to the bright light. This form and cry were no ordinary beast. All eyes widened in anticipation, fixated on the qualification assessment array, eager to unveil the creature's true attributes. The light swept across, and the information on the crystalline screen rapidly updated, finally stabilizing. Species: Wood Armored Earth Dragon, Wood Element. Qualification: Top-tier Silver, Talents and Skills. Earth Barrier, Exceptional. Earth Spike Ambush, Exceptional. Dragon S Might, Rare. Estimated Value: 5 million federal coins. Base valuation. The revelation incited a wave of gasps throughout the venue. What? Top-tier Silver? Wood Armored Earth Dragon. My heavens. 3 skills, 2 exceptional, and 1 rare. Did this truly come from the ordinary zone? This must be a jest. A base price of 5 million. If nurtured properly, it holds the potential to ascend to gold rank. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Did we really stumble upon a treasure in this junkyard? The entire egg-breaking area erupted in chaos. Exclamations, sharp intakes of breath, and incredulous shouts reverberated through the air. Every face radiated sheer astonishment and fervor. All prior doubts and mockery were obliterated by the undeniable reality before them. The young attendant stood frozen. As if struck by a thunderbolt, his complexion drained of color, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver, his mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. His eyes filled with a sense of absurdity and disbelief. He felt a fiery sting on his face, as though he had been dealt a resounding slap by an invisible hand. All his earlier boasts and taunts had now transformed into a boomerang, striking him with relentless force. Jiang Yun, however, was overwhelmed with excitement, covering her mouth as tears of joy sparkled in her eyes. It's truly a top-tier silver qualification beast. How splendid. Young sir, is this Wood Armored Earth Dragon for sale? I offer 5 million. I'll raise it to 6 million. Cash on the spot. 7 million. Please. Let it be mine. Immediately, quick-witted merchants swarmed, initiating a fierce bidding war. A silver-tier beast with the potential to advance to gold rank was worth far more than 5 million. Just as the price escalated to 8 million. A steady voice cut through the cacophony, commanding attention. 10 million. The crowd fell into a sudden silence, parting to make way for an elegantly dressed elder who approached with deliberate grace. His gaze was fixed intently on the newly hatched Wood Armored Earth Dragon pup, which still bore a hint of confusion. He then turned to the ever-composed Jiang Yun, his tone imbued with undeniable wealth and sincerity. My friend, I offer 10 million federal coins for this Wood Armored Earth Dragon pup. Would you be willing to part with it? 10 million. This price surpassed the base valuation by a staggering 5 million, underscoring the elder's determination. It struck the young attendant like a resounding slap to the face, leaving him utterly dumbstruck. All eyes converged once more on the mysterious masked figure, awaiting his response. Chapter 95. Shall we continue to gamble? The atmosphere was thick with a complex array of emotions. 10 million federal coins. This figure sent ripples of astonishment through the hearts of all present. The white-haired elder maintained an air of calmness, as though merely conducting a trivial transaction. Yet, the sharp glint in his eyes hinted that this deal was far from straightforward. He looked towards Jiang Yun, his tone placid as he inquired once more, Friend, would you consider selling it to me? Though Jiang Yun was taken aback by the elder's generous offer, he nodded in agreement. Very well. While he was somewhat surprised by the elder's opulence, a sense of tranquility prevailed, aligning with his strategic plans. His original mental valuation was considerably lower, and this 10 million came as an unexpected windfall, providing a solid foundation for his subsequent objectives. The surrounding crowd murmured in disappointment. What a shame, I missed out. I thought I could snag a bargain. But the price soared so high. 10 million. For that price, one could acquire a more certain, finished beast. Betting on a silver-tier creature is too risky. Indeed, while the young man had profited, many believed the elder was not making a wise investment. No one truly thought the silver-tier beast egg was worth such an exorbitant price. The prevailing sentiment was that Jiang Yun had merely stumbled upon a wealthy patron by sheer luck. Only Xiao Yun, the attendant who had served Jiang Yun, wore a radiant smile born of genuine joy. This was not solely due to the substantial commission she would earn, but also because this seemingly composed and modest guest had facilitated a monumental transaction under her watch. A sense of pride welled within her. She efficiently processed the transaction paperwork for both parties and respectfully returned the federal card, now credited with 10 million, to Jiang Yun. The young man watched her beaming smile, feeling it pierce his heart like a sharp dagger, his resentment simmering just beneath the surface. Unable to help himself, he retorted to Jiang Yun with a snide remark. Don't get too cocky. You merely stumbled upon good fortune, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. The beast gambling world is fraught with peril. Do you believe luck will always be on your side? When I was playing this game, you were likely still in the dark. To the attendant's words, Jiang Yun did not even bother to lift his eyelids, treating the young man's incessant prattle as mere background noise. Engaging in a verbal spar with such a person was utterly futile. His silence, to the young man and some onlookers, appeared as an indication of guilt or confusion following an unexpected windfall. However, the truth was far more profound. Just as Xiao Yun believed that Jiang Yun would take his leave from this land of strife with his substantial fortune, he astonished everyone with an unexpected maneuver. He did not accept the card. Instead, he gently pushed it back with his finger, his tone calm and undisturbed, as if he were not the one who had just received a windfall of 10 million. No rush, he paused, and amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, he slowly uttered the next sentence. I wish to continue gambling. These words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present, leaving them momentarily stunned into silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Yun in disbelief. What did he just say? He wanted to gamble further? My heavens, was 10 million not enough? What more did he desire? Oh no, this lad seems genuinely addicted. A quintessential gambler's mentality. Having just gained a significant sum, he mistakenly believes he is destined to conquer the gambling den? Such naivety. Or could it be that this enigmatic figure possesses some extraordinary discernment? After a brief hush, a torrent of fervent discussions erupted. The young man in splendid attire appeared to have heard the most amusing joke in the world. The embarrassment and ire on his face were swiftly replaced by a smirk of derision, as he nearly laughed to the point of tears. Ha! What did I say? What did I say? Relying on mere luck, and having just made a small profit, he forgets his own name. Does he truly believe himself to be a living gambling deity? To continue gambling? Very well, I shall see how long this 10 million keeps him warm. Even the affluent elder furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he offered a word of caution with a hint of kindness. Young friend, may I inquire your age? You should know when to stop. In the realm of gambling beasts, 9 out of 10 lose, and this is no mere saying. You may have had some insight earlier, but luck will not always be on your side. This 10 million is sufficient for you to cultivate in peace for a long time. Why delve further into this abyss? His words carried the weight of a mentor advising a younger generation, steady and compelling. Jiang Yun retained a modicum of respect for this generous elder. He slightly nodded, his tone still placid. Thank you for your advice, esteemed elder. I am fully aware of my own intentions. After speaking, he turned to the still-dazed Xiao Yun and instructed, take me to the high-stakes area. Xiao Yun finally snapped back to reality, her delicate face etched with anxiety and concern. She lowered her voice and urgently implored, Sir, you've already earned enough today. Truly, heed my counsel. The prices of beast eggs in the high-stakes area are even more exorbitant, and the risks are magnified. Many seasoned beast tamers have stumbled there. If you continue to gamble, you may very well lose everything. Though she had not worked here long, she had witnessed countless similar scenarios. So many entered with dreams and capital, only to succumb to greed, losing everything and leaving in disgrace. She could not bear to see this fortunate patron tread that irreversible path. Jiang Yun regarded her genuinely worried expression, feeling a warmth in his heart. Yet his resolve remained unshaken. After all, he was not a gambler relying on luck. To put it plainly, he was there to reap rewards, not to gamble. He gently shook his head, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. No worries, take me there. Xiao Yun gazed into his profound and tranquil eyes, her words of caution faltering on her lips, ultimately transforming into a resigned sigh as she shook her head lightly. In her heart, she had already labeled Jiang Yun as someone intoxicated by immense wealth, caught in the throes of gambling addiction. Indeed, sudden riches serve as the ultimate test of character. The crowd around them nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability, as if declaring the youth beyond redemption. From the murmurs, it was clear that the masked individual was too young and inexperienced. Yes, sudden wealth can skew one's perspective, making it difficult to maintain balance. What a pity for that 10 million federal coins. Just wait and see. It seems this lad will leave the Beast Pavilion in tears. Everyone was convinced a tragedy was about to unfold. They lingered, eager to witness this unfolding drama. The young man, arms crossed, wore a blatant sneer, muttering 2 words, fool. However, among the crowd, only the elder observed Jiang Yun with keen interest, a glimmer of insight brightening his murky eyes. He had been meticulously watching Jiang Yun from the start, noting that this young man exhibited none of the typical emotions of a gambler, no anxiety over gains or losses, no greedy fervor. He was neither ecstatic from a 10 million windfall nor swayed by the mockery of others. His gaze remained clear, serene, even imbued with an air of understanding and mastery over the situation. Such extraordinary composure was not characteristic of a youth intoxicated by luck. Intriguing. The elder mused as he stroked his beard, his curiosity about Jiang Yun intensifying. He decided to observe further. Following Xiaoyun, Jiang Yun stepped into the core area of the gambling den, the high-stakes zone. The decor here was even more opulent, the ambience more tranquil. With individual display stands emanating a soft glow. The number of beast eggs was noticeably fewer, yet each appeared more mysterious. Their energy fluctuations subtly stronger than those in the outer zone. The air was thick with a palpable sense of intertwining wealth and risk. Jiang Yun swept his gaze across the area, seemingly meandering, but his unique ability to manifest entries had quietly activated. Streams of information flashed before him like data. Earth Veinstone Beast Egg, quality, intermediate bronze, low potential. Shadow Cat Egg, quality, top black iron, high speed. Flamebird Egg, quality, low silver, fire affinity. Ice Crystal Turtle Egg, quality, high silver, exceptional defense. Thunder Pattern Tiger Egg, quality, low gold, high growth potential. A cursory glance confirmed that the quality of beast eggs in the high-stakes area indeed exceeded those outside, with most qualities above bronze level and black iron occasionally visible. Silver was common, and even gold-quality beast eggs were not a rarity. He noted more than a few. Among them, the best quality was represented by 4 eggs emanating subtle energy fluctuations, all boasting top gold quality. 2 of these exhibited the most discreet and restrained energy, indicating even greater potential. Jiang Yun understood this well. However, with only 10 million federal coins at his disposal, and considering the price of 5 million per egg in the high-stakes area, he could purchase, at most 2. That would suffice. He would first acquire these 2 exceptional eggs. And once their value doubled, or even tripled after catalysis, he would return for the others. Jiang Yun's plan crystallized in an instant. His primary objective for today was to accumulate wealth, to build his foundational capital. Having discovered a treasure, it was only prudent to extract it in phases for maximum benefit. He hesitated no longer, his seemingly casual strides concealing a clear intent. He approached a display featuring a beast egg adorned with enigmatic silver patterns, within which nebulous energies seemed to swirl, as well as another exhibit housing a holy crimson beast egg, from which faint sounds reminiscent of a beast's howl emanated. These 2 will suffice, Jiang Yun remarked, pointing to the eggs, priced at 5 million and 4.8 million Federation coins, respectively, addressing Xiaoyun. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyun stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly as she carefully extracted the 2 eggs valued at 5 million. This transaction was nearly the largest she had ever handled. Observers, whether they had just entered or were already present in the upscale area, gasped at Jiang Yun's audacity in spending the freshly acquired 10 million so recklessly. How extravagant! 10 million for just 2? Is he throwing caution to the wind? It appears he merely pointed at random. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. If he suffers a loss, he'll be left with nothing, and there will be no solace to be found. The jeers, echoing their preconceived notions of gamblers, were incessant. The young attendant scoffed derisively, a mocking smile plastered on his face, eagerly anticipating Jiang Yun's fall from grace. Amidst this cacophony of skepticism and ridicule, Jiang Yun remained unfazed. His demeanor strikingly serene, even provoking a hint of amusement within him. Luck? The truth would reveal itself soon enough. The more scorn they heaped upon him now, the more spectacular their expressions would be later. He turned to the visibly anxious Xiaoyun and calmly instructed, "Let us proceed to catalyze them." Chapter 96, Golden Top-Tier Qualification. Shocking the entire venue, Jiang Yun's command to catalyze them instantly captured everyone's attention. Previously already a focal point due to his 10 million transaction, he now became the epicenter of the entire gambling den. The news that he had not only refrained from leaving, but had also invested all his newly acquired fortune into purchasing the 2 most expensive beast eggs in the high-end area for catalysis ignited a frenzy among the crowd. Quick, to the catalysis hall for a prime spot. This is madness. He truly intends to catalyze. It seems he is determined not to go bankrupt. The throng surged towards the designated catalysis hall like a tidal wave. The earlier commotion had drawn the attention of patrons from other sections, who, upon discerning the situation, were astounded. A young man had just earned 10 million, only to turn around and gamble it all away again. Curiosity surged through the crowd. Would he defy the odds and create another miracle, or would he be left with nothing, a subject of ridicule? This stark contrast was undeniably the most captivating spectacle. Inside the catalysis hall, several catalysis platforms radiating a gentle glow quickly became surrounded by onlookers. All eyes fixated on the two beast eggs poised for transformation, and on the man in the mask, Jiang Yun, whose composure seemed unnaturally serene. The staff responsible for the catalysis felt the weight of countless intense gazes upon them, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as they proceeded with utmost caution. Having worked in this environment for many years, they rarely encountered such a scrutinized catalysis process. Should it fail, though it was not their fault, the pressure was immense. Meanwhile, nearly everyone present harbored doubts about Jiang Yun, convinced this was a reckless gamble fueled by misguided luck. Yet, this skepticism intertwined with a clandestine hope for a miracle, causing everyone to focus intently, their eyes unblinking, lest they miss any detail. The young attendant squeezed to the front of the crowd, arms crossed, his face a mask of undisguised disdain and malicious glee. "Keep pretending. I can't wait to see your tears," he whispered derisively, envisioning Jiang Yun's pale face. As if mourning a great loss, Xiao Yun stood anxiously beside Jiang Yun, her hands nervously entwined, her face etched with concern. Occasionally, she would sneak glances at him, only to find him still exuding an air of nonchalance, even leisurely surveying the hall's decor. This tranquility, while somewhat reassuring, only deepened her confusion. Meanwhile, an elderly man stood silently in a distant corner, his gaze piercing through the crowd, firmly locked onto Jiang Yun. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. This young man was unnaturally calm, as if the surrounding tumult and skepticism were of no concern to him. This was not a facade of composure, but a profound, innate serenity that suggested an extraordinary understanding of the world. Clearly, the individual beneath that black mask was not to be underestimated. The elder stroked his beard, intrigue gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, on the first catalysis platform, the crimson beast egg began to stir. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated clearly in the hushed hall. The eggshell shattered, releasing a wave of searing yet pure energy that filled the air, accompanied by a youthful yet powerful roar. A creature resembling a cub, adorned with a small, rounded protuberance on its head and surrounded by faint flames, emerged, its bewildered eyes taking in the world around it, emanating a pulsating energy that caused those nearby to feel a jolt of exhilaration. "This energy," a middle-aged beast master exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Such refined fire attribute energy. This cannot be merely silver tier. Could it be gold tier?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Gold tier? My heavens! If it's gold tier, even at a low level, he stands to gain immensely." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Quick, let us appraise it," someone shouted eagerly. The staff, sensing the urgency, swiftly activated the appraisal formation associated with the catalysis platform. A beam of light enveloped the newly born cub. Countless intricate runes flickering in the air, coalescing as they began to assess the creature before them against a vast database. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the gradually forming light screen, afraid to miss a single detail. The young attendant's smirk faltered, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. "No, this cannot be. If he gets lucky and scores a silver top tier, that's one thing, but a gold tier? Absolutely impossible." However, the next moment, the light screen stabilized, and clear text and information materialized before the astonished crowd. Beast species, Flamelin beast, fire attribute. Qualification level, gold top tier. Talents, flame scale armor, significantly enhances physical and elemental resistance. Explosive fire breath, emits highly concentrated explosive flames. Dragon might intimidation, contains a trace of beast king bloodline, instilling fear in lower tier beasts. Potential assessment, extremely high, with possibilities for higher level evolution. Market valuation, starting at 35 million Federation coins. As this information emerged, the hall fell into a deafening silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entire catalysis venue. Everyone stood as though ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Mouths agape as they absorbed the information displayed on the luminous screen, their minds utterly blank. Golden Elite, 3 skills, Dragon's Might, an estimated starting value of 35 million. Boom. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted like a volcano, a cacophony of excitement. My goodness, an elite of gold. Truly an elite of gold. The Flame Unicorn Beast. A creature possessing the bloodline of the Beast King. 3 innate skills, and one of them is Dragon's Might. This potential is simply extraordinary. 35 million. Goodness gracious, that's a sevenfold increase. The god of gambling. This is undoubtedly the work of a gambling deity. Such incredible luck. He has struck it rich. This lad has truly hit the jackpot. 1 million transformed into 35 million. What kind of fortune is this? Everyone went wild, faces flushed with excitement, as if the golden elite beast had emerged from their own hands. The gazes directed at Jiang Yun were filled with disbelief, envy, jealousy, and profound astonishment. No, it cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. The young attendant, struck as if by lightning, turned pale, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, shaking his head in frantic denial. It must be a mistake. There's no way he, relying solely on luck, could have chosen such a remarkable beast egg. He felt a sharp sting of humiliation, all previous mockery and certainties transforming into the loudest slaps upon his face, leaving him dizzy with an indescribable rage and jealousy. Why? Why does fortune always favor this young man? Sir, did you hear that? An elite of gold. It's truly an elite of gold, Xiaoyan exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Her pretty face flushed with exhilaration. She clutched Jiang Yun's sleeve, her words tumbling over one another. Your luck is astounding, truly astonishing. Jiang Yun merely smiled faintly, as if all of this were a matter of course. After all, he was already aware of the beast's information, so he was hardly surprised. At that moment, an old man in the corner observed the scene with keen interest. His certainty reached its zenith. This is not luck. Absolutely not. From the very beginning, this young man had displayed no sign of surprise or ecstasy. Such calmness could only stem from prior knowledge of the outcome. The depth of his concealment has truly opened my eyes, the old man murmured, his gaze toward Jiang Yun now imbued with profound inquiry and a subtle gravity. Just as the entire hall succumbed to madness over the first elite golden beast, the uproar nearly threatening to lift the roof. Crack. Another crisp shattering sound echoed from the second catalyst platform. Though faint, it possessed a peculiar allure that instantly overshadowed all noise. All voices ceased abruptly, as if grasped by an unseen hand. They turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixated on the second catalyst platform. There, the egg adorned with enigmatic silver patterns, seemingly swirling with a nebula within, began to shed its shell. A wave of energy, distinct from the searing aura of the flame unicorn beast, emanated a deeper, more mysterious vibration, spreading like mercury. Faintly, a melodious sound akin to a phoenix's cry or the ebb and flow of tides resonated. Everyone felt their breath catch in their throats, once again plunging into shock. This aura, this heart-stopping energy fluctuation, an uncontainable thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of their hearts. Could it be another beast with elite golden qualifications? Under the scrutiny of countless almost dazed eyes, the second identification screen began to slowly coalesce and form. The information in the qualification section became clear first. Beast species, wind cloud spirit rock, wind element. Qualification level, golden elite. Innate skills, wing of wind cloud, greatly enhances flight speed and agility. Wings can harness airflow for protection. Inside of the wind, unleashes invisible waves of wind, sensing the surrounding environment and probing hidden entities and treasures. Storm confinement, summons a small storm domain, binding and continuously tearing apart enemies within. Potential assessment, extremely high. Possessing extraordinary affinity for wind elements, a favored child of speed and perception. Market valuation, starting at 30 million federal coins. The information displayed sent the entire venue into a frenzy. Golden Elite, another Golden Elite, and starting at 30 million federal coins. Chapter 97, Luck or True Skill? The entire catalyst hall boiled over, akin to water reaching a rolling boil. The second one is also a Golden Elite. My heavens, 2 in a row, 2 Golden Elites. How is this possible? Who on earth is he? Can it truly be explained by mere luck? If so, then this luck is nothing short of miraculous. Gasps. Sharp intakes of breath and incredulous murmurs intertwined, converging into a sea of astonishment. All eyes were riveted on the luminous screen, fixated on the unmistakable characters declaring Golden Elite, as if imprinting them deep within their souls. The first instance of uncovering a silver elite from a pile of refuse could be deemed extraordinary luck. The second instance yielding a Golden Elite could still be loosely described as an ancestral grave emitting green smoke. Yet this third occurrence, in front of all eyes, from 2 casually selected beast eggs in an advanced area, yielding yet another Golden Elite, had utterly shattered their baseline understanding of luck. If this were still luck, then such fortune had reached a level so high that the goddess of fortune herself would descend to serve as his handmaiden. An appraiser. He must be an appraiser, undoubtedly possessing profound appraisal experience and techniques. Could it be that a significant figure from the province has arrived? Amidst the crowd, several trembling voices suddenly rang out, articulating the thoughts shared by all. Indeed, only those with sharp eyesight and rich experience as appraisers could possess such precise discernment. A hidden big shot. He must be a concealed powerhouse, wearing a mask to avoid revealing his identity. The god of gambling. The title of the god of gambling was once again fervently proclaimed. This time, there was no room for doubt, only genuine awe and reverence. The gazes directed at Jiang Yun had transformed from envy and jealousy into admiration and scrutiny. The young attendant's face was now ashen. His body trembled uncontrollably. All previous ridicule, disdain, and certainties had morphed into countless invisible needles, mercilessly stabbing at his face and heart, causing a fiery pain. He felt every gaze around him mocking him, each compliment directed at Jiang Yun striking him like a slap. How could this be? How could it be possible? He stumbled back 2 steps, his back colliding with the cold wall, yet he remained oblivious. An indescribable sense of dread and fear surged from the depths of his heart. If he truly were some remarkable figure, how could I have offended him like that? The moment that thought took root, like a venomous serpent gnawing at his heart, an icy sweat broke out upon him, nearly causing him to collapse. In this moment, he yearned for the sands of time to reverse. He struck himself several times, cursing his own lack of discernment. How could he have been so blind? Viewing others with such disdain? In stark contrast stood the radiant Jiang Yun, who, upon receiving the message, was nearly rendered speechless, her round lips betraying her excitement, flushing her delicate cheeks a vibrant hue. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unbridled admiration as they fixated on Jiang Yun's calm demeanor. She pressed her hands to her mouth to stifle her exhilaration, silently exclaiming in her heart, "Sir, you are truly remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary." Another egg of the highest golden quality beast. A wave of immense joy and pride surged within her chest, as she felt incredibly fortunate to serve such a discreetly exceptional guest. The elderly gentleman in splendid attire chuckled softly, his murky eyes now alight with clarity and appreciation. Indeed, well hidden, he murmured to himself, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Such precise perception and unwavering composure cannot merely be attributed to luck. It appears I have encountered a most seasoned appraiser today. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, in an ancient yet opulent study, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice, meticulously handled documents at his desk. He was none other than Qin Feng, the pavilion master. The distant clamor from outside caused him to furrow his brow slightly, although the high-end area of the pavilion occasionally experienced some ruckus. Never had it been this boisterous. What on earth was happening outside? Without lifting his gaze, he inquired in a deep voice. A servant promptly entered, bowing respectfully, his tone barely containing his excitement, reporting to the pavilion master, "It seems a particularly capable appraiser has arrived below." "Oh, a capable appraiser?" Qin Feng paused, his pen hovering above the paper, his hawk-like eyes sharpening with interest. The servant hurriedly recounted the events. The individual first purchased a beast egg in the ordinary area for 500,000, revealing a silver-tier quality beast egg, which he then sold for 10 million. Subsequently, he entered the high-end area with this 10 million, purchasing 2 more beast eggs, both of which have just been catalyzed. The servant's voice faltered in disbelief. To think both are of the highest golden quality. What? He selected a silver-tier beast from that pile of refuse? And 2 golden-tier beasts from the high-end area? Qin Feng, ever the well-informed leader of the pavilion, could not suppress his astonishment. He was acutely aware of the quality of goods in that refuse area. The chance of finding a high-tier beast egg was exceedingly slim. Do we know this person's background? What do they look like? The gravity in Qin Feng's voice intensified. Reporting to the pavilion master, the individual wore a mask, obscuring their features, and their voice sounded quite young, yet they carried themselves with remarkable poise and maturity, unaffected by praise or scorn. It is suspected they might be a disciple of a renowned master from the province, or perhaps a descendant of a hidden family of appraisers seeking experience. From the province? A hidden family? Qin Feng lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, a flicker of intrigue igniting in his gaze. To possess such discerning vision to select 2 golden-tier beasts is no trivial matter. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Keep a close watch on this individual's movements. Fulfill any requests they may have, and report any developments to me at once." "Yes." The servant acknowledged and bowed before exiting. Qin Feng's gaze returned to the window, as if he could see through the floors to the figure causing such a stir below, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. It seems my 10,000 Beasts Pavilion is in for some excitement. In the hall below, as the crowd buzzed with speculation, still reeling from this unprecedented shock, the elderly man with white hair finally made his move. He stepped forward, approaching Jiang Yun with measured strides, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. His voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. "Friend," just 2 words instantly captivated everyone's attention, silencing the clamorous hall once more. The old man regarded Jiang Yun with a slight smile, extending a finger. "I wish to acquire both of these beast eggs. For each, I offer 50 million federal coins." Boom. At his words, the previously subdued atmosphere erupted once more. 50 million for one. That totals to 100 million. My heavens. An almost immediate price increase of nearly 20 million? Who is this old man? When did such a formidable figure emerge in City C? To casually offer 100 million in liquid assets? Could he be an elder from one of the rarely seen prestigious families? Or perhaps a super-rich individual passing through City C? The crowd scrutinized the old man with a mix of astonishment and intrigue, searching for clues about his identity. But his unremarkable appearance and profound aura left them grasping at straws, only deepening the mystery surrounding him. Unfathomable. This was the singular thought racing through everyone's minds. Even Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, casting a surprised glance at the old man. 100 million far exceeded the market estimate for these 2 beast eggs. Was this gesture an expression of sincerity, or had he discerned something more? Could it be that he recognized my unique appraisal abilities? Jiang Yun pondered. Heightened vigilance surrounding the old man's identity and intentions. To the old man, it was almost certain that the young individual before him was indeed a masterful appraiser. Such talent was worth investing in and befriending. The additional price was not merely for the beast eggs, but also a means to cultivate a favorable relationship and a potential opportunity in the future. Jiang Yun's thoughts raced. If someone was willing to pay a premium, it would spare him the trouble of an auction and provide immediate access to substantial funds. Why not? He remained succinct and composed, nodding in agreement. The 2 concluded their transaction on the spot. As the 100 million federal coins transferred, the 2 freshly hatched, boundlessly promising golden-tier beasts became the property of the enigmatic old man. Witnessing this astronomical transaction unfold, the surrounding crowd was left in a state of dazed admiration and envy. They had come to realize the masked youth was not a gambler, but rather someone here to collect money. Everything that transpired today was destined to become legendary gossip for the days to come. Just when everyone believed this astonishing spectacle was nearing its conclusion, the old man spoke once more, posing a question that made all hearts tighten anew. "Friend, might you wish to continue betting on beast eggs?" As the old man's words fell, a hush fell over the assembly. All eyes in attendance once again converged, fixated intently on the enigmatic figure cloaked in black and adorned with a mask. The air seemed to crystallize in that moment, thick with tension, anticipation, curiosity, and disbelief. A myriad of emotions permeated the silence. Would he continue? Would this extraordinary stroke of fortune endure? Could this individual possibly unveil even more extraordinary beast eggs? Under the scrutiny of countless blazing gazes, Jiang Yun maintained an unruffled demeanor, as if the staggering sum of 100 million had stirred not a single ripple within his heart. He met the collective gaze of the crowd and, with a mere utterance of one word, delivered a weighty proclamation that resonated like a clarion call in every ear. Bet. Chapter 98. A diamond-level beast egg. That single word, bet, fell like a splash of cold water into a pot of boiling oil, igniting a fervor that electrified the atmosphere. He was willing to wager again. My goodness, was 100 million not enough? This was the true essence of a gambler. No, the demeanor of a gambling deity. Hurry, let us follow and see. Today is truly an eye-opener. The crowd surged with an almost frenzied excitement. All prior doubts had dissipated, replaced by boundless curiosity and anticipation. They yearned to witness firsthand how long this mysterious gambling god could sustain his miraculous streak. Was it mere luck, or did he possess some extraordinary means of discernment? Was he an appraiser? Ignoring the throng behind him, Jiang Yun spoke calmly to the flushed-faced Xiaoyan beside him, to the appraisal area. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused momentarily, then exchanged knowing glances. The appraisal area? It appeared he intended to play it safe. Indeed, the beast eggs in the appraisal area had their basic information verified and were clearly priced, providing at least a baseline to mitigate potential losses. Yet there remained opportunities. What if the appraiser from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion overlooked something, misjudging the quality or failing to identify certain hidden bloodlines or special abilities? That could yield a tremendous profit. As the crowd murmured, Jiang Yun and Xiaoyan entered the hall where the beast eggs were displayed in the appraisal area. The ambience here was notably more refined. Each beast egg was individually showcased on gleaming platforms, accompanied by detailed appraisal cards and price tags, emanating a sense of meticulousness that echoed the adage of "you get what you pay for." On the second floor, the pavilion master Qin Feng emerged from his office at some point, standing with hands clasped behind his back on the balcony. His gaze pierced through the railings, landing squarely on Jiang Yun. his expression contemplative and deep. Meanwhile, the mysterious elder trailed closely at the forefront of the crowd, stroking his beard and smiling, his eyes brimming with heightened anticipation. Upon stepping into the appraisal area, a thought flickered through Jiang Yun's mind. The innate ability of the all things entry manifested silently, unleashing a torrent of information that flowed through his consciousness like a dazzling river of stars. His eyes swept rapidly over the beast eggs priced in the millions. Species: Fireball, Fire Attribute. Realm: None. Quality: Top-tier Silver. Talent skills: Fireball Charge, Rare, Brute Strength, Common. Status: Healthy, Energy Contained. Species: Blazing Bird, Fire Attribute. Quality: Low-tier Gold. Talent skills: Flame Impact, Rare, Fire Feather Guardian, Exceptional. Status: Healthy, Fire Energy Vibrant. Species: Ice Crystal Turtle, Water Ice Attribute. Quality: High-tier Silver. Appraisal information indicates low-tier Gold. Talent skills: Ice Armor Technique, Rare, Cold Breath, Rare. Status: Healthy, with a sparse icy bloodline. Appraisal rating overly generous. Jiang Yun perused the information with remarkable speed, comprehending that the appraisals were largely accurate, yet still bore slight discrepancies. Some were inflated, while others underestimated their hidden potential. Occasionally, he noted a few beast eggs possessing unique attributes like Ancient Bloodline, Slight, or Shadow Affinity, but their inherent quality was merely silver, limiting their value in his eyes. His steps remained unhalted as he finally bypassed the golden-tier beast eggs, each priced in the tens of millions. And his gaze settled on the three independent platforms at the heart of the hall, bathed in a gentle glow. There, displayed, were three beast eggs exuding the most obscure and potent auras, each priced at an astonishing 100 million Federation coins. Even Jiang Yun found himself momentarily breathless. The realization of whether he could achieve his ambitious goal of 10 small targets today hinged upon these three eggs. Without hesitation, he focused his innate abilities. Three radiant information panels, far more resplendent than any he had encountered before, unfurled before him with a resounding flourish. The first egg, a deep azure reminiscent of water droplets, appeared as if tumultuous waves surged within. Species: Deep Sea Siren, Water Mental Attribute. Realm: None. Quality: Top-tier Gold. Talent skills: Healing Song, Rare, Tidal Veil, Exceptional, Mental Resonance, Rare. Status: Healthy, with abundant life energy. Evolution path: Can evolve once, absorbing Siren S tears to transform into a purple crystal-level siren, awakening the new skill, Siren's Voice. The second egg, Scarlet as Flames, bore a phoenix-like pattern that shimmered enticingly. Species: Flame Phoenix, Fire Attribute. Realm: None. Quality: Low-tier Purple Crystal. Talent skills: Phoenix Flame Impact, Rare. Flame Tempest, Rare, Rebirth Flame, Incomplete. Status: Healthy. Evolution path: Can evolve twice. By gathering the Divine Paulownia, Fire Feather, and Crimson Flame Essence, it can evolve into a top-tier Purple Crystal Divine Flame Phoenix. The third egg, dull and unremarkable, bore natural stone patterns, resembling a stubborn boulder. Species: Stone Giant, Earth Attribute. Realm: None. Quality: Low-tier Diamond. Talent skills: Earth Barrier, Legendary, Gravity Field, Rare, Immortal Battle Body, Legendary. Status: Healthy, with energy remarkably contained in a robust life source. Evolution path: None. What? A low-tier diamond? As these four words registered in Jiang Yun's mind, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment. His pupils constricting. Could it truly be a diamond-level quality? Jiang Yun was taken aback. This was the highest initial quality beast he had encountered to date, surpassing even the purple crystal and directly reaching the coveted diamond tier that countless beast tamers yearned for. However, the subsequent note of no evolution path doused the flame of excitement that had surged within him like a bucket of cold water. What a pity, Jiang Yun sighed inwardly. A beast with no potential for evolution, regardless of its lofty starting point, held little allure for someone like him who aspired for the pinnacle. In contrast, the low-tier purple crystal flame phoenix, which possessed the potential to evolve to lunar erosion level, held significantly greater value for him. Nonetheless, what he deemed unworthy did not imply it lacked worth. Even if the diamond-level qualification cannot evolve, it remains a terrifying existence that surpasses countless beastmasters right from the starting line. Jiang Yun's thoughts raced. While a purple crystal-level beast egg could fetch over 100 million, selling this diamond-level egg for over 1 billion should pose no problem. In an instant, he made his decision. He extended his finger, calmly pointing at the dull Greystone beast egg, instructing Xiaoyun, this one. As Jiang Yun made his selection, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more, although they were somewhat prepared. The moment Jiang Yun chose the one priced at 100 million, the most expensive beast egg, Gasps of disbelief filled the air. He's going all in. 100 million. He's leaving no room for retreat. How ruthless. Although there was a guarantee in the appraisal area, if it turned out to be worth exactly 100 million, it would mean all their efforts had been in vain, not to mention the enormous risk. Truly, a gambling master is a master of gambling. Such audacity is beyond what we can fathom. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their eyes fixated on Xiao Yun's trembling hands. She strained with all her might to stabilize herself, carefully lifting the 100 million federal credit stone from the display. Cradling it in her palms, it felt as heavy as a mountain. Each step was taken with trepidation, for she was now holding a fortune. The young attendant, lurking at the back of the crowd, cast a sinister glare, inwardly cursing, "Open a dud. Open a dud. Let you go bankrupt. Let you go wild." In contrast to the crowd's fervor, the elder remained composed, though his gaze had grown significantly more serious. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Xiao Yun, clutching the beast egg, followed Jiang Yun back to the catalysis hall, gently placing the stone in the center of the catalysis platform. Bathed in soft light, the beast egg appeared plain and unassuming. Observing its aura, one could sense a profound depth. With an appraisal price of 100 million, the guarantee must be among the finest of top-tier gold, perhaps even truly purple crystal level. Purple crystal level. If so, we are about to witness history today. At this moment, anticipation filled the air. The crowd held their breath, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the catalysis. Chapter 99, Diamond Level Qualification. A shock to the entire hall. The catalysis hall, though brimming with people, was eerily silent. Every gaze was fixated on the dull beast egg at the center of the catalysis platform. The staggering sum of 100 million federal credits weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, causing beads of sweat to form on the forehead of the staff responsible for the catalysis. His movements were so gentle that it felt as though he were handling a priceless, fragile work of art. The catalysis liquid was precisely dripped onto the surface of the beast egg, and a soft light flickered, nurturing the life within. Crack! A subtle sound, almost imperceptible, reverberated through the silent hall like thunder. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. It has begun. A slender crack, finer than a hair, appeared on the gray-white shell. Almost as if it were alive, the crack began to spread, branching out, accompanied by a continuous rustling sound. Simultaneously, a heavy, vast aura, reminiscent of the Earth's very essence, began to emanate from the fissure as if a slumbering giant were awakening. The light around the catalysis platform began to warp, visible earthy yellow motes coalescing from the void, swirling around the beast egg like countless fireflies. The ground trembled imperceptibly, as if the entire beast hall were resonating with this egg. Anomaly. An energy phenomenon. An experienced beast master exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling. My heavens! The energy is gathering autonomously. This is a sign of a high-qualification beast emerging. Purple crystal. It must undoubtedly be purple crystal level. Only a purple crystal level beast egg could induce such a vivid energy phenomenon upon hatching. It's secure now. 100 million is a guaranteed return, and we might even make a considerable profit. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, excitement and exhilaration replacing their earlier tension. To witness the birth of a purple crystal level beast would provide them with ample bragging rights for years to come. Xiao Yun clasped her hands tightly to her chest, her knuckles turning white from the strain as she focused intently on the increasingly radiant beast egg, her heart soaring with joy. Sir, he is truly magnificent. Purple crystal. It seems our beast hall hasn't produced a purple crystal level beast egg in nearly a decade. On the second floor loft, the hall master, Qingxue, leaned on the railing, slightly leaning forward, his eyes glinting with excitement. His astonishment matched that of the crowd. The energy was so pure and dense, revealing a high-quality earth attribute. This young man is indeed extraordinary. It appears our beast hall will gain prominence in Sea City due to him today. He was already contemplating how to befriend this mysterious appraisal master. Meanwhile, the elderly man with white hair paused in his grooming, a smile of realization gracing his face. His gaze towards Jiang Yun grew more profound as he murmured to himself, a purple crystal-level little beast. You have indeed given this old man a tremendous surprise today. As for the young attendant hiding in the crowd's corner, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, his face had turned as pale as paper. The unfolding phenomenon and the crowd's gasps felt like a barrage of resounding slaps, leaving him dizzy and terrified. Purple crystal level. He truly is detestable. It seems I have offended someone beyond my means. An overwhelming wave of regret and fear engulfed him, recalling his previous mockery and harassment. He could almost envision himself being expelled from the beast hall, or worse, facing dire repercussions. He shrank back, wishing he could disappear into the ground, entirely out of sight. Meanwhile, on the hatching platform, crack, crack, the sounds of shattering grew more frequent. Under the intense scrutiny of countless fiery gazes, The shell of the egg began to peel away, revealing not flesh and blood, but a rich, tangible earthy yellow light. Within the glow, a curled figure became faintly visible. It seemed not to be a creature of flesh, but rather a being formed entirely of the purest essence of the earth. Finally, the last piece of the eggshell fell away. The light receded, unveiling the true form of the beast within. It was a cub, roughly the size of a palm. Resembling an adorable stone monkey, its entire body radiating a warm, jade-like gray-white hue, with naturally occurring, intricate stone patterns adorning its skin. Its eyes sparkled like the finest yellow sapphires, clear and full of spirit. It sat quietly, yet radiated an unshakable steadiness, akin to a mountain, without needing to move. The immense vitality and pure earth energy emanating from it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, as if an invisible burden had been placed upon their shoulders. Quick, quick, appraise it, someone shouted, their voice sharp with excitement. The staff, equally shaken by the phenomenon and the beast's appearance, took a deep breath, suppressing their excitement, and activated the most sophisticated appraisal array. A beam of light, more robust and radiant than any preceding, enveloped the stone monkey cub. Within this luminous column, countless intricate runes, as fine as stars, flickered with unprecedented fervor, intertwining, deciphering, and even emitting a low, resonant hum, as though the identification array struggled under the weight of such vast information. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the slowly coalescing light screen. An almost tangible anticipation saturated the air. The first piece of information materialized. Race, rock giant, earth attribute. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The very name of this race bespoke of extraordinary lineage. Following closely was the most stirring aspect, the aptitude section. Characters began to dance upon the light screen, coalescing. The first character gradually emerged. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to overwhelming aptitude, it paused momentarily. Diamond. The crowd was taken aback. Many instinctively rubbed their eyes. Diamond? What does this mean? Has the array malfunctioned? Or could it be? Is it truly a diamond-grade aptitude? A hush fell over the assembly, the conjecture leaving them aghast. Yet before the murmur of doubt could dissipate, the second character swiftly followed, fully forming. Stone, diamond. These two words possessed a sorcery of their own, momentarily halting time within the hall. However, before the spectators could fully grasp the impact of these revelations, the subsequent characters completed the phrase, striking every soul like a hammer. Aptitude, diamond low grade. Diamond low grade. Boom. Like a tsunami crashing ashore. Akin to a stellar explosion. An unparalleled shockwave jolted each individual's senses. Diamond. My heavens. What have I witnessed? Diamond grade aptitude. Our sea city. Our beast pavilion has actually produced a diamond grade beast. This is madness. The world has gone utterly insane. The beast pavilion. To think they could wager on a diamond grade beast egg. The gambling god. He is truly the god of identification. Gasps, shrieks, and incoherent cries instantly drowned the hall. Everyone was engulfed in utter frenzy. Many turned crimson, gesticulating wildly as if it were they who had birthed the diamond beast. The previously inscrutable visage of the enigmatic elder betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. His gaze upon Jiang Yun transformed from admiration to a newfound gravitas and inquiry. Could a diamond-grade beast truly emerge from such a humble locale? This utterly defied my expectations. Master Qingxue trembled, his grip on the railing tightening until his knuckles turned white. His face bore the marks of extreme shock and disbelief. How could the rock in the identification zone be diamond grade? How could I and the other masters have misjudged it? He slammed the railing, his heart heavy with regret. Had he known this was a diamond grade beast, he would never have placed it in the identification zone. Damn it, what a miscalculation. After a moment of anguish, he turned to the calm, shadowy figure below. Waves of turmoil surging within him. Who is this person? Such discernment suggests that their simple methods and qualifications surpass even those of the identification masters at headquarters. Could they truly be a figure of significance from the province? Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was so overcome with excitement that words escaped her, her hands pressed tightly against her mouth. She recalled the historical records of the Beast Pavilion that her predecessors had spoken of since the establishment of the Sea City branch. It had been several decades. The highest grade beast egg ever produced was merely of the purple crystal intermediate level. Diamond grade? Such a phenomenon had never before occurred. Today, not only had it appeared, but it had also been under her purview. She had witnessed and participated in the birth of history. The emergence of this diamond grade beast was poised to send tremors throughout the upper echelons of Sea City. Diamond grade. What does that signify? It suggests that with sufficient resources, this beast is nearly guaranteed to evolve into a formidable diamond-grade creature, a pillar strong enough to establish a sect anywhere in the province, a cornerstone for a family's millennial legacy. In Sea City, Diamond grade signifies legend, the pinnacle, the embodiment of invincibility. Today, this legend was crafted by a masked mysterious figure from a stone egg that everyone had underestimated. The entire catalysis hall transformed into a sea of astonishment and fervor. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Jiang Yun remained quietly composed, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion. He merely gazed at the bewildered rock giant cub, the corners of his mouth beneath the mask curving into a subtle smile. Now, the 10 small objectives have surely been achieved. Chapter 100, Diamond Grade Beastmaster. The information on the light screen crystallized, leaving no trace of alteration. Race, Rock Giant, Earth Attribute. Realm, None. Aptitude, Diamond Low Grade. Innate Skills, Earth Barrier, Legendary. Gravitational Field, Rare, Immortal Battle Body, Legendary. Estimated Value, starting at 1 billion federal coins. Silence, an enduring silence. If the earlier mention of Diamond Low Grade had ignited a thunderous uproar among the crowd, then this complete information panel was the divine manifestation laid bare bore them after the storm. 1 billion. Starting. 3 innate skills, 2 of which are legendary from the outset. My heavens. No wonder it is Diamond Grade. 1 billion? I dare say that is an underestimate. Simply the title of Diamond Grade warrants such a price. Not to mention the legendary skills. Today has truly opened my eyes. To witness the hatching of a Diamond Grade beast egg in one's lifetime is worth it. Amidst the fervent discussions, the note about its inability to evolve was deemed inconsequential by the vast majority. 99.9% of beasts never transcend their innate aptitude limits. This rock giant begins at Diamond, indicating that with adequate resources and methodical nurturing, it is nearly certain to grow into a mobile fortress of war. A stabilizing force for a family. That is the foundation of its billion-dollar valuation. Just as the crowd remained ensnared in this monumental shock, the aged yet steady voice resonated once more, cutting through the cacophony. This friend instantly, all eyes were drawn to the elder. The crowd refocused on the silver-haired figure, who, maintaining a calm demeanor, looked at Jiang Yun and slowly extended a finger. I offer 11 billion for this rock giant. May I purchase it directly from you? 11 billion. An additional billion on top of this astronomical sum. The crowd felt their scalps tingle, their gazes towards the elder filled with incredulous awe. It is him again. Who on earth is he? 11 billion. Just like that? This is no longer mere extravagance. It is a manifestation of celestial prowess. Is there truly such a figure in City C? One must suspect that the head of the Su family would deliberate carefully in this matter. 11 billion in cash is not equivalent to 11 billion in assets. Could it be that a person of great significance from the provincial capital has arrived? The crowd buzzed with speculation and conjecture. Jiang Yun's heart trembled with intensity. He was not shocked by the staggering price of 11 billion, but rather by the calmness and self-assuredness with which the elder declared the ownership of that sum. Each time the elder called out a price, he did so with remarkable tranquility, as though the federal currency were inexhaustible. His identity must undoubtedly be extraordinary. To probe the depths of this individual, Jiang Yun instinctively activated his talent for manifesting the entries of all things, allowing his gaze to subtly settle upon the elder. However, this single glance made his heart feel as if it had been seized by an invisible hand, nearly halting its beat. Above the elder's head appeared a line of text he had never encountered, radiating a disquieting brilliance. Realm, Diamond Level 7 Beastmaster. Talent, Beast Summoning, B Grade. Ability, passively greatly enhances the potential development speed and skill comprehension of all contracted beasts. When activated, it induces a natural bloodline level intimidation and attraction towards wild or unclaimed beasts, with a certain probability of instilling a sense of submission, thereby reducing the difficulty of capturing them. Beast, Species, Solar Golden Crow, Light Attribute. Realm, Diamond Level 7. Species, Lunar Ghost Firefly, Dark Attribute. Diamond Level 1. A primary level Diamond Beastmaster. 2 beasts, Yin and Yang attributes. This information struck Jiang Yun's mind like a cataclysmic thunderclap. The so-called strongest in City C is merely at the Amethyst level. Principal He Tiangang's Dragon Flame Golden Lion is only at Amethyst Level 7. This seemingly ordinary elder is, in fact, an overwhelmingly superior Diamond level powerhouse, and at that, a Diamond Level 7. While reeling from shock, countless questions surged in Jiang Yun's mind. Why would such a formidable being appear here? What could his seemingly low-key participation in this gambling event signify? Did he harbor ulterior motives? In an instant, an avalanche of thoughts and a sense of impending crisis flooded Jiang Yun's consciousness. Engaging in transactions with a being of this caliber is akin to colluding with a tiger to skin it. Agreeing to his terms might yield 11 billion immediately. But would it invite even greater troubles? Refusing him, Would a diamond-level powerhouse bear being slighted without consequence? As a mere silver-level beastmaster, what could he possibly use to defend himself? It seemed that no one in the entirety of City C could offer him protection. Cold sweat instantly drenched Jiang Yun's back, the immense pressure rendering it difficult for him to breathe. For the first time, he clearly felt how fragile wealth and talent are in the face of absolute power. He forced himself to regain composure. His face, hidden behind a mask, betrayed no hint of turmoil, yet his mind raced with thoughts on how to proceed. At that moment, a gentle yet authoritative voice, imbued with undeniable gravitas, dispelled the intangible pressure like a spring breeze. "Ah, esteemed guest, please remain calm." Qingxue, the head of the Beast Pavilion, had descended from the second floor without anyone noticing. He parted the crowd and approached the catalyst platform. First, he offered Jiang Yun a friendly nod, then turned to the mysterious elder, his face adorned with just the right amount of respect and politeness as he clasped his hands together. "Senior, I apologize for my presumption. The emergence of a diamond-level beast master is an event that has not transpired in City C for decades. It is an extraordinary opportunity for this friend. If we were to proceed with a private transaction, despite the high price, it would inevitably lead to the regret of a gem being obscured, failing to reflect its true value." His words were sincere, highlighting the rarity of the beast while elevating Jiang Yun's status, deftly shifting the initiative of the transaction back to him. "In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for my Beast Pavilion to take the lead, distributing invitations to host a dedicated auction. At that time, the formidable powers from City C and neighboring cities would converge, and the highest bidder would rightfully claim this diamond-level treasure, ensuring that this friend receives the most just recompense. What does the esteemed senior think of this proposal?" Qingfeng's words were meticulous and faultless. He had assessed the elder but found it impossible to gauge his depths. Nonetheless, the elder's demeanor commanded his utmost respect. Thus, he addressed him as a senior. He maintained the interests of the Beast Pavilion as the intermediary while providing Jiang Yun with an avenue of escape, subtly hinting at the elder's stature. An open auction, a fair competition, no one would be able to leverage their influence. Jiang Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently grateful for the pavilion master's intervention. He immediately turned his gaze towards the elder, though his heart remained taut. He had discreetly checked the pavilion master's cultivation level, golden level 3. While he was indeed one of the top-tier powerhouses in City C, he paled in comparison to the elder. If the elder were to turn hostile, no one could aid him. Yet, upon hearing Qingfeng's proposal, the mysterious elder displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, a flicker of subtle appreciation sparkled in his eyes. He regarded Qingfeng with a profound gaze, then glanced at the seemingly composed Jiang Yun, before suddenly stroking his beard and chuckling. "Haha, the pavilion master speaks wisely. It seems this old man has been hasty and thoughtless." His tone was serene, entirely devoid of the arrogance one might expect from a diamond-level powerhouse, as if the earth-shattering 11 billion bid had merely been a casual remark. Such a treasure should indeed be sought through auction to find its rightful owner. "Very well. I shall abide by the pavilion master's suggestion and participate in the bidding at that time." As the elder's words fell, Jiang Yun felt a jolt of astonishment. He had so easily acquiesced. Qingfeng, too, breathed a sigh of relief. Should matters escalate, it would reflect poorly on the Beast Pavilion. His smile widened. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your understanding." He then turned to Jiang Yun, his tone becoming even more cordial. "Friend, what do you think of this arrangement? My Beast Pavilion can charge only the minimal commission, ensuring your satisfaction." Jiang Yun, naturally, went along with the flow, nodding in agreement. His voice, transmitted through the mask, remained calm. "Very well, I appreciate the pavilion master's efforts." "Excellent. Wonderful." Qingfeng clapped joyously, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. This arrangement not only promised greater profits for the Beast Pavilion, but also afforded him a chance to bid himself. After all, a diamond-level beast would tempt anyone, except for someone like Jiang Yun, who could see through the potential of beast evolution and remained unmoved. His aspirations extended far beyond the diamond level. With the plan set, the pavilion master immediately turned around and addressed a steward behind him, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "Quickly disseminate the news. Utilize all channels. Announce to the entirety of City C that this afternoon, my Beast Pavilion will host a high-profile auction, featuring, as the grand finale, a newly emerged beast cub with diamond-level potential, the Rock Giant." "Yes, Pavilion Master." The stewardess' voice trembled with excitement as he took his leave, nearly running out the door. The news soared like wings, carrying the unmatched weight of the term diamond level and, centered around the Beast Pavilion, swept through City C like a tempest. Chapter 101. The emergence of a diamond-level beast shocks City C. The illustrious leader of the Beastmaster Pavilion, Qingfeng, acted with resolute decisiveness. After successfully appeasing the enigmatic elder and Jiang Yun, he promptly set about making arrangements. Personally, he guided the elder to the most secluded VIP room, Room 1, situated at the pinnacle of the auction hall. This chamber was impervious to all forms of scrutiny, allowing only the sound to be heard, while the occupant remained unseen, thus affording the utmost respect and privacy. Subsequently, he invited Jiang Yun to the superbly located Observation Room 2. This space offered a panoramic view, enabling a complete oversight of the auction proceedings, allowing participation in bidding while clearly witnessing the entire process and its outcomes. My friend, please take a moment to rest here. The auction shall commence shortly. Should you require anything, the attendants outside are at your service, Qingxue stated politely, his tone imbued with a discernible intent to forge a connection. Jiang Yun calmly nodded, replying, I appreciate your kindness, Pavilion Master. With a smile, Qingxue clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, You are too courteous. You are indeed a valued guest of the Beastmaster Pavilion. I must now attend to a few other distinguished guests, so I shall take my leave for the time being. With that, he hurriedly departed. News of the emergence of a diamond-tier beast with extraordinary aptitude spread like wildfire, centered around the Beastmaster Pavilion, racing through the upper echelons of City C with unprecedented speed. A tempest of excitement ensued. In the mayor's office at City Hall, the vigorous and capable Mayor Zhang Qing was engrossed in reviewing documents when his secretary burst in, nearly stumbling over his words as he conveyed the news from the Beastmaster Pavilion. With a thud, Zhang Qing's prized fountain pen slipped from his grasp, leaving a splatter of ink across the papers. He sprang to his feet, his expression a portrait of profound shock and gravity. Diamond tier, is the news reliable? He inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Absolutely. The news was personally released by Pavilion Master Qingxue, and countless witnesses have seen the appraisal hologram. Zhang Qing began to pace rapidly within his office, his gaze sharp. If the City Hall can harness the diamond tier, nurturing it could become the ultimate safeguard for City C, capable of deterring the latent threats lurking beyond the misty forest, even elevating our standing within the Federation and the province. We must seize this opportunity. He promptly snatched his coat. Let us go. Immediately to the Beastmaster Pavilion. In the study of the Su family manor, Su Qingtian was listening to a report from the family steward when the mention of diamond tier caused his hand, which held a cup of precious spirit tea, to freeze, sending ripples across its surface. He slowly set down the cup, his eyes gleaming with intensity, an aura characteristic of an amethyst-tier powerhouse emanating uncontrollably, rendering the steward below him breathless. Excellent. What a splendid diamond tier. Su Qingtian's face lit up with a determined smile. If my Su family can secure this support, the position of the foremost family in City C shall remain unshakable. We might even glimpse a greater realm in the provincial capital. Even the main family will no longer dare to underestimate us. He rose, adjusted his robes, and declared with unassailable authority, immediately mobilize all liquid assets available to the family. I shall personally meet this diamond tier treasure. In the principal's office at the Clear Spring First High School, He Tiangang was reprimanding several students who had just advanced to the senior class. Due to Jiang Yun's influence, all but one, Qingxue, had been promoted, necessitating a complete retraining of the senior class. Yet, the current students lacked substantial prowess. Having witnessed Jiang Yun's prodigious talents, those once regarded as geniuses now seemed somewhat dim in comparison. Just then, his communicator buzzed urgently. Initially displeased, He Tiangang became utterly still as he listened to the frantic report on the other end. He inhaled deeply, his expression shifting from disbelief to ecstatic joy, before settling into profound concern. A diamond-tier beast has indeed emerged. The Beastmaster Pavilion has unveiled such a creature. Its arrival heralds both fortune and calamity. The waters of City C are about to be thoroughly stirred. Casting a glance at his students, he gravely announced, Today's lessons are cancelled. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, he strode out. At the rock-solid middle school, Principals Shi Peng and Lei Lai received the news almost simultaneously. Their reactions were astonishingly in sync. Following their initial shock, they promptly set out. In the Xiao family estate, the venerable elder Xiao Zhan was amusing himself with a few small beastlings in the courtyard when the butler hurried in with the report. Diamond tier? Xiao Zhan's murky old eyes ignited with a startling brilliance, scattering the birdseed he held without a second thought. After a moment of silence, he let forth a hearty yet slightly bittersweet laugh. Ha! Splendid. I never expected such a divine creature to emerge in City C. Alas, our Xiao family's financial might may struggle to rival that of the Su family. However, such a grand event cannot be missed. Even if we cannot purchase it, I must witness it with my own eyes. If possible, pooling our family resources to acquire it would not be out of the question. After all, a diamond tier beastling, nurtured properly, is destined to become a diamond-tier entity. Should our Shao family secure it, we will undoubtedly rise in City C. For the smaller clans such as the Qin, Zhao, and Li families, the heads initially rejoiced upon hearing the news, but upon assessing their financial capabilities, they felt as if cold water had been poured over them. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, they hastily gathered substantial funds and rushed to the Beastmaster Pavilion, ready to wager everything for even a minuscule chance. Countless independent beast tamers also sprang into action, aware of their unlikely chances with a diamond-tier beast. They understood that merely witnessing such a rare entity and participating in this once-in-a-lifetime event would be an enriching experience and a topic of conversation. The streets surrounding the Beastmaster Pavilion became inundated with throngs of people, creating an unyielding flow. Within mere hours, the auction hall was alive with fervent chatter. Every seat filled to capacity. Soon, these eminent figures began arriving at the Beastmaster Pavilion, creating quite the commotion. Pavilion Master Qingxue stood at the entrance. Beaming as he repeatedly bowed in greeting to the distinguished guests, his demeanor respectful yet confident. Mayor Zhang, head of the Su family, Principal He, welcome. Please come inside. He ushered each notable figure into the meticulously prepared VIP boxes corresponding to their status. Inside the auction hall, the regular seating area was already overflowing, with latecomers struggling to find even a standing spot. Excited discussions erupted as glances darted towards the tightly shut doors of the VIP rooms. Good heavens! All the notable figures of City C have gathered. The mayor, the heads of the 3 academies, the leaders of several prominent families, and even smaller clans have all come. It has been ages since so many dignitaries convened at the Beastmaster Pavilion. I recall the last time was when a diamond-tier evolution material was unveiled. But today's crowning item is a diamond-tier beast, far surpassing any evolution material. A fierce contest is sure to ensue. Amidst the lively conversation, the atmosphere surged to its zenith as the various dignitaries continued to arrive. An intangible scent of tension began to waft between the VIP rooms. A fierce contest for the diamond-tier beast, one that would shape the future landscape of City C, was on the verge of igniting. Chapter 102, Elemental Spirit Stone? A small favor? Inside the auction hall, the spotlight focused on the central stage, gently yet undeniably captivating every gaze present. A gracefully attired woman in an elegant qipao, exuding poise and charm, ascended the stage with measured steps. Her voice resonated clearly, effortlessly reaching every corner without the aid of amplification. Welcome, esteemed guests, to this auction. Today, we shall present 4 exquisite treasures, the piece de resistance of which is surely familiar to many of you, and indeed, many have come specifically for it. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Let the auction commence. With no superfluous words, the first item was swiftly brought forth by a respectful attendant, clad in a uniform, who presented it upon a velvet-lined tray. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to it. It was a vine approximately 1 foot in length, radiating a gentle azure hue, as if it encapsulated the very vitality of an entire forest. Even more astonishing were the intricate silver patterns that naturally adorned its surface. Upon closer inspection, these patterns subtly formed the shapes of dragon scales. This vine was no mere inanimate object. It gently undulated, as if breathing. An overwhelming aura of life, mingled with a faint fragrance of greenery, wafted through the air, invigorating many beast tamers present who possessed wood attribute creatures, causing a stir within their contract spaces. The host seized the moment to speak, her voice imbued with just the right amount of allure. The first item for bidding is the Qingmu Longshin vine. This is one of the premier materials for the evolution of wood attribute beasts, sourced from the mystical Qingmu forest. It is said to have absorbed the essence and life force of a wood-type royal beast. The immense vitality contained within, along with a hint of dragon lineage, not only significantly enhances the success rate of evolution, but also holds a small probability of enabling or strengthening skills related to royal beasts in the evolved creature, greatly augmenting its potential. The starting bid is 5 million Federation coins, with increments no less than 100,000. A ripple of excitement coursed through the audience. Representatives from numerous small to medium-sized families, as well as affluent independent beast tamers, exhibited eager expressions. The mere prospect of enhancing the success rate of evolution was rare enough. But the connection to royal beasts, even if only by a slight chance, was enough to incite fervor. Seated in a private box, Jiang Yun's gaze was fixed upon the Qingmu Longshin vine, his eyes flickering with intrigue. In a perspective imperceptible to others, several succinct lines of information materialized before him. Item: Qingmu Longshin vine. Attribute: wood. Grade: amethyst level. Description: a wood-type evolution material imbued with pure life energy and a faint dragon vein aura. It can significantly enhance the success rate of wood attribute beast evolution and has a small probability of imparting or strengthening skills associated with royal beasts, with effects related to the creature's own bloodline and potential. Energy depletion rate. 3. Quality excellent. The information echoed the host's introduction, even highlighting its minimal energy depletion and superior quality. Jiang Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging his innate talent. He indeed excelled in the realm of appraisal. The bidding commenced swiftly. I bid 5,200,000. 5,500,000. 6 million. The price soared, with competition chiefly concentrated among several beast tamers and family representatives in the middle and back rows. The true heavyweights in the front row, including several prominent figures from City C whom Jiang Yun had previously noted, remained composed, their expressions placid, evidently uninterested in this item. For individuals of their caliber, while such materials were commendable, they were not indispensable. Their sights were clearly set on the grand finale yet to come. Observing the fervent bidding below, Jiang Yun was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, feeling a sense of novelty. He scanned the front row once more, confirming the presence of the major figures from City C, and silently rejoiced in having donned a mask today. Given his current notoriety in City C, he would likely have been recognized otherwise. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the box door. Subsequently, Chen Feng, the auctioneer, entered, his face adorned with a warm smile. My apologies for the intrusion, he said, bowing slightly, his demeanor even more courteous than before. Does Director Chen have something to discuss? Jiang Yun's voice, veiled by the mask, came out somewhat subdued. Chen Feng seated himself opposite Jiang Yun and engaged in casual conversation for a moment before finally addressing the core matter. I couldn't help but notice your discerning selection of beast eggs earlier. Your keen eye is truly remarkable. Forgive my bluntness, but may I inquire if you are a registered appraiser with the Appraisers Guild? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun understood immediately that Chen Feng was probing him. Fortunately, he was prepared, responding calmly. Director Chen flatters me. I am not an appraiser, merely someone who has chanced upon some rudimentary appraisal techniques. Not an appraiser? Chen Feng's heart raced at this revelation. To possess such astonishing appraisal skills without formal training? Is it a deliberate concealment of one's true identity, or is he genuinely an extraordinary wandering beast tamer? Regardless of which possibility it was, both warranted his utmost attention. Chen Feng's smile grew broader as he sincerely praised, you are far too modest. If this is merely a rudimentary skill, then most appraisers should feel ashamed. To consistently select the best from numerous beast eggs cannot simply be attributed to luck. It is, indeed, an extraordinary talent. Jiang Yun maintained his humble demeanor, replying, luck does play a considerable role. Chen Feng, internally amused, thought to himself, relying on luck? To choose the best every time? That luck must be extraordinarily uncanny. It was evident that the other party was reluctant to delve further into this topic, so he shifted his approach to probe. Your skills are remarkable, and I hold great admiration. May I ask your esteemed name, so that I might have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? A name? Jiang Yun pondered momentarily. His true identity must remain concealed, thus he required a pseudonym. What name would suffice? He recalled his innate ability, the manifestation of item attributes, which allows insight into the fundamental mysteries of all things. Thus, he responded with 2 words, Dongxian. Mr. Dongxian? Chen Feng mentally scanned through names of renowned beast tamers or appraisers in City C and the province, yet did not recall anyone by that name. His curiosity piqued. He probed further. Mr. Dongxian seems unfamiliar. You must not be from City C? Perhaps you hail from the provincial capital or another major city. Jiang Yun neither confirmed nor denied, choosing instead to respond vaguely. I am merely traveling through. Chen Feng, astute as ever, immediately discerned that the other party preferred to keep their origins ambiguous. However, he was undeterred. Regardless of where this individual came from, their remarkable appraisal skills warranted earnest attention. Even if they were not a formal appraiser, their capabilities likely exceeded those of ordinary appraisers. With this in mind, Chen Feng's attitude grew increasingly enthusiastic. At that moment, the first auction item, the Qingxue Longxin vine, was finally secured by a small family for 780,000. The auctioneer prepared for the second item. The host exclaimed, congratulations to the family for acquiring this item. Seeing this, Jiang Yun seized the opportunity to inquire, Director Chen, might I ask what the next 2 items are? Chen Feng paused for a moment, realizing this was not confidential information. Seizing the chance to ingratiate himself, he replied candidly. The second item is a bone infused with pure life energy, with a starting bid of 8 million. As for the third item, Chen Feng hesitated, glancing at Jiang Yun. It is a high-grade wind attribute evolution material. The starting bid for the Wind Spirit Stone Essence is 20 million. The mention of the Wind Spirit Stone Essence caused Jiang Yun to pause momentarily, the name striking a familiar chord within him. He swiftly rummaged through his memories and soon recalled that he had previously utilized his innate ability to examine the wind spirit divine eagle, the cherished beast of Su Qingtian, the head of the Su family. The entry had explicitly stated that in order for this wind spirit divine eagle to evolve into a higher diamond grade qualification, the required evolution material was precisely this wind spirit stone essence. As the thought settled in, he remembered that Su Qingtian's birthday was approaching and that he had promised to attend the celebration. Naturally, one would not arrive empty-handed. If he could secure this item and present it to Su Qingtian on his birthday, it would undoubtedly be a gift of substantial weight, perfectly aligned with Su Qingtian's desires. The advantages of forging a connection with a powerful individual of the amethyst grade were self-evident. Almost instantaneously, Jiang Yun was resolute in his desire to acquire the wind spirit stone essence. However, a moment later, he furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament he faced. Su Qingtian was currently present at the auction, along with other influential figures from City C. Should he publicly bid for this item during the auction, not only would he be competing against these local power players, but even if he were fortunate enough to win the bid, it would surely draw Su Qingtian's attention, if not his displeasure. Did he not recognize that Jiang Yun needed this item, yet still chose to contend for it? Moreover, should he present it on Su Qingtian's birthday, the latter would inevitably deduce that the mysterious individual who secured the wind spirit stone essence today was none other than himself, exposing his identity. The risks were too great, and the potential losses outweighed the gains. As his thoughts raced, his gaze fell upon Chen Feng before him. An idea flickered through his mind. Perhaps he could utilize the internal channels of the auction house. Without further hesitation, he addressed Chen Feng directly. His voice, though masked, carried an undeniable authority. Manager Chen, I have a keen interest in the wind spirit stone essence. Might your esteemed establishment facilitate a direct sale of this item to me? As for the price, I assure you, as long as it is reasonable, I will ensure your establishment is satisfied. I believe the previous diamond-grade beast cub I consigned for auction would suffice to cover the cost. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yun's unexpected interest in this specific wind attribute material. Could it be that he was a wind attribute beastmaster? Chen Feng's mind raced as he calculated the implications. The wind spirit stone essence was indeed a rare and precious evolution material, with market prices fluctuating between 15 million and 40 million. Its value was undeniably incomparable to that of a living diamond-grade beast cub, which was a strategic resource that could not be simply quantified in monetary terms. Trading an item from his inventory for a portion of the proceeds from the diamond-grade beast cub would also allow him to extend a personal favor, further fostering a relationship with this enigmatic Jiang Yun. Moreover, it might even provide an opportunity to test whether Jiang Yun truly possessed extraordinary appraisal abilities. This transaction was undeniably advantageous from any perspective. Having made up his mind, a genuine smile blossomed on Chen Feng's face. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Mr. Dongxian, your straightforwardness is commendable. Since you have spoken, I cannot refuse this request. This item is indeed in our inventory, not yet officially recorded for today's auction sequence, and can be substituted with another lot, thus allowing for a direct transaction. As for the price, rest assured, I shall present you with the fairest figure. He then shifted his tone slightly, adopting a more conciliatory approach. However, once the transaction is finalized, I have a humble request. I hope you might assist me with a small favor. What do you think, esteemed sir? Chapter 103, 50 billion price tag. This is a true windfall. Upon hearing Chen Feng's request, Jiang Yun pondered briefly before calmly nodding in agreement. Very well, he replied succinctly. Having accepted Chen Feng's favor by securing the wind spirit stone essence in advance, he saw no issue in assisting him with a minor task, provided it did not compromise his own identity, as a form of equitable exchange. Chen Feng's face instantly radiated genuine gratitude, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank you, sir. We shall discuss this matter further shortly. For now, let us continue to observe the auction results. He smiled. Soon, the second item was sold for 18 million to a fire attribute beastmaster. Following this, the host, with a slight smile, announced in her clear voice, Dear esteemed guests, the next item is the third lot. This is a Millennium Warm Soul Jade, which, when worn, nurtures the spiritual essence of both the beastmaster and their beast, promoting tranquility and resilience against mental erosion, greatly benefiting cultivation, particularly for spiritual attribute beastmasters or those on the verge of a breakthrough. The starting bid is 9 million federal coins. Although the Warm Soul Jade was indeed a rare treasure, it was evidently of lesser value compared to the previously mentioned Wind Spirit Stone Essence. While bidding remained fervent, it failed to reach a frenzied level, ultimately concluding at 15 million. Once the Warm Soul Jade was removed from the stage, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted dramatically, becoming intensely grave and fervent. All casual chatter ceased instantaneously. Attendees instinctively straightened in their seats, their gazes fixed intently upon the now empty exhibition platform. Even the prominent figures in the VIP rooms ceased their languor, their breaths becoming heavy, eyes sharp as hawks. They understood that the true main event was about to unfold. The host took a deep breath, her voice tinged with an excitement that was hard to suppress, even trembling slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all been waiting with bated breath. Next, we present the crowning jewel of this auction, and indeed, the most glorious moment in the history of our 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. We shall unveil the final treasure of today's auction. As her words trailed off, a more exquisite jade platform slowly ascended from the ground, enveloped in a gentle beam of light. For guards, exuding a steady aura and clearly at least at the peak of silver rank, solemnly escorted a transparent crystal box, inscribed with countless reinforcement and gathering runes. Step by step to the platform, carefully placing it atop the jade pedestal. Within the crystal box, a palm-sized, grayish-white rock giant cub, adorned with intricate stone patterns, lay peacefully asleep. The dense, ethereal aura it naturally emanated sent waves of trepidation through the front row spectators, even through the crystal and formation. As you can see, the host's voice suddenly rose, brimming with infectious enthusiasm. This is the feature item, the beast cub, the rock giant. Verified by our 10,000 Beasts Pavilion and confirmed by the formation, its qualification is unequivocally. She deliberately paused, heightening the suspense before finally exclaiming those earth-shattering 3 words, diamond grade. Boom. Although the news had been anticipated, when these 3 words were officially confirmed and echoed throughout every corner of the auction hall via amplification formation, the ensuing uproar was akin to a tsunami. Diamond. Truly diamond. Who would have thought that such a place as City C could produce a diamond-grade beast cub? If they could acquire a diamond-grade qualification, their family could flourish. Their sect could prosper. Gasps, exclamations, and heavy breaths intertwined in a cacophony. In the VIP room, Su Qingtian gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes, as if he could already envision the Su family ascending to greater glory under the guidance of this beast. Mayor Zhang Qing's expression was grave as he quietly instructed his assistant, clearly engaged in a final assessment of funds. Principal He Tiangong's eyes flickered with a complex mix of emotions, tinged with a sense of helplessness. His limited financial resources ultimately rendered him incapable of competing with these powerful families. Principals Shipeng and Lei Lai breathed heavily, fully aware of the slimness of their hopes, yet still unwilling to concede defeat. Elder Xiao Zhan squinted his eyes, toying with 2 jade spheres in his hands, the pace of his movements betraying his inner turmoil. Within the second VIP room, Jiang Yun maintained an outward calm, though uncertainty loomed over what price this auction would ultimately command. His heart brimmed with anticipation. In the shadows at the back, the auctioneer, Chen Feng, observed the fervent atmosphere, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This auction was destined to etch its mark in the annals of the Beast Master Pavilion. Diamond grade qualified beast cubs. The rock giant, starting bid, 1 billion federal coins. Each increment must not be less than 10 million. Now, let the bidding commence. The auctioneer raised the golden hammer high. 1 billion, 100 million. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingtian's steady and commanding voice resonated from the third VIP room, immediately upping the ante by 100 million, showcasing his unwavering determination to secure the prize. Humph, the head of the Su family is quite bold. 1 billion, 500 million. Elder Xiao Zhan's voice from the fifth VIP room followed suit, calm yet deliberate. 2 billion. Mayor Zhang Qing joined the fray, recognizing the strategic significance of the resources at stake. 2 billion, 300 million. 2 billion, 800 million. 3 billion. The figures escalated with astonishing rapidity, each bid inciting gasps from the audience. The auction had transformed into a battleground for the titans of the front row and various family factions, leaving the spectators in a state of stunned silence and frenzied whispers. This is madness. They are truly throwing money around like dirt. The Su family, the Xiao family, and the mayor represented the pinnacle of Sea City's financial might. 5 billion. Su Qingtian made another bid, his tone still composed. Yet those familiar with him could sense the underlying resolve. This price momentarily silenced both Xiao Zhan and Zhang Qing. 5 billion in cash flow was undeniably a substantial sum. Even for them. 5 billion once. The auctioneer began to count. 20 billion. Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth and raised the bid again, this time by 5 billion, eliciting a wave of astonishment from the crowd. This was nearly 1/10 of the cash flow his family could presently mobilize. 25 billion. Su Qingtian did not hesitate, crushing the competition again. The audience erupted in shock. The Xiao family's VIP room fell into silence, clearly underscoring the disparity between the Su family and the first family. 25 billion once. 25 billion twice. Just as the golden hammer was about to fall, a booming voice rang out. 30 billion. Everyone turned towards the source, their eyes landing on the highest seat. This voice unmistakably belonged to the pavilion master, Chen Feng. Master Chen, what do you mean by this? Su Qingtian's tone betrayed a hint of displeasure. He had been so certain of his victory. Was this a deliberate attempt to undermine him? Chen Feng rose, bowing slightly to all present, and smiled. Head of the Su family, Mayor Zhang, esteemed guests, I apologize. The allure of this diamond-grade qualification is simply irresistible to me. The Beast Master Pavilion also seeks to enhance its stature with this opportunity. The highest bidder prevails. I hope for your understanding. Humph. In that case, let the best prevail. 31 billion. Su Qingtian replied coldly. 32 billion. Chen Feng countered immediately. 40 billion. Su Qingtian nearly shouted. This price compelled even the Su family to deliberate carefully. The bidding had surpassed the 40 billion mark. The atmosphere in the auction hall had nearly crystallized with tension. Everyone was struck by the astronomical figures, their heads spinning. Jiang Yun, in his private box, clenched his fists in excitement. 40 billion. This exceeded his wildest expectations. If this transaction succeeded, his worth would rival that of some smaller families in Sea City. 40 billion once. 40 billion twice. Truly, the first family of Sea City demonstrated their profound depth. Chen Feng shook his head and sat down, realizing that 40 billion had surpassed the limits of funds he could mobilize. A victorious smile crept onto Su Qingtian's face. The diamond-grade beast would ultimately belong to the Su family. Just when everyone believed the outcome was settled, a voice, aged, serene, yet imbued with an overwhelming authority, resonated as if descending from the heavens, silencing the tumult. 50 billion. As the words hung in the air, time seemed to freeze within the auction hall. What? 50 billion? Everyone felt as though struck by an invisible thunderbolt, frozen in place, their faces marred with disbelief, confusion, and shock. Su Qingtian's smile instantly froze, morphing into a pallid countenance. Mayor Zhang Qing abruptly stood, staring in horror towards the first VIP room. He Tiangang, Shipeng, Lei Lai, Xiaozhan. All the prominent figures were left voiceless, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. Whose voice was this? Who could dare to announce such an exorbitant figure of 50 billion with such apparent ease? Pavilion Master Chen Feng was equally dumbfounded. He had anticipated the elder's extraordinary standing, but never to this staggering extent. 50 billion? An immediate increase of 10 billion. This was no longer bidding. This was annihilation. A proclamation. This beast would be secured by him. Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned, the words 50 billion echoing wildly in his mind. 50 billion. This figure seemed to possess a certain enchantment, plunging the entire auction hall into an extended, profound silence lasting several seconds. Every expression was frozen in disbelief. An echo of shock reverberating through the crowd. 50 billion federal coins? This far exceeded the imagination of the vast majority. A sum capable of toppling numerous families in Sea City. Perhaps only the Su family could contend with it. Jiang Yun's heart raced, the sound of his blood coursing through his veins roaring in his ears. He had initially thought Su Qingtian's 40 billion was the limit. Yet this elder had unleashed a stunning revelation, elevating the price by a staggering 10 billion. It was as if his wealth was boundless. He instinctively glanced towards the first VIP room, his curiosity and trepidation regarding the mysterious elder reaching a zenith. This was not merely a matter of financial prowess. It was a display of dominance over all. Who was this individual? 50 billion, my heavens. This was sheer madness. Following the silence, a wave of suppressed chatter erupted, akin to a tidal wave crashing forth. All gazes intertwined with shock, reverence, and curiosity, fixating on the perpetually closed curtain of the prestigious VIP room number 1. On the stage, the seasoned female host remained momentarily stunned, struggling to regain her composure, her voice trembling uncontrollably. 5 billion. The guest in VIP room number 1 bids 5 billion. Is there any other guest willing to bid? Her eyes swept over the Su family, the Xiao family, the mayor's VIP room, and the direction of Master Chen Feng. In response, there was a profound silence. Su Qingtian's face turned ashen. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh, ultimately exhaling a weary sigh. 40 billion was already the limit for the Su family. 5 billion? The thought of competition did not even cross his mind. 5 billion would shake the very foundation of the Su family's enterprises. To compete with such a sum was daunting enough, but should the opponent continue to raise the bid, it would be utterly futile. Mayor Zhang Qing slumped back into his seat, a bitter smile etched on his face. This price had irrevocably severed the possibility for the City Federation to acquire the item. He Tiangang, Shipeng, Lei Lai, and others were left only with expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Master Chen Feng's gaze was complex. A mixture of shock at the exorbitant price and a dawning realization, growing ever more convinced of the extraordinary origins of the elder. 5 billion, first call. 5 billion. Second call. 5 billion, third call. Sold. The gavel fell with a crisp bang, the sound resonating like a thunderclap, solidifying this transaction capable of shaking the entire city sea. Congratulations to the guest in VIP room number 1 for successfully acquiring the diamond-grade beast, the rock giant. The auction concluded amidst a cacophony of incredulous discussions. With mixed emotions, the crowd began to disperse, yet many prominent figures' gazes remained steadfastly fixed on the first VIP room and the backstage area. Backstage, in a heavily guarded chamber, the atmosphere was solemn and slightly tense. The jade box containing the rock giant cub was reverently placed in the center of the table. Jiang Yun, Master Qingxue, and the enigmatic elder were gathered. The elder maintained an unremarkable demeanor, yet at this moment, no one dared to underestimate him. He calmly surveyed the jade box and nodded. The transaction process was succinct and efficient. Under the highest standards of notarization from the 10,000 Beast Pavilion, the staff directly operated through portable devices. 2 federal cards were exchanged, deducting transaction service fees and the cost of purchasing the Wind Godstone Essence. 49 billion federal coins were transferred into Jiang Yun's federal card. Even with Jiang Yun's resolute spirit, he felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. 5 billion. This meant a pathway to the provincial stage. In the short term, his plans regarding resources now had an exceptionally solid foundation. The jade box was gently collected by the elder. He turned to Jiang Yun, a gentle smile gracing his face. My friend, you have an eye for quality. Thank you. Jiang Yun suppressed his excitement, slightly bowing while maintaining an air of mystery and composure. You flatter me, senior. It was merely a fair transaction. Just then, some commotion arose from outside. Qingxue frowned, about to step out to investigate when a gentle knock sounded at the door of the chamber. Upon receiving permission, the door was pushed open, and several figures entered, none other than the discontented Su Qingtian, the mayor, and Principal He Tiangang, who had come to seek the truth. As the 3 entered, their gazes immediately fell upon the mysterious elder, followed closely by the masked Jiang Yun. Master Chun, I apologize for the intrusion, Su Qingtian spoke first, standing at the forefront and respectfully bowing to the elder. You must be the one who acquired the rock giant, esteemed senior. I am Su Qingtian, head of the Su family in City C. The mayor and He Tiangang followed suit, humbly paying their respects. I am Zhang Qing, mayor of City C. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed senior. Principal He Tiangang from Qingxue First High. It is a privilege to meet you, esteemed senior. In the face of these 3 significant figures, whose mere presence could cause tremors in City C, the elder merely nodded in acknowledgement. His demeanor serene, yet exuding an air of transcendence. The 3 felt a chill run down their spines. They turned their attention to Jiang Yun, their tone equally respectful. This must be the master who identified the diamond-grade beast, correct? Your discerning eye is commendable. Indeed. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback by their words. Being addressed as a master and senior by these figures, he usually looked up to cause the peculiar awkwardness to flicker beneath his mask. He maintained his aloof persona, nodding slightly and responding in a deliberately deep voice. I am merely honored. However, He Tiangang's gaze lingered on Jiang Yun for a brief moment, his brow subtly furrowing. There was something familiar about this figure, yet the profound aura and mysterious mask dispelled any unrealistic notions, leading him to dismiss it as mere illusion. Unable to contain his curiosity, Mayor Zhang Qing respectfully inquired, Might I ask the esteemed senior's identity? From where do you hail? We would be honored to extend our hospitality. The elder, stroking his beard with a smile, seemed unperturbed by revealing his identity, and calmly replied, I am Lin Tianhong, an elder from the Battle Beast Gate. The mere mention of Battle Beast Gate echoed like thunder in the room. Su Qingtian, Zhang Qing, and He Tiangang's pupils constricted, their faces suddenly filled with unprecedented shock and reverence. The Battle Beast Gate, a colossal entity reigning over the Namling province, a true top-tier sect dominating the region. Its influence was formidable, and its heritage profound. Within its ranks, powerful individuals were abundant, and there were even rumored to be Sun-level masters presiding. Not to mention City C. Even the Beastmaster Academy under the Provincial Federation would bow before the Battle Beast Gate. The arrival of an elder from the Battle Beast Gate in City C could send shockwaves throughout the entire city. It is indeed an honor to welcome Elder Lin. We have not shown you proper hospitality. Please forgive us. The 3 exclaimed in unison, their voices imbued with even greater respect and a hint of trepidation. Any lingering doubts about the 5 billion price tag evaporated in an instant. For an elder of the Battle Beast Gate, 5 billion might indeed be a trifling sum. May I inquire about Elder Lin's purpose for visiting? If there is anything needed, we shall do our utmost to assist. Su Qingtian promptly declared. Lin Tianhong waved his hand dismissively, his tone remaining calm. My visit is merely for leisure and to seek potential beast cubs for the sect. I did not expect to encounter such a delightful surprise here in City C. I must thank this young friend once again. He cast another appreciative glance at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun understood the implications. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding the Battle Beast Gate, the reactions of Principal He and Mayor Zhang indicated that this was a force to be reckoned with. He responded politely, Elder Lin is too kind. I merely stumbled upon it. Noticing that Lin Tianhong seemed disinclined to engage in further discussion, Su Qingtian and the others dared not intrude any further. They respectfully extended an invitation for Lin Tianhong to visit their respective families or the municipal hall, only to be gently declined by him, citing a preference for tranquility and other pressing matters. Subsequently, Lin Tianhong made no further stay, offering a slight nod to the crowd before gracefully departing. However, as he left, he issued an invitation to Jiang Yun. My young friend, should you find the time, do consider visiting my Beast Battle Sect. We, at the Beast Battle Sect, hold in high esteem individuals of your remarkable aptitude as an appraiser. With those words, his figure vanished from the sight of the gathered crowd. Yet, those words imbued Jiang Yun's identity with added significance. Once Lin Tianhong departed, the eyes of Su Qingtian and the others instantly turned with fervor towards Jiang Yun. A master capable of accurately appraising diamond-grade beasts holds a value that, in certain respects, rivals that of an elder from the Beast Battle Sect. Establishing a connection with him could yield immeasurable advantages for the development of their family influence. Master, Su Qingtian was the first to speak, his tone imbued with sincerity as he expressed his desire to befriend Jiang Yun. To witness your esteemed presence today is indeed a stroke of fortune. Might you consider gracing my Su family with your visit, allowing me the honor of hospitality? If you have the time. The municipal federal government would also be delighted to welcome you. Mayor Zhang Qing immediately followed suit. Although He Tiangang did not extend a direct invitation, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Surrounded by these prominent figures of City C, all referring to him as master and vying for his attention, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of nervousness, unsure of how to politely decline. At that moment, the lord of the pavilion, Chen Feng, stepped forward at an opportune time. Ah, Master Su, Mayor Zhang, Principal He. Chen Feng smiled and clasped his hands, positioning himself in front of Jiang Yun. Master Dong, Xian has some pressing matters to discuss with me, and he may not be able to spare the time for now. I appreciate your kind intentions on his behalf, and once this matter is resolved, we can seek another opportunity to converse, shall we? His words were courteous, yet their meaning was unmistakable. Jiang Yun is under my care, please do not encroach. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of Su Qingtian and the others, but since Chen Feng had already spoken, they could not press further. After all, the Wan Beast Pavilion was backed by the Chamber of Commerce, a significant power directly connected to the province. They could only express their respect to Jiang Yun once more, leaving behind promises of future visits, albeit tinged with regret as they departed in succession. Within the room, only Jiang Yun and Chen Feng remained. Chen Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to Jiang Yun with an apologetic smile. I hope the master does not find this amusing. Jiang Yun shook his head, signaling that it was of no consequence. With a serious expression, Chen Feng continued, the Wind Spirit Stone Essence I promised the master has been prepared. We have only charged the cost price of 50 million, which has already been deducted during the transaction. He handed over an exquisite jade box. Jiang Yun accepted it, confirming its contents before placing the jade box into his storage ring. Thus, his account balance now stood at a staggering 4,900 million. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Jiang Yun expressed his gratitude. Master is too kind. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of hesitation crept onto his face. Now, regarding the matter I mentioned earlier, where I hope for the Master's assistance. Jiang Yun's spirits were high at that moment, and given Chen Feng's promptness, he directly replied, Pavilion Master, please speak. How may I assist? Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng's expression turned grave. He lowered his voice. Our Wan Beast Pavilion recently acquired a peculiar object. Its energy fluctuations are exceedingly strange, resembling neither stone nor wood. Several appraisers within our sect, and even experts from the provincial pavilion, have been unable to ascertain its origins, functions, or even its internal structure. This object appears to be capable of isolating all conventional methods of detection. I wish to ask the Master to assist in appraising this item. Chapter 105, True Dragon Bone. True Dragon Ruins? Upon hearing Chen Feng's request, Jiang Yun's heart settled. If it were any other matter, he might have needed to expend some effort. But appraising items was precisely the domain where his talent, manifestation of all things, could shine. Certainly, he replied succinctly, his tone exuding an undeniable confidence. Seeing this, Chen Feng became even more assured that this Master Dong Xian possessed extraordinary abilities, his face brightening with joy. Please follow me, Master. He then led Jiang Yun through several heavily guarded corridors, ultimately arriving before a grand metallic door intricately engraved with complex array patterns. Chen Feng produced a dedicated token and inserted it into a slot, causing the massive door to silently slide open. Behind the door lay a modest chamber, its walls made of a dark metal capable of blocking energy detection. The ceiling was adorned with several luminous pearls that emitted a gentle white light, illuminating the room in exquisite detail. The air was fresh and the temperature constant, indicating an independent ventilation and climate control system. At the center of the chamber stood a solitary jade platform, upon which rested a tray of rosewood. Master, this is the object, Chen Feng indicated, his demeanor serious. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the object. It was approximately 1 foot long and as thick as a fist, exhibiting a dull gray-brown hue. Its surface rough and adorned with patterns reminiscent of tree rings or geological layers. It lay there quietly, lacking any dazzling radiance or powerful energy fluctuations. Were it not for Chen Feng's specific mention, one might mistake it for an ordinary piece of dead wood or an odd stone. Yet, upon closer examination, one could detect a profoundly subtle, reclusive rhythm, as if something was tightly bound within, entirely congruent with Chen Feng's description of it being neither stone nor wood. This item has eluded all our attempts at appraisal, and even the amethyst-level appraisers from the provincial pavilion could not glean any insight. It seems to devour all probing energies and mental forces. Chen Feng spoke with a blend of helplessness and anticipation. Master, will you require any special auxiliary instruments for the appraisal, or perhaps an absolutely quiet environment? Jiang Yun slightly shook his head, his voice calm and unperturbed through the mask. No need, this will suffice. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Even the amethyst-level appraisers from the provincial pavilion required the assistance of formations. Yet this Master Dong Xian needed nothing at all. He felt increasingly that this person was unfathomable, and dared not speak further, stepping back with bated breath. Fearful of causing any disturbance, Jiang Yun took a step forward, seemingly casually surveying the peculiar object, while in reality he activated his talent, manifestation of all things. In an instant, a stream of information far more complex and ancient than that encountered during the appraisal of beast eggs erupted forth, imbued with a sense of majesty. The colors of the information were no longer the ordinary white or blue, but rather a dark golden hue, its edges entwined with threads of indescribable chaotic energy. Item: True Dragon Bone Fragment. Grade unknown. Hint: contains a runic pattern inscribed with soul energy, related to the true dragon ruins. The exterior is shielded by high-level array barrier runes to prevent scrutiny. The runes must be deciphered to reveal the internal specifics. Additional hint: to break this shielding rune, an amethyst-level array attribute beast is required for forceful penetration, or one must find the corresponding method to dismantle the array. The information revealed itself. True Dragon Bone. True Dragon Ruins? Even Jiang Yun, despite his steadfast resolve, could not suppress a tremor within his heart. His pupils widened beneath the mask. This object was indeed connected to the dragon lineage. Jiang Yun was taken aback. In the annals of human history and legend, dragons are revered as mythical beings that stand atop the pinnacle of all races. They possess the extraordinary power to upheave oceans and pluck stars from the heavens, embodying strength, mystery, and immortality. The question of whether dragons truly exist has become an incessant topic of debate. Countless beast tamers have dedicated their lives in vain to uncover any trace of these majestic creatures, leaving behind only a myriad of tales. And now, at this moment, an item intrinsically linked to the true dragon lies quietly before him. The name Bone of Transformation evokes a cascade of thoughts. Could it be the remnant of a dragon that has truly fallen? Or perhaps a supreme vessel of heritage associated with the dragon lineage? What astonishes him further is that within this fragment lies information sealed concerning the relics of the true dragon. The true dragon relic. Just hearing the name reveals that this is a potentially existing ancient site, rich with treasures and legacies of the dragon clan. No wonder the beast pavilion was unable to identify the outer shielding formation. It requires a beast of the amethyst grade in array mastery to forcibly unravel it. Were it not for my innate ability to manifest entries, a typical appraiser would likely remain oblivious to the existence of such a formation. Jiang Yun's mind raced with thoughts. The requirements are exceedingly high. To defend the entire sea city, he had never heard of anyone possessing a beast of amethyst grade specializing in formations. It seems such extraordinary beasts could only be found in the provincial capital, and yet, this is merely a fragment. Just as Jiang Yun was enveloped in a profound shock and contemplation, Chen Feng, who had been nervously observing, could no longer contain his curiosity and cautiously inquired, "Master, have you discovered something?" Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Jiang Yun suppressed the tumult within his heart. He turned to Qingxue, adopting a tone that was deliberately calm yet tinged with gravity. "Chairman Shun, given the uniqueness of this item and based on my knowledge, it is likely related to the legendary True Dragon. Moreover, there exists a shielding formation within, preventing me from peering into its secrets." The mere mention of True Dragon struck Qingxue like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. He trembled visibly, his eyes widening in disbelief. His face a mask of utter shock and incredulity, even his breath momentarily stilled. Instinctively, he took a step back, pointing at the True Dragon's bone with a trembling finger. "A True Dragon? Master, are you certain? How can this be possible?" His voice, fraught with disbelief, became sharp and stammering, completely devoid of his usual composure. As the head of the Beast Pavilion, he understood all too well the weight that the term dragon carried. It was a word potent enough to overturn existing perceptions and stir the very winds of the world. No wonder our attempts to discern even a sliver of this have proven futile. Qingxue suddenly grasped the situation, his voice quivering with excitement. "So, there is indeed a formation shielding it, and it pertains to the True Dragon. This must be profoundly enigmatic. Everything makes sense now." His gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld the True Dragon's bone, as if gazing upon an unparalleled treasure. The mere association with the Dragon clan, even if it is just a fragment, renders its potential value immeasurable. This transcends mere commerce. It is a treasure that could serve as the cornerstone of the pavilion and perhaps even invite perilous calamity. At the same time, Jiang Yun had resolved within himself. This object pertains to the secrets of the True Dragon and must be acquired. Xiaohuo, possessing a pseudo-dragon bloodline, is destined to evolve towards the True Dragon path. This fragment of True Dragon bone, along with the information it may contain regarding the True Dragon relic, undoubtedly serves as a key to higher realms, a unique opportunity that cannot be overlooked. Though risks abound, the prospects are far greater. With this thought, Jiang Yun no longer hesitated. He turned to the still astonished Qingxue and decisively stated, "Chairman Shun, this item holds significant value for me." He paused before throwing out a figure that made Qingfeng's heart race anew. "I am willing to offer 1 billion Federation coins to purchase this item. Might I inquire if the chairman would consider parting with it?" 1 billion. Chairman Qin's body shook violently, nearly convinced he had misheard. His eyes widened as he stared at the composed Master Dongxian, then abruptly shifted his gaze to the unremarkable, grayish fragment of True Dragon bone. 1 billion Federation coins. This sum is nearly equivalent to half a year's pure profit for the Beast Pavilion. And all this for a piece whose purpose he cannot even fully comprehend, let alone ascertain its true value. In that moment, Qingfeng found himself in a mental tug-of-war. Logic dictated that this item, potentially linked to the legendary True Dragon, was invaluable. Keeping it might yield even greater returns in the future, or perhaps forge connections with higher powers. Yet another voice cautioned him. In his hands, this artifact is akin to scrap metal, as he cannot even appraise it, much less unlock its mysteries. Retaining it could prove calamitous, should news leak. It would attract countless greedy eyes, bringing ruin upon the Beast Pavilion. In contrast, this Master Dongxian could not only discern its connection to the Dragon clan at a glance, but might also possess the means to unravel its secrets. Rather than holding on to this hot potato, it would be wise to seize the opportunity to exchange it for a hefty sum while doing the other party a significant favor. 1 billion in cash is no trifling amount. In the blink of an eye, Qingfeng weighed the pros and cons with clarity. A fervent smile spread across his face, his tone infused with just the right mix of respect and eagerness. "Indeed, Master possesses a discerning eye. This item has languished in obscurity in my hands. Its fortune lies in being recognized by you. Since the Master has spoken, how could I possibly refuse?" He slightly shifted his tone, his eyes glinting with shrewdness and anticipation, lowering his voice. "But should the Master uncover any astonishing opportunities from this in the future, I hope you will not forget this small favor I extended today." His words were subtly phrased, yet their implications were unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun felt assured, knowing that the deal was sealed. He was not one to burn bridges. If he could indeed gain great fortune from this item, he would not hesitate to offer the Beast Pavilion some conveniences in the future, provided it did not jeopardize his own interests. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Chairman Shun, rest assured, should I truly gain something of value, your kindness today will not be forgotten." "Excellent. With your word, Master, I can rest easy," Qingfeng exclaimed, laughing heartily. The final remnants of his doubts dissipated. The transaction proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Jiang Yun promptly transferred 1 billion Federation coins, even after deducting expenses for the Wind Spirit Stone and this item. he still retained a staggering balance of 3,950,000,000. The fragment of true dragon bone was carefully stored in his spatial pouch. As he held this weighty remnant, Jiang Yun could distinctly sense the subtle vibrations emanating from the formation inscribed upon it. With such a high-level formation shielding it, the information concealed within regarding the true dragon relic must be extraordinary. This opportunity transcends mere monetary value. However, the prompt indicated this is merely a fragment. Could there be other parts? Jiang Yun's mind, sharp and meticulous, immediately honed in on this critical point. He turned towards Qingxue and inquired, Master Chun, may I ask from whence this item was procured by your esteemed hall? Are there any further details regarding its origins? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's countenance betrayed a flicker of nostalgia, and he subsequently offered a rueful smile. To speak candidly, esteemed master, this item was sold to our hall by an elderly gentleman who appeared quite ordinary and ambled along with a certain unsteadiness. It seemed he was unaware of its true essence, merely regarding it as an odd curiosity, and ultimately sold it to us for 8 million. At this juncture, a hint of barely perceptible shame crossed Qingfeng's face. The transaction had yielded a staggering profit, having acquired it for 8 million and sold it for 10 billion. Although his nature as a businessman inclined him towards profit-seeking, he felt a twinge of guilt in the presence of a master who might possess extraordinary skills. Jiang Yun, absorbing this information, felt a sense of understanding mingled with disappointment. It appeared that gathering the remaining fragments would not be a simple endeavor. He could only remain vigilant in the days to come. He did not delve deeply into the origins of this item, nor did he concern himself with the mere cost of 8 million. In his eyes, the value of the true dragon bone transformation far transcended monetary measures. As long as it could be acquired, it was worth any price. The two engaged in some light banter, discussing matters pertaining to appraisal, before Jiang Yun rose to take his leave. With ample funds at his disposal, he was eager to venture into the marketplace to secure those attribute spirit stones he had long coveted, thus contributing to the growth of his beasts. Qingfeng personally escorted him, his demeanor even more cordial and respectful than before. However, as they entered the grand hall, a discordant voice of reprimand reached their ears. There stood the impudent young attendant who had previously vexed Jiang Yun, towering over the downcast Xiao Yun, berating her with a spray of spittle. Xiao Yun, do you think that just because you've served a significant client, you are exceptional? Huh. Let me tell you, here, seniority reigns supreme. Look at you, clumsy and careless. Unable even to serve tea to esteemed guests properly. You nearly collided with a patron just now. Do you realize that? Were it not for my intervention, you would have been reported. His words dripped with malice, clearly fueled by jealousy over Xiao Yun's recent fortune, as he seized this opportunity to belittle her. Xiao Yun bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she dared not retort, offering a meek defense instead. I truly did not bump into anyone. I was merely in a bit of a hurry. How dare you speak back? The young attendant's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of nearby patrons and fellow attendants alike. This scene unfolded just as Jiang Yun and Qingfeng emerged from the VIP passage. Jiang Yun's brows knitted beneath his mask, and a wave of displeasure surged within him. He had no desire to exact revenge on such a petty individual due to prior mockery, which could invite unnecessary trouble. Yet, witnessing such a vile display of character, especially against someone who had sincerely served him, compelled him to intervene. The young attendant, noticing the presence of the hall master and Qingfeng beside him, instantly paled. His reprimanding ceased abruptly, and he donned a facade of obsequiousness, bowing deeply. Master, esteemed master. Internally, he lamented, praying that these eminent figures would forget his earlier misdeeds and not hold him accountable for his petty behavior. However, as if to shatter his humble hope, Jiang Yun halted his steps, casting a tranquil yet piercing gaze upon the young attendant, which sent a chill down the latter's spine. Turning to Qingfeng, Jiang Yun's tone bore unmistakable dissatisfaction as his voice resonated through the now silent hall. Master Chun, your hall is commendable in many respects, boasting countless treasures and generally comprehensive service. However, it appears your hiring standards have been set rather too leniently. It is disheartening to witness individuals who are sycophantic and disdainful of others mingling here. Barking like curs, this tarnishes not only my mood but also the esteemed reputation of the Wand Beast Pavilion. His words, sharp as daggers, struck directly at the heart of the young attendant's previous actions. The attendant's face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. He wished to defend himself, but found no words would come, as an overwhelming dread gripped his heart. Jiang Yun, however, turned away, as if brushing aside a mere speck of dust. He then glanced at Xiao Yun, who stood frozen in shock from this sudden turn of events, and casually retrieved a thick wad of cash, comprised of $1,000 federal notes, from his storage space. The stack appeared to hold at least 50 or 60,000. which he gently placed upon the tray in her hands. "Young lady, I was quite pleased with your service today. Consider this a token of my appreciation." His tone softened considerably. Afterward, he inclined his head slightly towards Qingfeng. "Master Chun, I take my leave. Esteemed master, travel safely. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution regarding today's events." Qingfeng responded promptly, bowing deeply as Jiang Yun's figure disappeared at the entrance. Once Jiang Yun was out of sight, Qingfeng abruptly turned, his gaze icy as a blade, landing upon the crumpled form of the young attendant. Through the earlier incident and Jiang Yun's remarks, he had clearly pieced together the sequence of events. "Fool!" Qingfeng's voice seethed with suppressed fury. "What audacity you possess! How dare you treat a guest in such a manner and belittle a colleague? The Wan Beast Pavilion is but a humble establishment. We cannot accommodate your inflated ego. From this moment forth, you are dismissed. Someone, throw him out. Add him to the Wan Beast Pavilion's blacklist, never to be employed again." "No, master, please." The young attendant, jolted from his stupor, scrambled towards Qingfeng, clutching at his legs, tears flowing down his cheeks as he pleaded, "Master, I understand my mistakes. I truly do. I've served at the Wan Beast Pavilion for 6 years. I may not have achievements, but I have endured hardships. I implore you, grant me another chance. I shall never dare again." At this moment, his heart brimmed with boundless regret. Had he known that the masked figure he had once derided as a pitiful wretch was, in fact, such a formidable individual, he would have knelt and begged for forgiveness. Why had he spoken so carelessly? Why had he looked down on others? Yet, it was all too late. 2 burly guards, expressionless, approached and effortlessly lifted the young attendant, dragging him away like a limp rag doll. His desperate cries and pleas echoed in the hall, ultimately fading outside, leaving behind a scene of disarray and a group of hushed attendants. Qingfeng snorted in disdain, sweeping his gaze across the room before it landed on Xiao Yun, who remained in a daze, still clutching the stack of cash. His expression softened slightly as he announced in a clear voice, "From this day forth, Xiao Yun has demonstrated diligence and exceptional service, thus earning the admiration of esteemed patrons. She is hereby promoted to the position of front hall supervisor, responsible for overseeing reception duties." A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the gathered crowd, their gazes filled with envy. From a mere front desk attendant to a supervisor, such a meteoric rise was akin to being launched into the heavens. Xiao Yun stood utterly stunned, the enormity of her surprise and disbelief rendering her momentarily speechless. She could only gaze at Qingfeng with wide eyes. Qingfeng offered her a gentle nod. "Work diligently, and do not disappoint the esteem of my patrons." His implication was clear, yet he chose not to elaborate. "Why yes, thank you, master. Xiao Yun will certainly strive to excel," she stammered, finally returning to her senses, her excitement causing her to bow repeatedly, her cheeks flushed with color. Qingfeng ceased his words and turned to depart, leaving Xiao Yun standing in place, enveloped by the envious, jealous, and sycophantic gazes of her colleagues. Instinctively, she clutched the heavy stack of cash in her arms, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards the direction in which Jiang Yun had exited, her heart brimming with boundless gratitude and admiration. "Thank you, esteemed sir," she silently whispered in her heart, as the mysterious and formidable figure had already etched an indelible mark upon her soul. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had swiftly changed out of his black robe and mask in a deserted alley, reverting to his original appearance and attire. He meticulously stored away his outfit, feeling the weight of the true dragon bone and nearly 4 billion in federal currency within his storage space, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. The expedition to the Beast Pavilion yielded results far beyond expectations, he murmured to himself. With a flick of his thoughts, the grayish-brown true dragon bone reappeared in his hand. Caressing its rough and enigmatic patterns, Jiang Yun's gaze hardened with resolve. The purple crystal-level beast Taming attribute is proficient in formations. He recalled the hints provided by his talent. City C has never been mentioned. It seems I can only inquire further in the provincial capital. Perhaps I can consult with elderly regarding the relevant information. With this thought, his anticipation for heading to the provincial academy intensified. There, not only awaited a broader stage and more formidable opponents, but also the clues to unravel the mystery of the true dragon bone. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that evening was approaching. It is time to head to the trading association. Those hundreds of thousands of attribute spirit stones are awaiting my payment. Jiang Yun collected his thoughts, stowed away the true dragon bone, adjusted his attire, and made his way towards the Sea City marketplace. Chapter 107. Truly wealthy beyond reason. Jiang Yun arrived directly at the Sea City marketplace with a clear purpose, heading straight for the meeting room previously arranged with manager Lu Mei. Lu Mei had been waiting there, and upon seeing Jiang Yun's arrival, she promptly rose to greet him, her face adorned with a professionally warm smile. "Mr. Jiang, you have arrived." Internally, She felt a twinge of anxiety. For the last batch of attribute spirit stones Jiang Yun had ordered amounted to over 800 million federal coins, a considerable sum. Although he had promised to secure the funds promptly, she dared not harbor too much hope in such a short time frame. Manager Liu, are the items I requested ready? Jiang Yun inquired directly, his tone calm. Everything is prepared, all set. Liu Mei replied hastily, retrieving an antiquated-looking storage ring from her bosom and placing it carefully on the table. As per your request, we have prepared 200,000 water and fire attribute spirit stones each, totaling 400,000, along with 140,000 lightning attribute spirit stones. All of superior quality, please inspect them. Jiang Yun accepted the storage ring, his spiritual energy probing slightly within, instantly perceiving the mountain-like accumulation of various spirit stones emanating rich and pure attribute fluctuations, precisely the resources he required. An indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within him. With these spirit stones, Xiao Hua and Xiao Yang's short-term resources were secured, at least enough for 3 or 4 meals. This feeling surpassed even the exhilaration of acquiring tens of billions in federal currency. Suppressing his joy, Jiang Yun maintained a composed expression as he directly stowed the storage ring, then produced the federal card, casually sliding it across the table to Liu Mei as though merely settling a meal bill. The funds within should suffice. Liu Mei gazed at the seemingly ordinary federal card, her breath catching slightly. As she took the card, her hand trembled almost uncontrollably. 820 million federal coins. Had he truly managed to amass such a sum in such a short period? Mr. Jiang, please hold on a moment. I will proceed to process the payment right away. Her voice carried a barely perceptible dryness as she rushed out of the meeting room, arriving at the dedicated settlement machine. Liu Mei took a deep breath and inserted the card. As she entered the sum of 820 million and confirmed it, her heart raced in her throat. Ding! Transaction successful. The notification chimed, and a detailed balance statement began to print. Liu Mei instinctively picked up the statement, her gaze sweeping to the bottom line. Balance, 3x times x times x times x times x, over 39 billion. More than 30 billion. The astonishing figure caused Liu Mei's pupils to dilate to their utmost, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. She felt her mind buzz with disbelief. Over 30 billion in liquid assets. This was beyond mere wealth. It was unparalleled extravagance. How had Mr. Jiang become so affluent after a single visit to the Beast Pavilion? Liu Mei was both shocked and perplexed. Clinging to the console, she barely steadied herself, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she attempted to digest the staggering number. Just then, a rumor that had been wildly circulating in the trading association's small circles flashed through her mind like lightning. A sensational piece of news. The Beast Pavilion had unveiled a diamond-grade beast cub today, which was ultimately acquired by a mysterious buyer for a staggering 50 billion. 50 billion. Mr. Jiang had just spent over 800 million, and there was still over 30 billion remaining. Such timing. An uncontrollable thought surged forth, sending shivers down her spine. Could it be that the mysterious appraiser who had stirred up a storm at the Beast Pavilion and earned 50 billion was none other than this seemingly youthful Mr. Jiang Yun? This hypothesis detonated like thunder in her mind, causing her perception of Jiang Yun to undergo a radical transformation. Previously regarded merely as a remarkably talented client, he now stood revealed as a true dragon concealed within the mundane world. She dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Swiftly calming her emotions and returning to the meeting room, cradling the federal card and transaction receipt in both hands, almost running. Her posture had become more deferential, her smile imbued with an unprecedented reverence and humility, even avoiding direct eye contact with Jiang Yun. Mr. Jiang, the transaction has been completed. Here are your card and receipt. Her voice trembled slightly with barely contained excitement. Is there anything else you require? Our association will spare no effort to serve you. Jiang Yun naturally accepted the card, unperturbed by Liu Mei's overly respectful demeanor. He simply replied, no need. I only require spirit stones. Liu Mei nodded rapidly, recalling another matter, and respectfully inquired, Mr. Jiang. Next month our association will receive a new batch of attribute spirit stones, with even better quality. Would you like to reserve some? Jiang Yun shook his head. No need. By next month, I should no longer be in City C. Liu Mei was momentarily taken aback before a realization struck her. Of course. This individual was the champion of the city-level beast taming competition, a prodigy sought after by the Provincial Academy. His advancement to the Provincial Beast Tamer Academy was inevitable. The small pond of City C could no longer accommodate this soaring dragon. How enlightening. Liu Mei sincerely congratulated. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, on your impending journey to the Provincial Academy. I wish you a future as bright as the stars and fame that resonates far and wide. Her tone brimmed with a genuine sense of pride at having crossed paths with such a remarkable figure. For her, It was an extraordinary opportunity. Jiang Yun nodded slightly, choosing to say no more, and rose to leave the Merchant Association. As she watched Jiang Yun's retreating figure, Lu Mei found herself in a prolonged state of unease. She understood that what she had witnessed today would forever be an indelible moment in her professional journey. Carrying a staggering array of cultivation resources valued at over 800 million, Jiang Yun returned home in high spirits. Upon opening the door, a familiar warmth enveloped him. His younger sister, Jiang Yun, was curled up on the living room sofa, engrossed in a televised beast battle program. "Brother, you're back." Upon hearing the door, Jiang Yun immediately turned her head, her face blossoming into a sweet smile. "Yes, I'm back," Jiang Yun responded with a gentle smile, his gaze softened. The warmth of home invariably washed away all external disturbances and fatigue. His eyes casually swept across the living room. But when they fell upon the furry black figure sprawled on the rug at his sister's feet, his gaze paused involuntarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. It was his sister's beast, the devouring rabbit. Xiao Haizi. After a few days apart, Xiao Haizi seemed to have noticeably grown in size. The once pure black fur now displayed faint, yet striking ice blue patterns on its back and joints, reminiscent of naturally formed ice crystal totems, which added an air of mystery and nobility to its otherwise adorable appearance. Moreover, Jiang Yun could distinctly sense that the energy fluctuations emanating from Xiao Haizi were considerably stronger and more refined than before. Had it evolved? Or perhaps awakened once more? A wave of curiosity and bewilderment surged within Jiang Yun. The devouring rabbit's potential for the devour talent was immense, yet the unknown mutations warranted attention. Without a hint of agitation, he subtly activated his manifestation of all things talent, focusing his gaze on Xiao Haizi. Chapter 108, Sister S Advanced Class Assessment. Jiang Yun's attention was riveted on the devouring rabbit, Xiao Haizi, as the manifestation of all things talent silently initiated. Lines of clear information immediately materialized before his eyes. Species, devouring rabbit, water, dark attribute. Realm, black iron level 8. Talent, low-level gold. Talent skills, rabbit leg kick, common, rapid leap, rare, torrential charge, exemplary. Special talent skill, devour, awakened. Capable of consuming and absorbing the essence of other attribute powers to rapidly enhance its own strength. With a chance to acquire traits of the absorbed attributes and awaken new attribute skills. Evolution path, visible information. A glimmer of understanding and astonishment flickered in Jiang Yun's eyes. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Xiao Haizi had not only ascended to black iron level 8, but had also thoroughly stabilized and manifested its water attribute. With the newly awakened, torrential charge, skill serving as undeniable proof. The ice blue patterns on its body were a manifestation of the fusion of water attribute power with its inherent dark attribute constitution and devour talent, signifying the purification and enhancement of its bloodline. In a mere half-month, ascending from black iron level 3 to level 8, and awakening a new attribute skill was a growth rate that could only be described as terrifying for ordinary beasts. This undoubtedly attested to the formidable and domineering nature of the devour special talent. Of course, in comparison to Jiang Yun's two monstrous beasts, which had been cultivated with top-tier resources and external aids, there remained a fundamental disparity. However, to the eyes of an ordinary beast master, this was already an extraordinary prodigy. A surge of gratification welled up in Jiang Yun's heart. His sister's beast possessed immense potential, and a promising future awaited, which filled him with both assurance and pride as an elder brother. At that moment, Jiang Yun noticed her brother's gaze and immediately lifted her face, akin to a peacock seeking praise, proudly announcing, "Brother, my Xiao Haizi is now at black iron level 8, and it has learned a new skill. It's incredibly powerful." The teacher praised its rapid progress. Seeing the sparkle of anticipation in her bright eyes, Jiang Yun's face broke into a tender smile as he gently ruffled her hair, generously praising her. "Yes, I see it. Both Yun and Xiao Haizi are truly remarkable." Receiving her brother's affirmation, Jiang Yun beamed even more radiantly. Jiang Yun's thoughts shifted, and he directly retrieved a prepared storage ring from his spatial storage, containing 10,000 water attribute spirit stones and 10,000 fire attribute spirit stones, and handed it to her. Nurturing a beast requires unwavering dedication and perseverance. Jiang Yun spoke with warmth and concern. "Brother cannot help much, but take these spirit stones for your daily training. It should be enough for Xiao Haizi for quite a long time." In Jiang Yun's view, while the devouring rabbit's qualifications and growth rate far exceeded those of ordinary beasts, there remained a chasm when compared to Xiao Hua and Xiao Yang. These 20,000 attribute spirit stones represented an immensely valuable resource for Xiao Haizi at its current stage, sufficient to support its steady growth for half a year. When Jiang Yun opened the bag and beheld the 2 mounds of spirit stones shimmering with pure blue and red light, she was utterly stunned. Wow, so many spirit stones! She exclaimed in disbelief, her mouth forming an O shape, her eyes wide with astonishment. Although she knew her brother was currently formidable, she had never imagined he could casually produce such a quantity of precious spirit stones. This far exceeded her expectations. The overwhelming joy made her leap up instantly, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yun's arm like a jubilant little bird, shaking him excitedly. Thank you, brother. You're the best. Her voice brimmed with excitement and dependence. Once the thrill subsided, Jiang Yun seemed to recall something. She looked up, her face adorned with a blend of anticipation and a barely perceptible tension, and said, Brother, there's one more thing. Our school's teacher mentioned that now that Xiao Haizi has reached Black Iron level 8, I can participate in the assessment for the advanced class. If I pass, I can enter the advanced class, receive better education and resources, and prepare for next year's citywide academy competition. She paused, her voice softening slightly with a hint of a plea. Could you accompany me to school for the assessment the day after tomorrow? Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. According to custom, students like them who had already secured provincial academy special admission quotas were essentially considered graduated from middle school and were not required to attend classes anymore. Thus, these past few days, his sister had been commuting to school alone. Upon hearing her request, he immediately realized that while she appeared eager to showcase her accomplishments, she was likely feeling some trepidation about facing such an important assessment alone, yearning for the presence of her closest and most formidable brother for encouragement. He had been somewhat hesitant, as both Xiao Hua and Xiao Yunque were at critical evolutionary junctures requiring his close attention. Yet, gazing into his sister's hopeful eyes and noticing her subtle tugging at his clothing, his heart softened. All right, Jiang Yun chuckled indulgently, his smile conveying a mixture of resignation and affection. I'll accompany you then. Yay, that is wonderful. Thank you, brother. Jiang Yun immediately erupted in joy, her previous anxieties dissipating entirely. In place of uncertainty, a profound sense of confidence and excitement blossomed within him. I shall perform admirably and showcase the prowess I've cultivated alongside little Blackie for my brother to witness. All right, I eagerly await that moment, Jiang Yun replied with a smile. It dawned on him that he had never actually seen his sister's sky-eating rabbit in battle, and curiosity piqued within him regarding the combat capabilities of his sister's beast. After soothing his exuberant sister, Jiang Yun retreated to his room. He needed to swiftly attend to his pending matters to ensure he could devote his time to accompany her during the assessment. He first immersed his consciousness into the beast's space, meticulously perceiving the conditions of his 2 primary beasts. Little fire remained coiled at the center of the space, enveloped in a rich flame and a faint golden radiance, resembling a miniature sun ablaze. The energy it was absorbing from the spirit crystals was overwhelmingly vast, and at this moment, it was still fervently refining this energy, its aura steadily and slowly escalating. At this rate, it would likely take 3 to 4 days to fully digest the energy. On the other side, the situation of Little Lark was starkly different. It floated in midair, its surrounding tempestuous wind and thunder powers now restrained and refined, no longer surging violently as before. The drop of Earth Dragon's essence it had absorbed was nearing completion, and the originally purplish-blue feathers now bore a barely perceptible earthy hue at their edges, indicating the initial fusion of the earth element with its inherent wind and thunder attributes. Its aura had become increasingly concentrated and weighty, akin to a blade poised to unsheath, waiting only for the final vestige of energy to be completely absorbed to undergo its metamorphosis. Chapter 109. The Rebirth of Little Lark. Acquisition of New Skills. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yun directed most of his attention back to the beast's space. The energy fluctuations surrounding Little Lark had reached a critical point, as the last trace of earthy energy from the Earth Dragon's essence was entirely absorbed into its body, akin to rivers converging into the sea. A faint yet profound hum resonated from within Little Lark, as its previously restrained wind and thunder light surged dramatically. The purplish-blue electric serpents and pale azure winds intertwined in a frenzied dance, enveloping it in a radiant cocoon of light. Upon this cocoon, one could faintly glimpse dark golden patterns, thick with the essence of the earth, flashing momentarily. This process continued for approximately the duration of an incense stick. When all the brilliance and phenomena receded like a tide, Little Lark re-emerged, having undergone subtle yet pivotal changes in appearance. Its form seemed to have solidified slightly, not becoming bulky, but rather projecting a more robust, steadfast impression. The once purely purplish-blue feathers now bore a delicate, almost imperceptible dark golden sheen at their edges, particularly pronounced at the base of the wings and along the spine, as if cloaked in an invisible, resilient armor. In its sharp eyes, alongside the previous liveliness and sharpness, there now resided a steadiness as solid as a mountain. Jiang Yun could distinctly sense that little lark's aura had strengthened, firmly establishing itself at the pinnacle of the silver 6th tier, merely a step away from the 7th tier. More importantly, an unprecedented sense of weightiness and security emanated from little lark. He could hardly contain his excitement as he activated the manifestation of all things, talent to inspect its information changes. Race, Storm Thunderlark, Wind and Thunder attribute. Realm, Silver 6th tier. Talent, Top Diamond grade. Talent skills, Gale Charge, rare. Thunderclaw, uncommon. Effect significantly enhanced. Tearing and penetrating power increased. Paralysis duration extended. Thunderguard, excellent. Effect significantly enhanced. Elemental resistance markedly improved. Physical counterattack effect raised to 30. Thunderstrike, extraordinary. Power soars with realm elevation. Charge time reduced. Storm Wings, extraordinary. Passive greatly enhances flight speed and agility. When activated, wings transform into Storm Thunder Wings. Speed surges by 300. Cutting power capable of tearing through defenses of the same tier. Summon Thunderstorm, epic. Harnesses the wind and thunder forces of heaven and earth, summoning a persistent violent thundercloud. Enhancing range and thunder density. Intensifying strong wind disruption effects. Earth Dragon Armor, excellent passive, a formidable defensive skill acquired from absorbing Earth Dragon's essence. Automatically triggers upon receiving an attack, forming an invisible energy armor on the surface. Can completely negate conventional attack energy impacts that do not exceed 3 minor realms above its own. Can withstand 1 lethal strike not exceeding 6 minor realms above. After an impact, the armor shatters and requires 24 hours of natural energy accumulation to reform. This skill greatly enhances survival capability. Evolution path. Can evolve 3 times. Marvelous. Upon seeing this information, an uncontrollable wave of excitement surged within Jiang Yun. The Earth Dragon's essence not only comprehensively enhanced the existing skill effects, but also granted the long-desired defensive skill, Earth Dragon Armor. It seemed that due to Little Lark's innate bloodline qualities, this skill was further augmented on it. The effects of this passive skill were nothing short of extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it could disregard attack power from 3 minor realms above itself, meaning that at its current realm, Little Lark could almost stride confidently through the silver tier. Of course, encounters with ferocious beasts far exceeding its realm would still pose risks. Despite the 24-hour cooldown, in critical moments, this skill would undoubtedly be a life-saving technique capable of turning the tide of battle. Little Lark had always been renowned for its unparalleled speed and ferocious attack power. Yet defense was its evident weakness. Once approached by opponents of equal tier, or even slightly weaker, but possessing robust defensive or control skills, it risked falling into peril. Now, with the existence of Earth Dragon Armor, this vulnerability had been significantly mitigated. Little Lark was no longer the fragile output requiring careful protection. It had truly evolved into a formidable aerial sovereign capable of both offense and defense. The Earth Dragon's essence bestowed upon Little Lark was invaluable. Jiang Yun excitedly clenched his fists. This transformation of Little Lark had propelled his overall strength and tactical flexibility to a qualitative leap. After reveling in his joy, Jiang Yun promptly began to feed it. He piled the recently purchased 140,000 lightning attribute spirit stones in the beast space as if they were worthless. Little Lark chirped joyfully, its wings fluttering, forming a miniature vortex of wind and thunder around it, voraciously consuming the pure lightning attribute energy. As a silver 6th tier creature, Little Lark's appetite had become astonishing. It devoured nearly 40,000 lightning attribute spirit stones in one go before finally satiating itself. Its aura becoming even more refined and closer to breaking through to silver 7th tier. Observing the significantly diminished pile of spirit stones, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. The recently acquired 140,000 lightning spirit stones, at this rate of consumption, would likely sustain only a few training sessions. Compared to Little Fire's even more outrageous appetite, Little Lark's consumption could still be deemed frugal, yet it remained a terrifying resource-devouring beast. Resources were perpetually insufficient, he mused, reflecting on the resources of City C. For him at this moment, life has become somewhat constricted. He has already made his decision. After attending the birthday banquet of the Su family patriarch, he will promptly depart for the provincial city. There lies a broader expanse, richer resources, and more secret realms and opportunities. Only on a grander stage can the insatiable desires of his 2 beasts be fulfilled, allowing him to more swiftly gather the precious materials required for their second evolution. With a heart full of anticipation, he recalled the Little Lark, its form shimmering with latent thunder, back into the beast space. On the following day, both the Little Fire and the Little Lark steadily progressed in their training. With some leisure time, Jiang Yun accompanied his sister, meticulously observing her daily training with the devouring rabbit, Xiao Haizi, utilizing his talent for manifestation of all things. Jiang Yun quickly discerned a remarkable detail regarding the rabbit's devour ability. As Jiang Yun fed Xiao Haizi a fire attribute spirit stone, he distinctly noticed that beneath the creature's information, a new entry quietly emerged. Fire attribute affinity. 1. Continuous absorption of fire attribute essence can enhance this value. Upon reaching a certain threshold, fire-related skills may awaken, potentially guiding its bloodline towards fire attributes. Taken aback by this revelation, Jiang Yun's heart stirred with new ideas. He then prompted his sister to feed it a lightning attribute spirit stone. Indeed, another line immediately appeared below, lightning attribute affinity, 0. 5. Continuous absorption of lightning attribute essence can enhance this value. Upon reaching a certain threshold, lightning-related skills may awaken, potentially guiding its bloodline towards lightning attributes. A wave of astonishment surged within Jiang Yun. Any spirit stone fed would result in a transformation. What could this possibly signify? It implied that as long as resources corresponding to the attributes were available, this devouring rabbit could theoretically awaken a vast majority of attribute skills in existence. It resembled a blank canvas, capable of absorbing diverse hues through devour: fire, water, lightning, wind, earth, light, darkness, perhaps even rarer attributes of space and time. As long as the resources are abundant and varied, could it not evolve into a being capable of mastering all skills? The potential for growth and uncertainty was simply beyond imagination. Jiang Yun found it difficult to predict what extraordinary existence this devouring rabbit would become with such limitless attribute enhancements. This devour ability was far more terrifying than he had envisioned. Observing Xiao Haizi diligently gnawing at the spirit stone and his sister's expectant expression, Jiang Yun felt a surge of emotion. The possibilities for his sister's beast might very well rival, if not surpass, those of Xiao Hua and the little lark in their ultimate forms. Chapter 110. Is brother now a wealthy man? As night fell, their mother returned home late, her weary form glistening with the sweat of labor. Watching her change out of her work clothes, Jiang Yun felt a pang of bittersweet determination. Their father had met with misfortune in the misty forest during his early years, and it was their mother, with her not-so-broad shoulders, who had shouldered the burden of the family, raising him and his sister. He deeply remembered the years of hardship and endurance she had endured. Now, as he prepared to embark on a journey to the broader provincial city, what weighed most heavily on his heart were his mother and sister, his only remaining family. During dinner, the atmosphere was warm. Observing the lines of weariness easing from his mother's face and the carefree smile of his sister, Jiang Yun knew the moment had arrived. He set down his chopsticks, his expression solemn as he took out a brand new federal card from his storage ring and gently pushed it across the table toward his mother. "Mother, please keep this." His mother paused, momentarily stunned by her son's serious demeanor. With a hint of confusion, she chuckled. "Xiao Yun, what are you doing? I have enough money to spend." Jiang Yun grasped his mother's somewhat calloused hand, his tone gentle yet resolute. "Mother, there is 100 million in here. Starting tomorrow, you need not work anymore. Rest well at home and enjoy life. Let me support this family from now on." With a clatter, his sister Jiang Yun's chopsticks fell onto the table for reasons unknown. Her eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape, as if she had heard something unbelievable. "Brother, did you just say how much?" 100 million. Her voice, tinged with shock, rose to a sharp pitch. Their mother was equally taken aback, thinking she had misheard. The smile on her face froze, replaced by disbelief and a hint of panic. 100 million. They had never even spoken of such an amount in their lifetimes. In fact, they had scarcely even heard of it. Yet, now there lay a card before them containing 100 million. "Xiao Yun, where did you acquire such a fortune? Are you?" She instinctively worried that her son had ventured down a dubious path. Seeing the astonished expressions of his mother and sister rendered Jiang Yun both amused and filled with a sense of accomplishment. He smiled easily at his sister, attempting to ease the weighty atmosphere. "What's 100 million? Rest assured, mother, your son is now a wealthy man." His tone carried an assurance meant to comfort his family. A wealthy man. Jiang Yun was momentarily dazed, but soon, realization dawned upon her, and an expression of amazement crossed her face. She suddenly recalled that her brother had seemingly given her tens of thousands of spirit stones just yesterday. In her excitement over the assessment, she hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, connecting the dots, she realized he had casually handed her millions. In that moment, as she pieced together her brother's words, she was struck by the revelation. Her brother had unknowingly amassed a fortune beyond her imagination. Her brother was a tycoon. Their mother remained worried, tightly clutching the card as though it were scalding. "Xiao Yun, I know you're capable. But you are a beastmaster. While I may not be one, I understand that nurturing beasts requires vast amounts of resources. You should spend this money on yourself. I can still manage, you need not worry about me. Jiang Yun felt warmth in his heart at her words and patiently explained, Mother, please rest easy. Your son is now the champion of the Sea City competition, recognized even by the mayor, and esteemed figures in the province hold me in regard. This money comes partly from competition rewards and partly from, well, let us say, I assisted some prominent individuals, and this is their remuneration. Its origins are absolutely legitimate and clean. He spoke half-truths, omitting details about gambling and auctions to spare his family unnecessary concern. I truly do not lack for resources at present. My only wish is for you to have an easier life, to buy what you desire and travel wherever you wish. Soon, I will be headed to the provincial city and cannot be by your side or Yun-Yun's as often. This is the least I can do for you. Listening to her son's sincere and caring words, and gazing at his now resolute and composed face, their mother's eyes welled with tears. She understood that her son had truly grown up, his wings fully formed, capable of shielding their family from the storms of life. She reflected on this heartfelt gesture from her son. If he were to refuse his son, he would undoubtedly not relent. Thus, he ceased to decline any further. Trembling hands accepting the card, his voice slightly choked. All right, dear mother knows you have grown up and achieved something. I shall keep this money for you. Mom, this is for you. Feel free to spend it as you wish, Jiang Yun emphasized with a smile. Upon seeing his mother accept it, a heavy weight lifted from Jiang Yun's heart. He then turned to his sister, who was still in a state of shock, and, like performing a magic trick, produced another card. As for you, little one, Jiang Yun shook the card in his hand. After I depart for the province, the task of protecting our mother will fall to you. This is your reward. The moment Jiang Yunyang revealed the card, Jiang Yunyuan's eyes sparkled like stars. Snatching the card, she eagerly inquired, Brother, how much is in here? 1 million or 10 million? She thought to herself, Mom already has 100 million. If I could just have 10 million, I would be utterly satisfied. Jiang Yun shook his head, extending 5 fingers with a teasing smile. Could it be 55 million? Jiang Yunyuan's voice quivered in disbelief as she sprang up from her chair, gazing at her brother in astonishment. She had never seen such a sum of money, let alone possessed it. Jiang Yun shook his finger, smiling calmly. No, it is 500 million. What? 500 million. Jiang Yunyuan was rendered speechless by the staggering revelation. This was an unimaginable fortune, overnight wealth. She asked in disbelief, Brother, you must be joking with me. Jiang Yun chuckled, affirming, When have I ever deceived you? Brother, you truly are my dear brother. I adore you. The immense surprise sent Jiang Yunyuan into a frenzy, bouncing around the living room, flailing her arms as if she might lift the ceiling. Now I'm also a wealthy person. Just wait until I return to school. Who would dare to look down on me now? I could casually throw out 100 million. Observing his sister's ecstatic antics, Jiang Yun decided to temper her excitement with a splash of cold water, adopting a more serious tone. Cough. Do not rejoice too soon. This 500 million is not for reckless spending. It is to be used for cultivating your little black rabbit. He earnestly instructed, after I leave. You must ensure you have a steady supply of spirit stones for your training. If funds run low, seek out a supervisor named Lu Mei at the Beast Tamers Market. Mention my name, and she will provide you with the fairest prices and the best spirit stones. Enlightened by her brother's words, Jiang Yunyuan immediately composed herself, her face growing serious. Clutching the weighty card tightly, she nodded earnestly. Brother, you can rest assured. After you leave, I will not slack off. I will strive to enhance my strength and catch up to you. I will protect our mother and become stronger myself. Hearing his sister's response, Jiang Yun nodded in satisfaction. He had not originally intended to give her such a substantial sum. Surely several thousand spirit stones would suffice. However, having witnessed the potential of the heaven-swallowing rabbit today, Jiang Yun realized that the resources required for his sister's beast would likely be considerable, and it could consume spirit stones of various attributes. This undoubtedly increased the demand for resources. Watching the harmonious scene between the siblings, their mother wore a heartfelt, serene smile. She quietly turned away, wiping away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, silently whispering, Can you see us up there, dear? Our son, Xiao Yun, has truly grown up. He has become a man capable of supporting this entire family. After dinner, Jiang Yun returned to his room, as usual checking on the status of the little skylark and the little fire. Seeing they were steadily refining energy, he felt reassured and retired early. He needed to accompany his sister to tomorrow's assessment in the best possible spirits. The next morning, Jiang Yun kept his promise and accompanied his sister to Qingxue No. 1 high school. The school gate was bustling with activity. It was the first day of the new semester. As they approached the entrance, Jiang Yun spotted 2 familiar figures, Li Na and Zhang Chong, who were eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, they instantly waved and ran over. Yunyuan, over here. Zhang Chong. Lina. Jiang Yun cheerfully made her way over with Jiang Yun. However, when the two noticed Jiang Yun standing beside her, they suddenly became somewhat reserved, as if hesitant to engage him in conversation. After all, Jiang Yun's current status and standing were no longer on the same level as theirs. He was now a well-known figure in Sea City, the leading talent of the younger generation, and a top-tier bronze-level powerhouse. They had all entered as newcomers together. Yet they remained at the Black Iron 5th or 6th tier. Such a vast disparity made it difficult for them to interact with Jiang Yun as they once did. Even Zhang Chong found himself swallowing back words of greeting. Sensing their discomfort, Jiang Yun took the initiative to speak. Zhang Chong. Lina. Long time no see. Chapter 111. The big sister of the newcomer class. Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun greeted them with a smile. Zhang Chong. Lina. It's been a while. The two were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Jiang Yun to speak so naturally first. Zhang Chong scratched his head awkwardly. His voice quieter than usual. It's been a while, Jiang Yun. Lina quickly nodded in agreement, her face displaying a nervous smile as she softly acknowledged him. The palpable barrier between them was unmistakable. Observing this, Jiang Yun eagerly jumped between them, cheerfully attempting to ease the tension. Oh, you don't have to be so formal. My brother, although he is a famous person now, the top genius of Sea City, he won T-Bite. He is still very approachable. She linked arms with Lina and made a silly face at Zhang Chong, proudly announcing, Today is the big day for my advanced class assessment. And I specifically invited my brother, this great deity, to support me. Impressive, isn't it? Upon hearing this, the awkwardness on their faces eased slightly, and they forced natural smiles, nodding in agreement. Zhang Chong sincerely remarked, with Jiang Yun around, Yunyuan, you'll definitely be fine. Of course. Jiang Yunyuan's excitement was palpable. Let us head into school. The group then proceeded toward the school entrance. However, times had changed. Jiang Yun was now a prominent figure at Qingxue No. 1 High School, known throughout Sea City. As he stepped through the school gates, it was as if he had cast a stone into a still lake, instantly stirring up waves of excitement. Look, it's Jiang Yun. My goodness, it really is him. The champion of the city-level competition. He is back at school. Wow. He looks even more handsome than in the videos. Senior Jiang Yun. Over here. And that girl next to him must be his sister Jiang Yunyuan? Oh my. How lucky she is to be his sister. I wish I could be Jiang Yun's sister too. Who are those two people with him? They are so fortunate to walk alongside Jiang Yun. The air was filled with gasps, discussions, and the shrieks of several girls, instantly enveloping the group. Countless ardent, admiring, and envious gazes were cast from every direction, as if they were not traversing the campus, but rather striding down a red carpet under dazzling spotlights. Jiang Yun, immersed in this atmosphere of overwhelming attention, felt no discomfort. Instead, she held her chest high, chin slightly lifted, her face radiating pride and elation that proclaimed, This is my brother. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong and Lina appeared profoundly out of their element, having never encountered such a spectacle. Overwhelmed by the multitude of eyes upon them, they felt their faces flush, unsure where to place their hands and feet, opting instead to lower their heads and closely follow Jiang Yun and Jiang Yun, as if this might lessen their presence. As they finally approached the vicinity of the core student area's new classroom, the atmosphere shifted once more. Several students had arrived early and, upon spotting Jiang Yun, immediately surrounded her with warmth and enthusiasm, their faces adorned with smiles. Sister Yun, you've come. Sister Yun, best of luck in today's assessment. Sister Yun, we're all rooting for you. The chorus of voices was respectful, treating Jiang Yun as the heart of the class. Even Xiao Ling, who had previously been arrogant and often opposed Jiang Yun, now wore a sycophantic smile as he approached, eagerly inquiring, Sister Yun, would you like some water? Or perhaps a warm-up? I can keep an eye on your things. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the haughty attitude he had once displayed, leaving Jiang Yun utterly astonished. This transformation was undoubtedly influenced by Jiang Yun's imposing presence, but it was equally due to Jiang Yun's own prowess. Having already reached the 8th rank of the Black Iron tier, making her one of the top contenders in the new class, fully deserving of her status. The combination of strength and background naturally positioned her as the matriarch of this gathering. Soon enough, the crowd's attention shifted to the even more resplendent figure beside Jiang Yun. As they recognized Jiang Yun's face, astonishment spread among them. What? No way. It's Jiang Yun. Senior Jiang Yun has personally come. Oh my, it must be for Sister Yun's assessment. Their sibling bond is truly remarkable. The exclamations grew louder, and the admiration in the students' gazes towards Jiang Yun intensified, tinged with a hint of reverence that made them hesitant to approach too closely. Xiao Ling, upon seeing Jiang Yun, felt his ingratiating smile freeze, replaced by palpable embarrassment and a touch of fear. He stood there, at a loss, his eyes darting away, unwilling to meet Jiang Yun's gaze. The stern warnings from his family elders and the punishments he had endured still loomed large in his memory, leaving him with no inclination to provoke Jiang Yun again. Jiang Yun's calm gaze swept over Xiaoling, devoid of any reaction, as if regarding a stranger. Following the personal mediation of the elder Xiaozhan, he had resolved not to pursue past grievances, provided that Xiaoling refrained from further provocations. At that moment, a resonant and familiar voice broke through the air. Jiang Yun, Coach Lin, a burly figure, strode down the corridor, his face a mask of surprise and delight. Well, it's really you. I never expected you to return to school, especially with your sister's assessment underway. What? Are you still worried about her? Approaching, he jovially patted Jiang Yun's shoulder with enthusiasm. Jiang Yun held a deep respect for this coach, who had once guided him with great care, responding with a smile. Coach Lin. Lin laughed heartily, pulling Jiang Yun aside and lowering his voice with curiosity. The other advanced class students have started heading to the provincial report one by one. When do you plan to set off for the province? I'll depart after attending the Su family patriarch's birthday banquet, Jiang Yun replied candidly. The Su family patriarch's birthday banquet? Coach Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Su Qingtian invited you? Goodness, I haven't even received an invitation. A mischievous smile crept onto his face as he nudged Jiang Yun with his elbow, teasing, with your monstrous talent. Could it be that the Su patriarch has taken a liking to you? Does he wish to recruit you as a son-in-law? The eldest daughter of the Su family is renowned as a beauty in Sea City. Wait, the rumors I heard before, could they possibly be true? You and the Su family's eldest daughter truly have a connection? Coach Lin regarded Jiang Yun with an inquisitive expression, coughing. Jiang Yun was caught off guard by this line of questioning, panic rising within him. A son-in-law? With that enigmatic nine-tailed fox, Su Qingxue? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Should Su Qingxue learn of such fabrications, who could predict how the spirit royal family would react? He might very well find himself in dire straits. Hastily waving his hands, he vehemently denied. Coach Lin, please don't say such things. The Su patriarch merely appreciates my potential and is simply mentoring a junior. There's absolutely no such intention. Observing Jiang Yun's slightly flustered demeanor, Coach Lin's smile deepened with meaning, his expression suggesting, I understand, I see everything. Uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Jiang Yun quickly shifted the topic. Coach Lin, has the fierce beast for Yun's assessment been finalized? What specific beast will she be challenging? In response to the serious inquiry, Coach Lin sobered, shaking his head. That matter is beyond my purview. It's Coach Wang Lei from the advanced class who is in charge of it. He should be preparing over at the combat arena now. Glancing at the time, he waved his hand. Perfect timing. We should head over now. Come, I'll take you to see it, and also introduce you to Coach Wang and the principal. Jiang Yun nodded. And soon the group made their way toward the combat stage.